Despite his solid acting skills, actor Lu Xiuming has remained in obscurity for many years, while the talented idol Wen Ye has been neglected by his company. The two forge a connection through their roles in the contemporary same-sex romance drama, You Are My Light. From the undercurrents of their initial encounter to the chemistry that blossoms during their collaboration, a passionate kiss ignites widespread discussion online, leading to unexpected fame. Yet, beneath the surface of their newfound popularity lies the manipulation of capital and the industry's unspoken rules. But as their feelings for each other deepen, both on and off the screen, they unite against the oppression of their company and societal prejudices. With courage and conviction, they break free from their shackles, safeguarding one another amidst the storm of public opinion, ultimately achieving a rebirth in both their careers and their love. This tale is one of chasing brilliance and transcending constraints, a fervent chapter in which two souls redeem each other in a world full of superficiality. Chapter 1. The sun on that day was truly intense. In the summer of 2025, the city of Nan was scorched by the relentless sun, the air itself appearing to warp under the heat. Lu Xiuming stood at the entrance of the production meeting room, his fingertips trembling slightly as he flipped through the script, a small section of its edge dampened by sweat. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the meeting room door, where director Xiao Yi sat at the table, smiling at him. This was the second time he had received a script centered on same-sex themes. His previous involvement in a Danmei adaptation had flickered out like a fleeting meteor, extinguished by various circumstances and fading into obscurity. The failure of that project loomed over him like a heavy mountain, suffocating him, as if all his efforts were as fragile as bubbles, bursting in an instant. Xiao Yi waved him over with a mischievous grin, saying, "I've been pleading with you for so long, and you finally showed up. That's quite an achievement." Lu Xiuming pulled out a chair and sat down, placing the script before him. He took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, setting them down without a word. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, grinning slyly. "This script represents a brand new challenge for you, doesn't it? You should feel confident about it, right?" Lu Xiuming nodded slightly. After years of navigating the entertainment industry, he had previously collaborated with Xiao Yi on a historical drama. Xiao Yi was well aware of Lu Xiuming's working style. Lowering his head, he twirled a pen between his fingers, stating, I've been searching for a role that allows me to transcend my boundaries. This indeed presents an opportunity." Xiao Yi wore a skeptical expression, fixating on Lu Xiuming. "You're saying that, but this role is undeniably groundbreaking." Lu Xiuming understood the implications behind his words. That breakthrough referred to intimate scenes with a male co-star. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lu Xiuming initially struggled to surpass his psychological limits, finding it difficult to accept closeness with a same-sex partner. Thus, despite the director and screenwriter's 3 visits, he had resolutely declined. Although the character possessed depth, such a work would likely never be screened in the domestic market. Even if it were to achieve success later, it could easily be banned for various reasons, relegating him to a mere supporting role. This felt akin to gambling with his acting career. While he yearned for a role that would allow for true self-actualization, he feared slipping back into the quagmire of failure. Additionally, a pivotal reason for his reluctance was his lack of connection to the initially selected co-star, not merely in terms of appearance, but rather an intangible feeling. After meticulously studying the script and comparing it with the initially chosen actor, he found the disparity too great. The character, despite enduring significant hardships, was capable of embracing life through love, like resilient grass thriving amid storms, brimming with vitality. On the 4th occasion, the director brought a new co-star's photos and videos. Lu Xiuming was instantly captivated. His new partner was the idol Wen Ye, a product of a talent show. Having watched Wen Ye's performance videos, he saw the young man dance under the spotlight like a blazing flame, his eyes reflecting an innocent purity. Recalling Wen Ye's every movement on stage, Lu Xiuming felt a surge of life and vitality. After years of striving in the entertainment world without making significant waves, he had starred in a few dramas but had always lingered on the periphery. Taking a deep breath, he decided to seize the opportunity. Noticing Lu Xiuming's silence, Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, chuckling, "You turned me down 3 times, refusing the previous actor, and only agreed when Wen Ye appeared. So what is it? Are you taken by him?" Lu Xiuming gazed at Xiao Yi with an expressionless face, thinking he had lost his mind. Though he hasn't acted in long series before, this young man will undoubtedly resonate with you, Xiao Yi asserted confidently. Director Xiao, esteemed colleagues, Wen Ye is here, a staff member announced, pulling Lu Xiuming from his thoughts. He looked up to see a figure dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, exuding a refreshing minty scent as he approached. Wen Ye removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of fox-like eyes filled with mirth, their outer corners slightly upturned, as if naturally possessing an alluring curve. "Hello, Teacher Lu, I am Wen Ye. I look forward to working with you." He extended his right hand, and Lu Xiuming froze momentarily, admiring the elegant length of Wen Ye's fingers, which bore a faint coolness. The instant their fingertips touched, Lu Xiuming felt as though he had been struck by a mild electric current. His heart skipping a beat, Wen Ye's smile deepened, as if he had anticipated Lu Xiuming's reaction. After Wen Ye took his seat, the meeting room door swung open once more, and a tall man entered. Clad in the latest Prada short-sleeved denim shirt, wearing a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, Wen Ye thought he looked remarkably tall. He approached Lu Xiuming and Xiao Yi, greeting, "Hi, Director Xiao, old Lu, it's good to see you again." He walked behind Lu Xiuming, draping an arm over his shoulder, then turned to Wen Ye. "Is this our lead, old Lu CP?" Wen Ye shyly nodded. "Hello, I am Wen Ye." He extended his hand, and the man grinned as they shook hands. "Hello, little one. I am Xiuming. Hello, Brother Shun." Wen Ye had reviewed the profiles of several leads and knew he was not the youngest present, prompting him to address everyone as brother. My apologies. I seem to have arrived late." A curly-haired boy with a youthful face burst into the meeting room. Clutching a script, his large, blinking eyes and flushed cheeks bore the signs of his urgency, with a few beads of sweat forming. Xiao Yi suggested that the main cast members introduce themselves and share their understanding of their roles. Lu Xiuming turned to the other leads, subconsciously rotating his lighter, and spoke. "Hello, everyone. I am Lu Xiuming, portraying the character Guchun." After speaking, he opened the script, intently examining the lines marked with highlighters. When he noticed the dense annotations and highlighted lines on Lu Xiuming's script and compared it to his own pristine, only casually skimmed script, feeling a surge of admiration for Lu Xiuming. Despite his long-standing career, Lu Xiuming maintained a rigorous attitude toward his roles, inspiring Wen Ye to reflect more deeply on his character and anticipate the journey ahead. "Hello, everyone. My name is Wen Ye, and I portray Xia Yuan. This is my first time playing a lead in a long series, and I have much to learn, so I hope to receive guidance from all of you." When he glanced around at the other actors, his slender fingers clasped together in a gesture of supplication. Seeing his action, Lu Xiuming couldn't help but smile, feeling charmed by the young man's adorableness. "Hi there, I'm Yao Xing, playing Qiu, a secretary and classmate of the protagonist Xia Yuan. I'm also his loyal advisor." Yao Xing's introduction elicited laughter from the group, as everyone found him not only cute in appearance, but also delightful in voice and character. "Haha, I am Xiuming, known as Lin Wan in the drama, the boss of Qiu and also his romantic partner." The scene featuring Lu Xiuming as Dr. Guchun and Wen Ye as the comic artist Xia Yuanin commenced with their first encounter. The script required Xia Yuanin to inadvertently spill coffee, drenching Guchun's white coat. Wen Ye's performance was exuberantly lively, his movements exaggerated like a leaping feline. Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow and interjected, "At this moment, Xia Yuanin should exhibit a degree of social anxiety. His gestures could be more restrained, and averted glances would render the portrayal more authentic." Ditto? Wen Ye arched an eyebrow, his fox-like eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, but in the original work, his character is quite vivacious. He deliberately countered with a teasing tone, his inflection tinged with a subtle hint of challenge. Lu Xiuming offered no reply, merely extending a paper cup to Wen Ye. "Let's try again." As Wen Ye accepted the cup, his fingertips accidentally brushed against Lu Xiuming's hand, the warmth causing both to flinch slightly. This time, Wen Ye indeed moderated his movements in the moment of spillage. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, whether from shyness or fear. He lowered his head, hunching his body, the tips of his ears faintly blushing. Xiao Yi observed Wen Ye's performance, marveling at Lu Xiuming's guidance and Wen Ye's perceptiveness, Unable to suppress his applause, Xiao Yi, you captured the essence this time. Teacher Lu truly knows how to coach. When you lean closer to Lu Xiuming, whispering, brother, your teaching is remarkably effective. His voice carried the unique clarity of youth, reminiscent of mountain streams flowing over stones. Lu Xiuming noticed the flush on his ears, but feigned indifference, turning to organize the script while a slight smile crept onto his lips. In the distance, the crew murmured softly, these two have a great chemistry. Could there truly be a spark between them? Unbeknownst to them, the wheels of fate had begun to turn silently at that moment. As the first day script reading concluded under the sunset's embrace, Xiao Yi proposed an evening gathering for dinner and karaoke to help everyone bond. Lu Xiuming intended to decline, but Xiao Yi seized the moment, pulling him outside without giving him a chance to refuse. Standing beside the business vehicle prepared by the crew, Lu Xiuming listened absently as Xiao Yi chattered in his ear about various preparations and upcoming filming plans. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Lu Xiuming was only half present, distracted by the oppressive heat of the southern city's summer, sweat soaking through his shirt and clinging to his back. Yet it paled in comparison to the simmering warmth ignited within him by Wen Ye. Chapter 2. Whom I Encounter and What Dialogues May Unfold. The cast gathered for a celebratory feast at a bustling Sichuan restaurant. In the private room, the air was thick with steam, and the bubbling hot pot shimmered with crimson oil as everyone raised their glasses in honor of the successful commencement of You Are My Light. Lu Xiuming sat in a corner, engrossed in the unread messages on his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. Meanwhile, Wen Ye was animatedly conversing with Yao Xing and Shen Mingi, who played the secondary leads. Come now, everyone, don't be shy. Xiao Yi prejudices, raising his glass to break the silence. Today marks the official formation of our You Are My Light crew, so let us toast. The group clinked their glasses, and the atmosphere gradually grew lively. Wen Ye lifted his beer, turning to Lu Xiuming with a smile as radiant as sunlight. Teacher Lu, I look forward to your guidance over the coming months. His voice rang out clear as a skylark, infused with youthful exuberance that seemed to dispel any lingering shadows. The two beer glasses gently touched, and a faint smile reminiscent of spring breeze graced Lu Xiuming's lips. I too hope to receive your guidance in the future. Teacher Wen, let us make this evening unforgettable. Director Xiao Yi exclaimed, raising his glass once more. Let us play truth or dare. The crowd responded with enthusiastic cheers. The first round of the spinning wheel landed on the prop master, Xiao Chun, who chose dare and was instructed to feed a piece of cake to the most handsome person in the room. Everyone pointed at Lu Xiuming, who reluctantly prepared to comply. Suddenly, Wen Ye sprang to his side, his fox-like eyes curving into crescents. I'll feed him, he declared, taking a bite of the cake and smearing cream onto the tip of Lu Xiuming's nose while deftly wiping off the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lu Xiuming, his ears flushing slightly, a sensation akin to being playfully teased. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he hastily lowered his head to drink, attempting to mask the smile tugging at his lips. His gaze remained fixated on Wen Ye, scrutinizing the boy's expressions, only to discover the enigma that Wen Ye presented. Observing Wen Ye animatedly chatting with Yao Xing, Lu Xiuming noticed a unique glimmer in his eyes, a blend of innocence and cunning. He realized that Wen Ye resembled a little fox, elusive and difficult to decipher. Shen Mingi, noticing Lu Xiuming's fixation on Wen Ye, clinked his glass against his. Lu Xiuming snapped out of his reverie and offered an awkward smile. Has the seasoned player of romantic affairs been ensnared by a fledgling fox? Shen Mingi teased. Lu Xiuming chuckled and took a sip of his drink, finding the boy rather intriguing. Intriguing? In what way? Shen Mingi leaned closer, whispering in his ear, be honest with me. Is your interest in Wen Ye the reason you accepted this role? Knowing you wouldn't choose a script of repetitive themes if given a choice. Lu Xiuming poured some wine into Shen Mingi's glass, a playful smirk gracing his lips. And what about you? Why did you come on board? Shen Mingi paused, realizing that it was indeed Lu Xiuming who had recommended him to Xiao Yi. He scratched his nose sheepishly and raised his glass. I've never acted in a danmei drama before. It piqued my curiosity. Besides, my co-star isn't too shabby either, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Lu Xiuming laughed, draining his glass. Oh, I feel the same. You do? In what sense? Shen Mingi chuckled. Lu Xiuming, you starred in a Danmei adaptation. You cannot deny it just because that show flopped. The internet has a memory. Lu Xiuming produced a cigarette and offered it to Shen Mingi. With no projects on his hands lately, he recalled how Xiao Yi had approached him for the fourth time, presenting a photo of Wen Ye. He found the young man rather appealing and, after exploring his social media, deemed him quite interesting. Thus, he resolved to give it another attempt. If it fails to pass the review, it would simply sink again, yet the money would still flow in. Lu Xiuming chuckled while holding the cigarette. Shen Mingi laughed too. After all, he had known Lu Xiuming for 3 years. Having witnessed his journey from a mere supporting role to his current stature, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious to Lu Xiuming's essence. Indeed, Wen Ye embodied Lu Xiuming's aesthetic. He had seen photographs of the 2 or 3 girlfriends Lu Xiuming had over the years, and it must be said that they bore a striking resemblance to Wen Ye. Shen Mingi, amused, watched Lu Xiuming sip his drink, though his gaze was fixed on the game-playing Wen Ye, whose laughter grew increasingly exuberant. He patted Lu Xiuming on the shoulder, and upon observing Lu Xiuming's reaction, he too laughed, raising his glass to clink with his. Wen Ye lost a round of the game and was prompted to sing a song that best expressed his feelings at that moment. With a mischievous grin, he grabbed his phone, connected it to the KTV sound system, and the prelude of Jay Chou's confession balloon filled the air. As the lights dimmed, he stood in the center of the room, the scent of mint mingling with the aroma of alcohol, his voice bright, yet imbued with the characteristic raspiness of youth. By the Seine, at the cafe on the left bank, I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, deliberately elongating the final note. Lu Xiuming found himself captivated by the boy's melodic voice as he swayed along with the rhythm, relishing the moment. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The staff girls squealed excitedly. That was amazing. Wen Ye joyfully bounded back to his seat next to Lu Xiuming, the scent of alcohol wafting over. Bro, care to join me for a duet? Lu Xiuming hastily shook his head, well aware of his own vocal limitations, knowing that 4 out of 5 notes would escape him. Wen Ye, with a sly smile, replied, "What are you afraid of? I'll sing alongside you." His voice, low and slightly slurred, was intoxicating. Lu Xiuming raised his eyes, only to be met by Wen Ye's glimmering, fox-like gaze, as if it held a universe of stars. Xiaoyi, lahin heartily besieded them, chiming, Xiaoyi. Don't put him on the spot. He can't hit a single note in tune, haha. The atmosphere was buoyed by Shen Mingi's encouragement, while Yao Xing clapped enthusiastically, urging, Director Qiao, let us hear your vocal prowess. Suddenly, Qiao Yi snatched the microphone and began to belt out a tune. His unique voice and comical expressions eliciting uncontrollable laughter from everyone in the room. The space was filled with joyous sounds, as his impromptu performance amused all, leaving them in stitches. Everyone knew that Wen Ye was a former idol from a talent show, renowned for his singing, and they urged him to perform another song. Wen Ye chose Encounter, and as he sang, I hear winter's departure, I awaken in a certain year and month, singing that I think I'll start to miss you. He unexpectedly turned to look at Lu Xiuming. Their eyes met, and an unspoken tension blossomed between them. Lu Xiuming, fixated on Wen Ye and smiling, unconsciously tightened his grip on his phone. As the gathering dispersed, the clock neared midnight. Lu Xiuming stood at the entrance of the restaurant, a cigarette dangling from his lips, observing the swaying figure of Wen Ye, who, with his arm draped over Yao Xing's shoulder, occasionally turned to exchange light-hearted banter with Shen Mingi. The trio emerged, laughter echoing in the night. Yet, upon catching sight of Lu Xiuming, Wen Ye made an effort to straighten his posture, flashing a broad smile, as if to inquire whether teacher Lu was waiting for them. Lu Xiuming remained silent, his gaze fixated upon Wen Ye. It seemed that Wen Ye had indeed indulged too much, his behavior teetering on the edge of recklessness. Suddenly, he reached out, snatching the cigarette from Lu Xiuming's mouth and without hesitation, inhaled deeply. The smoke swiftly enveloped his senses, the flavor of dried tangerine peel and snow chrysanthemum causing him to squint slightly. Lu Xiuming observed his actions, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Yet he refrained from uttering a word, continuing to watch him intently. After a few puffs, Wen Ye gradually removed the cigarette. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, emanating both provocation and allure. Sensing the astonishment concealed beneath Lu Xiuming's calm demeanor, Wen Ye chuckled, reasoning that as men, neither he nor teacher Lu would mind such trivialities. Glancing at the cigarette in his hand, he pouted, "Teacher Lu, I'm already 21. No longer a mere child. The pressures of work and the complexities of social interactions necessitate a means of release, a way to relax my nerves." Lu Xiuming felt a pang of embarrassment, as if exposed by a child, yet he smiled and replied, "This cigarette is too harsh for you. Smoking excessively is detrimental to your throat." When he paused for a moment, a hint of surprise crossing his face before he lowered his gaze. A smirk forming as he thanked Lu Xiuming for his concern, assuring him he would be mindful. However, when he suddenly looked up and smiled at Lu Xiuming, adding, "I believe teacher Lu is also ill-suited for this cigarette." Taken aback, Lu Xiuming chuckled and asked, "Why is that?" "The flavor is too antiquated to match your handsome face." "Teacher Lu," Wen Ye teased, mischief dancing in his eyes. Lu Xiuming laughed in return, licking his lips, recognizing the humor in his own taste. "Let us go. We have an early start tomorrow. It's quite late, and you should rest at the hotel." He turned towards the parking lot, and, as he did, when he caught a glimpse of the smile he could not suppress, his tone revealing a sense of joy, perhaps tinged with shyness, as his steps quickened. Lu Xiuming dared not look back to see if Wen Ye followed. Instead, he could only hear the frantic beating of his own heart. His mind filled with Wen Ye's cunning smile and striking eyes. He found himself captivated by a younger man, 6 years his junior. Yao Xing patted Shen Mingyi, exclaiming, "Xinge, hurry, capture them." Shen Mingyi quickly retrieved his phone, aiming it at the departing figures of Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye, both adorned with expressions of delight. Secretly sending messages in their WeChat group, convinced that everyone would relish their burgeoning connection. Chapter 3. Whose heart did he knock upon? The filming schedule for You Are My Light was remarkably brief, with shooting intensities reaching over 10 hours a day. The first week primarily focused on scenes of intense, emotional fluctuations. Lu Xiuming, seasoned in the world of film, glanced at the shooting schedule and felt a twinge of overwhelm. On the inaugural day of filming, Lu Xiuming, before stepping out, recalled being teased by a young child for his outdated taste. He took extra care with his appearance, glancing in the mirror and hoping he appeared somewhat younger. His assistant, Xiao Zhou, a diligent young man in his early 20s who had been by Lu Xiuming's side for 3 years, was waiting downstairs in the hotel lobby. Surprised by Lu Xiuming's polished look, he typically favored a simple, easy-to-wear shirt paired with casual trousers and a tousled hairstyle. Xiao Zhou wondered what had prompted this effort today. As Lu Xiuming entered the car, Xiao Zhou folded his curiosity, casting a sidelong glance at him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiuming addressed Xiao Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, Wen Ye lacks a personal assistant, and his company hasn't assigned anyone to accompany him on set. From today onward, you will be responsible for both my and Wen Ye's daily arrangements while we are filming. Your workload will double, and your salary will also increase. Should any coordination be necessary, reach out to me directly." Xiao Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Lu Ge. However, will this not be inconvenient for teacher Wen Ye?" Lu Xiuming took a sip of water and glanced at his chat history with Wen Ye before replying, "I will discuss it with him." During the lunch break, Lu Xiuming brought Xiao Zhou to find Wen Ye, who was reclining on a corner sofa, rubbing his sore shoulders. Upon their entrance, Wen Ye appeared puzzled. "Ge?" Lu Xiuming gestured for Xiao Zhou to place the meal box on the table and stated directly, "This is Xiao Zhou, my assistant. I heard you don't have an assistant for the shoot, so he will manage our daily schedules from now on, if that is agreeable." Wen Ye was taken aback, instinctively waving his hand. "No need for trouble. I can manage on my own." Lu Xiuming interjected firmly, "This is not a matter of trouble. It is a necessity of our work. With the tight schedule, someone must ensure we stay hydrated and nourished. Allowing Xiao Zhou to assist with these matters would be beneficial." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, his gaze deep and unwavering. Wen Ye's throat moved slightly as he caught sight of Xiao Zhou's shy smile. Ultimately conceding, "Thank you, Lu Xiuming. I appreciate it, and I apologize for the inconvenience, Xiao Zhou." Xiao Zhou quickly replied, "Not at all. Teacher Wen Ye, please let me know your preferences, and I will prepare accordingly." Lu Xiuming smiled slightly and patted Xiao Zhou's shoulder. He prefers warm water, avoids spicy food, and enjoys meat. Be sure to take note. Xiao Zhou quickly jotted down the information, while Wen Ye's ears subtly reddened, as if feeling his privacy had been unveiled. From that day forth, Xiao Zhou became the vital link between the two. Each morning, he prepared double portions for breakfast, ensured that Wen Ye ate on time during lunch, and provided snacks and pastries during breaks. After work, he would help organize their belongings, and on occasions when Lu Xiuming had no scenes to shoot, Xiao Zhou would take it upon himself to transport Wen Ye. Whenever Wen Ye attempted to take matters into his own hands, Xiao Zhou would jovially intervene. "Teacher Wen Ye, allow me to handle this." Lu Xiuming would occasionally catch sight of Xiao Zhou ushering Wen Ye back to his script, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhou privately mused that Lu Xiuming showed far more concern for teacher Wen Ye than for anyone else, though he dared keep this thought to himself. A significant highlight of this week was the tempestuous argument under the rain-soaked night. Gu Chun, under the weight of misunderstanding, believed that Xia Yuan had betrayed him, with emotions escalating intricately. During the filming, a water truck simulated a torrential downpour. Wen Ye repeatedly pushed Lu Xiuming away amid the mud, stumbling time and again. Observing Wen Ye shivering in the cold rain, Lu Xiuming insisted on another take, saying, "Brother, Xia Yuan is in a state of utter despair at this moment. I feel my emotions are not yet extreme enough." On the fifth take, Gu Chun roared his lines, his eyes bloodshot. He gazed at Xia Yuan, whose expression was a blend of calmness and despair, as an uncontrollable twitch tugged at his lips, a solitary tear cascading down, glimmering under the streetlight like silver. After delivering his lines, Lu Xiuming remained fixated on Wen Ye, his heart tightly clenched, feeling as though his breath had been stifled. That tear fell upon Lu Xiuming's heart, sending ripples through his emotions. He reached out as if to wipe Wen Ye's tears, only to remember they were acting, leaving his hand suspended in midair. It was only when the director excitedly applauded, exclaiming, "Cut! Perfect!" that Lu Xiuming hurriedly presented a towel to Wen Ye. As Wen Ye dried himself, droplets cascaded from his hair, pooling at his collarbone. Leaning closer, he remarked, "Brother, your gaze just now startled me." His voice laced with a playful tremor that made Lu Xiuming's heart skip a beat. Lu Xiuming remained silent, simply watching Wen Ye smile. He accepted a large bath towel from Xiao Zhou and wrapped it around Wen Ye's frame, while Xiao Zhou offered him a thermos, encouraging him to sip some warm water to fend off the chill. During a break in filming, Wen Ye observed Lu Xiuming rehearsing in a black suit, cigarette in hand, leaning against the wall. The sunset's afterglow illuminated his figure, casting a soft light that defined a blend of determination and gentleness on his face, adding an air of mystery and allure. Unable to resist, Wen Ye discreetly took out his phone to capture the moment. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiuming caught him in the act and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Are you taking candid shots of me?" A touch of embarrassment colored Wen Ye's smile as he replied, "I just think Teacher Lu looks particularly handsome when serious." Lu Xiuming teased, "Shouldn't you pay a little copyright fee for that?" Their shared laughter lightened the atmosphere on set, inviting the attention of other crew members who joined in the conversation, exchanging amusing anecdotes from the shoot. This small interaction alleviated the tension that had built up over the past few days, fostering greater anticipation for the flawless presentation of the drama. While waiting for the next scene, Lu Xiuming glanced up to behold the fiery sunset, its brilliant hues painting the sky like a beautiful canvas. He raised his phone to capture this rare, splendid moment. Simultaneously, he selected a few candid shots of Wen Ye leaning against the wall and reading the script for his social media, where he appeared pensive or smiling, each expression emanating a unique charm. He captioned the post, "Summer sunsets, filming a new drama, spending summer with you." Fans flocked to the comment section, showering praise on Lu Xiuming's good looks. The top 3 comments included inquiries like, "Teacher Lu, who took these photos? The angles are fantastic." Another fan speculated, given the angle, "Could it be that when he took these?" While someone else thoughtfully analyzed, "I too think it might be Wen Ye. From this perspective, it feels so compelling." The final highly regarded comment playfully expressed anticipation. Regardless of who captured the moment, the chemistry between teacher Lu and Wen Ye is simply magnificent. I truly hope they can collaborate on several more projects. Looking forward to the new drama. Upon reading these remarks, Lu Xiuming couldn't help but smile. He refrained from revealing who took the photo, feeling that the audience's expectations for their partnership were delightful. At that moment, Wen Ye leaned closer, his eyes sparkling as he remarked, "Brother, the fans are really hoping for us to work together more." Lu Xiuming nodded with a smile. "Then let's seize any opportunity to do so in the future." As filming progressed, their synergy grew increasingly harmonious. In one particular scene, Gu Chun and Xia Yuan share a heartfelt conversation by the seaside. Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye stood on the beach, waves lapping at the shore. Lu Xiuming delivered his lines, gazing deeply at Wen Ye, who was wholly immersed in his character, his eyes radiating trust and reliance. The scene was flawlessly executed in one take, prompting the director to shower them with praise. After wrapping up, they strolled side by side along the beach. Suddenly, Wen Ye halted and earnestly said, "Brother, I am so happy to be filming with you." Lu Xiuming looked at him, his heart inexplicably quickening. "I feel the same." They exchanged a smile, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. Xiao Yi observed their silhouettes and instructed the cameraman to capture the moment. Chapter 4. Attempting to stealthily approach the day after receiving the notification of a break from filming, Yao Xing and Shun Mingyi proposed a camping trip to the outskirts. Shun Mingyi had somehow acquired a Maybach VS 680, a vehicle far beyond what the production team could afford, its trunk brimming with tents, an array of ingredients, and professional outdoor gear. Wen Ye, unable to drive, sat in the back seat with the youngest, Yao Xing, as they chattered excitedly about gossip. Shun Mingyi and Lu Xiuming engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Wen Ye recalled his manager's suggestion to take photos and create lifestyle videos during his downtime to maintain his rather modest fan base. He chuckled helplessly, a hint of bitterness washing over him, as such efforts seemed unlikely to alter his circumstances. Nevertheless, he pulled out his phone and recorded some simple solo camping footage. During a break in filming, Yao Xing cheerfully inquired, "Brother, I noticed you didn't bring your assistant to the set, and your manager hasn't been around even once?" Lu Xiuming also turned his head, curiosity piqued. Wen Ye chuckled resignedly, "Well, that's why they call me a little nobody. The company hardly oversees me. My manager has numerous artists to manage and can't focus solely on me." Lu Xiuming frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, he found himself powerless. The four of them were in similar situations. At least he and Shun Mingyi had dedicated assistants accompanying them, while Yao Xing, despite being newly signed, had at least been assigned a lifestyle assistant. Lu Xiuming was already aware of Wen Ye's circumstances before filming began. He was going solo, responsible for his own well-being on set, with his manager occasionally sending work reminders, but little else. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains as Wen Ye gazed out at the undulating hills and remarked, "I never anticipated such a relaxing opportunity." Lu Xiuming, focused on his phone, looked up at Wen Ye's words and smiled slightly. "Consider a vacation for our strained nerves. These past few days have involved grueling hours of intense filming. It's exhausting." Yao Xing smiled cheerfully and remarked, "Indeed, indeed. Moreover, Brother Lu and Brother Xiao Yi, the scenes you filmed are filled with intense emotional highs and lows, which can be quite exhausting. Just look at Brother Xiao Ye's face. He seems quite worn out." Hearing this, when he cupped his face with his hands and feigned anxiety as he asked, "Really? Xiao Xing, don't scare me." The group burst into laughter at Wen Ye's antics. By the time they arrived at the campsite, it was already noon. The four of them collaborated to set up the tents. Yao Xing hummed a tune while unfurling the ground mat, while Shun Ming, he quietly assisted in securing the frame. Wen Ye took the initiative to carry Lu Xiuming's backpack, softly offering, "Let me help set up the tent." Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Once the tent was erected, they began preparing dinner together. Lu Xiuming skillfully ignited a fire, while Yao Xing and Wen Ye took out the ingredients to wash, with Shun Ming, he lending a hand nearby. After dinner, the four gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and laughter that echoed into the night sky. As the night deepened, The fire crackled between them. Xiuming, he produced a bottle of red wine and cheerfully suggested, "Let us celebrate our last moments of freedom before we wrap up the drama." After taking a sip of wine, Yaoxing suddenly sighed softly. "To be honest, I was worried that this drama might spark controversy after it airs." Before she could finish, Wen Ye interjected, "Who cares? As long as we perform well, right, brother?" He turned to Lu Xiuming, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Xiuming traced the rim of his wine glass, the firelight dancing in his gaze. "At least we have put in our efforts. The rest is up to the director and the producers." Xiuming, he playfully nudged Yaoxing's head and said, "At such a young age, why are you overthinking? Are you afraid of not getting paid or being criticized for diving into the industry?" Yaoxing made a face at Xiuming, retorting, "If I were afraid of what people say, why would I even take this role? Brother Ming, stop treating me like a child." The conversation shifted to lighter topics, and Yaoxing suggested they sing together. Xiuming, he agreed and took out a Bluetooth speaker. Wen Ye selected the song To You, and Yaoxing leaned on Wen Ye's shoulder, cleared her throat, and began to sing. "If longing is a withering cloud, riding the wind to drift towards you, whispering in your ear like a silent typewriter, filled with fervent emotions, unable to express how much I love you." When Wen Ye chimed in with the final lines, "I can only cautiously try to approach, touching your transparent heart, guessing the expression you unveil, daring only to write the beginning. To you." Suddenly, Lu Xiuming stood up to add more firewood, the flames casting sharp contours on his profile, yet no one noticed the slight tremble in his fingers. In the deep of night, the four returned to their tents to rest. Lu Xiuming lay inside, hearing rustling sounds nearby. He lifted the curtain and was met with the sight of Wen Ye standing under the starry sky, clutching a blanket, his expression betraying a hint of uncertainty. "I can't seem to sleep. Did I wake you?" Lu Xiuming swallowed hard, paused for a moment, then pulled out a camping chair beside the tent, signaling for Wen Ye to join him. "Let us chat for a while. I can't sleep either." The faint scent of mint lingered around Wen Ye, and Lu Xiuming opened a can of beer, handing it to him. In the stillness, distant laughter and whispers from Yaoxing and Xiuming, he floated in the air, as if veiled by gossamer curtain. Wen Ye gazed upyart, seemingly attempting to penetrate the vast expanse of the night sky in search of the secrets of fate. The stars hung low like delicate beaded curtains, shimmering with a faint glow, while the incessant chirping of cicadas resonated like an endless lament, lingering in his ears. "Brother, it's exceedingly difficult to find success in our line of work," Lu Xiuming remarked, gazing intently at him. "I heard your company has put together some sort of ensemble." Wen Ye, taken aback by Lu Xiuming's sudden inquiry, managed a strained smile and replied, "Yes, a rather inconspicuous group performing alongside the Crown Prince." Lu Xiuming lowered his gaze, fiddling with a pull tab from a can. "In this industry, we are all bound by circumstances. We lack the backing of influential figures or forces. Our progress relies solely on our own efforts, navigating through a thicket of thorns. Moreover, you are still young, only 21. The road ahead is long, with opportunities as plentiful as the stars. You possess considerable talent in acting, surpassing many actors, and your singing is delightful, your dancing captivating. Seize an opportunity, and one day, the world will witness your diligent ascent." Wen Ye was acutely aware that such words were mere platitudes. In this realm, those who toil are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Some require only a single chance to soar, while the majority must struggle. At that moment, Lu Xiuming's phone rang, and he gestured to take the call, casually discarding the pull tab on the table as he moved to the other end of the tent. Wen Ye stared at the discarded tab, lost in thought for a long while. When Lu Xiuming returned from his call, his expression was somewhat grim, with a hint of frustration etched in his brows. Noticing Lu Xiuming's agitated demeanor, Wen Ye cautiously inquired, "Is it work-related?" "No, it's personal," Lu Xiuming replied, gripping the beer can and taking a hearty swig. Upon hearing this, Wen Ye clinked his own beer can against Lu Xiuming's. Feeling a bit weary, Wen Ye stretched, saying, "Brother, thank you." He tilted his head with a smile. "You should rest early. Good night, brother." "Good night." The next day, on the return journey, Shen Mingyi caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of Lu Xiuming gazing out of the window, while Wen Ye rested with his eyes closed. The sound of Yao Xing humming nearby. Shen Mingyi had vaguely overheard the conversation between Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye the previous night, and, due to his tent being close to Lu Xiuming's, had listened to Lu Xiuming's phone calls throughout the night. With a sigh, he reflected on the struggles of his friends. The mountain breeze swept past the car window, carrying with it an undercurrent of uncertainty, propelling them toward an unpredictable future. Chapter 5. The storm approaches after a brief 2-day hiatus. The film crew resumed their intense shooting schedule. This week's highlight featured the emotional explosion and subsequent reconciliatory kiss between Gu Chun and Xia Yuan, along with the passionate scenes marking a turning point in their relationship. Lu Xiuming fixated on the densely annotated script, his fingertips repeatedly grazing the keywords of fervent kisses and emotional turmoil, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He lifted his gaze to Wen Ye, who was engrossed in discussing the scene with the assistant director, his movements animated, hair gently tousled by the fan. His profile shifting in the interplay of light and shadow. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiuming tightened his grip on the script. On the day of shooting, the set was transformed into a dimly lit apartment living room, with the sound of rain pattering softly against the floor-to-ceiling windows. When he donned the white shirt of his character, Xia Yuan, with the collar slightly unbuttoned, the delicate lines of his collarbone shimmering under the soft light. Lu Xiuming, portraying Gu Chun, was clad in a black suit, his dark gray collar also slightly open, while his sleeves were intentionally rolled up to reveal his slender forearms. Just before filming commenced, when he leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, this kissing scene looks quite intense." His voice betrayed a subtle tremor. Lu Xiuming caught sight of the flush on his ears and the slight movement of his Adam's apple, responding with a playful smile. "What is the matter? Have you never filmed a kissing scene before?" Wen Ye's pride as a man was ignited by this remark, and he retorted, pouting, "Brother, I'm 21. I've not only acted in kissing scenes, but I've also had girlfriends." Lu Xiuming found amusement in teasing the younger man, guessing that Wen Ye might be feeling shy, yet he continued to playfully provoke him, saying, "Oh, then let us see what teacher one could do later." Wen Ye froze. His experience with kissing girls was limited, and this would be his first encounter with a man. Observing the rapid shifts in Wen Ye's expression, Lu Xiuming chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I will lead, and you just need to follow my lead. Relax." With that, he suddenly reached out to unbutton another of Wen Ye's collar buttons, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the warmth of Wen Ye's skin. A shiver ran through Wen Ye, and he looked up at Lu Xiuming, only to catch a fleeting smile as the latter turned away. Action. With the director's command, Lu Xiuming abruptly seized Wen Ye by the collar, pinning him against the wall. Wen Ye, as Xia Yuan struggled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, "What right do you have to control me?" But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xiuming had pressed his lips against Wen Ye's with a force that felt almost punishing. Initially stiff, Wen Ye gradually softened under Lu Xiuming's deepening caress, his arms winding around the older man's neck, their kiss seemingly infused with a myriad of emotions. After 7 takes, he felt that Wen Ye's emotional expression still lacked a certain depth. His portrayal with Lu Xiuming seemed overly tender. "Xiao Yi, in this scene, you should resist him," conveying a tumultuous mix of emotions, love, hatred, and confusion. "Right now, you two are kissing like a pair of love-struck teenagers." He pointed at the playback on the monitor, highlighting how Wen Ye's embrace had grown tighter. With a blush creeping to his ears, when he nodded vigorously, "I understand. I want to act like a couple." The surrounding crew erupted into laughter at his remark. Lu Xiuming joined in, chuckling, "Exactly, we're not a couple yet. You could be a bit more reckless. Show that you truly despise me while being unable to suppress your affection." During the 8th take, as the kiss intensified and the struggle continued, Lu Xiuming kept his eyes open, fiercely kissing Wen Ye while firmly restraining his movements. He noticed a single tear escape from the corner of Wen Ye's eye, mingling with their lips, its salty taste causing a jolt of emotion within Lu Xiuming, making his breath turn heated. When he finally called cut, Wen Ye remained nestled in Lu Xiuming's embrace, panting. Lu Xiuming gently patted his back, his fingers lingering on the skin at the nape of Wen Ye's neck. Great. That was excellent. Xiaoyi iklamit ikjitidli. Let us change angles and shoot from another perspective. Xiao Yi, maintain this emotional state. How intense. My heavens. Wen Ye whispered breathlessly in Lu Xiuming's ear. Lu Xiuming merely chuckled softly. The evening's passionate scene further elevated the atmosphere. The script required the two to collapse emotionally after an argument, ultimately becoming entwined in a fervent embrace. Lu Xiuming proactively communicated with Wen Ye and the director, requesting the addition of details regarding a physical altercation, as it would better convey the emotional tension. During the shoot, he pushed Wen Ye onto the sofa, buttons of his shirt bursting open in the struggle, revealing his fair chest and delicate collarbone. Wen Ye gasped in resistance, yet Lu Xiuming leaned down to pin him, his gaze intertwining anger and desire. Thinking of escaping? I won't let you run away again. Before the words could fully settle, he captured Wen Ye's lips, the kiss laced with an almost violent possessiveness. Initially, Wen Ye struggled, but under Lu Xiuming's increasingly forceful advance, he softened, instinctively wrapping his arms around Lu Xiuming's waist, nails digging into the muscles of his back. Seemingly unable to refrain from biting Lu Xiuming's neck, Lu Xiuming let out a muffled groan, continuing his conquest. The intensity of the scene far exceeded expectations, leaving even the script supervisor in awe. Until Xiao Yi called for a halt, the two remained entwined, beads of sweat from Lu Xiuming dripping onto Wen Ye's neck, eliciting a shiver. After the shoot, Wen Ye silently adjusted his disheveled attire, trembling fingers unable to fasten the buttons. Lu Xiuming approached from behind, draping his outer garment over him, securing it, his voice husky. You performed splendidly just now. Wen Ye spun around abruptly, his eyes reddened, yet a provocative smile curled at the corners of his lips. Brother, that was incredibly intense. He pointed to the missing buttons on his shirt. Lu Xiuming gazed at him, lit a cigarette, chuckling, and touched the spot on his neck where Wen Ye had bitten him. That was simply due to the fascinating reaction you gave, Teacher Wen. Wen Ye's smile faltered, frozen in place, embarrassedly turning away, his face flushed at the memory of his inability to resist Lu Xiuming's grasp, too shy to meet his gaze. Lu Xiuming, smoking, observed Wen Ye, his amusement evident in his eyes. Late at night, Wen Ye was overwhelmed by his agent's incessant calls, on the verge of throwing his phone when Lu Xiuming entered unannounced. He paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that he had given Xiao Zhou a copy of his room card for convenience in organizing or retrieving items. Noticing the fatigue in Wen Ye's eyes, Lu Xiuming decisively pressed him onto the sofa, snatching the phone from his hand, addressing Wen Ye's agent on the other end. He is currently on set. Everything should be coordinated by the production team. With that, he hung up. No one is to disturb us tonight. Come, let us rehearse tomorrow's scenes. Wen Ye was taken aback as Lu Xiuming pulled out the script, pointing to the next scene. Let us rehearse this part where Gu Chan confesses his feelings to Xia Yuan. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. During the rehearsal, when reciting the line, perhaps from the day you spilled coffee on me, I knew I couldn't escape. Lu Xiuming suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Wen Ye's, his eyes reflecting an affection unexpressed in the script. Wen Ye se troat constricted, rendering him unable to deliver the next line. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, reaching out to caress his cheek. Xiao Yi, look at me, just as you would a Gu Chan. The warmth of his fingertips made Wen Ye's heart race like a drum. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed Lu Xiuming, an impulsive and fervent act characteristic of youth. Lu Xiuming did not shy away. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Wen Ye's waist, guiding their reckless kiss deeper into an abyss. The mingling scents of Wen Ye's minty breath and Lu Xiuming's cedarwood cologne transformed the humid air into an intoxicating elixir. When Lu Xiuming pressed his lips against the sensitive spot on Wen Ye's neck, a moan escaped Wen Ye's lips, only to be silenced by Lu Xiuming's kiss. His fingers roamed along Wen Ye's waist, gently caressing his back through the thin fabric, teasing his sensitive areas. Wen Ye tremblait uncontrollable, his hands instinctively wrapping around Lu Xiuming's neck, their lips seeking each other like long-lost lovers reluctant to create even the slightest distance. With half-open eyes, Lu Xiuming gazed at the passionate expression on Wen Ye's face, a smirk playing on his lips as he tentatively pried open Wen Ye's mouth. Feeling Lu Xiuming's movements, Wen Ye struggled to retreat, but Lu Xiuming held him firmly by the nape of his neck, preventing his escape. Their tongues danced together, creating ripples of sensation. This passionate scene, unbound by any script, felt more genuine and intense than any filming could convey. It was not until the sudden ring of a phone broke the moment that Wen Ye jolted awake, hastily pushing Lu Xiuming away and covering his mouth. Lu Xiuming observed the blush on his cheeks, a playful smile curving his lips. That sound was far more melodious than anything we captured on set. Wen Ye, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze and wrapped the blanket from the sofa around himself, concealing his physical reactions. Lu Xiuming approached the window, stating that the anger emanating from the other end of the phone was palpable even to Wen Ye sitting on the sofa. Wen Ye se gaze. Lu Xiuming offered him a reassuring glance. If you continue to be so emotionally unstable, I cannot help you. Regarding your concerns, I assure you I've done nothing wrong. Whether you believe it or not, I have been quite clear. Lu Xiuming sighed lightly, reiterating, I have told you that I am very busy on set, with days filled with shooting for over 10 hours and little time for rest. There are many responsibilities to manage, making it impossible to attend to your feelings at all times. I think you need to take a moment to calm down. I will have my agent speak with you about this. Let it be. Noticing the confusion in Wen Ye's eyes, Lu Xiuming sat beside him, patting his shoulder. This was a so-called girlfriend arranged by the company, intended to establish a public persona, he explained with a shrug. Wen Ye seemed to grasp the situation. A storm was brewing, with undercurrents and turbulence preparing to engulf them. Chapter 6. Our inevitability today, as work ended earlier than usual. And Lu Xiuming suggested a casual gathering with Wen Ye, Yao Xing, and Shun Mingyi at a nearby Japanese restaurant to unwind. Under the warm, yellow lights, Yao Xing and Shun Mingyi shared amusing anecdotes from the shoot, while Wen Ye chuckled along, using his chopsticks to pick up a piece of sashimi and offering it to Lu Xiuming. Brother, this salmon sashimi is incredibly fresh. You must try it. Lu Xiuming accepted it, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. The director had just announced in the group chat that the shooting schedule for the next 2 days had changed, advancing the scenes for Mingyi and me. Yao Xing, with a cola straw between his teeth, looked up at Wen Ye. Wen Ye retrieved his phone and glanced at the work group. Noticing that Xiao Ye had just informed everyone of a change in the filming schedule for the next 2 days, urging the actors and relevant staff to make timely preparations. What was going on? Wen Ye wondered, as this alteration meant he only had a scene with Yao Xing tomorrow morning, granting him a day and a half to rest. Perhaps it was due to a venue conflict or some other issue. Lu Xiuming replied softly, absent-mindedly tracing the rim of his glass with his fingertips. When he leaned closer to him and whispered, it seems I can enjoy over a day's rest and finally get a good night's sleep. I've been waking up at 6 every morning for the past 2 weeks. I feel like I'm turning into a panda. The warm breath brushed against Lu Xiuming's ear, causing his Adam's apple to move slightly. Just as he was about to respond, the door swung open and a slender figure walked in. Zhou Qi, wrapped in a beige trench coat, her makeup impeccable, fixed her gaze firmly on Lu Xiuming. She approached their table directly, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. Xiuming. Wen Ye's smile faltered. He recognized her as Zhou Qi, the girlfriend Lu Xiuming had mentioned, the woman who repeatedly confirmed his whereabouts over the phone. The atmosphere instantly stiffened, and Yao Xing exchanged a puzzled glance with Shun Mingyi. Lu Xiuming stood up, his tone calm. Did you not say you're on a business trip? What brings you here so suddenly? Zhou Qi shot a glance at Wen Ye, her cold laughter echoing. I was worried you might forget you have a girlfriend amidst your busy schedule. Her unfriendly gaze made Wen Ye grip his chopsticks tightly, his nails digging into his palm. Lu Xiuming looked apologetically at the three of them. I have some matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal. Zhou Qi, tall and model-like at 1.78 meters, undoubtedly caught the eye beside Lu Xiuming, who stood at 1.93 meters. As Wen Ye watched their departing figures, an indescribable sense of loss welled up within him. Yet he felt he had no right to feel that way. At that moment, Zhou Qi's presence doused all his hidden hopes like a bucket of cold water. He forced a strained smile. Lu Xiuming brought her back to his hotel room, where Zhou Qi wrapped her arms around him but noticed the faint kiss marks on his neck, immediately igniting her suspicions. She challenged Lu Xiuming, "Xiuming, what happened to your neck?" Her voice brimmed with anxiety and doubt. Lu Xiuming sighed deeply. "I accidentally got that while rehearsing with a co-actor. Was such intimacy truly necessary for a rehearsal?" Zhou Qi pointed at Lu Xiuming's neck, furious. "Are you really not going to explain?" "Explain what?" "I told you it was an accident during filming. Do you believe me?" Lu Xiuming sat on the sofa with a cold expression. "Xiuming, you know I lack security. During your time on set, I can't be by your side, and nearly all my calls are answered by your assistant. I can't find you, and it terrifies me." Zhou Qi's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched Lu Xiuming's arm. "You need to consider the genre of the script I'm currently filming. If you can't accept this, how will you manage when I'm acting with other actresses?" Lu Xiuming closed his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhou Qi fell silent, and Lu Xiuming rose to retrieve a can of beer from the fridge, taking a hefty swig. With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhou Qi picked up the phone that Lu Xiuming had left on the coffee table, seemingly in search of evidence of Lu's betrayal. As Zhou Qi perused the group chat, he came across a message from Yao Xing, showcasing a recent kissing scene between Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye, alongside photographs of the two strolling hand in hand along the beach at sunset. Yao Xing praised their chemistry, likening them to a genuine couple. Zhou Qi's fingers trembled. "You must delete these photos. I cannot accept this." Lu Xiuming firmly grasped her hand, his voice turning icy. "I know my limits. There is no need for your instruction." On the way back to the hotel, Wen Ye walked silently at the back, while Yao Xing hesitated, ultimately opting to pat his shoulder. Upon entering the room, Wen Ye slumped onto the sofa, gazing into the pitch-black night through the window, his chest heavy with unspoken pain. He then decided to start a live stream, hoping to engage with his fans and distract himself. The young man's demeanor appeared despondent on camera, quickly catching the attention of his audience. "Why does Xiao Yi seem unhappy today?" The comments flooded in. Wen Ye forced a smile, absent-mindedly fiddling with a soda can tab on the table. "Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Let us just chat today. Has anything been troubling you recently? Feel free to share." Fans offered words of comfort, but his gaze fixated on one particular comment. "Is it related to Teacher Lu?" He hurriedly denied it. "Of course not. Our crew is quite harmonious." He swiftly changed the subject. "Let us talk about the dance I've recently learned to uplift the atmosphere." When he stood up and began to dance to the music, instantly energizing the live stream. He attempted to mask his inner turmoil with laughter. Yet some fans remained perceptibly aware of his distress. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuming lay on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, inadvertently stumbling upon Wen Ye's live stream. He halted his scrolling, captivated by the sight of Wen Ye striving to conceal his emotions, singing softly, pausing intermittently to answer fan questions and engage with them. Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before shutting off his phone and closing his eyes, the lingering sound of Wen Ye's voice echoing in his mind, leaving his heart restless. The following morning, Xiao Zhou waited promptly at the hotel lobby for the crew, while Wen Ye, having streamed late into the night and barely slept, opened the car door only to discover that Zhou Qi was also inside. Zhou Qi scrutinized Wen Ye with a cold gaze before extending her hand. "I didn't get the chance to introduce myself yesterday. I'm Zhou Qi, Lu Xiuming's girlfriend." She deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend, a hint of hostility in her eyes. Wen Ye offered a slight smile, shaking her hand gently. Yet an inexplicable sense of disappointment welled up within him. "Hello, Wen Ye." The atmosphere during the ride was somewhat awkward. Lu Xiuming remained silent, resting with his eyes closed, occasionally massaging his neck. A twinge of discontent stirred within Wen Ye. Upon arriving at the filming location, he forced himself to muster energy, preparing for the day's shoot, which was relatively light for him, allowing for an early wrap-up. Yao Xing approached with a cup of iced Americano, gesturing for Wen Ye to look over at Lu Xiuming, who was being fussed over by Zhou Qi, handing him water and wiping his sweat, while Lu Xiuming maintained his frosty demeanor. "Don't you think they don't seem like a real couple?" Yao Xing remarked, a look of intrigue on his face. When he shook his head and took a large sip of coffee, the sour bitterness spreading throughout his mouth and flowing down his throat. Xiao Yi called over Yao Xing and Wen Ye to begin filming, while Lu Xiuming positioned himself behind the monitor, intently watching the two perform through the screen. Zhou Qi was left in the rest area, seething with frustration. All right, cut. Xiao Yi expressed satisfaction with the performance of Wen Ye and Yao Xing today. As Wen Ye and Yao Xing approached Xiao Yi, when he noticed an unfamiliar figure standing behind him, his agent, He Jiao. Lu Xiuming stood up, ready to speak to Wen Ye, but was interrupted by a cool female voice from behind, Xiao Yi. Lu Xiuming turned to see the speaker. Sister Jiao, I'm going to pick you up. You have no scenes this afternoon, tomorrow, or the morning of the day after. I've already arranged for you to have time off with Director Qiao, He Jiao stated. We apologize for any inconvenience caused by the support from Director Qiao and the fellow cast members for our Xiao Ye's work. She cast a glance at Lu Xiuming. Lu Xiuming looked at Xiao Yi in disbelief, while Xiao Yi felt a bit embarrassed under Lu Xiuming's gaze. Given Lu Xiuming's understanding of Xiao Yi, who prioritized filming and the script above all else, it was surprising that he would agree to adjust the shooting schedule, likely in exchange for some benefit. Watching Wen Ye being led away by his agent, Lu Xiuming felt a vague sense of unease. Chapter 7. Merely a puppet, He Jiao hurriedly took Wen Ye away from the set, their black business car speeding through the dusk. When he gazed out at the fleeting cityscape, his brow furrowed. He Jiao glanced at him, her tone cold. The company has arranged for you to attend the Starlight Boy fan meeting. Yongshi's solo album promotion requires the presence of the group members. We discussed this over the phone a couple of days ago. She chuckled lightly. However, the esteemed teacher Lu Xiuming, who shares the stage with you, declined on your behalf. Alas, the arm cannot outmuscle the thigh. Wen Ye's fingers tightened abruptly, his nails digging deep into his palm. Starlight Boy was the group formed by the company, consisting of 4 young members, with Huang Yongxi being the company's favorite heir and the group leader. He Mingming was He Jiao's brother, and Wu Luan was the nephew of a company executive. Huang Yongxi's personality was flamboyant and overbearing, and the other 2 supported him wholeheartedly. Recollecting the dark memories of their early days as a group felt suffocating. Yet, at this moment, he could only suppress his tumultuous emotions and asked softly, "But I still have filming tasks today. Has Director Qiao agreed to adjust the schedule?" He Jiao scoffed. The company has invested in their production, so Qiao Yi naturally has to show face. She paused deliberately, her gaze sharp as a knife. Xiao Yi, don't blame me for not warning you. You'd best behave at tonight's meeting and ensure everyone is satisfied. When he closed his eyes and fell silent. Indeed, the funding for the production was limited, and with the investment received, the benefits for the crew were evident. After all, it was just a fan meeting in front of a large audience. What could they possibly do to him? The fan meeting venue was resplendent with dazzling lights, shimmering like a sea of stars, and the fans' cheers seemed capable of lifting the roof off. When Yi stood quietly at the edge of the stage, his gaze complex as he looked at Huang Yongxi, who stood confidently at the center, exuding charm and flashing a radiant, exuberant smile toward the camera. As the host excitedly announced the choral segment, Huang Yonghui suddenly turned, smiling as he draped an arm around Wen Ye's shoulder, bringing the microphone close to both of them. I heard that Xiao Yi has been filming a Danmei drama recently. How is that going? Do share with everyone, he said, his tone rising slightly, laced with an imperceptible hint of provocation, as if alluding to something unspoken. When he furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly adjusted his expression. Yes, it's a play about love saving lost souls, currently still in production. For now, let us focus on our captain's new album. Thank you all. Yet, Huang Yonghui leaned in closer, whispering in a voice audible only to the 2 of them. Don't think that just because you filmed a C-drama, you can turn your fortunes around. You know very well who holds the power in this industry. The warmth of his breath against Wen Ye's ear was chilling, as he struggled to suppress his emotions, maintaining a composed smile. He cast a fleeting glance at his manager, He Jiao, standing nearby, her professional smile suggesting her tacit approval of the unfolding events. A wave of helplessness surged within Wen Ye. He understood that he remained a mere puppet in this industry, devoid of any real voice. During the chorus, Huang Yonghui deliberately placed his arm over Wen Ye's shoulder in front of the camera. a provocative smile playing on his lips as his fingers brushed against the nape of Wen Ye's neck, eliciting a shiver. Wen Ye fought against his rising disgust and trembling, striving to stabilize his voice, attempting to mask his discomfort with music. The fans below cheered enthusiastically, oblivious to the malice hidden behind the subtle gestures on stage. Wen Ye's gaze quickly swept over the audience, catching sight of a camera aimed directly at them. Part of the promotional material arranged by the company. A heaviness settled in his heart as he realized he could not escape this predicament. After the meet and greet concluded, fans uploaded photos and videos of Wen Ye and Huang Yonghui's interactions on his social media. He Jiao contacted several marketing accounts and major fans of Huang Yonghui, instructing them to deliberately post guiding comments across various forums and fan groups. Yonghui was charming and approachable on stage, truly the core of the team. Accompanied by stunning photos of Huang Yonghui shining on stage, the narrative shifted to scrutinize Wen Ye, suggesting that he seemed out of sorts during singing and group interviews, falling far behind in comparison to Yonghui. Some unaware fans were swayed by this perspective, beginning to mock Wen Ye in the comment section. Wen Ye is indeed holding us back. I wonder what the company is thinking, letting him join the group. He lacks team spirit. Focusing on acting instead of honing his singing and dancing skills, he deserves to fade into obscurity. Under He Jiao's influence, Huang Yonghui's fanbase commenced a widespread campaign to elevate him while disparaging Wen Ye. The internet was rife with scorn, while the few voices defending Wen Ye were quickly drowned out. Watching the rising tide of negativity, He Jiao wore a satisfied smile, seemingly envisioning Wen Ye's gradual descent into obscurity within the entertainment industry. When he slumped in the backstage lounge, staring at the fans' comments, his fingertips trembling slightly, Assistant Xiao Zhou appeared at the door unannounced, presenting a bottle of warm water and lowering his voice. Teacher Wen, Brother Xiuming asked me to convey to you not to worry about the comments from the crew and online. He will find a way. When he suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, only to fade swiftly, replaced by a surge of fear. Does he know? Xiao Zhou nodded. Director Qiao and Brother Xiuming have discussed it. Xiuming is actually quite upset about the investment. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuming sat in the hotel room of the crew, staring at the photos sent by Xiao Zhou from the meeting, where Huang Yonghui had his hand resting on Wen Ye's shoulder. And Wen Ye's expression was one of near suffocation. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. A sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiuming opened the door, his gaze piercing. Did Shanghai media invest in the crew merely to facilitate such treatment of Wen Ye? Qiao Yi remained silent for a moment before handing over a document. This is the investment agreement, with additional clauses requiring the crew's cooperation in publicity. I only learned today that Wen Ye's company exchanged this money for the right to adjust filming schedules. His voice was low. I understand this is unfair to you and Wen Ye, but the crew needs funds to complete post-production. Lu Xiuming scanned the agreement, letting out a cold laugh. So, for the sake of money, you can sacrifice the actors? Qiao Yi tightened his grip on the document, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. I will find a way to compensate Wen Ye, but at this stage, we must first ensure the film is completed smoothly. What other conditions do they have? After a moment of hesitation, Qiao Yi decided to inform Lu Xiuming in advance that they intended to give the role of Zhou Hanzhong, the ex-boyfriend of Xia Yuan, to Huang Yonghui. He saw the anger flash in Lu Xiuming's eyes. As night deepened, Lu Xiuming sat alone in a corner of the hotel garden, surrounded by cigarette butts, the script carelessly spread beside him, the wind swirling the damp air. When he sent a message, "Brother, I'll be back tomorrow. See you then." He stared at the screen for a long time before finally replying, "Take care." He then messaged Xiao Zhou, "Take your time coming back tomorrow. Don't rush. Let Wen Ye rest well in the car." Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, thunder roaring, lightning illuminating Lu Xiuming's still figure. Qiao Yi stood by the window, watching Lu Xiuming in the rain, unable to suppress a sigh of helplessness. Chapter 8. What right do I have? Xiao Zhou drove for 6 hours from its city, speeding all the way, and finally returned Wen Ye to the crew in Nan City at dusk. As soon as Wen Ye stepped out of the car, he overheard the staff discussing. Teacher Lu has a fever of 39 degrees. He insisted on continuing filming, but Director Qiao persuaded him for quite a while before he finally agreed to return to the hotel to rest. A tightness gripped his heart, disregarding his fatigue. He immediately turned to Xiao Zhou. "Help me get a jacket. I'm going to check on him." Xiao Zhou hesitated, then silently handed over a jacket. Wen Ye hurried toward Lu Xiuming's room. The corridor was silent, his heart pounding like a drum. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door was suddenly yanked open. Zhou Qi stood in the doorway with a stern face, holding the wet towel Lu Xiuming had changed out of. "Teacher 1, Xiuming needs rest and is not available to see anyone." Wen Ye was taken aback, about to explain, but Zhou Qi scoffed. "You just returned from the meeting, didn't you? One moment you were busy selling the couple dynamic with others, and now you suddenly want to show concern? Don't tell me you're trying to play the deep-hearted character for someone. There are no cameras here." She cast a fleeting glance at Wen Ye's tightly clenched fist, her tone becoming increasingly acerbic. "Su Ming is suffering from a high fever and has no time to indulge her insincere sentiments." With that, she slammed the door shut, causing Wen Ye to stumble back a step. From within, the raspy sound of Lu Xiuming's cough resonated, leaving Wen Ye frozen in place, a wave of bitterness rising in his throat. He stared at the closed door, recalling the scene where Huang Yonghui had humiliated him during the meeting, and at this moment, he could almost hear Zhou Qi's cold mockery, filling him with a profound fear and an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Clenching his coat, he silently turned to leave, the corridor lights casting a long shadow beneath his feet, lonely and despondent. He sought refuge in the stairwell, wiping away the tears he could not contain. Curling up in a corner, for what felt like an eternity, his phone displayed the stage photos from their official meeting released the previous night, where everyone appeared to share an intimate bond. It was not until Xiao Yi called him that he was pulled from his reverie. "Director Xiao." Wen Ye replied in a subdued tone, his nasal voice causing Xiao Yi's heart to sink. "Xiao Yi, Su Ming is unwell today, and you've traveled such a long distance. You must be exhausted. Please take care of yourself and rest." "Thank you, Director Xiao. I also bear some responsibility regarding the investment, but I understand," Wen Ye replied calmly. "I'm fine, as long as I haven't delayed anyone's progress." Xiao Yi recognized Wen Ye's discomfort and could only urge him to rest and not to overthink things. He reassured him that filming would start later the next day, alleviating some of his urgency to arrive at the set. The following day, the crew commenced work. Lu Xiuming, wearing a mask and appearing pale, got into the car but left the door ajar, indicating he was waiting for Wen Ye. "Su Ming, Teacher Wen just told me he went to the set first, so you needn't wait for him," said Xiao Zhou. "Didn't you see him off? He mentioned he doesn't need a ride for the time being." Lu Xiuming felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from voicing it, suspecting that Wen Ye might be feeling pressure by the company and was in a poor mood. Upon arriving at the set, Lu Xiuming's gaze swept over the crowd but faltered when it met Wen Ye's, who deliberately avoided his eyes. Wen Ye kept his head bowed, perusing the script. Even during their scenes, he focused elsewhere, not granting him a single glance. Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he quietly inquired of the assistant director, "Did someone come looking for me last night?" The assistant director shook his head. "Zhou Qi was guarding the entrance, stating that you were suffering from a high fever and forbidding anyone from disturbing you." A weight settled in Lu Xiuming's heart as he looked toward Wen Ye, only to see him engaged in a hushed conversation with the stagehand, his back exuding an aura of detachment. Xiao Zhou handed Lu Xiuming a thermos, from which he took a sip, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wen Ye, who was busy filming. "What time did you all return to Nan City yesterday?" Teacher Wen participated in a promotional photo shoot yesterday morning and left in city around noon, barely resting along the way. He had a quick bite of bread in the car for lunch and arrived at the Nan City set around 6 in the evening. Xiao Zhou knew what Lu Xiuming was seeking to ascertain. He paused before continuing, after Teacher Wen returned. "He heard about your illness and immediately went back to the hotel to see you. However, I heard from Teacher Yao Xing, who is diagonally opposite your room, that he was sent back by Sister Zhou Qi." At this point, Lu Xiuming's brows knitted tightly, and he could not suppress a fit of coughing, as if trying to expel the anguish from his lungs. Noticing this, Xiao Zhou hurriedly offered him tissues and water, gently patting his back. When he had just concluded his scene when he heard Lu Xiuming's thunderous cough, prompting him to turn and look, his heart filled with concern. Lu Xiuming, trembling, grasped his phone and dialed Zhou Qi's number. His raspy voice, as if sanded by grit, carried a hint of accusation. "Did Wen Ye come to see me yesterday?" Zhou Qi, indifferent, replied, "Indeed, but I sent him away. I don't want him disturbing your rest." Lu Xiuming's voice grew increasingly somber, akin to rumbling thunder, as he pressed. "What did you say to him?" Zhou Qi, dismissive, retorted, "What could I say? I merely told him that he is scheming, having flirted with Huang Yonghui from their troop, and now trying to pursue you. Shamelessly, I advised him to cease his pretense of being a heartfelt suitor. Who is he trying to impress?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiuming erupted in fury, akin to a volcano in eruption, bellowing, "Get out!" His outburst startled the surrounding crew, who could hardly fathom that the typically gentle Mr. Lu would exhibit such wrath. Silence enveloped the staff, and Wen Ye, equally shocked, gazed at Lu Xiuming in astonishment. He wished to approach and soothe Lu Xiuming, yet hesitated, questioning his right to do so, feeling merely a common colleague. With eyes aflame, Lu Xiuming gasped for breath as Xiao Zhou supported him. From a distance, Shun Mingyi approached, inquiring, "What's the matter?" He observed Lu Xiuming shake his head, indicating personal matters. "Personal matters?" Shun Mingyi scrutinized Lu Xiuming. "Is your girlfriend causing trouble again?" Lu Xiuming nodded. When he understood, earlier that morning, he had heard Yao Xing mention the events of the previous night. The hotel's soundproofing was inadequate, and Zhou Qi's voice had not been deliberately hushed, allowing Yao Xing, residing opposite, to overhear their entire conversation effortlessly. He patted Lu Xiuming's shoulder, reassuring him. When he has endured countless such remarks throughout his journey, rest assured, he is resilient. As for your girlfriend, it would be wise to resolve the matter sooner rather than later. One day, she may offend someone, and then what will you do? In the past, it was different. Now, I wish for him not to endure such slander because of me, Lu Xiuming replied. Shun Mingyi lit a cigarette, gazing at Lu Xiuming's reddened eyes. You must also consider carefully. Alone, you cannot contend with Shanghai Media and Tian Entertainment. Lu Xiuming was well aware of this fact. At present, neither he nor Wen Ye could extricate themselves from their management companies. Their fates still clutched in another's hands. Recognizing Lu Xiuming's silence as understanding of their predicament, Shun Mingyi discarded his cigarette and patted Lu Xiuming's shoulder, stating, "If needed, I can assist you." Lu Xiuming nodded gratefully, "Thank you." He recognized Shun Mingyi's exceptional nature. From their first collaboration 3 years prior, it was evident that Shun Mingyi had an impressive wardrobe of valuable clothing and accessories. And he traveled in luxury vehicles such as Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, or Maybachs, though he never spoke of his family background. This time, being invited to play a role in a production of such modest investment, not even a leading part, Shun Mingyi had merely glanced at the cast list, the script, and the remuneration before agreeing without hesitation. Moreover, the vehicle casually procured for their camping trip was worth several million, and the trunk was stocked with top-tier camping gear and gourmet foods and beverages. Lu Xiuming sighed, feeling that his concern for Wen Ye seemed to transcend the boundaries of mere friendship. Troubled, he smoked one cigarette after another, occasionally coughing from the smoke. Xiao Zhou frowned at Lu Xiuming, expressing worry when he noticed Wen Ye staring at Lu Xiuming, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 9. The storm approaches. Lu Xiuming tossed and turned to his hotel room as torrents of rain poured outside, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. He gazed at the screen of his phone, recalling the brief message from Wen Ye 2 days prior. "Brother, I'll be back tomorrow. See you then." Since then, Wen Ye had not sent him any further messages. He understood that some matters needed clarification, yet he was at a loss for words on how to begin. The following morning, as Wen Ye descended the stairs, preparing to call a car to the filming set, he was approached by Xiao Zhou, who said, "Teacher Wen Xiuming asked me to give you a ride." Wen Ye was about to decline, but Xiao Zhou had already opened the car door, insisting, "Teacher Wen, please don't make it difficult for me." He gestured invitingly. Lu Xiuming stood in a corner of the filming set, his gaze unwaveringly following the figure clad in a white t-shirt and a sky blue shirt. "Xiao," he called Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye to prepare for the scene, which depicted Xia Yuan embracing Gu Chun from behind, guiding Gu Chen's hand at the window while painting. Wen Ye closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to adjust his state of mind. Lu Xiuming sat before the easel, admiring the unfinished painting when Wen Ye gradually approached from behind. With a smile, he embraced Lu Xiuming, saying, "Aiken, this painting remains incomplete. Would you help me?" Lu Xiuming felt Wen Ye's warm breath against his ear and the rapid thumping of his heart, momentarily lost in a daze. Wen Ye took hold of Lu Xiuming's hand, picking up the brush and gently applying strokes to the canvas. What should have been a tender and romantic scene was disrupted when Xiao Yi, noticing Lu Xiuming's distraction, called for a break. He recognized that Lu Xiuming had not been well in recent days and had exploded in anger at Zhou Qi the previous day, likely affecting his performance. He instructed everyone to take a moment to regroup. Upon hearing the director's call, Wen Ye immediately released Lu Xiuming and stepped aside. Although when he noticed Lu Xiuming's gaze fixed on him, he deliberately avoided making eye contact. "Xiao Yi, why didn't you let Xiao Zhou drive you yesterday?" Wen Ye merely smiled faintly, responding, "Teacher Lu, I appreciate you and Xiao Zhou's care during this time, but I can manage my own affairs from now on." There was a hint of distance in that smile. Lu Xiuming's throat tightened, ready to speak, but saw Wen Ye being summoned by Xiao Yi to discuss the scene, forcing him to swallow his words. During the lunch break, Shen Mingyi approached Lu Xiuming with a cup of coffee, lowering his voice to say, "Zhou Qi is still causing a scene at the hotel. Aren't you going to check on him?" Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow, recalling how Xiao Zhou had described Zhou Qi throwing things in his room that morning, which only heightened his agitation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to address this issue first. Upon opening the hotel room door, he found Zhou Qi with red-rimmed eyes, scattering belongings across the floor. "Are you protecting that Wen Ye so much? You won't even answer my calls." Lu Xiuming bent down to pick up the scattered clothes, clearing a path for himself, his voice turning cold. "Wen Ye and I are merely colleagues, and your current behavior has crossed the line." Zhou Qi scoffed. "Colleagues? How do you explain the hickeys on your neck? And those photos of you and Wen Ye on your phone, what about those?" Lu Xiuming suddenly turned around, slamming his phone onto the table, the screen illuminating with a screenshot from Wen Ye's live broadcast. It was a remnant from their filming, a photograph taken for the promotional needs of the production team. "Zhou Qi, we have been together for nearly a year. You should understand my boundaries," he said, stepping closer, his gaze piercing. "If you continue like this, we may need to reevaluate our relationship." Zhou Qi trembled, her eyes fixated on Lu Xiuming's phone screen, tears welling up. "I'm simply afraid of losing you." Lu Xiuming sighed. "My interactions with Wen Ye are solely for the purpose of acting, nothing more. But if you cannot comprehend that, I am at a loss." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Zhou Qi grasped Lu Xiuming's hand tightly, her nails nearly digging into his palm. "You must promise me to reduce your private encounters with Wen Ye." Lu Xiuming withdrew his hand, his voice cold and firm. "I am an actor. This is my profession. If you cannot accept this, we may need to pause our relationship." Zhou Qi abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. However, Lu Xiuming had already turned towards the door, his silhouette resolute. Yet he suddenly halted, turning to Zhou Qi. "You had better not forget. Our relationship over this past year has merely been a cooperative one." His tone bore a hint of threat and warning, as if reminding Zhou Qi not to overlook the fragile foundation of trust between them. Zhou Qi gazed at Lu Xiuming's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had believed that after nearly a year, even the hardest heart could be softened, that Lu Xiuming truly cared for her, with thoughtful gifts during the holidays. She thought she had entered his heart, only to find out that he considered their bond to be nothing more than a partnership. This unexpected revelation chilled her to the core. She had assumed that prolonged companionship and dedication would yield deeper emotional reciprocation, but it now appeared that her feelings were one-sided. A wave of disappointment washed over her, prompting her to reflect. Was she too naive to believe that genuine feelings could exist in the realm of business? As the torrential rain continued to lash down, Lu Xiuming returned to the set, his clothes completely drenched. The downpour was so intense that the entire crew had to halt work and wait for the rain to cease. Wen Ye was engaged in conversation with Yao Xing, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Xiuming's shirt clinging to his chest, his heart racing at the thought that he was still recovering from a cold and could not afford to be drenched again. Yet, Lu Xiuming strode directly to Xiao Yi behind the monitor, his voice low. What do you plan to do about Huang Yonghui playing Zhou Hanzhong? Xiao Yi's expression faltered. I cannot refuse the demands of the investors. Lu Xiuming scoffed. So, for the sake of money, you intend to have Wen Ye confront those who bullied him once more? Xiao Yi was taken aback by the term bullying, noticing Xiao Yi's ignorance of the situation. Lu Xiuming pulled out his phone, showing Xiao Yi the findings from Xiaozhou. It was a video capturing He Mingming and Wu Luan cornering Wen Ye, pushing and taunting him without restraint. Meanwhile, Huang Yonghui stood by, recording the incident on his phone, posing for the camera with a malicious grin, hurling venomous insults at Wen Ye. The derogatory words struck Xiao Yi's heart like daggers. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yi offered a cigarette. I will try to adjust the script to minimize their scenes together and avoid any solo encounters. Lu Xiuming lit the cigarette, taking a deep puff, and amidst the swirling smoke, he caught a glimpse of Wen Ye's bewildered gaze directed towards them. It is imperative that you ensure the safety of your lead actor. Xiao Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and crushed the butt beneath his foot. With so many people here, I am eager to see what that blonde little brat can stir up. Lu Xiuming shot him a glance, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief regarding Xiao Yi's past transgressions. Ah, you better guarantee that no one else in the crew has been compromised. Otherwise, your authority will be undermined. Xiao Yi felt uneasy under his scrutiny. As night deepened, Lu Xiuming retreated to the corner of the hotel garden to smoke. The script carelessly spread out beside him. The fierce wind swirled with damp air, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. He glanced up at Wen Ye's window, which was shrouded in darkness, and a wave of fear washed over him. He hurried upstairs, swiped open Wen Ye's door, turned on the light, and spotted a mound on the sofa. Wen Ye had just seen a message on WeChat indicating that a new actor, Huang Yonghui, would be joining the crew tomorrow. An overwhelming dread enveloped him as he curled up tightly on the sofa, wrapping himself snugly in a blanket from head to toe. The curtains were drawn tightly, and no lights were illuminated in the room. Lu Xiuming gently pulled back the blanket, and the sudden brightness startled Wen Ye, who looked up with red-rimmed eyes. Disbelief etched across his face. Brother, do not fear. I am here. Lu Xiuming softly caressed Wen Ye's back, feeling the slight tremors beneath his hand. Chapter 10. Have a roof to shield from the rain. Lu Xiuming quietly tucked the blanket around Wen Ye, gazing at the curled figure on the bed, his fingertips still tinged with the remnants of the earlier comforting touch. He switched off the light and exited the room, the corridor's illumination revealing his furrowed brow. Upon returning to his own room, Xiaozhou awaited him at the door, lowering his voice to say, Zhouqi has been picked up by her manager. Her belongings have been cleared, and her room has been checked out. All payments have been settled. Lu Xiuming nodded in silence, retrieving his phone to swiftly send a voice message to his manager. Ruo immediately contact the company to terminate all binding contracts with Zhouqi. Cut off all future resource connections as well. Just state it's a conflict in personal development plans. He pressed send, pausing for a moment before adding, the sooner, the better. Leave no room for ambiguity. Zhang Ruoxiao's response was prompt and decisive. Understood. I will prepare the relevant contracts and present them to President Mu's office by tomorrow morning at the latest. Her approach to work was always direct, never lingering in uncertainty. Lu Xiuming inhaled deeply, gazing out at the enveloping darkness of the night, feeling as though a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. Zhouqi's entanglement was merely a surface concern. What truly unsettled him was the impending storm set to arrive the following day. The next morning, the filming set was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. Upon entering the venue, Wen Ye spotted He Jiao engaged in light-hearted conversation with Huang Yonghui beside the director's booth. Dressed in an ostentatious studded jacket, Huang Yonghui toyed with a pair of sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with habitual arrogance. Upon noticing Wen Ye, a malicious smile crept across his lips as he deliberately raised his voice. Oh, I send this our little pitiful one. Surrounding crew members turned their heads, yet none dared to speak. Wen Ye's complexion drained of color, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Memories of the humiliation he suffered 3 years prior, cornered by Huang Yonghui in the practice room, flooded back to him, alongside the repugnant videos maliciously edited and circulated, causing his stomach to churn with nausea. He turned to flee, but He Jiao swiftly intercepted him. Xiao Yi, this is Huang Yongxiu's first time playing such a significant role. You are all part of the same team, so you must cooperate with him. Cooperate? What does young Master Huang need from Xiao Yi? Lu Xiuming's voice emerged from behind. Cold as ice, he strode toward Wen Ye, his tall figure shielding Wen Ye, his gaze fixed on the glimmering gold chain around Huang Yongxiu's neck. What Ms. he said might lead an uninformed person to believe that you are the lead, and Xiao Yi is merely a supporting character. Huang Yongxiu raised an eyebrow, about to retort, but was forced back a step by Lu Xiuming's imposing presence. Who do you think you are? Huang Yongxiu impatiently tugged at his collar. My father is the largest investor in this production. Lu Xiuming scoffed, stepping closer, his aura suffocating Huang Yongxiu to the point of breathlessness. What young Master Huang says is true. I am indeed insignificant. He lit a cigarette, adding, however, given the current pace of the production, without me and Wen Ye, it would be quite troublesome. Lu Xiuming exhaled a slow stream of smoke towards Huang Yongxiu. Furthermore, even those inserted into the cast by investors must adhere to the rules of the production. He turned to Director Qiao, who was being scrutinized by Lu Xiuming's intense gaze, creating an atmosphere that suggested any deviation from his expectations would result in dire consequences. Qiao, he could only muster the courage to nod. All actors are treated equally, and the discipline on set must be observed. Huang Yongxiu gritted his teeth, ready to erupt, when He Jiao hurriedly interjected, her tone syrupy with flattery. Yongxiu was merely joking. We are all here for the sake of the production. She urged him to heed the director's words, discreetly tugging at his sleeve to signal him to temper his demeanor. Reluctantly, Huang Yongxiu huffed in response, yet his defiant gaze still flicked over to Wen Ye. Lu Xiuming leaned in close to Wen Ye, whispering, do not be afraid. I will accompany you through today's scenes. Wen Ye looked up at Lu Xiuming's broad back, his throat tightening with emotion, yet he stood resolutely upright. The shooting commenced. Huang Yongxiu's supporting character faced off against Wen Ye's Xia Yuan in a confrontation scene. The script required only a quarrel between Zhou Hanzhong, played by Huang Yongxiu, and Xia Yuan. Huang Yongxiu's exaggerated gestures unnerved Wen Ye, who acted timidly, while Huang Yongxiu noticed Wen Ye's shrinking demeanor and malice surged within him. He raised his hand, intending to strike Wen Ye, but Lu Xiuming swiftly seized his wrist. There is no such action in the script, nor does the plot require it. Huang Yongxiu winced in pain, yet remained obstinate. Do you understand improvisation? My father, you may certainly try it, and see if Shanghai would increase their investment to replace the lead for such an inconsequential role. Lu Xiuming abruptly released his grip, the force causing Huang Yongxiu to stagger back 2 steps. Silence enveloped the room. Qiao Yi rushed over, but no one dared to reprimand Lu Xiuming. Everyone understood that this silent conflict had transcended the boundaries of the script. He Jiao hurriedly approached to mediate, her face adorned with a smile. Teacher Lu, Yongxiu is simply too immersed in his role. While saying this, she forcefully pulled Huang Yongxiu into a corner, whispering reproachfully, do you really have to oppose Lu Xiuming? Having forgotten the instructions given by Director Huang yesterday, it is rumored that he now has the backing of influential figures from Lu Xiuming. Before she could finish her words, Huang Yonghui, already impatient, dismissed her with a wave. What is there to fear? Once my father withdraws his investment, let us see how long he can maintain his arrogance. Regardless of who he is, I will ensure they are left with no roles to play. Lu Xiuming observed everything with keen eyes and turned towards Wen Ye, his voice calm yet resolute. Today's shoot will adhere strictly to the original script. Any additional scenes will be outright declined. When Ye looked at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she nodded firmly. The impending storm would inevitably break, but at this moment, there was someone willing to provide her with shelter. During lunchtime, Xiao Zhou prepared takeout boxes for Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming, arranging sauces and condiments according to their preferences. While he was tidying up their belongings, he noticed Huang Yonghui had plopped down in Lu Xiuming's designated chair. Hey, have you seen Wen Ye? Huang called out. Xiao Zhou remained silent, merely gazing at him. I'm speaking to you, Huang demanded. I apologize, but I cannot disclose Wen Ye's whereabouts, Xiao Zhou replied. Huang Yonghui cursed under his breath. Who do you think you are? I asked you to speak. Standing tall at 9 meters, with a physique brimming with muscle, Xiao Zhou exuded an undeniable sense of authority as he fixed his gaze on Huang Yonghui. I sincerely apologize, but I truly cannot reveal Wen Ye's location. If you have any inquiries, perhaps it would be better to ask Mr. Lu. Fuming, Huang's face turned a shade of deep anger. He sprang up, attempting to flip the table, but Xiao Zhou pressed down on it with one hand. Despite Huang's efforts, the table remained unmoved. Realizing he could not succeed, Huang rubbed his nose and walked away. Xiao Zhou then glanced at the chair Huang had occupied, folded it, and discarded it, retrieving a new one for Lu Xiuming from the trunk of the vehicle. When Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye returned to find the chair replaced, Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow. What happened to the chair? It was soiled, so I replaced it for you, Xiao Zhou replied, keeping his head lowered. Lu Xiuming nodded and beckoned Wen Ye to eat. However, he overheard some staff members whispering. Ever since Huang Yonghui arrived, the atmosphere on set has soured. Before he came, the main cast was always laughing and enjoying themselves during shoots. Indeed, since his arrival, it feels as though a storm cloud has settled over the entire crew, and his performance is lackluster. Director Chiao was incredibly furious today when he turned to glance at the staff gathered around their meal, while Lu Xiuming offered her a chicken wing. "Stop looking and eat more," he said, inserting a straw into her milk tea. Chiao, he brought this upon himself. Venye remained silent. Quid the eatink hermid. Chapter 11. The collapse of him. In order to expedite the shooting schedule, the production team decided to split into two groups, A and B. Today, he was to travel to a neighboring city to film his scenes with Shun Mingyi, while the A group remained on set with Wen Ye, Yao Xing, and Huang Yonghui. Contemplating Huang Yonghui's overbearing demeanor, Lu Xiuming's brows knitted together in worry. Before leaving, he repeatedly instructed Xiao Zhou, "Ensure you stay close to Wen Ye at all times. Contact me immediately if anything arises." He glanced at Xiao Zhou's towering figure, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. The film set buzzes with activity as Wen Ye immerses himself in his role before the camera. Xiao Zhou stands like a statue in the corner, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wen Ye. During a brief intermission, Xiao Zhou promptly offers him water and holds a small fan, never straying far from his side, almost as if he fears leaving him for even a moment. At noon, adhering to Lu Xiuming's instructions, Xiao Zhou retrieves a meticulously prepared lunch from the thermal container. Today's fare includes Wen Ye's favorite pan-fried yellow croaker, braised beef, and some light side dishes accompanied by freshly squeezed juice. However, upon glancing around, he realizes that Wen Ye is nowhere to be seen. Anxiety grips his heart as he strides towards Yao Xing, who is engaged in conversation with a crew member. "Teacher Yao, have you seen Teacher Wen?" Yao Xing looks up, her eyes clouded with confusion. A crew member just came looking for him, mentioning that the assistant director wanted to discuss this afternoon's scenes. When he followed him and should be back soon, Xiao Zhou's brow furrows deeper at this news. He turns to verify with the assistant director, only to collide with him coming from the opposite direction. Xiao Zhou intercepts him, his voice firm. "Did you just ask for Teacher Wen to discuss the scenes?" The assistant director appears perplexed. "No, I was with Director Chiao all morning, verifying the shots. I haven't called for him at all." The words send shockwaves through both Xiao Zhou and Yao Xing. Yao Xing turns pale, stammering, but the crew member just said it was the assistant director who sent him. In a flurry, Yao Xing scans the crowd for the crew member, finally pointing at a slightly dark-skinned, short individual. Xiao Zhou immediately rushes over, seizing the young man who is busy organizing equipment. The crew member stutters in fright. "Sister He Jiao gave me 5,000 yuan to trick Wen Ye into saying the assistant director wanted him to confirm the scenes at the abandoned factory." Xiao Zhou's pupils constrict in horror as he spins around and dashes toward the factory, with Yao Xing hastily following behind. Inside the abandoned factory, a damp chill envelopes them. As Wen Ye steps inside, he senses something amiss. The assistant director is absent, and only Huang Yonghui leans against a rusted steel frame, idly toying with a metal rod, a familiar malicious smirk playing on his lips. "Huang Yonghui, are you out of your mind?" Upon recognizing him, Wen Ye attempts to leave, only to be blocked by Huang Yonghui. He scoffs. "Did you think that with Lu Xiuming gone, no one would protect you?" Huang Yonghui advances a step, pressing the metal rod against Wen Ye's chest. I remember clearly how you begged for mercy 3 years ago. Too bad you didn't get a taste of it then. His gaze sweeps over Wen Ye, provoking a wave of nausea in him. As Wen Ye tries to push past him, Huang Yonghui seizes his arm. You're still as proud as ever, he taunts, locking eyes with Wen Ye. How can Lu Xiuming have you, but I cannot? What are you talking about? Wen Ye exclaims, furiously breaking free from Huang Yonghui's grip. A cold smile curls Huang Yonghui's lips as he gestures with his hand. 2 burly men immediately enter from the door, flanking Wen Ye and forcing him to his knees. Huang Yonghui leans in closer, gripping Wen Ye's chin, his words dripping with contempt. Deny it? Yesterday, during filming, Lu Xiuming had his arm around your waist. Why didn't you try to escape? When he kissed you, you looked utterly delighted, even returning the kiss. You didn't notice how debased you appeared. Just a worthless slut. Wen Ye se trouglit fierci. It was firmly subdued by a burly man. Huang Yonghui's hand clutched Wen Ye's neck, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation engulfing him. A sharp crack resonated from his left shoulder amidst the struggle, a searing pain rendering his arm completely immobile. Observing Wen Ye's plight, Huang Yonghui taunted, if you behave, I shall be gentle. I assure you, it will be more comfortable than on Lu Xiuming's bed. Wen Ye continued to fight desperately, but the opponent's strength was overwhelming, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Seeing that Wen Ye remained defiant, Huang Yonghui's countenance darkened further. He threatened, should you persist in your disobedience, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wen Ye glared at Huang Yonghui, refusing to yield. In response, Huang Yonghui let out a cold snort and signaled the 2 strong men, who immediately intensified their grip. The pain caused Wen Ye's forehead to bulge with veins. Yet he still clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a sound. What does Lu Xiuming possess that is so commendable? Lacking both background and power, what can he offer you? You would be better off obeying me. If I am pleased and content, I could persuade my father to allocate more resources to you. Wouldn't that be preferable? Huang Yonghui caressed Wen Ye's lips with his thumb. Wen Ye remained silent, his nails digging deeply into his palm. In a moment of defiance, he bit Huang Yonghui's finger, inciting a sharp pain that led Huang Yonghui to retaliate with a forceful slap across Wen Ye's face. Shaking his hand, Huang Yonghui glared at his bleeding thumb and began to hurl the most venomous insults. You are merely someone who has been used by others, pretending to be lofty. Wen Ye, reeling from a blow, felt his vision blacken intermittently. Huang Yonghui tore at Wen Ye's clothing, mocking a mere rag. Do you truly believe that by associating with Lu Xiuming, you can escape from the Starseed? What does it matter to have the Morning Star's backing? You are bound by a contract with the Starseed for another 10 years. Do you dare to breach it? Can you afford the penalty? Once he tires of you, you will be worth even less than a dog. Each word was a blade piercing Wen Ye's pride, and although he yearned to resist, he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, Xiao Zhou burst into the workshop and witnessed Wen Ye kneeling on the ground, held down by Huang Yonghui, who was forcing him to look up while unbuckling his belt. Stop! Xiao Zhou shouted, startling Huang Yonghui. Before he could react, he was sent sprawling to the ground. By the time Huang Yonghui painfully rose, he saw 2 of his henchmen already incapacitated. Yao Xing entered shortly after, witnessing Wen Ye disheveled on the ground. He quickly removed his coat and draped it over Wen Ye, helping him to lean against him while tenderly observing Wen Ye's swollen right cheek. Do not fear. We are here, he reassured softly. Huang Yonghui, clutching his waist and cursing, realized both of his henchmen were down and dared not confront them directly. Bitterly, he declared, You will regret this. This matter is far from over. With the support of his remaining henchmen, he limped away. Yao Xing embraced Wen Ye, seething with anger. You should be the one to watch out. Xiao Zhou hurriedly pulled out his phone to contact Lu Xiuming, reporting the recent events. Lu Xiuming's furious voice resonated from the other end of the line, causing Xiao Zhou to lower his head in shame. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. It was my negligence that put Teacher Wen in danger. Yes, I will take Teacher Wen to the hospital immediately. Please rest assured. Xiao Zhou and Yao Xing helped Wen Ye to his feet, who felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body, particularly in his head, which throbbed heavily. Xiao Zhou swiftly scooped him up, and rushed towards the vehicle. Just as Yao Xing took a step forward, he felt as though he had kicked something and, upon looking down, discovered it to be a sports camera. Puzzled by its presence in the old warehouse, he picked it up and examined it, only to find that. Meanwhile, the assistant director had brought the bribed crew member before Xiao Yi. As Xiao Yi leisurely enjoyed his meal, he casually inquired, "What compelled you to act in such a manner?" After learning the details of the situation, Xiao Yi initially intended to issue a mild reprimand, subsequently dismissing the individual and reporting him to the police to avert future issues, hoping to downplay the incident. However, just after instructing the assistant director to keep this matter confidential among their small group, Xiao Yi received a call from Lu Xiuming, which struck him like a thunderbolt, causing his takeout box to crash to the floor. Chapter 12. It is I who failed to protect you. Lu Xiuming and Shen Mingyi raced back to the city where the crew was located, the atmosphere in the car heavy with tension. As Shen Mingyi gazed out at the fleeting scenery, he could not restrain himself from asking, "Xiuming, how do you intend to resolve this situation?" After a lengthy silence, Lu Xiuming remained contemplative. Huang Yonghui's filming would conclude in 2 days. Wen Ye required recuperation and would not encounter him again for the time being. Shen Mingyi lit a cigarette, suggesting, "I propose we first ensure the smooth completion of the production. On one hand, everyone has worked diligently for over 2 months, and we are nearing the finish line. If we let this incident with Wen Ye disrupt everything, all his efforts will be in vain. Can you bear that? On the other hand, contracts for small idols are typically lengthy, and Xinghai holds all the power over Wen Ye. They could easily exploit his situation. Even if the contract were to be terminated due to the company's fault, the penalties would be exorbitant, which Wen Ye cannot afford. Moreover, the evidence we currently possess merely indicates internal bullying within Huang Yonghui's group and managerial negligence, failing to strike at Xinghai's vulnerabilities." After a prolonged silence, Lu Xiuming coldly replied, "Rest assured, I know how to handle this." Observing his tightly pressed lips and the whiteness of his knuckles gripping the steering wheel, Shen Mingyi understood the depth of his anger. He knew that Lu Xiuming would not let this matter rest easily. Upon arriving at the hospital, when he had already been taken to a ward, he stood outside the door, his face ashen, caught between words. Lu Xiuming pushed the door open, and the sight before him revealed Wen Ye unconscious on the bed, his right cheek severely swollen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his knees wrapped in bandages. The bruises crisscrossing his exposed arms were distressing. Xiao Zhou whispered the details of the injuries: a mild concussion, knee contusions, slight sprains of both wrists, a dislocated left arm, and numerous bruises. The doctor had administered a sedative half an hour ago, and he was now asleep. Lu Xiuming silently gazed at Wen Ye, his throat constricting as he gently brushed his trembling fingertips across his pale cheek, his heart aching as if being stabbed. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyi approached Yao Xing in the corner, who had swollen eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, his hand still trembling as it clutched his phone, the screen displaying a message he had sent to Shen Mingyi. Xiao Yi, observing Lu Xiuming's silence, felt increasingly anxious. He was acutely aware that the tranquility of the moment was merely an illusion, a deceptive calm before the impending storm. During routine filming, when Wen Ye would roll in the mud, even a few specks of dirt in his eyes would send Lu Xiuming into a tizzy, let alone witnessing Wen Ye's current wretched state. With resolute determination, He stepped forward. "Xiuming, I take full responsibility for the mismanagement of the crew. Rest assured, the matter will be dealt with seriously. The staff member has already been dismissed and reported to the authorities. However, the Huang family's influence was considerable, and should we choose to act now, it might jeopardize the filming schedule." Before he could finish, Lu Xiuming abruptly raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then turned to exit the room. The corridor outside the hospital room was desolate and silent. Lu Xiuming leaned against the wall, a cigarette poised between his fingers yet unlit. He stood across from him, anxiety etched on his face, gazing intently at Lu Xiuming. At last, Lu Xiuming spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "Director Xiao, I will not interfere with the filming nor allow Wen Ye to be adversely affected. However, Wen Ye needs rest, and no one is to disturb him. He will return to the crew only when he has recuperated." Xiao Yi, hearing this, exhaled with slight relief and readily assented. He watched Lu Xiuming turn back toward the hospital room, suddenly struck by the realization that the man's current composure was merely a facade, concealing a tempest of fury, waiting for the opportune moment to erupt into flames capable of incinerating everything in their path. Shen Mingyi remained in the hospital room, listening as Yao Xing recounted the events that had transpired. Noticing Lu Xiuming's return, he gestured for Yao Xing to hold his tongue, and Yao Xing, meeting Lu Xiuming's gaze, fell silent. "Repeat what you just told Mingyi," Lu Xiuming commanded. Taken aback, Yao Xing glanced at Shen Mingyi, who nodded in encouragement. Yao Xing began to detail everything he had witnessed in the warehouse. The dark corners were cluttered with disarrayed equipment, the air thick with dust and the stench of decay. The horrifying sight of Wen Ye haunted him still, his ashen face curled up in a corner, trembling in agony. As Yao Xing recalled that moment, he felt an uncontrollable surge of rage and sympathy. Lu Xiuming listened intently, his expression serene, but a tempest raged within. "All right, I also found this in the warehouse." With that, Yao Xing produced a sports camera from his pocket. "In the chaos, I noticed it lying aside. I checked the footage," he continued, his stomach churning at the recollection, teeth clenched as he declared, "Huang Yonghui is truly despicable, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake." Lu Xiuming activated the sports camera, replaying the prior footage. The first scene that emerged was Huang Yonghui's humiliation of Wen Ye at noon. The image depicted Wen Ye forced to kneel, being kicked and beaten, his face swollen, clothes torn. Lu Xiuming's molars ground together, his eyes ablaze with fury, his hands trembling with barely contained rage. Observing Lu Xiuming's tightly wound restraint, Yao Xing attempted to speak again, but was halted by Shen Mingyi, who pulled Yao Xing to his feet from the sofa and swiftly took the sports camera from Lu Xiuming's grasp. "No more of this. We must care for Wen Ye. We will return to the hotel now. The crew must resume work tomorrow." Lu Xiuming nodded, and Shen Mingyi gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. In the hospital room, Lu Xiuming sat at the bedside, gently holding Wen Ye's hand in his palm, a swirl of regret and apprehension coursing through him. He lamented his failure to remain by Wen Ye's side at all times, allowing him to fall into such a dire predicament, and he shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had he not arrived in time. Wen Ye slightly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Lu Xiuming's grave expression, felt a bit bewildered. Sensing a subtle movement of fingers in his grasp, Lu Xiuming lifted his gaze to meet Wen Ye's. "How did you return? Has the filming for Group B concluded?" Wen Ye squinted, feeling a heaviness in his head. He raised a hand to support it, struggling to control his movements. "Are you feeling dizzy? I can call a doctor," Lu Xiuming said, his anxiety palpable. Wen Ye pressed his hand against Lu Xiuming's, his consciousness gradually returning, though he felt pain coursing through his body. "Em fine, truly. Please don't worry." Observing Lu Xiuming's furrowed brow, Wen Ye was suddenly struck by an urge to smile. He had always perceived Lu Xiuming as akin to a capybara, possessing an extraordinary emotional steadiness. Yet at that moment, he felt Lu Xiuming come alive. A sense of reassurance enveloped him. He knew that regardless of what transpired, Lu Xiuming would always be by his side, providing him with strength and support. This unwavering trust filled Wen Ye with warmth, as if all his anguish and unease had temporarily receded. Lu Xiuming offered Wen Ye some water, bowing his head in silence. "Brother, I assure you, I'm really fine. I'll recover in a few days." As Wen Ye spoke, the movement tugged at the injury on his mouth and right cheek, causing him to wince as he struggled to articulate his words. "If it hurts, don't speak," Lu Xiuming replied, his heart aching at the sight of Wen Ye's discomfort. "It's my fault. I thought that with so many people around, Huang Yonghui wouldn't dare to act out. I never anticipated that the ones who needed handling would be dealt with by Qiao, Yi, while Huang Yonghui." When he lowered his gaze, fixating on the wound on his hand. "I know, it's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. After all these years, I've endured. This time, it's not too severe." "Not too severe?" Lu Xiuming frowned, implying that Huang Yonghui had inflicted far more grievous harm on Wen Ye in the past. Wen Ye managed to smile, albeit a strained one due to his injuries. "It's all in the past, truly. Moreover, I've learned to avoid them now, seeking work that keeps me at a distance." Lu Xiuming gazed into Wen Ye's eyes. Feeling that such beautiful orbs should not be clouded with sorrow, but rather filled with joy and happiness. Chapter 13. Piercing the lungs pipe after a brief pause. The filming resumed, yet the atmosphere on set felt as though it had solidified, heavy with oppressive tension. Lu Xiuming and Shen stood before the camera, acting alongside Huang Yonghui, but all eyes were instinctively drawn to the undercurrents of conflict among the three. During the intermission, Huang Yonghui deliberately approached Lu Xiuming, a provocative smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Go, you wouldn't believe it. When I first met Wen Ye, he hadn't fully blossomed yet. His little face was so tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it." With a reminiscent expression, Huang Yonghui continued, "You must have noticed his waist is quite sensitive. A mere touch makes him shrink away." He lowered his voice, his tone flippant. "What a pity he is so stubborn, refusing to let anyone get close after all these years. I can only indulge in my whims in the practice room. If one could slumber until dawn, the experience would undoubtedly be delightful." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Lu Xiuming abruptly seized his collar, fury blazing in his eyes, his knuckles paling from exertion. However, Huang Yonghui showed no signs of fear. Instead, he let out a derisive laugh. Shen Mingyi swiftly intervened, casting a cold glance at Huang Yonghui. "Mr. Huang, you seem to share a penchant with your father. It is a pity that the son pales in comparison to the father." He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. "By your age, your father had illegitimate children scattered everywhere. The number of individuals he has dallied with could likely stretch from here to abroad. Yet here you are, chasing after someone you cannot even possess. Truly a remarkable endeavor. You managed to get hurt and still failed to win the person's affection. And to add insult to injury, you've even been beaten up. I suppose your waist is still aching. You ought to seek a doctor to treat both your mind and your back, lest it interfere with your hedonistic pursuits." Upon hearing these words, Huang Yonghui's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. The topic of illegitimate children had always been a painful taboo for him, and Shen Mingyi's precise strike left him momentarily speechless. He could only grit his teeth in anger, powerless to retort. Huang Yonghui, struck at his sore spot, watched Lu Xiuming being taken away by Shen Mingyi. His countenance dark as ink, yet he could only suppress his wrath and continue filming. His father's illegitimate offspring had always been well hidden. How could Shen Mingyi possibly know whose child he truly was? The sports camera lost that day in the warehouse remained unfound, despite several teams being dispatched in search of it, all to no avail. Frustrated, Huang Yonghui kicked a small tree by the roadside, inadvertently aggravating the injury to his waist inflicted by Lu Xiuming's assistant, drawing a sharp breath. His mind was filled with images of Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye growing increasingly intimate, and the jealousy and resentment within him burgeoned like wild grass. Secretly plotting a more ruthless revenge. In another hospital room, Yao Xing was accompanying Wen Ye, attempting to recount the recent events on set in a light-hearted tone. Today, Brother Shen was absolutely relentless, leaving Huang Yonghui speechless. You should have seen his defeated expression. It was truly gratifying. He mimicked Shen Mingyi's tone deliberately, eliciting a faint smile from Wen Ye, though the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to wince slightly. Yao Xing quickly offered warm water, carefully assisting Wen Ye to sit up. "Take it slow, don't strain your injury." Xiao Zhou stood guard at the door like a sentinel, allowing no one but me, Brother Shen, and Brother Lu to enter. Wen Ye nodded lightly, accepting the cup of water, though his gaze wandered. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and a message from He Jiao appeared. Wen Ye refrained from speaking out of turn. "I have changed the password to your social media. I will not be returning it to you for the time being." When he glanced at the message, his fingers hovering over the screen for a moment before he ultimately replied with a simple acknowledgement. "Understood." Yao Xing, catching a glimpse of the exchange, fumed. "What a terrible agent. You were injured because of her schemes, and yet she hasn't bothered to visit you even once, showing no concern, only threats." Wen Ye merely smiled faintly, falling into silence as he directed his gaze out the window, as if his thoughts had drifted far away, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the unhealed bruises on his arm. He was acutely aware that the storm had yet to settle, but regardless, he must persevere. The following day, at the filming location, Xiao He sat before the machine, exhaling deeply. Huang Yonghui had been creating disturbances within the crew for nearly 2 weeks, harassing the makeup artists and provoking other actors, leaving Xiao Yi feeling utterly overwhelmed. At last, he had endured to the final day of Huang's presence in the crew. Lu Xiuming, biting on a cigarette, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yi and sneered. "Do you think Huang Yonghui will cause you trouble today?" A chill ran down Xiao Yi's spine at Lu Xiuming's words, and he swallowed hard, thinking, "Please, just be quiet." With a wicked grin, Lu Xiuming continued, causing Xiao Yi's heart to sink further. "If it were me, I wouldn't leave today. If I can stretch it out for a day, I would. Since my family sponsored this production, spending a few extra days is no big deal, especially considering how everyone in this crew has made things difficult for me." After speaking, Lu Xiuming licked his back molars. Xiao Yi felt a weight in his chest. Huang Yonghui had yet to arrive on set. Could it be that Lu Xiuming's words were prophetic? He hastily instructed the assistant director to call Huang Yonghui. Watching intently as the assistant director made several unsuccessful attempts to reach Huang and his manager, He Jiao, who also failed to answer, leaving the assistant director in a cold sweat. Xiao Yi felt every pore on his body open, and cold sweat began to trickle down his back. He turned to Lu Xiuming, who met his gaze with an increasingly sinister smile. Suddenly, the assistant director's phone rang. It was He Jiao. Xiao Yi urged him to switch to speaker mode. "Director, I sincerely apologize. Our Yonghui has injured his back and is unable to get up. He struggled this morning, but truly cannot rise. I just called a doctor, who advised him to rest for a few days. Today, the other actors will need to bear the burden. Once Yonghui feels better in a few days, he will return to work. We will cover the crew's losses during this period," He Jiao stated calmly, without a hint of urgency over her artist's injury. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi realized He Jiao was spinning tales, and his frustration boiled over. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Fine. Thank you, Director Xiao, then. We shall treat you and everyone to a meal soon, appreciating the care you've all shown to our Yonghui during this time." Xiao Yi fixed his gaze on Lu Xiuming, who lounged casually with his long legs crossed, playing with his cigarette, wearing an expression of having foreseen all of this, which infuriated Xiao Yi even more. Yao Xing, appearing groggy, noticed that everyone was still waiting and hadn't seen Shen Mingi. Yawning, he walked over to the director's tent, observing the pale-faced Xiao Yi. The assistant director drenched in cold sweat, and the gleeful Lu Xiuming filled with confusion. "Directors, good morning. What's going on? Where's Mingi? I haven't seen him. He went to catch a mouse." Lu Xiuming sprang to his feet. "Director Xiao, it seems the crew won't be starting anytime soon. My scenes come later in the schedule, so I'll go check on Wen Ye. Call me if anything comes up." He waved as he departed. "What? Were there mice?" Yao Xing was even more bewildered. Listening to Lu Xiuming's words, Xiao Yi felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The chaos had been invited by his own actions. He had thought he could control the situation, but never anticipated it would devolve into this. Vitne sink Xiao Yi lamenting in despair. Yao Xing couldn't help but notice a few more strands of white hair sprouting visibly from his head, prompting him to secretly capture this moment and share it in their small group chat among the 4 main actors. "A little star, Yao Xing, Director Xiao. Are you cosplaying a gorilla?" I can't help but chuckle. "It seems that even before reaching 30, your hair has turned white." "I have moon, Shen Mingi haha. Master Ming, Lu Xiuming ha." He brought this upon himself. "A little star. I have the moon, brother. Did you catch the mouse?" "I have the moon, preparing to close the net." "Master Ming, waiting for your news." "I have the moon. Damn, you truly are my lord. You refuse to do this dirty work and leave it all to me." "Master Ming, I fear I might lose control, making it worse." "I have the moon, all right. I am little Yi. Wen Ye, what mouse? What is wrong with Director Xiao?" "Master Ming, nothing much. A mouse wandered onto the set. Mingi is trying to catch it. And Xiao, he might be exhausted from these past few days. I'm little Yo." Chapter 14. The mouse targeted by the snake in the suite of a 5-star hotel in Nansha. The dim light mingled with the scent of alcohol. When Shen Mingi barged in with 2 bodyguards, Huang Yonghui was sprawled naked, affectionately embracing a young girl, the bed sheets strewn chaotically on the floor. The girl shrieked in fright at the sudden intrusion, while Huang Yonghui hastily grabbed a blanket to cover himself, his face pale. Shen Mingi raised his phone, aiming the camera at Huang Yonghui. a cold smirk playing on his lips. Didn't young Master Huang say he was injured and couldn't he get out of bed? Yet, here you are, seemingly enjoying yourself. He deliberately pointed the lens at Huang Yonghui, who broke out in a cold sweat, his grip on the blanket trembling slightly. Shinmingi. What do you mean? Trespassing is illegal. Illegal? Shinmingi scoffed, raising his phone higher. Compared to your reckless behavior on set, this little incident is nothing. He turned to the girl cowering in the corner, his tone suddenly turning icy. Young lady, were you here of your own volition, or were you coerced? Young Master Huang's peculiar preferences are not a secret in this circle. The girl shook her head in terror, her voice trembling. I was forced to come by the company. I thought I was just here to sing and chat. I didn't expect him. Huang Yonghui slapped the girl harshly. You wretched creature. Get out. The girl screamed, scrambling to gather her clothes before fleeing. Shinmingi nodded to one of the bodyguards, signaling him to keep an eye on the girl, then leaned against the doorframe, leisurely observing Huang Yonghui. Young Master Huang, it seems your back injury doesn't hinder your pursuit of pleasure, so filming at the set shouldn't be an issue, right? At that moment, He Jiao rushed in, her expression darkening upon witnessing the scene before her. She quickly positioned herself in front of Huang Yonghui, forcing a smile. Teacher Shun, this is a misunderstanding. We took leave from Director Chiao today. Yonghui is indeed feeling a bit unwell. That young girl just heard about it and came to check on him. Who knew she would seduce Yonghui? He is still young and playful. Oh, young Master Huang is 25 this year. ISNT? Shinmingi fixed his gaze on He Jiao. And how old is Wen Ye? Wen Ye? Why bring him up? He Jiao felt a twinge of fear. Miss He, have you forgotten? Wen Ye is also your artist. You know he was beaten and can barely get out of bed. Have you gone to see him? He Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had not. I present you with two paths to choose from. 1. You accompany me back to the set and hastily complete your scenes before departing. I shall immediately erase the content in my possession. He gestured towards Huang Yonghui. The other option, I could assist young Master Huang in gaining fame and trending on social media. With that, he lit a cigarette, raising an eyebrow as he regarded He Jiao and Huang Yonghui. He Jiao lowered her voice and threatened, if you insist on exposing this, Shanghai Entertainment will withdraw its investment from the production immediately, which would be detrimental to everyone involved. Shinmingi raised an eyebrow, twirling his phone with his fingertips. A smirk playing on his lips? Why not give it a try? Let us see whether young Master Huang's downfall occurs faster or if the production collapses first. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. I possess more than just this piece of evidence. The entire crew is aware of what young Master Huang did to Wen Ye in the warehouse, including the surveillance footage at the entrance, clearly capturing both young Master Huang and his bodyguard entering and exiting. Withdraw investment? Very well, for there are other investors besides Shanghai. I am eager to see if the Huang family and Shanghai dare to take such a risk. He Jiao's expression changed, her throat tightening. Should the evidence of Huang Yonghui's assault on Wen Ye be made public, not only would Huang Yonghui's career be irrevocably shattered, but the Huang family's reputation would also be utterly destroyed. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Shinmingi, do not push your luck. Wen Ye has merely sustained some injuries. Is it necessary to go to such extremes? Go to extremes? Shinmingi scoffed. Those words should be directed at you. When Wen Ye was used as a pawn and beaten to a pulp by Huang Yonghui, why did you not advise against such blatant cruelty? He suddenly ceased his amusement, fixing Huang Yonghui with a gaze as menacing as a serpent. Choose wisely. Huang Yonghui's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched as he lunged at Shinmingi, only to be firmly restrained by He Jiao. The veins on her forehead throbbed as she hissed, Yonghui, remain calm. This is not the time for rash actions. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Shinmingi. Brother Shun, we will finish the remaining scenes immediately and leave the set without delay. Shinmingi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her for a moment before finally stowing away his phone. It would be best if you do not attempt any tricks otherwise, he chuckled coldly. In the hospital room, Lu Xiuming was gently wiping Wen Ye's face. The wound at the corner of his mouth had already scabbed over, and his face remained somewhat swollen. Observing Lu Xiuming's diligent efforts, Wen Ye inquired, is there no filming today? Lu Xiuming paused, soaking a towel in warm water, his tone calm. All the actors are absent. Xiao, he cannot film. Wen Ye was taken aback. What do you mean all the actors are absent? Lu Xiuming raised his gaze. His eyes soft yet laced with an icy edge. You are injured and unable to work. Shen Mingyi has matters to resolve. Yao Xing did not sleep well last night. And Shen Mingyi, out of concern, requested Director Qiao to grant him a break. Of course, most importantly, he deliberately paused. A sardonic smile curling on his lips. Today's main shoot was supposed to feature Huang Yonghui, who claimed he could not come due to back pain, leaving Xiao Yi with no choice but to halt production. When Yi was left speechless, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the bruise on his right cheek. Lu Xiuming gently grasped his hand, the warmth of his touch contrasted by a tremor of restraint. Do not worry. Shen Mingyi will handle what needs to be resolved. He lowered his head, peeling an apple, the skin curling away in spirals, his voice low and reassuring. You need only focus on healing. Do not concern yourself with the rest. Suddenly, a WeChat message chimed. Shen Mingyi sent a video along with a note. Huang Yonghui has returned to the set, and tonight we will film additional night scenes. The evidence has been backed up. Lu Xiuming cast a fleeting glance, a hint of chill gracing his lips, as he effortlessly packaged the video evidence sent by Shen Mingyi and forwarded it to Zhongrua Xiao, subsequently powering down his phone. Wen Ye, noticing the change in his expression, inquired about his well-being. It's nothing. Our lead actor has suddenly recovered and is heading back to the set, Lu Xiuming replied, slicing an apple into small pieces. Wen Ye, somewhat perplexed, felt he could comprehend every word spoken yet failed to grasp the underlying meaning. I'll return to the set once Xiao Zhou comes back, Lu Xiuming said, observing Wen Ye with a furrowed brow as he laboriously chewed the apple, cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Gently brushing his fingers over the crease between Wen Ye's brows, he whispered, it will all come to an end soon. What? Wen Ye's sparkling eyes fixated on him, striving to catch his words clearly. It's nothing, Lu Xiuming replied with a smile, shaking his head. Huang Yonghui was unceremoniously hoisted into a car by Shen Mingyi's bodyguard, much like a chick being carried, and despite his displeasure, he could not resist. He Jiao tugged at Huang Yonghui's arm, signaling him to endure for the time being. Shen Mingyi, smoking while seated in the passenger seat, warned, you'd better behave, otherwise, not even your father can save you, and gestured for the driver to head to the filming location. Huang Yonghui remained silent, glaring intently at Shen Mingyi, who ignored him, engrossed in WeChat. 10 minutes prior, Yao Xing had messaged him, expressing hunger and inquiring if he had had dinner. Shen Mingyi responded that he had just caught a mouse and had yet to eat. He advised Yao Xing to tidy himself up, as Director Qiao would soon notify everyone to prepare for the return to the set, promising to bring him something delicious. Turn right ahead to Wangshu Building, Shen Mingyi instructed, raising his hand to signal the driver. Huang Yonghui, astonished, pondered why they were not heading back to the set for filming, but instead were going for a meal. Upon arriving at Wangshu Building, as Shen Mingyi unfastened his seatbelt and prepared to exit, he noticed Huang Yonghui was also getting out, prompting him to pause. What are you doing? He asked. Huh? Huang Yonghui, equally confused, responded, aren't we going to eat? You don't actually think I'm taking you out to eat, do you? Shen Mingyi exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. However, upon seeing Huang Yonghui's bewildered expression, he rolled his eyes and chuckled. You're overthinking it. The manager of Wangshu Building, spotting Shen Mingyi's car, rushed over, exclaiming, young Master Shen, the meals you requested are ready for you. He promptly signaled to the staff to place the packaged food into the car. All right, just charge it to my brother's account later. Understood, understood, the manager replied eagerly. Huang Yonghui stared blankly at the obsequious manager, pondering who Shen Mingyi truly was and who his brother might be. Chapter 15. The father and son who stir no waves. Huang Yonghui was escorted back to the set by Shen Mingyi, where Yao Xing curiously observed him, while Lu Xiuming, holding a handheld fan, awaited his arrival with crossed arms. Xing, come over for a meal. Shen Mingyi beckoned to Yao Xing, leading him to the rest area, with Lu Xiuming casting a glance at Huang Yonghui as he followed the duo. Damn it, Huang Yonghui muttered under his breath, feeling neglected. All right, Yonghui, go find Director Qiao. He Jiao urged, guiding him toward Xiao Yi. Don't worry, I've already spoken with Mr. Huang, and he's on his way. Once he arrives, these people won't cause any disturbances. Shun Mingyi arranged the takeout for Yao Xing, noticing that Lu Xiuming had also taken a seat. What brings you here? He asked. To eat, came the simple reply. Lu Xiuming picked up his chopsticks and reached for the dishes. Not for you, this is for Xingxing. Shun Mingyi pressed down on Lu Xiuming's hand. But teacher Shun, I'm hungry too. Lu Xiuming smiled faintly. You ungrateful wretch. You sent me to catch mice, exhausting both mind and body, and yet you don't appreciate me. You even wish to take advantage of me and Xingxing. How outrageous. Indeed, Lu Xiuming nodded earnestly. What teacher Shin said is true. With that, he stuffed a piece of peony shrimp into his mouth. Shun Mingyi rolled his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. Yao Xing watched the two bicker, laughing uncontrollably. This is so delicious. Candied taro, crystal shrimp balls, all my favorites. Yao Xing continued to shove food into her mouth, resembling a little golden hamster enjoying a feast. This candied taro is the best I've ever had. Slow down, it's all yours. Shun Mingyi insisted, piling more food into Yao Xing's bowl, while Lu Xiuming rolled his eyes. At 11 o'clock at night, the set suddenly buzzed with commotion. Huang Hao stormed in with several bodyguards, his anger barely concealed beneath his tailored suit. He pushed aside the obstructing staff and marched straight towards Shun Mingyi, raising his hand to strike, only to be intercepted by the prepared bodyguards. Shun Mingyi, how dare you threaten my son? Huang Hao's roar sent tremors through the soundboard, instilling fear among the crew. Shun Mingyi remained unfazed, flicking the ash from his cigarette with a scoff. Mr. Huang, your words are utterly unreasonable. Your son was fooling around with women in a hotel? Oh, and a minor at that. I merely asked him to return to complete his work. How is it a threat? He cast a sharp glance at Huang Yonghui, who was cowering behind Huang Hao. Huang Hao's throat tightened as he suppressed his fury, turning to Qiao Yi. Director Qiao, I did not invest in this production to watch my son be bullied. From tomorrow, Shanghai Entertainment will withdraw its funding. I want to see what you can do then. The declaration sent shockwaves through the set. Qiao Yi turned pale. The majority of the funding came from Shanghai, and if they pulled out, Shun Mingyi let out a derisive laugh. Are you certain of that? He locked eyes with Huang Hao, his gaze unwavering, causing Huang Hao to tremble. The man before him was merely 25 or 26 years old, yet showed no fear in the face of such a situation, remaining remarkably composed. Very well. I have the evidence of Huang Yonghui bullying Wen Ye and the video of coercing a minor, which I can release. After all, if Mr. Huang withdraws his investment, this production will cease to exist, and we will all be left in ruins. Huang Hao's pupils constricted as he gritted his teeth and sneered. Do you think this flimsy evidence can take me down? The entertainment industry is rife with scandals. Who doesn't he have a secret? Mr. Huang, you jest. I merely wish for the crew to function smoothly and for young Master Huang to be well, Shun Mingyi replied, crossing his arms and smiling slightly. Huang Hao breathed heavily. Weighing the pros and cons withdrawing his investment would be akin to exposing his own vulnerabilities. Yet, conceding was a bitter pill to swallow. At the opportune moment, Shun Mingyi extinguished his cigarette, but, Mr. Huang, let's make a deal. As long as Huang Yonghui completes the remaining filming and leaves the crew immediately, Shanghai will continue its investment. I assure you, the evidence and video will remain undisclosed. Huang Hao fixed his gaze on Shun Mingyi, contemplating for a long time, feeling a metallic taste in his throat, yet he had no choice but to nod in agreement. He turned to leave when he suddenly caught sight of Wen Ye, with the assistance of Xiao Zhou, was limping and making an effort to walk briskly towards him. Huang Hao, noticing Wen Ye's face, which was bruised and partially obscured by duckbill cap and mask, allowed a cold chuckle and uttered in a sinister whisper, Kid, this is all you're doing? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Shun Mingyi smirked and pointed to the nearby camera. Mr. Huang, I advise you to choose your words wisely. There are numerous lenses recording. Ultimately, Huang Hao left in a huff, accompanied by his bodyguards, and the tense atmosphere on set began to ease. Why are you here? Lu Xiuming rushed over to support Wen Ye, his brow furrowed in concern. Sister Jiao called me and said Mr. Huang was at the set. I was worried something might happen, Wen Ye replied anxiously. Shun Mingyi lit another cigarette, reassuringly stating, Do not fret. He cannot stir up much trouble. Both father and son are nothing but wasteful debauches. He gazed into Wen Ye's eyes, adding, however, your contract does present some complications. Rest assured, these issues will eventually be resolved. Shenmingyi pinched the cigarette between his fingers, continuing, you must be mentally prepared, should you choose to terminate the contract. The penalty will not be insignificant. But fear not, if you are inclined, I can introduce you to the legal team at Lu Xiuming Star. Shenmingyi's gaze hardened as he noted the bruise on Wen Ye's right cheek. I will ensure that Huang Yonghui completes his remaining scenes. But if he dares to lay a hand on you again, his words trailed off. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes sent a shiver down Wen Ye's spine. Thank you, Brother Shun, Wen Ye expressed his gratitude. Shenmingyi waved his hand dismissively. Wen Ye felt a mix of curiosity and confusion. Lu Xiuming Star was a formidable presence, and every art assigned under them was among the elite. Their legal department renowned as the strongest in the industry, undefeated in battle. Was it truly possible for someone like him to have access to such a legendary team? Lu Xiuming patted Wen Ye's back in a comforting manner. Mingyi, what do you think the Huang father-son duo will do next? Merely threats against Xiao, Yi, and Wen Ye. Shenmingyi exhaled a plume of smoke. This means that both Huang Hao and Xinghai will have to remain restless. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he added, in a few days, prepare for a big scoop. I suddenly have little desire to let Huang Yonghui leave the crew. I am quite curious to see his expression when he learns of the future. Xiao Yi slumped in his chair, feeling his legs tremble and a cold sweat forming on his brow. Director? Director? The script supervisor called out to him several times before he finally registered the words. Seeing the supervisor's lips move, but unable to hear what was being said. As his gaze slowly focused, he gradually began to perceive the surrounding sounds. Xiao Yi swallowed hard, glancing at Shenmingyi, who was conversing quietly with Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to rise. Let us continue filming the night scenes. We can figure things out as we go. Xiao Yi was now filled with trepidation. If Xinghai withdrew funding, the crew would come to an immediate halt. Yet, if he acquiesced to Huang Hao, his hard-earned reputation would be utterly shattered. Xiao Yi sent someone to summon Lu Xiuming and Shenmingyi. Feeling an inkling that Shenmingyi's fearless demeanor in front of Huang Hao hinted at a significant background. As the two entered the director's tent, they found Xiao Yi sitting beside the equipment, his face etched with worry, while the assistant director managed the night shoot. Observing Xiao Yi's state, Shenmingyi could surmise what he was about to say. Director Xiao, I am aware of your concerns. Rest assured, all my actions will not disrupt the normal operations of the crew. Shenmingyi fixed his gaze on Xiao Yi, asserting that should the crew incur any losses, he would bear full responsibility. Xiao Yi sighed, acknowledging, I understand. I am merely curious, considering your status. Shenmingyi chuckled, surprised that Xiao Yi sought to inquire about this. What status could I possibly have, Director Xiao? Xiao Yi remained skeptical, as did Lu Xiuming. It was unusual for a relatively unknown artist to arrive on set accompanied by several professional bodyguards. If I had any status, I would have requested Huang Hao to withdraw his investment, and I would have personally covered the costs. Why would I exert such effort otherwise? Shenmingyi rolled his eyes at their disbelief. Chapter 16. For suspension of work after 7 days of intermittent torrential rain, the crew was compelled to halt production. The mountain roads became muddy and collapsed, and Huang Yonghui's final outdoor scenes were located deep within the mountains, rendering the crew's vehicles unable to traverse. Shenmingyi diligently monitored the weather forecasts, tapping his fingers on the table, while listening to the bodyguard's report on Huang Yonghui's condition at the hotel. On the morning of the 8th day, the clouds parted to reveal a sliver of sunlight piercing through the gloom. Shenmingyi smiled softly. Even the heavens are favoring me. My luck is truly remarkable. On the day of the crew's resumption, Wen Ye arrived on set wrapped in a coat, wearing a cap and mask. The bruising on his right cheek had faded somewhat, but remained evident. Upon seeing him, the makeup artist's eyes instantly welled with tears. You poor child. Returning in such a state? She exclaimed, that scoundrel Huang Yonghui is inhumane, as she carefully dabbed concealer on Wen Ye's bruise, fearful of causing him pain. She muttered curses under her breath. Wen Ye chuckled reassuringly. Sister, I am fine. The sooner we finish filming, the sooner I am free. The makeup artist looked at his smile, her heart aching to the point of tears. Such a beautiful boy, no older than her younger brother. Yet he had endured so much hardship. Lu Xiuming leaned against the doorframe, frowning as he scrutinized Wen Ye. He yearned to inquire about his injuries. Yet words lodged in his throat, leaving him to grip his phone tightly and observe silently. Noticing the gaze upon him, Wen Ye turned and smiled. Teacher Lu, I am truly all right. Lu Xiuming's Adam's apple bobbed, yet he remained silent, gently draping his coat over Wen Ye's shoulders. The costume designer's sister, holding her phone, suddenly shrieked. The trending topics have exploded. Huang Yonghui is trending. Her fingers trembled as she scrolled through the screen. In the group chat of the 4 main actors, Yao Xing flooded the chat with frantic screenshots. He sent dozens of images depicting scandals surrounding the Huang family. When Ye opened them, discovering that the top 10 trending topics were all related to the Huang family's controversies. Rumors of illegitimate children associated with Shanghai Entertainment confirmed bullying allegations against Huang Yonghui and Huang Hao's 8 illegitimate children, igniting a frenzy in the comment section. A small star commented, "Everyone, we're feasting on gossip about our own crew." "I have the moon," added another, smiling while indulging in gossip. A small star continued, "Look at this." Screenshot. "IDI must be happy," commented. "Heaven has eyes. This is the retribution for bullying our eye. Their family has so many issues. No wonder their mentality is twisted." Another comment inquired, "Please elaborate. How did Huang Yonghui bully Wen Ye?" "I must be happy," quickly replied, attaching a photo. In a dimly lit dance studio, Wen Ye curled up in a corner. Bruises clearly visible on his eyes, while Huang Yonghui wore a menacing expression, his finger nearly poking Wen Ye's nose. With He Mingming watching with crossed arms and Wu Luan laughing heartily. The caption read merely, "Retribution for the bully. I am little Yi, a little star. Ha! Let us see how Huang Yonghui continues to be arrogant." The scandals surrounding his family are sufficient to keep these two in turmoil for quite some time. Lu Xiuming tilted his head to observe Wen Ye, whose fingertips trembled. Lu Xiuming swiftly switched to a secondary account, meticulously scrolling through the comments. The fury and sympathy of netizens surged tumultuously. "I've always thought Huang Yonghui's singing was subpar and his dancing akin to that of maggots. I merely voiced my critique of his performance on my Weibo, only to be relentlessly attacked by his fans. Indeed, it seems that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Their family-esque character is truly deplorable. Just look at that photo. The young man is clearly terrified. I support Wen Ye in his quest for justice. Such trash does not deserve a place in the entertainment industry. I know an artist from Shanghai. In fact, fans and the company have long known about Huang Yonghui's bullying towards Wen Ye. His agent has been indifferent and even threatened the fans. Additionally, many are unaware that He Mingming from their group is the brother of their agent He Jiao, and Wu Luan is the nephew of a senior executive at Shanghai. In order to protect the privileged, Shanghai has suppressed all information, but now it has finally erupted. When he gazed at the screenshot of Yao Xing on the screen, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, those fan IDs that once raised their voices for him, only to be drowned out, now transformed into sharp blades, piercing through the shameful facade of the Huang family and Shanghai. As the incident escalated, Shanghai Entertainment swiftly issued a statement asserting that they were investigating the matter while urging the public not to believe or spread rumors. However, a netizen named I am Dang CC stepped forward to expose the truth. She claimed to be 22 years old, the mother of Huang Hao's 2-year-old twins, and shared their birth certificates, a paternity test report, and chat records with Huang Hao. She lamented that she had been with Huang Hao since she was 19. Yet this year he had failed to provide child support and had cut off all contact. She also uploaded a recording of Huang Yonghui threatening her. This explosive revelation reignited the fervor of public opinion, pressing down like a mountain on the Huang family and Shanghai Entertainment. Deng CC's disclosures thrust Huang Hao's personal life issues into the spotlight. Many netizens began to delve into Huang Hao's background, leading to a significant blow to Shanghai Entertainment's reputation, causing the company's stock prices to plummet. Faced with mounting public pressure, Shanghai Entertainment had no choice but to release another statement, announcing the suspension of Huang Hao from all positions within the company while actively investigating the truth of the situation. On the other side of the film set, Huang Yonghui was shouting his lines at the camera, yet he repeatedly failed to deliver. He caught sight of staff whispering among themselves, and his phone vibrated incessantly. He called for a break, while Jiao, pale-faced, handed over a screenshot of the trending topic. Huang Yonghui's pupils constricted sharply, and a curse slipped from his lips. These lowly people. How dare they expose me? His hands trembled as he incredulously scrolled through the comments, his face contorted with rage. Yonghui, several of our collaborating brands have contacted me, expressing their intent to terminate contracts. Jiao relayed, perusing the messages for various partners. Let them terminate. He retorted. It's merely a matter of compensating them a few coins. However, the executive director whispered something into Qiao Yi's ear and presented his phone to him. Qiao Yi coldly regarded Huang Yonghui, young Master Huang, regarding these online revelations. I believe you owe me an explanation. An explanation for what? If there is no clarification, we might find it difficult to continue our collaboration. Qiao Yi adjusted his glasses, continuing to employ risky artists. Our drama may face the peril of being unable to air, and it seems that Shanghai's investment could go down the drain. I have nothing further to explain. Huang Yonghui's throat rolled in frustration. We shall have no choice but to halt production and await Shanghai's decision. Qiao Yi sighed. After all, everyone in the crew had invested so much effort into this production, and there was no room to take even the slightest risk. Huang Yonghui glared at Qiao Yi, while Wen Ye sat beside the monitor, smoking, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, all losses will be borne by Shanghai. Qiao Yi gestured to the assistant director, suggesting that team be wrap up for today. Everyone has worked hard. We will return to continue filming Team A's scenes. Huang Yonghui was infuriated, yet felt utterly powerless. Wen Ye was shooting his scenes with Lu Xiuming and Yao Xing for Team A. Confirming the blocking with the assistant director, when he saw Qiao Yi hurriedly jump out of the car. Wow, who leaked the juicy news about Huang Yonghui? It's truly satisfying. Haha, after so many days, I finally feel relieved. Qiao Yi, while walking, noticed Lu Xiuming and waved, Xiuming. Xiuming. Lu Xiuming, script in hand and cigarette in mouth, regarded Qiao Yi with a sidelong glance, while Wen Ye leisurely followed behind. Resolved? Not yet, but witnessing Huang Yonghui's downfall is undeniably delightful. Qiao Yi pouted. You better pray that Shanghai reacts slowly, otherwise, your joy will be short-lived. Lu Xiuming patted him on the shoulder. The Huang father and son are not easily dealt with. Shanghai is adept at managing such scandals and will likely suppress it soon enough. Indeed, Shanghai will probably take action before long. Director Qiao should be prepared. The coming days will present opportunities to secure more resources. Wen Ye patted Qiao Yi's shoulder. Don't waste this chance, Director Qiao. Let us not forget those of us in the crew who are eagerly awaiting our turn. Rest assured, this time, we must make them pay dearly. Qiao Yi thumped his chest confidently. Lu Xiuming turned to observe Wen Ye, who was rehearsing, deep in thought. Wen Ye tapped his shoulder. Just keep your worries to yourself. Wen Ye is stronger than we all imagine. He knows how to fight for himself. After all, he has navigated this ruthless entertainment industry alone, leaving Huang Yonghui with nothing, proving that he is no mere lamb to be slaughtered. Lu Xiuming took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled, understanding it all, yet still feeling a sense of unease. Chapter 17. Claiming what is rightfully yours. Wen Ye's intuition proved correct. Shanghai, eager to suppress public opinion, would soon dispatch personnel to the set. However, it was unexpected that Vice President Song Yuanyang would personally intervene, accompanied by the notoriously aggressive public relations manager, Wu Zeping. As the black commercial vehicle of Shanghai Entertainment entered the Wangshu building parking lot, Wen Ye was adjusting the collar of his suit before the mirror. His fingertips brushed over the faint bruises on his collarbone, a testament left by Huang Yonghui. He did not allow the makeup artist to conceal these scars. She immediately comprehended Wen Ye's intent, rendering him with an even more delicate appearance, his slightly pallid visage and a bruised right cheek. In a mirror, the youthful boy with fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, recalling the moment when Lu Xiuming gasped upon seeing him in such a state. A smirk, ambiguous between a smile and a grimace, curled at the corners of his lips. "Are you ready?" Xiao Yi's voice resonated from behind as he patted Wen Ye's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the bruises, a flicker of shadow crossing his eyes. "Remember, we must fight for what we deserve. Fear not. With me and Sister and I by your side, you will be fine." Wen Ye turned, his fox-like eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. "Director Xiao, Sister and I need not worry. I'm quite aware of the circumstances." Lu and I smiled back at him, reflecting on the efforts she had invested in co-producing You Are My Light with Xiao Yi, desperately trying to coordinate schedules with Lu Xiuming, who had repeatedly declined, citing that the co-actor did not align with the script and expressing a lack of interest. Xiao Yi, frustrated, slammed his hand on the table, insisting on replacing the actor playing Xia Yuan, yet they struggled for a considerable time to finalize a replacement. It was not until she spotted the young boy, Wen Ye, on her daughter's phone wallpaper that she thought to recommend him to Xiao Yi, leading to an unexpectedly smooth signing, with even the notoriously selective Lu Xiuming expressing satisfaction with Wen Ye. Within the private room, Song Yuanyang was engaged in lively conversation with Lu and I. The vice president of Shanghai, in his 30s, donned a well-tailored silver gray suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. He raised his glass, his demeanor elegant like that of a gentleman. "Director Qiao, President Lu, esteemed colleagues, I apologize for the recent troubles caused by Huang Yonghui. On behalf of Shanghai, I shall first drink to my own shortcomings." He tilted his head back and drained the glass with a graceful motion. "We acknowledge our significant errors and hope for your understanding. Let us continue our fruitful collaboration in the future. Thank you all." Wu Zeping, seated beside Song Yuanyang, was in his 50s, his suit slightly unbuttoned, revealing an old scar on his neck. His hawk-like gaze swept over the crowd, especially landing on Wen Ye, his eyes betraying disdain and scrutiny. "Mr. Song's intentions are clear. We hope everyone can consider the greater good and empathize with the company's difficulties. Of course, I have also heard about the grievances and injustices Wen Ye has faced over the years. It is indeed a failure of our oversight, and the company deeply apologizes for Wen Ye's experiences. We will hold accountable those responsible for the oversight regarding He Jiao. The company will strive to offer you compensation." Song Yunyang's gaze assessed the bruises on Wen Ye's right cheek and collarbone, the marks stark against his fair skin, silently cursing Huang Yonghui for being so cruel. When he lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of his glass, his fox-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mr. Song, Manager Wu, as a mere artist, how could I not empathize with the company? Yet, these scars are a constant reminder. They leave a knot in my heart that may not be so easily unraveled." His voice was soft, yet each word pierced through the atmosphere like a needle, striking at the hearts of those present. Song Yuanyang's smile faltered, and Wu Zeping slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. "Wen Ye, do not take advantage of our kindness." Wen Ye raised an eyebrow, innocently shrugging his shoulders. "It is I who have been bullied, whether it be Shanghai or the production team. If he fails to cleanse this tainted identity of a risk artist, the audience will resist, the drama will not air, and Shanghai will suffer considerable losses." His fingertips lightly tapped the table beneath, catching a glimpse of Song Yuanyang's wine glass swaying slightly. Behind his glasses, Song Yuanyang's gaze sharpened abruptly, yet instantly softened again. "Wen Ye, Shanghai promises you 3 leading roles in short dramas, 2 original songs, and adequate financial compensation. He Jiao will be reassigned tomorrow, and your new agent will be Chen Siyuan, who has previously nurtured an award-winning actress. If you are willing to reconcile, these resources will be immediately allocated." Wen Ye chuckled softly, a glint of cunning flashing in his fox-like eyes. Indeed, President Song is quite generous. But what happens after the reconciliation? Will Huang Yonghui continue to loom over me, wielding his power? Would I not then remain in a state of constant anxiety? Suddenly, he leaned forward, his fingertip tapping on a dish, likening the delicacy of Buddha jumps over the wall. No matter how precious the ingredients, if tainted, it becomes inedible, does it not? Song Yuanyang's pupils constricted. his throat constricting as he lifted his teacup to mask his emotions, the rim brushing against his lips. Lu Yi, you worry too much. With Xinghai backing you, no one could touch a hair on your head. Your group lacks sufficient appeal. If you desire, we can disband it, and you may proceed as a solo actor and singer. That is not necessarily the case. When he suddenly raised his eyes, his fox-like gaze fixed intently on Song Yuanyang, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his scheming soul. Song Yuanyang's grip on the teacup tightened, his knuckles widening. This young man was remarkably astute, demanding only the maximum Xinghai could offer, neither asking for more nor yielding. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Lu Yi, Xinghai is willing to assure that all investments in You Are My Light remain unaffected, with promotional resources doubled. Should Huang Yonghui cause the drama to be unbroadcastable, Xinghai will fully compensate the production team for their losses. Furthermore, if you're concerned about harassment from Huang Yonghui within the company, I will establish a studio for you, with the company responsible for all personnel arrangements. Qiao Yi and Lu and I exchanged glances, Lu Ni's tone resolute. President Song, we do not seek a replacement for Huang Yonghui, but we must guarantee the shooting schedule and the final quality of the production. Additionally, Xinghai must bear all budget overruns due to public opinion. A heavy silence enveloped the private room. Wu Zeping slammed his hand on the table. Are you trying to take advantage of the chaos? A small production team dares to negotiate with Xinghai? Song Yuanyang raised a hand to silence him, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Ye. The young man's fox-like eyes sparkled with a knowing smile, as if everything were within his grasp. He suddenly realized that the crux of this negotiation did not lie with Qiao, Yi, or Lu and I, but rather with the seemingly harmless youth before him. His throat moved slightly, his voice low. Director Qiao, Lu Ni's terms are acceptable to Xinghai. He paused momentarily, lightly tapping the table. However, Wen Ye must sign an additional agreement to clarify the bullying incident involving Huang Yonghui. This matter must not be pursued further, otherwise. Xinghai reserves the right to terminate the contract unconditionally, and all compensation will be nullified. Wen Ye's fox-like eyes widened in surprise, tinged with a hint of grievance. Is President Song attempting to take me as a hostage? His voice rose slightly, imbued with a touch of playfulness, sending a shiver through Song Yuanyang's heart. This youth was truly intriguing. How had they not discovered such an interesting person in the company sooner? Xiao Yu was overly concerned. This was a safeguard for both parties. Song Yuanyang raised his wine glass, concealing the smile at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly found the young man reminiscent of a beautiful snow fox, cunning yet alluring. A surge of unprecedented impulse welled up within him, a desire to keep this fox sheltered beneath his wings, to witness him blossom in the palm of his hand. Very well, I shall sign. Wen Ye suddenly broke into a smile, his fox-like eyes curving like crescent moons as he clinked his glass with Song Yuanyang's. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your thoughtful consideration. I hope our future collaboration will be delightful. Amidst the crisp sound of glasses colliding, Song Yuanyang's fingertips trembled slightly. He stared absent-mindedly at the amber liquid swirling in his glass, his mind filled with the brightness of Wen Ye's eyes and his clean smile. After the banquet concluded, Wu Zeping confronted Song Yuanyang with a grim expression. Mr. Song, why such leniency toward the small production team? Huang Yonghui is the apple of Chairman Huang's eye. Song Yuanyang gazed at Wen Ye's departing figure, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Old Wu, you do not comprehend. This lad is far more astute than Huang Yonghui. His fingers caressed the cufflinks of his suit, desire and calculation swirling in his eyes. Moreover, should we elevate him, the benefits he brings to Xinghai will be considerable. And taming a wild snow fox is far more intriguing than nurturing those canaries. Under the night sky, when he stepped out of Wangshu building, his fox-like eyes gleaming coldly in the moonlight, he retrieved his phone and sent a message in the lead actor group. Song Yuanyang has agreed to all conditions. During this time, Xiuming and Shun, you have all worked hard. Lu Xiuming, upon seeing the message, raised a beer can and took a hearty swig, feeling a twinge of unease. How could Xinghai so readily acquiesce to all terms? He lifted his phone again, reminding himself to remain cautious. After all, Song Yuanyang is a businessman. Chapter 18. A new beginning as Chun Si-Yuan strode into the film set in 10-centimeter high heels. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Her chestnut short hair was neat and tidy, the black suit accentuating her capable figure, and the folder in her hand was held rigidly, as if she were perpetually prepared for battle. Catching sight of Wen Ye engaged in light-hearted banter with Lu Xiuming, her brows furrowed slightly as her fingertips unconsciously traced her wristwatch. Song Yuanyang had specifically instructed her to cultivate this young man, yet she could distinctly sense the underlying bloodshed of this collaboration. Wen Ye, she approached directly, her voice sharp as a blade. I am your new agent, Chun Si-Yuan. Mr. Song has explicitly instructed that I will be responsible for your future planning. She opened the folder and handed him a stack of photographs. These images need to be reshot. The original style is too juvenile and does not align with your current market positioning. Wen Ye's fox-like eyes widened slightly as he took the photographs and quickly flipped through them. Indeed, they were all from a few years past, pictures taken at the tender age of 17 or 18 that appeared rather immature. Upon reaching the final shooting proposal, he noted that it largely consisted of rather androgynous styles. Isn't this unsuitable? Wen Ye pointed to the proposal. Rest assured, the photography will be done by the chief photographer of SA magazine, Chun Si-Yuan remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, her disdain unmistakable. According to Mr. Song, after our discussions, the mid to lower market is currently lacking such imagery, and you're relatively well suited for these styles. As for your willingness, she paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping across the bruise on Wen Ye's collarbone that was not entirely concealed. It seemed he had little choice in the matter. Wen Ye's throat moved slightly, his fox-like eyes narrowing suddenly. The woman's bluntness pierced his heart, causing a slight tremor, yet it also confirmed her professionalism and coldness, akin to a precise public relations machine. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he pushed the photograph back. Sister Chun is right. I shall certainly cooperate. Chun Si-Yuan's pupils constricted. She did not anticipate Wen Ye's prompt agreement. It seemed that Jiao rarely managed him, which would make things considerably easier going forward, treating him as just another obedient puppet. General Manager Song requested a series of candid interactions with Huang Yonghui. She signaled to the photographer, preparing props, aiming for a natural feel, preferably with some physical contact. Does this bruise need to be addressed? Wen Ye indicated his collarbone. No, it's not visible. Wen Ye raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Huang Yonghui was the star of the photo shoot. On set, Huang Yonghui wore a sullen expression as he regarded Wen Ye. Facing the camera, he forced a smile and stood beside Wen Ye. The photographer requested the two to pose with their shoulders touching. As Huang Yonghui's fingertips grazed Wen Ye's shoulder, Wen Ye suddenly turned, his fox-like eyes curving into a crescent moon. Brother Yonghui, congratulations on wrapping up. He presented a bouquet of flowers, ordinary champagne, roses combined with sunflowers, bellflowers, and fountain grass. The shutter clicked, leaving Huang Yonghui frozen in place. Typically, wrap gifts would feature flowers favored by the artists, and even a modest production team would not be so careless. This bouquet struck at his pride. He clenched the roses, his nails nearly digging into his palm. Yet he was compelled to maintain a smile. Thank you, I look forward to collaborating more in the future. That evening, Star Sea Entertainment's clarification statement detonated across the internet like a bomb. The official Weibo account published a lengthy article asserting that Huang Yonghui and Wen Ye maintained a harmonious relationship, denying any allegations of bullying, and included multiple candid shots of the two interacting. Huang Yonghui swiftly retweeted, adding, "How could I possibly lay a hand on my dear younger brother? Wen Ye. Looking forward to our next collaboration." Wen Ye's account promptly replied, attaching a wrap-up photo with the roses, wishing brother Yonghui a joyful wrap, with a promising future ahead. The comments section erupted. Some questioned the authenticity of the photos. Others angrily accused Star C of covering up, while a small faction of fans cheered, insisting it was all a misunderstanding, claiming, how could the brothers have any conflict? Yao Xing frantically took screenshots in their 4-person WeChat group. A little star, everyone. Take a look. This clarification reads like wrapping paper, and Huang Yonghui's fake smile gives me goosebumps. And Wen Ye's reply, I'm terrified. It doesn't even sound like him. Images, images. I am Wen Ye. My account isn't in my control. Perhaps the company fears I might say something reckless, so they sent brother Yonghui a shy smile instead. Uncle Ming, does anyone actually believe this? I have the moon. You wouldn't understand. It's just the basics. Capital wants netizens to see something, and they can only see that. A little star, true. I just went back to check the accounts related to the allegations of Huang Yonghui's bullying, and they've all been taken down. The entries are gone. I have the moon. Of course, those concrete pieces of evidence need to vanish. If it were false, they wouldn't need to bother. They just collect everything for a sure lawsuit. Uncle Ming, what about Huang Hao's situation? I have the moon. Whether you believe it or not, in due time, everyone will forget this incident. And then Huang Hao's group of illegitimate children will transform into either underprivileged children sponsored by Huang Hao or relatives' offspring. Save for Deng Cc's case, which will be acknowledged during the 2 sessions. Ming Day, is that even possible? I have the moon, of course. That group of illegitimate children is counting on Huang Hao for financial support. They're not foolish. Deng Cici has likely been misled by someone. Or perhaps someone offered her a considerable sum, prompting her to step forward and accuse Huang Hao. It is even plausible that she aims to garner a bit of attention for herself through this incident, crafting her own persona. A little star, likes Ming Day. 1. I am Xiao Yi. Admiringly likes I have the moon. Smug smile Ming Day. Speaking of which, the matter concerning Huang Hao was orchestrated by you. Ming He, behind the scenes, wasn't it? I have the moon. Hee hee. Thank you for your confidence in me. But I lack such capabilities. Rolls eyes, I am Xiao Yi. But last time, you mentioned treating us to a grand revelation soon. I have the moon. I merely calculated it. Who knew it would be so accurate? From now on, please refer to me as the fortune teller. Ming Day, oh, a little star. Then, oh esteemed fortune teller Ming He, please predict when I shall attain fame. Wen Ye. 1. Also help me predict, dear fortune teller brother. Ming Day. 1. If your predictions are inaccurate, you shall pay with your life. I have the moon, enough of this. When he fixed his gaze on his phone, his fox-like eyes glinting coldly, his fingertips lightly tapped the screen, yet he refrained from sending any messages. Chun Siyuan had long warned, the account is under company control, and any statements require approval. He chuckled softly, knowing better than to act foolishly. As long as Shanghai could provide him with resources, he was indifferent to superficial matters. In Lu Xiuming's room, he stared at the photo of Huang Yonghui and Wen Ye holding roses. His throat bobbed, and as he magnified the photo, he distinctly observed the bruises on Wen Ye's collarbone, standing in stark contrast to their friendly pose. Images of Wen Ye curled up in a corner of an abandoned warehouse continually surfaced in his mind. Lu Xiuming suddenly felt that his emotions for Wen Ye seemed to exceed the norm. Aside from his girlfriend from university, with whom he had spent 5 years, he had not cared for anyone else in such a manner. Perhaps it was because Wen Ye resembled him too closely, mirroring his own fledgling self, who had nothing. Thus, he now wished to offer him all the support he could muster. Even as Lu Xiuming contemplated this, pinching his nose and shaking his head with a wry smile, when he leaned by the window, gazing at the distant mountain silhouettes, the warnings from Chun Siyuan, Huang Yonghui's feigned smile, and Lu Xiuming's concerns intertwined in his mind. His phone chimed. It was Lu Xiuming. Brother, are you asleep? Lu Xiuming's voice sounded a bit hoarse. Not yet. Brother, what's the matter? Would you like to share a drink? Huh? Wen Ye was somewhat taken aback. Sure. Then open the door. What? Wen Ye éclatait in disbelief. Leaping from the sofa and rushing to open the door, there stood Lu Xiuming, exuding a languid demeanor from his previous indulgence in alcohol, half leaning against the door frame, his deep-set eyes brimming with inscrutable emotions. He smiled and raised the 2 bottles of whiskey in his hands. I thought you were asleep. Not all. What prompted this sudden desire for a drink? Curious, when he noted that Lu Xiuming had an early shoot the following day. In order to maintain his condition, he typically retired early the night before. Yet today, an unexpected desire for a drink arose. Chapter 19. As long as he is happy. Lu Xiuming gazed at the computer screen on the coffee table, where Chun Siyuan had sent a meticulously organized work schedule. The densely packed itinerary stretched from the completion of filming through to the end of October, and it was only the end of July. With nearly 2 weeks remaining until filming concluded, Lu Xiuming placed the bottle of liquor on the table, pointing at the schedule on the screen, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. Chen Siyuan has scheduled you so tightly? Wen Ye chuckled lightly, his fox-like eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. She says we must seize the moment. He uncorked the bottle, pouring the amber liquid into a glass, capturing the glimmers of light within. I yearn for a break as well, but my manager is a fiercely ambitious woman, and President Song is keeping a close watch. Lu Xiuming tilted his head back, taking a hearty sip of the liquor, the burning sensation unable to suppress the underlying bitterness within him. As for me, I find myself rather idle. There aren't any suitable scripts after filming wraps, so I plan to take a short hiatus. His gaze drifted over to the fading bruise on Wen Ye's collarbone, his fingers instinctively tightening around the glass. Does it still hurt? Wen Ye's tone lifted slightly, his fox-like eyes curving into crescents. Not all, brother, don't worry. He feigned casualness as he clinked glasses with Lu Xiuming, the liquid within colliding and creating ripples. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Brother, don't you think this clarifying statement resembles the Emperor's new clothes? Netizens are well aware of its falsity, yet they continue to play along. Lu Xiuming let out a scoff, the intoxication surging through him, prompting an outpour of words. The screenshots from the WeChat group yesterday were a sight to behold. Yao Xing was like a firecracker, while Shun Mingyi resembled a fortune-teller, even predicting the Huang Hao's illegitimate child had turned into a disadvantaged youth. Do you think he can really tell fortunes? Wen Ye's eyes sparkled mischievously as he mimicked Shin Mingyi's tone. Capital makes you see only the script. This dialogue is more theatrical than the performances themselves. The two erupted into laughter, the bottle now half empty. As they discussed post-filming plans, their conversation meandered aimlessly, the bottle dwindling and the intoxication washing over their sensibilities like a tide. Lu Xiuming's cheeks flushed crimson as he slurred. When you smile, you truly resemble a seductress, more alluring than any fox spirit. Leaning against the sofa, his vision blurred with intoxication, Lu Xiuming watched as Wen Ye staggered to retrieve his phone. We should call Xiao Zhou to pick you up. He caught a glimpse of the time on the screen, 2:50 a.m. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wen Ye's fox-like eyes, but he ultimately abandoned the thought. Never mind, let's not trouble anyone. He stumbled back to pull at Lu Xiuming's arm. Brother, let us move to the bed. The sofa is rather uncomfortable. However, Lu Xiuming suddenly yanked him back, causing Wen Ye to lose his balance and tumble into his embrace. The sofa was narrow, and they found themselves entangled, their breaths mingling, the scent of alcohol intermingling with their warmth. Wen Ye felt dizzy as Lu Xiuming babbled on about something, and he struggled to lift his head to listen closely. But Lu Xiuming lowered his own, his warm lips gently brushing against Wen Ye's forehead. At that moment, it felt as if sparks ignited in the air, and Wen Ye's heart began to race. He could sense the warmth and solidity emanating from Lu Xiuming's chest. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of their hurried breaths in the room. Lu Xiuming's voice, deep and magnetic, echoed softly in his ear, as if recounting an untold story. Wen Ye's thoughts became a whirlwind. He was at a loss for how to respond, surrendering himself to the sudden intimacy enveloping them. When he opened his eyes wide, and in a daze, Lu Xiuming's kiss had already graced his lips, as gentle as the wings of a butterfly. His mind was blank, and Lu Xiuming's voice echoed softly in his ears, so adorable. The kiss traveled from his lips to his cheeks, neck, and chest, imbued with a delicate tremor of reverence. When he closed his eyes, his fingertips instinctively grasping the hem of Lu Xiuming's shirt, allowing the warm sensation to linger against his skin. Lu Xiuming, with his eyes open, observed the subtle transformations in Wen Ye's demeanor as he held him close, his hand encircling Wen Ye's waist, feeling nothing but softness. In the chaos, Wen Ye's t-shirt rode up, and Lu Xiuming's fingers brushed against Wen Ye's silky skin. A sensation that was indescribably overwhelming coursed through him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lu Xiuming's hand rested on Wen Ye's waist, savoring the exquisite touch, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. When the jarring sound of the alarm clock shattered the morning light, Wen Ye abruptly opened his eyes. Next to him lay Lu Xiuming, breathing evenly, his hair in disarray. He froze in bed, memories of last night's uncontrollable kiss flooding back, the heated touches prompting him to sit up in a panic. He noticed that both he and Lu Xiuming were clad in loose t-shirts, while Lu Xiuming's shirt and jeans lay carelessly tossed in the corner of the sofa, stained with dubious marks. Awake? Lu Xiuming rubbed his throbbing temples and sat up, his voice hoarse. He tugged at the clearly smaller t-shirt, the fabric barely covering his waistline. I drank too much last night and didn't return to my own room. He pointed to the dirty clothes on the sofa. You were sick, so I had to borrow your shirt in an emergency, and I helped you change too. Wen Ye's face instantly flushed crimson, his fingertips trembling as they clutched the blanket. I was sick. He strained to recall, but all that lingered were the memories of Lu Xiuming's kiss and his own surrender. Yes, quite a bit, Lu Xiuming replied, pouring him a glass of warm water and glancing at the prominent hickey on his collarbone. He swallowed hard, feeling unwell. If so, lie down for a while. I'll head back to tidy up. I have work to do soon. When he accepted the glass, his fingertips ablaze, he watched Lu Xiuming's retreating figure, replaying the uncontrollable kiss from the night before in his mind, a tumultuous blend of shame and excitement. He remained frozen in place until the door clicked shut, as if he were nailed to the bed. In the corridor, as Lu Xiuming stepped out of Wen Ye's room, he unexpectedly collided with Shen Mingyi and Yao Xing. All three paused in surprise. Shen Mingyi's piercing gaze swept over Lu Xiuming's ill-fitting t-shirt and his disheveled hair, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Mr. Lu, did you spend the night here? That t-shirt must be Wen Ye's size. It seems last night was quite eventful. Yao Xing's eyes widened, the spirit of gossip igniting within him. Wow. You too last night. Lu Xiuming's ears turned red, and he forced himself to maintain composure. I drank too much. Don't overthink it. Feeling as if he might burst into flames, Lu Xiuming hurried away, the sounds of Shen Mingyi's low chuckle and Yao Xing's exclamations trailing behind him. Inside the room, Wen Ye rushed into the bathroom, where the mirror reflected the vivid hickeys on his neck and collarbone, resembling red plums blooming in the snow, alongside his split lip. His fingertips grazed the marks, his face burning with embarrassment. Memories of last night surged back, the kiss from Lu Xiuming, his own surrender, their intertwined breaths. He gripped the towel tightly, his heart pounding like a drum. He buried his face in his hands, wailing, "Oh my God, what did I do last night?" Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from Lu Xiuming. Have you had warm water? If you're feeling unwell, let me know, and I can help you take a leave. The message ended with a shy emoji. When he gazed at the screen, his face flushed like a roasted fox. Yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift in a smile. His fingers lingered over the keyboard for a long while, ultimately settling on a single word. Good. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, but he felt an internal heat, as if the mark of a kiss was searing his skin. The uncontrolled intimacy of the previous night had woven an invisible thread between them, and with a gentle tug, it could unleash an unpredictable tempest. Lu Xiuming rested in a corner of the filming set, while Shen Mingyi slyly edged closer to him, grinning mischievously. What are you doing? Lu Xiuming looked at Shen Mingyi with disdain. Did you manage to kiss him last night? He inquired, pointing at Lu Xiuming's split lip. No, nothing happened. Lu Xiuming adjusted his sunglasses. Is that so? So, Teacher Lu is a paragon of virtue. Taking no advantage of the situation, Shen Mingyi teased, offering him a cigarette. Scrutinizing Lu Xiuming's expression, Lu Xiuming accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips, lost in thought. Did I not take advantage of the situation? In truth, he hadn't been overly intoxicated. He had merely been captivated by Wen Ye's eyes, losing control. No, he had been utterly out of control. Had it not been for Wen Ye suddenly feeling unwell, he might not have been able to stop at all. Shen Mingyi observed him, waving a hand in front of Lu Xiuming's face. Surely, Wen Ye must know you have feelings for him? Lu Xiuming licked his molars, responding, as if Yao Xing is aware of your feelings for him. That's different. Shen Mingyi felt the sting of the remark. Our Xingxing is still young. Young? He understands quite a bit, Lu Xiuming remarked. Shen Mingyi sighed as he watched Yao Xing, impeccably made up, joyfully chatting with the crew. I currently lack the ability to protect him. The entertainment industry is a challenging path, and I do not wish to lead him onto an even more arduous road so soon. Lu Xiuming lowered his gaze, Wen Ye's smile flashing through his mind. He was not so different. Love is often impulsive, yet the path that lies ahead remains uncertain, especially since he did not know Wen Ye's thoughts. I just want him to be happy, Shin Mingyi murmured. Everything else is of little consequence. Chapter 20. Heartbeats out of control, the scorching sun bore down on the filming set, with the camera trained on Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming. This scene required their characters to embrace and kiss under the setting sun, while slowly confessing their feelings. However, Wen Ye's performance faltered repeatedly. When Lu Xiuming gently kissed him, he would either shyly lower his head, stumble over his lines, or exhibit stiff movements, his gaze wandering. After the fifth call for a cut, Xiao Yi finally waved his hand in exasperation. Xiao Yi, you're not quite yourself today. Take 10 minutes to regroup. Wen Ye apologized profusely to the director and crew and hurriedly retreated to the shade. He touched his burning earlobe, his mind replaying the unrestrained kiss from last night. Lu Xiuming's lips, the warmth of his voice, and the fresh mark on his collarbone. Frustrated, he tugged at his shirt. Oh heavens, with Lu Xiuming's handsome face, how can I possibly forget what he looked like last night? Filming today feels like a punishment. Lu Xiuming approached, shaking a bottle of water, his gaze fixated on Wen Ye's flushed ear. His Adam's apple quivered slightly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible rasp. What's the matter with you today, Xiaoya? Are you shy during the kissing scene? He intentionally leaned closer, his breath warm against Wen Ye's neck, his fingertips brushing lightly over the kiss mark on his collarbone. Was he still reminiscing about last night? You were quite intoxicated and even tugged at my sleeve. Wen Ye's face flushed instantly, like a fox's tail about to bristle. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? He flusteredly reached out to cover Lu Xiuming's mouth, catching sight of the surrounding crew members stifling their laughter, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Yet, Lu Xiuming pressed further, lightly tapping his nose, a hint of unrecognized tenderness glimmering in his eyes. Oh, your ears have turned as red as a persimmon. It seems the difficulty of this kissing scene is quite high. Would you like me to teach you? Teach. Teach what? Wen Ye jumped back a step, resembling a fox whose tail had been stepped on. However, Lu Xiuming suddenly grasped his swaying shoulders. The pressure was gentle, yet rendered him motionless. He gazed down into Wen Ye's flustered eyes, observing the widening of Wen Ye's fox-like pupils in shock. His Adam's apple moved. He had initially thought that the chaos of that night was merely the result of alcohol, but at this moment, Wen Ye's proximity, the warmth of his breath, the flushed tips of his ears, and the trembling of his eyelashes all evoked an undeniable thrill within him. He had never yearned to touch someone so intensely, even contemplating pulling him into an embrace from which he would never let go. This thought struck him like lightning, cleaving through his muddled mind. He was not out of control due to the scene, but rather overwhelmed with a desire that surpassed mere friendship for this brother before him. Wen Ye's heart halted, his pupils quivering slightly. Lu Xiuming's breath was tantalizingly close, as if he could count the arcs of his eyelashes. Lu Xiuming's Adam's apple moved again, and he finally managed to speak with great difficulty. Wen Ye, I might not have finished my words. Suddenly, from a distance, the assistant director called out, Teacher Lu, Director Qiao needs you over there for your individual shoot. Lu Xiuming ruffled Wen Ye's hair, saying, I'll go ahead. Chen Siyuan had originally intended to visit the set to inspect Wen Ye's filming status. However, the moment she stepped onto the set, she unexpectedly witnessed the affectionate interactions between Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye during the shoot. In the intervals between takes, Lu Xiuming openly laughed and chatted with Wen Ye, even gently stroking his hair. This scene stirred an unusual feeling within Chen Siyuan, who tightly crossed her arms, her gaze fixated on Lu Xiuming's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Chen Siyuan pondered. The relationship between Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye seemed even more intimate than she had imagined. She had intended to immediately speak with Wen Ye to clarify the situation. But just as she prepared to approach him, Yao Xing suddenly appeared, carrying a plate of chilled watermelon. With a broad smile, Yao Xing handed the watermelon to Wen Ye and naturally draped an arm around his shoulder, the two of them walking away, laughing together. Chen Siyuan wanted to chase after them, but at that moment, her phone rang, shattering her thoughts, leaving her to watch them drift further away. With a resigned sigh, she turned to address other matters. Yao Xing led Wen Ye into the break area, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and his curiosity ignited. Brother Yi, what exactly happened between you and Teacher Lu last night? Why are you so distracted today? Wen Ye attempted to joke it off, saying, I just had a bit too much to drink. What could possibly happen? He tugged at his collar to fan himself. Yet, Yao Xing narrowed his eyes, fixated on the red mark on Wen Ye's collarbone, revealing a knowing smirk. Really? I saw it. Teacher Lu was in your room this morning. Xing, Wen Ye exclaimed it, flustered, stomping his foot and reaching to cover Yao Xing's mouth. Yao Xing chuckled, evading him, and pressed down on Wen Ye's hand, saying, Brother Yi, haven't you noticed that Teacher Lu treats you differently than he does others? Wen Ye froze, his fingers instinctively tightening. Indeed, Lu Xiuming would go mad with worry if he were injured, would stay up all night beside him, and even lose control to kiss him. These images flashed through his mind as he murmured, But he is my brother. It's normal to have a close relationship. Yao Xing rolled his eyes. Brother's kiss? Wen Ye, wake up. He lowered his voice, poking at the kiss mark on Wen Ye's collarbone and quickly listing off examples. When you were hurt, he rushed back, his face pale. Ming, he said he drove like he was flying. When you were in a stupor, he guarded you with red-rimmed eyes, refusing to leave even when Xiao Zhou tried to persuade him. And that video from the action camera, he smashed a cup in anger after watching it. Wanted to tear apart Huang Yongxiu. Are these things something ordinary brothers do? Wen Ye's pupils dilated, stunned to the point of forgetting to breathe. He turned to look at Lu Xiuming, who was discussing camera angles with Xiao Yi in the distance, his profile sharply defined in the sunlight, shirt sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing his muscular forearms. He had never considered, perhaps dared not to think, that the gestures he had categorized as brotherly concern concealed such tumultuous emotions beneath. But he had a girlfriend before. When you tried to grasp at the last straw, we're all straight men. How could it be possible? Yao Xing scoffed. What does gender have to do with the emergence of feelings? Besides, if Teacher Lu couldn't distinguish between reality and acting, he would have fallen for every actress he worked with. Ming, he once said that after filming intimate scenes, he wouldn't even chat on WeChat, let alone worry about someone else's future. But with you, he's clearly different. He paused, his gaze intense. You don't even realize that his eyes are always on you. Wen Ye was utterly bewildered. He gazed at the tips of Lu Xiuming's hair fluttering in the wind, his heart pounding like a drum. Indeed, why did the composed Lu Xiuming lose control only in front of him? Was it too deep into the role? But once they wrapped up filming, the romantic entanglement should come to an end. At that moment, Lu Xiuming suddenly turned, his piercing gaze cutting through the crowd and landing precisely on Wen Ye. Their eyes met, and Wen Ye trembled, as if scorched by that gaze. Lu Xiuming parted his lips slightly, silently mouthing the words, Come here, driven by an inexplicable impulse. Wen Ye stood, his heart racing, but just as he took 2 steps forward, Yao Xing yanked him back. Xiao Yi, have you not thought this through? His feelings for you are far more than mere brotherhood. Yao Xing's voice was unusually serious. Wen Ye froze in place, watching as Lu Xiuming extended his hand toward him, his palm slightly sweating. The scorching sun felt oddly cold to him. It dawned on him that last night's kiss had not only ignited desire, but had also torn apart the facade of their seemingly solid brotherly bond. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Xiuming's slurred whisper when drunk. So cute. Reflecting on it now, that voice unmistakably harbored an ineffable tenderness and possessiveness. In the distance, Lu Xiuming seemed to sense his hesitation, furrowing his brow, yet he did not withdraw his hand. He stood silently, his shirt rustling in the wind, his gaze anchored upon Wen Ye. In that moment, Wen Ye finally discerned the unwavering focus hidden within that gaze, as if his world contained only Wen Ye. Yao Xing added with a hint of mischief, Moreover, Teacher Lu's eyes upon you are not just affectionate. They burn with intensity. Late at night, Wen Ye leaned against the window, gazing at the illuminated street scene before him, intermingling with the dark mountains in the distance, his nails nearly digging into his palm. He had never so acutely realized that his feelings for Lu Xiuming transcended mere admiration or dependency. That kiss, those uncontrolled touches, and Lu Xiuming's fervent gaze all served as reminders that their relationship had long surpassed the bounds of brotherhood. Yet, he dared not delve deeper, nor confront the truth. He could only bury this stirring, along with the memories of that night, in the deepest recesses of his heart. He feared that acknowledging these feelings would obliterate everything: his career, his friendship, even the scant dignity they retained. He understood all too well that within the vast entertainment industry, their relationship was akin to fragile ice. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Meanwhile, in Lu Xiuming's room, he leaned against the sofa, his fingers unconsciously caressing a beer can. He tilted his head back and gulped down a generous swig of cold beer, the bitterness spreading from his throat to his heart. He was more aware than anyone of what these feelings entailed: the rumors of the entertainment world, the scrutiny of society, even the potential resistance from Wen Ye. All these thoughts swirled in his mind, yet one singular notion prevailed. He did not wish for Wen Ye to escape from his side. He was determined to transform this fervor into something tangible, even if it meant exhausting all his efforts. That night marked the first time they both acknowledged the unusual feelings within their hearts. They understood that from that moment onward, they could never revert to their innocent brotherly bond. The suppressed emotions surged like a hidden tide between them, waiting for the opportune moment to erupt, shattering the facade of tranquility entirely. Chapter 21. The second outside of order, the door to Wen Ye's room was gently pushed open, and Lu Xiuming entered, carrying 2 cups of hot milk. Wen Ye was leaning against the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of a script. Upon hearing the sound, he abruptly turned around, his ears flushing with a familiar warmth. "Brother, what brings you here?" Lu Xiuming placed the milk on the coffee table, his gaze firmly fixed on Wen Ye. "We need to talk about what happened today." His voice was deep and calm, yet concealed an imperceptible tremor. Wen Ye's heart raced, and his throat tightened. He wondered if his poor performance on set that day had affected Lu Xiuming. Attempting to mask his unease with humor, he quipped, "What about the filming? I promise I'll nail that kissing scene tomorrow." Before he could finish, Lu Xiuming suddenly stepped forward, trapping him between the window frame and himself. He lowered his gaze, intensely scrutinizing Wen Ye's eyes, a tempest of complex emotions swirling within him. "Wen Ye, stop pretending to be oblivious. This is about last night, about the chaos on set today, about us." Wen Ye's pupils dilated sharply, his breath caught in his throat. He tried to step back, but Lu Xiuming grasped his wrist lightly, yet firmly enough to render him immobile. He averted his gaze in a flurry. "Brother, we both drank too much last night. It was merely an accident. Do not worry, I harbor no ulterior motives." Yet, Lu Xiuming inched closer, his warm breath brushing against his neck. "You haven't thought about it? But I have pondered extensively. Initially, I believed it was merely an immersion into the role, but today, witnessing your evasive glances during the kissing scenes and recalling how you trembled in my embrace last night, I can no longer deceive myself. Wen Ye, it seems I have developed feelings for you that I ought not to." Wen Ye's body trembled, as if struck by lightning. He raised his eyes to Lu Xiuming, the struggle and resolve reflected in those depths stirring something within him. His lips quivered, his voice hoarse. "But we have always treated each other as brothers. This could ruin everything." Suddenly, Lu Xiuming grasped his trembling hand, the warmth of his fingertips igniting a spark. Emotions are never defined by gender. "Ruin what? Our brotherhood? Or something else?" When he stared at Lu Xiuming's hand clasping his own, "You've worked hard to reach where you are today." Lu Xiuming fixed his gaze on Wen Ye's lost eyes. "I pondered, and without you in my future, I would find it even more challenging. I jested about the struggles. But do you believe I am some esteemed actor or a significant figure in the entertainment world? Do you think I have achieved anything of note? Acting is merely a profession, never my entirety." He paused, his gaze intense. "Wen Ye, do you dare to claim our bond is solely fraternal? Can you deny that last night's kiss stirred something within you?" Wen Ye froze, his heart pounding like a drum. He recalled the moment Lu Xiuming's lips had met his, that electrifying sensation vivid in his memory, even now igniting warmth in his fingertips. His lips trembled, yet the words of denial eluded him. Noticing his silence, Lu Xiuming swallowed hard, his voice deepening. "I no longer wish to evade. Wen Ye, this path may be arduous, but I do not wish to lose you, whether as a brother or something more. Shall we try? Even if in the future you regret it and wish to revert to the status quo, it matters not. Let's attempt it, shall we?" Lu Xiuming's almost pleading tone brought tears to Wen Ye's eyes, his heart heavy with emotion. He gazed at Lu Xiuming, the determination in his eyes swaying his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he finally nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. All right, let us try. A flicker of joy danced in Lu Xiuming's eyes as he enveloped Wen Ye in his embrace, leaning against his chest. Wen Ye listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, his tumultuous thoughts gradually settling. Outside, the night deepened, their shadows intertwining beneath the moonlight, as if they were destined to merge into one. Lu Xiuming lowered his head and kissed the crown of Wen Ye's hair, holding him tightly, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. The following morning, Shen Mingyi prepared to fetch Yao Xing for the filming, just as Yao Xing emerged from the apartment across the hall. Wen Ye's door also opened, and they both spotted Lu Xiuming stepping out, his shirt collar slightly disheveled, a trace of slumber still lingering in his hair. Shen Mingyi raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Oh, Teacher Lu, did you stay over again?" Wen Ye peeked out from behind the door, his ears flushing crimson at the remark, resembling a fox whose tail had been stepped on. Yao Xing darted out from behind Shen Mingyi, winking mischievously. Did Teacher Lu and Teacher Wen have a heartfelt conversation all night long? Lu Xiuming helplessly rubbed his forehead, casting a disapproving glance at the two onlookers but refraining from retorting. Shen Mingyi, however, beamed even more brightly, giving him a thumbs up. "Well done. Teacher Lu has finally seen the light." Noticing Wen Ye's embarrassment, Lu Xiuming pulled him closer. "Don't mind him. We should hurry and get ready for work." His fingertips brushed lightly against Wen Ye's palm, causing Wen Ye to shiver, his face flushing deeper. Shen Mingyi exchanged a knowing look with Yao Xing and waved, saying they would take their leave, turning away as they stifled their laughter. Lu Xiuming turned to Wen Ye, who was averting his gaze, his ears adorably flushed. A subtle smile graced Lu Xiuming's lips as he quietly placed his hand over Wen Ye's, their fingers intertwining. Startled, Wen Ye looked up at him, but Lu Xiuming merely raised an eyebrow and whispered softly, "As we agreed last night, let us begin from this moment." The morning light began to break, and the bustling atmosphere of the set arose. Their hands intertwined in the dawnlight, secretive yet resolute, as if silently pressing the start button for their destined, tumultuous romance. On set, the makeup artist was diligently applying makeup on Wen Ye, while Lu Xiuming sat nearby, his gaze fixed on Wen Ye. "Wen Ye pouted, asking, 'Why are you staring at me?'" He bit his finger, feeling a bit shy under Lu Xiuming's intense scrutiny. The makeup artist wore an expression of bemusement, as she concealed the half-faded love bite on Wen Ye's neck with concealer, sneaking glances at Lu Xiuming with a smile. Clearing his throat, Lu Xiuming remarked, "Thank you for your hard work during this time. I'll have Xiao Zhou send you a red envelope later." "You're too polite, Teacher Lu." "I understand," the makeup artist replied with a chuckle. "Now that I'm done with Xiao Yi, I'll go attend to other matters." With a quick tidy-up, she cleared the space for the two young men. Having worked in this industry for many years, she had seen it all. Couples on set and partners visiting were commonplace. She could tell that Lu Xiuming's feelings for Wen Ye were different. Whenever Wen Ye had an early scene, Lu Xiuming would accompany him for makeup, always prepared with snacks, a thermos, or a cold drink, ensuring that Wen Ye was never thirsty, hungry, or overheated, while he busied himself with his assistant. Once the makeup artist departed, Lu Xiuming grasped Wen Ye's hand. "How can I not keep a close watch? I fear you might run away." "What nonsense," Wen Ye replied. "You're so good-looking. I genuinely worry that if I blink, you might vanish." "Are you really that insecure, Teacher Lu?" "For you, of course," Lu Xiuming chuckled. "Ganti touching Wen Ye say I've." "All right, enough of your flirtation," Shen Mingyi said as he lifted the tent flap and walked in, witnessing their affectionate interaction with an eye roll. "Xiao Yi, Director Qiao wants you to head over first." Wen Ye nodded, and Lu Xiuming reluctantly released his hand, watching him depart. "All right, stop staring. He has gone," Shen Mingyi said, giving Lu Xiuming a disdainful look. "Teacher Lu, try to contain your drool. We wouldn't want to flood the set." "You wouldn't understand," Lu Xiuming replied, wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his smile unwavering. "To be honest, aren't you afraid?" Shen Mingyi asked, lighting a cigarette. "Afraid of what?" Lu Xiuming slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. afraid that our relationship might become public and face everyone as scorn. But that hasn't happened yet, has it? Moreover, rather than fretting over the judgments of the mundane world, it would be far more prudent to contemplate what meaningful actions we can undertake in the present that would allow us to accompany one another for a longer duration and deepen our affections. The notion of being infatuated with love is one you shall experience in the future. Xiuming pursed his lips, remarking on your nonchalance. Yet have you inquired about Wen Ye? Does he not care that after years of hard work and enduring countless hardships, he has finally acquired these resources in the starry sea? Is he truly willing to witness everything fade into oblivion without forewarning? Thus, rather than worrying about such matters, it would be wiser to ponder how we might earn a bit more money now, in the event we are exposed and forced to retreat from the limelight. We shall still have funds for our later years. Lu Xiuming, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the tense ceiling. Ah, it appears that teacher Lu has even contemplated retirement. It seems he is quite serious. Indeed, Lu Xiuming turned his head to look at Xiuming, inquiring, "And you?" "I?" Xiuming chuckled softly, stating, "I've already mentioned that the star is still young. I do not wish to shackle him so early. A lifetime is exceedingly long, and he has much to experience and many temptations to encounter. It is simply too early now." "Oh, Lu Xiuming amidst evil," then warned Xiuming to remain steadfast, lest he miss his chance and later regret it deeply. He patted Xiuming on the shoulder, reminding him to express gratitude to your star. Had he not pierced through the veil surrounding my Xiao Yi, I would not have found it so easy to win him over. Huh? Xiuming appeared bewildered, while Lu Xiuming simply laughed at his reaction. Chapter 22. The lines between stage and reality blur, the camera slowly advanced. Wen Ye, portraying Xia Yuan, stood beneath a dim streetlight, his eyes reddened. Opposite him, Lu Xiuming, in the role of Gu Chun, appeared disheveled and covered in dirt. The two faced off, their dialogue slicing through the air like sharp blades. "Let's end this here. Why? You clearly profess your love for me. What use is love? Your mother is right. We are ultimately unaccepted by society." Wen Ye trembled as he delivered his final line, his voice choking unexpectedly. He raised his gaze to Lu Xiuming, tears bursting forth without warning, instantly dampening his lashes. Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, he enveloped Wen Ye in his arms, burying his head against his chest, his shoulders shaking violently as his suppressed sobs echoed poignantly in the silence of the set. "Cut!" Xiao Yi, startled, rose from behind the monitor. "Xiao Yi, what has happened to you?" He had never witnessed Wen Ye so unraveled, disregarding even the NG, as if genuinely torn apart. Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback by the sudden outburst, but quickly regained composure. He held Wen Ye tightly, gently stroking his trembling back, his voice quivering with reassurance. "It's all right, Xiao Yi. The scene is concluded. We have finished this performance." He felt the warmth of Wen Ye's tears soaking through his shirt, his heart pounding like a drum. Yet he could only repeat the empty comforts. The surrounding crew exchanged glances, with Yao Xing clenching his fists, while Xiuming observed the two with a furrowed brow and a complex expression. Xiao Yi raised his hand holding the walkie-talkie, hovering in the air before ultimately gesturing for everyone to step back, granting the two some space. Wen Ye's cries gradually subsided into sobs as he released Lu Xiuming, bowing his head to wipe away his tears, his voice hoarse. "Yes, I apologize. I became too immersed in the role." The trembling of his fingertips and the reddened rims of his eyes betrayed his calm demeanor. He curled up in Lu Xiuming's embrace. Yet his thoughts were in disarray. The despair of Gu Chun and Xia Yuan's forced separation mirrored the shackles of the entertainment industry that bound him and Lu Xiuming. The gaze of society and the worries he had mulled over in the dead of night were now violently exposed by this performance. He feared that they, too, would suffer the same fate as the characters in the play, crushed by reality, deprived even of a dignified farewell. Lu Xiuming's Adam's apple bobbed as he furrowed his brow, his palm caressing Wen Ye's feverish cheek. "Do not be afraid. I am here." He lowered his head to kiss away the tears at the corners of Wen Ye's eyes. but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Wen Ye, the voice of their manager, Chen Xiuyuan, was as cold as ice. She strode forward in her high heels, her gaze slicing through the interlocked hands of the two. Director Xiao, I apologize for the interruption, but I need to speak with Xiao Yi. She caught a glimpse of Lu Xiuming's hesitant expression, a flicker of wariness flashing in her eyes. Wen Ye tensed, instinctively releasing Lu Xiuming as if shocked. He lifted his gaze to his manager, his nose flushed and tears still clinging to his eyelashes, a picture of vulnerability and disarray. Yet Chen Xiuyuan remained unfazed, pulling him into a corner. What is wrong with you today? You have lost control of your emotions for a full 10 minutes. And what is going on between you and Lu Xiuming? Does your comfort require such intimacy? Let me remind you, with the wrap-up imminent, you must distinguish between reality and performance. Do not develop feelings for your co-actor, especially since he is a man. Do you still want a future? When he clenched the hem of his clothing, his nails nearly digging into his palm. I will adjust. He hung his head, his eyelashes casting shadows on his cheeks, obscuring the tumult of emotions swirling within. The anxiety about the future surged like a tide, the manager's warning to separate reality from fiction intertwined with the warmth of Lu Xiuming's embrace, plunging him into agonizing conflict. He recalled Lu Xiuming's resolute words from the previous night about trying, as well as Yao Xing's assertion that the rumors of the entertainment world could cut like knives. At that moment, he felt torn between two opposing forces, one of overwhelming emotion and the other of frigid reality. He felt fear and regretted his hasty agreement from yesterday. Overwhelmed by emotions without thoroughly contemplating their future, Chen Xiuyuan's gaze was piercing. I received a call from President Song. After the wrap, you have 2 brand collaborations to shoot and a film audition. Do not let the emotions from the performance affect your state. She paused, lowering her voice. Also, maintain distance from Teacher Lu. She cast a glance toward Lu Xiuming, who was watching them with concern, and shot back a sharp glare at him. Wen Ye se pupilles constricted, his fingertips trembling. But before he could finish, Chen Xiuyuan interrupted. He is a partner, a colleague, not someone for you to lose control over to the point of affecting your work. The company will not allow any risks. She handed him a schedule. Tonight, return to the hotel to pack your bags. The day after tomorrow, after the wrap party, I will book you the earliest flight back to Huadu, directly to the company. When he stared at the densely packed itinerary, his throat tightening, he gripped the edge of the schedule, the paper crinkling softly under his grasp. The wrap party, brand shoots, film auditions. The future was fragmented into countless pieces, and it seemed that his relationship with Lu Xiuming was also punctuated by this schedule, drawing a definitive line beneath it. He began to feel anxious, regretting the moment he nodded under the moonlight yesterday, questioning if he had been too naive. Had he truly contemplated how long this relationship could survive under the relentless gears of reality? He feared becoming a burden to Lu Xiuming, and was even more terrified that after the wrap of filming, merely meeting would become a luxury. Do you need me to arrange a companion for the crew? Would you prefer a male or female? Chen Xiuyuan suddenly inquired, noticing his emotional turmoil. I believe having someone by your side would provide more stability. When he abruptly raised his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, I don't need that. His voice trembled, yet it was resolute. In that moment of refusal, it felt as if he had expended all his strength. A companion for the crew? That would mean stricter surveillance, a more profound delineation of reality. He did not wish to distance himself from Lu Xiuming in such a manner, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril. Chen Xiuyuan frowned but chose not to press further, turning away. When he gazed at her retreating figure, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm his emotions. Yet, the worries within him proliferated like rampant vines. How would they face each other after filming? Would Lu Xiuming's company allow their relationship to exist? Would his stardom ultimately be stifled by this? He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The pain was insignificant compared to the turmoil in his heart. In the distance, Lu Xiuming observed as Chen Xiuyuan departed, and he hurried towards Wen Ye. Their eyes met, but were interrupted by Xiao Yi, who intervened. Xiuming, let Wen Ye calm down for a moment. This scene needs to be res hot. Lu Xiuming looked at Wen Ye's reddened eyes, his throat tightening, yet he could only nod. Xiuming had unknowingly approached Lu Xiuming, his voice low. Those in love, both on and off screen, often find it hard to distinguish between reality and pretense. He patted Lu Xiuming's shoulder, his gaze complex. As preparations for the next shot resumed, Wen Ye took a deep breath to steady his emotions. However, when the camera was once again focused on him and Lu Xiuming, the worry reflected in Lu Xiuming's eyes almost caused his tears to overflow. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. This time, he had to complete the performance, not only for the character, but also to prevent himself from becoming utterly lost in this false embrace. He was acutely aware that the moment of parting was drawing near. After Chun Si-Yuan exited the set, she promptly dialed Song Yuanyang's number, Mr. Song. When you may be developing feelings for Lu Xiuming, their behavior has been quite intimate today, and I have handled the situation. On the other end, Song Yuanyang's voice was icy. Keep a close watch on Wen Ye. From now on, do not leave his side. Inform him that if he cannot control his heart, the company will intervene. After hanging up, Chun Si-Yuan cast a sharp gaze towards the two embracing figures in the distance. That night, Wen Ye curled up in his hotel room, staring out at the city lights. Outside his door, Chun Si-Yuan had stationed two individuals to ensure no one approached. His phone screen lit up with a message from Lu Xiuming. Don't worry, I will find a way. He fixated on those words, his fingertips trembling, ultimately responding with a simple Yet, the worries in his heart shadowed him relentlessly. What means could they possibly have? With his manager's surveillance and the company's prohibitions, he felt he had agreed too hastily yesterday, failing to consider the future with the seriousness it warranted. At this moment, he felt like a butterfly trapped under a glass dome, gazing at hope yet unable to touch the future. Chapter 23. The uncertain future. Lu Xiuming paced in his hotel room until the deep of night, the ashtray brimming with cigarette butts. He repeatedly dialed Wen Ye's video call, yet no one answered. The silence on the screen pierced his nerves, and images of Wen Ye curled up and weeping in his embrace flooded his mind. Those reddened eyes, trembling fingertips, and the choked words, "I'm too deeply immersed." He gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. Surely, Wen Ye was also suffering at this moment? Yet, he found himself unable to approach and comfort him. He felt anxious, guilt-ridden, and somewhat regretted having so easily suggested, "Let us give it a try the previous night." The following morning, Xiaozhou parked the car at the hotel entrance as Lu Xiuming waited for Wen Ye to come down. In the distance, Wen Ye's silhouette emerged. His complexion was pallid, dark circles shadowed his eyes, and he was surrounded by Chun Si-Yuan, bodyguards, and assistants, resembling a prisoner in transit. Chun Si-Yuan's gaze was sharp as she caught sight of Lu Xiuming, her lips curling into a cold smirk. "Teacher Lu, thank you for taking care of Wen Ye during this time. The company has arranged an assistant for him now, so you needn't worry any longer." With that, she shoved Wen Ye towards the van. Lu Xiuming's pupils constricted, and as he attempted to step forward, Xiaozhou held him back. "Brother." He gazed at Wen Ye's unsteady figure, a tightness forming in his throat. That haggard visage pierced his heart. He dared not ponder the torment Wen Ye had endured the previous night. Was it the reprimand from his manager, or the dread of the future? He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, the pain insignificant compared to the turmoil within. As the crew prepared for the final scenes, the air was thick with sighs of parting and the joy of impending liberation. Chun Si-Yuan and her assistant shadowed Wen Ye closely, never leaving his side. During the scenes, she observed coldly. Once the scene concluded, she promptly pulled Wen Ye away from Lu Xiuming. Watching Wen Ye's reddened eyes, Lu Xiuming's heart ached. Yet he could only approach through small gestures, offering water, adjusting his stance. His palm brushed against Wen Ye's cool hand, fingertips trembling, as if that touch conveyed a silent despair that his gaze continuously evaded. While waiting for the crew to set up, Yao Xing propped his cheeks on his hands, his gaze flitting between Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming, shaking his head with a sigh. This romance is more agonizing than a spy thriller. His eyes sparkled with complex emotions, a mix of helplessness and concern, as he bit his lower lip, seemingly contemplating how to assist them. Lu Xiuming, a cigarette ever present in hand, found the nicotine's embrace could not extinguish the anxiety furrowing his brow. Xiuming sighed deeply. If he can't get through this hurdle, what will happen in the future? The obstacles in the entertainment industry will only become more ruthless. Yao Xing lowered his voice. This morning, as I was leaving, I overheard them talking. Xiao Ye's manager changed their mind. They want Wen Ye to leave the crew tonight and return to Huadu, skipping the rap party altogether. Lu Xiuming's cigarette abruptly extinguished. The burn on his fingertips unnoticed. What? Shen Mingyi furrowed his brows. This maneuver by Shanghai must be suspicious. The lead's absence from the rap party and sudden departure. What will the public think? Acting high-handed? Discontent with the crew? Or was there something they wished to conceal? The assistant director's call interrupted their discussion. Everyone, prepare for the rap photo. The crowd began to gather. Wen Ye walked ahead, head bowed, his steps unsteady, like a marionette devoid of its soul. Xiao Yi approached with a bouquet of his favorite Scottish green roses, accompanied by pristine white eustomas and hyacinths. Vibrant and full of life. He patted Wen Ye on the shoulder. Xiao Yi, you've worked hard during this time. May you always be as full of life as these roses. Once again, he was presented with a chibi-style portrait depicting a cunningly smiling fox boy. When he clutched the bouquet tightly, his fingertips trembling, the green roses were enveloped layer upon layer, akin to a vibrant life ensnared. In that instant, he realized he was that very rose, ensnared by the thorns of reality, much like a prisoner with a grip upon his throat, struggling to breathe. The assistant director arranged the positioning, placing Wen Ye to the left of Xiao Yi, while Lu Xiuming stood separated by Shen Mingyi and Yao Xing. Chun Siyuan nodded in satisfaction from a distance. Shen Mingyi caught a glimpse of her triumphant expression and discreetly tugged at Yao Xing, understanding the cue. Yao Xing suddenly laughed aloud. Is the assistant director trying to break up this pairing? The two leading actors are so far apart that one might think they're discord. This elicited laughter from the crew and actors, leaving the assistant director awkwardly waving his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Mingyi nudged Lu Xiuming towards Wen Ye. But Chun Siyuan attempted to intervene, only to be met with Yao Xing's smiling gaze, compelling her to relent through gritted teeth. Lu Xiuming stood beside Wen Ye, his arm firmly encircling Wen Ye's waist, as he tucked the blue butterfly orchid and Maltese blue rose into Wen Ye's embrace, cradling the green rose to himself. Startled, Wen Ye looked up, and Lu Xiuming whispered into his ear, "Do not fear. The language of flowers speaks of miraculous love. We shall not falter." The warmth of his breath brushed against Wen Ye's ear, and he unexpectedly bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. The photographer called out, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the shutter clicked, Chun Siyuan gripped her bag strapped tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm. She glared at the entwined bouquets and the embracing figures. Seething with determination, I must take Wen Ye away tonight. They must not be allowed any further private encounters. After the shoot concluded, the group dispersed in small clusters. Chun Siyuan attempted to approach and pull Wen Ye away, but was intercepted by Shen Mingyi and Yao Xing. Are the two teachers content to watch Wen Ye wander further down this misguided path? Chun Siyuan glared up at Shen Mingyi. Miss Chun, you are overthinking it. Shen Mingyi retorted, Wen Ye is not a criminal. Grant him a semblance of breathing space. If you press too harshly, he may shatter. I only know that if I do not intervene, he will certainly meet his doom. Miss Chun, I cannot ascertain whether this operation aligns with Song Yuanyang's intentions or is merely your own initiative. Currently, Song Yuanyang values Wen Ye and would not wish for his collapse. My actions are naturally at the behest of Mr. Song. It would be prudent for you to refrain from excessive interference in our decisions at Shanghai. Very well. It appears clear that Shanghai desires a soulless puppet, easily manipulated, rather than an actor capable of shining brightly. Shen Mingyi exhaled a puff of smoke, chuckling softly. Indeed, Mr. Song is quite the strategist. Yes, yes. If little Ye's eyes lose their sparkle, he will perform poorly in all endeavors. And what future can he hope for? Yao Xing chimed in. Chan Siyuan yochit Wen Ye. Led away by Lu Xiuming, contemplating his performance during filming. Undeniably, with proper guidance, nurturing, and development, Wen Ye's future is promising. To stifle his passion now would surely mean that Song Yuanyang only instructed to keep an eye on him, and as long as nothing outrageous occurs, Song Yuanyang would remain oblivious. Once the shoot concludes, they shall not meet again, and everything could revert to its rightful course. I shall grant Wen Ye but an afternoon to gather his emotions. Following today's shoot, I will come to retrieve him back to Huadu. Shenmingi smiled, a smile that Chen Siyuan could not comprehend. Ms. Chen, you have worked hard. Please take a good rest this afternoon, and in the future, do take care of our Xiaoya. Chen Siyuan found this remark from Shenmingi rather peculiar. She was disinclined to ponder its meaning and turned to lead her assistant back to the hotel. Yao Xing, watching Chen Siyuan's retreating figure, stuck out her tongue and pulled out her phone to message Lu Xiuming. It's all settled here. Shenmingi smiled, gently ruffled Yao Xing's hair, and called Xiao Yi, instructing him to find a way to keep Chen Siyuan occupied tonight. Lu Xiuming helped Wen Ye into his car, while Xiao Zhou closed the door behind them and stood guard nearby. Observing Wen Ye's reddened eyes, Lu Xiuming felt as though his heart might burst and pulled him closer. Wen Ye's voice trembled with a barely perceptible sob. I am so afraid that we will end up like in the play, separated by the pressures of the world. Lu Xiuming gently held his hand and reassured him. Do not worry. No matter what the future holds, I will be by your side, and we will face everything together. After a moment of silence, tears welled up in Wen Ye's eyes again. I am truly terrified, fearing that everything will turn into nothingness. Lu Xiuming embraced him tightly, whispering, trust me, we will have a future. Wen Ye clutched Lu Xiuming's clothing, shaking his head. I do not want you to lose everything for my sake. I cannot bear it. It will not happen, I assure you. Lu Xiuming cupped Wen Ye's face and gently kissed his tear-streaked eyes. Lu Xiuming's phone vibrated, and upon checking it, he smiled. He fastened Wen Ye's seatbelt, rolled down the window, and waved to Xiao Zhou, who promptly jumped into the driver's seat. And with a swift motion, the business car sped away. Where are we going? Wen Ye asked, slightly dazed, looking at Lu Xiuming with a sniffle. We are eloping. What? Wen Ye exclaimed in shock. What about the filming? Do not worry. Xiao Yi has everything arranged, Lu Xiuming assured him, holding Wen Ye's hand tightly. Your agent has given you a half-day off. Lu Xiuming gazed into Wen Ye's eyes, urging him not to be afraid. Look, everyone is assisting us. We have never been alone in this. Lu Xiuming showed Wen Ye the group messages from the crew, where Xiao Yi, in great distress, informed everyone that due to the excitement of the final shoot, the main camera had accidentally fallen and required professional repair, thus halting all work for the afternoon. He sincerely apologized for the delay in the shooting schedule. Chapter 24. A temporary refuge. Lu Xiuming brought Wen Ye to a 5-star hotel in the city center. Xiao Zhou swiftly completed the check-in process and neatly arranged their change of clothes in the suite's bedroom before quietly departing. Standing in the luxurious suite, Wen Ye gazed at the crystal chandelier and the plush bed, his heart racing with a mixture of astonishment and unease. What have you brought me here for? Lu Xiuming turned around to see him tensed, his hands unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothes, his eyes revealing both alertness and a hint of panic. And he could not help but chuckle softly. What do you think I'm going to do to you? Wen Ye swallowed hard, his ears flushing red. Too nervous to look up? I'm not ready yet. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if he could scarcely hear himself. Lu Xiuming smiled, taking a couple of steps closer, his tone as gentle as a warm embrace. I merely saw how exhausted you are and wanted to ensure you can rest well. Last night, the haunting images of Chen Siyuan's repeated warnings and coercions lingered in his mind. Now, facing Lu Xiuming, he felt an intense desire to draw closer, yet a fear that crossing even a single boundary might burden the other. Lu Xiuming gently brushed his heated cheek with his hand, his fingertips delicately wiping away the remnants of tears at the corners of his eyes. Foolish child, he sighed, pulling him into an embrace. I am merely pained for you. Chen Siyuan surely made your night unbearable, did she not? Look at your dark circles and your pallor. Alas, for now, cast aside all thoughts and take a warm bath. Rest well. Wen Ye, momentarily dazed, was guided towards the bathroom, the soothing sound of warm water isolating him from the world's chaos. Upon completing his bath, he emerged to find Lu Xiuming lost in thought against the headboard. The afternoon sunlight streamed in through the window, blinding yet muted by heavy blackout curtains, leaving the room drenched in a soft, warm glow. Lu Xiuming patted the space beside him, and after a brief hesitation, Wen Ye gently reclined. Lu Xiuming turned to embrace him, wrapping his arms around Wen Ye's waist, handling him with the utmost care as if he were fragile porcelain. Resting against Lu Xiuming's arm, inhaling the faint scent of cedarwood that lingered on him, Wen Ye's taut nerves finally began to unwind. He was utterly exhausted, to the point where even the capacity to think had vanished, and his heavy eyelids soon surrendered to a deep and tranquil sleep. Lu Xiuming gazed at his serene face, the shadows cast by his lashes dancing across his cheeks, his brows slightly furrowed as if still entangled in dreams. His fingertips grazed Wen Ye's hair, a tumult of emotions swirling within him: sorrow, tenderness, guilt, and a hint of uncertainty about the future. He understood all too well that this fleeting moment of peace was but a stolen reprieve. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Glancing at Wen Ye, relieved to see he remained undisturbed, Lu Xiuming silenced the device and noted a message from Shun Mingi. "I have the moon. Have you hidden well? Chen Siyuan has begun searching for people. She is currently interrogating Director Qiao. Master Ming, let Xiao Yi hold his ground. This is his debt to Xiao Yi. I have the moon. You have no idea. Chen Siyuan is like a tiger. Do you think Xiao Yi, the little fox, can compete with her?" Lu Xiuming clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. He dared not ponder the future. From their first encounter on set, Wen Ye had ignited a blazing fire within his long-dormant heart. Yet now, that flame was being threatened by the chilling winds of reality. He looked down at Wen Ye, who slept deeply, his breathing steady, though his brow remained slightly furrowed. Leaning down, he placed a kiss as light as a butterfly's wing on Wen Ye's forehead, vowing to protect this fragile light, no matter how thorny the path ahead might be. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the hotel where the crew was staying, Chen Siyuan trembled with rage, her fingertips digging deep into her palms. Xiao Yi, cigarette in mouth, leaned lazily against the wall, exuding impatience as he inhaled the smoke, his demeanor seemingly indifferent amidst the swirling haze. "Wen Ye," Chen Siyuan screamed, her voice nearly shattering glass. "Weren't we supposed to finish shooting his scenes today? Why did the equipment malfunction at noon?" "Why?" Xiao Yi scoffed, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. "Do you think I wanted the equipment to fail? Every extra day of shooting means extra expenses for the crew. Am I not frustrated? Am I not anxious?" His tone was laced with sarcasm, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. "And, dear Manager Chun, once the actors finish their scenes, as long as they don't leave the set and not return, they are responsible for themselves and are not required to report their whereabouts to me. Furthermore, you are his agent, and if you are unaware of his whereabouts, how could I possibly know? Your anger directed at me serves no purpose." Chen Siyuan tightened her grip on her phone and advanced a couple of steps, the sharp sound of her high heels striking the ground echoing ominously. "Stop pretending. When you must have been taken away by Lu Xiuming. You are colluding to deceive me." Xiao Yi abruptly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and rose to his feet, his height allowing him to tower over Chen Siyuan, exuding an intimidating aura. "Where is the evidence? Without evidence, it is mere slander. Even if Lu Xiuming did take Wen Ye, that is a matter between them as co-stars. As a director, what business is it of mine?" Chen Siyuan, incensed, turned pale and pulled out her phone. "I will report everything that has transpired today to the company." She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yi, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Director Qiao, just you wait. Shanghai will not let this matter rest." Xiao Yi scoffed. "Miss Chen, if Shanghai intends to control Wen Ye and turn him into a marionette, that is your concern. But do not assume everyone else is a fool." Unfazed, he shrugged and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "If you plan to accuse us of mismanagement, there must be proof of Wen Ye being in trouble on set. But look, he is perfectly fine. Where is our negligence? If you can truly find evidence of our mismanagement, I will write my name backwards." A provocative smile curled his lips. "However, I suspect you will find nothing. Miss Chen, rather than wasting time here, why not attempt to call Wen Ye? Perhaps he will answer, or you could check the surveillance footage." Chen Siyuan stood frozen, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Did she not want to call Wen Ye? His phone was in her possession, yet how could she call him? Xiao Yi's boldness suggested he anticipated her inability to reach Wen Ye or uncover any incriminating evidence against the production team. Meanwhile, Wen Ye was concealed by Lu Xiuming in a location far beyond her reach. She felt as if she were losing her mind, having thought Wen Ye was easily manipulable. In the suite, Lu Xiuming lay back down beside Wen Ye, pulling him closer into his embrace. The sunlight outside was still blocked, rendering the room dim as night. It had seemed to be their only temporary refuge from a storm. He did not know how long this sanctuary would last, but at that moment, all he wished for was for the person in his arms to sleep soundly, even if just for an afternoon. When Wen Ye awoke, he felt Lu Xiuming's warm embrace. He stirred slightly, attempting to free himself, only to be held even tighter. Lu Xiuming's low voice resonated in his ear. "Stay with me a little longer." Wen Ye's heart raced. He closed his eyes, savoring this rare tranquility. The two lay together in silence, as if time had come to a standstill. Gazing at Lu Xiuming's face, Wen Ye softly remarked, "If only we could remain like this forever." Lu Xiuming chuckled lightly. "Everything will be all right. You must believe me." Wen Ye lifted his head slightly, worry evident in his eyes. "Will it truly be all right? Chen Siyuan will not let me off easily, nor will Xinghai. Can we continue like this in the future?" Lu Xiuming tightened his hold on him, his tone resolute. "Yes, I will handle everything. I have ways to deal with Chen Siyuan and Xinghai." Wen Ye could not help but grasp Lu Xiuming's shirt corner, her voice trembling slightly. "I am afraid. I fear that I might bring you trouble, that our affair might be exposed, and you would suffer the consequences." Lu Xiuming gently patted her back, reassuring her. "Do not worry, since I have decided to be with you. I am prepared to face everything. I will not allow anyone to harm you." Leaning against Lu Xiuming's embrace, Wen Ye listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling a slight alleviation of her anxiety. Yet the shadows of concern for the future still loomed over her like dark clouds. She was uncertain how long this warmth would last, nor could she tell if they could truly navigate through the myriad challenges ahead to welcome a beautiful future. Chapter 25. Countering the moves. Wen Ye lay on the bed, idly playing games on Lu Xiuming's phone, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, though her brow was slightly furrowed. Lu Xiuming sat nearby, retrieving another phone to quickly dial Xiao Zhou's number, sent over a new phone, just like mine. He lowered his voice. Just as he hung up, a call from Shen Mingi came through. When Lu Xiuming answered, Wen Ye was struggling with a boss in the game. A strawberry-flavored lollipop stuck between her lips as she mumbled indistinctly, "Why won't this monster ever die?" Lu Xiuming glanced at her, unable to suppress a smile, and pressed the speakerphone button. "Aren't you planning to return her?" Shen Mingi's voice teased. "Chen Siyuan has nearly lost it. She just threw a fit and almost called legal counsel to pursue management negligence." Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, draping an arm casually around Wen Ye's waist, pulling her closer. "Wen Ye will be staying here tonight. Chen Siyuan is in the wrong. What can she do? It will only end in turmoil. And ultimately she'll have to retreat disgraced." Shen Mingi sighed on the other end. "I fear that when she sees Wen Ye tomorrow, she will intensify her scrutiny. Keeping her at the hotel is just pouring fuel on the fire." Lu Xiuming's gaze swept over Wen Ye's flushed ears, his fingers unconsciously caressing the fabric at her waist, his tone growing colder, indeed. But Wen Ye is no pushover. She won't let herself be easily manipulated. If it weren't for the current value of Xinghai, given how Chen Siyuan treats Wen Ye, I would have terminated the contract already, and I would cover the penalty. At these words, Wen Ye abruptly looked up at Lu Xiuming, the lollipop swaying at her lips. After chewing a few times, she suddenly spoke into the phone, her voice still bearing a hint of hoarseness. "Brother Mingi, rest assured, I have figured out Chen Siyuan's tactics. It's merely a matter of using the company to pressure me, threatening with public opinion. She doesn't dare to truly escalate matters. After all, I still hold some value." Her tone held a hint of self-deprecation, causing Lu Xiuming's heart to tighten, and he drew her closer still. Shen Mingi fell silent for a moment before his voice turned grave. "You two had better have a plan. Chen Siyuan may be easy to deal with, but what about Xinghai? I have heard that Song Yuanyang is quite invested in Wen Ye. He may not be so easy to handle." Lu Xiuming chuckled, tucking Wen Ye's loose strands of hair behind her ear. "Then let us wait and see. If they dare to touch Wen Ye, I won't hesitate to let the entire entertainment industry know what a ruthless place Xinghai truly is." As Wen Ye listened to his resolute tone, A sensation akin to a gentle collision fluttered within his heart. He turned to gaze at Lu Xiuming, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. He understood that every word spoken by Lu Xiuming carried the weight of risk within the entertainment industry. Openly confronting capital was tantamount to self-sabotage. Yet, Lu Xiuming was willing to wager it all for his sake. On the other end of the line, Shan Mingyi seemed poised to articulate further, but Lu Xiuming interrupted. Mingyi, keep an eye on Chen Siyuan's movements. If she dares to escalate matters with Song Yuanyang, we shall stand our ground. He ended the call, lowering his gaze to meet the penetrating stare of Wen Ye, his fingertips brushing against Wen Ye's tightly pressed lips. What are you pondering? Wen Ye swallowed the candy in his mouth, his throat stirring slightly. Are we being too impulsive? His voice was soft, yet it pierced Lu Xiuming's heart like a thorn. I never anticipated it would become this arduous. Lu Xiuming's pupils constricted as he pulled Wen Ye into his embrace with such force that it nearly stole his breath. Do not utter such words. He rested his chin upon Wen Ye's shoulder, his voice gravelly. This is not impulsiveness, it is inevitability. I have never contemplated letting go. He paused, his tone imbued with a hint of ferocity. Chen Siyuan, Shanghai, these stumbling blocks will eventually be cast aside. Trust me, although for now we must acquiesce to their arrangements and secure the promised resources, I will devise a way to ensure your freedom. Wen Ye remained silent in his embrace for a considerable time before finally offering a gentle affirmation. Outside the window, sunlight had unwittingly penetrated the curtain's crevice, casting fragmented glimmers upon his eyelashes. He closed his eyes, absorbing the warmth radiating from behind him, yet a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. Would true freedom ever arrive? Or was all of this merely another deeper vortex? Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Xiao Zhou cradled his new phone, repeatedly checking the surroundings to ensure he was not being followed before hastily making his way to the elevator. In Chen Siyuan's room, she was vehemently shouting at the staff on the other end of the line. Investigate. Continue the search. Not a single one must escape our notice. I refuse to believe that two living beings can vanish into thin air. Clutching her phone, the screen displaying the terms of Wen Ye's management contract. Her fingertips nearly tore through the paper. Lu Xiuming, if you dare to protect him, I will ensure everyone knows just how deep your bond truly runs. Inside the suite, Lu Xiuming handed the new phone to Wen Ye, observing as he expertly unwrapped it and inserted the SIM card. Movements as deft as if he had performed the task 1,000 times before. A sudden chuckle escaped him. You seem rather well prepared. When you looked up, a glint of cunning in his eyes. After spending so many years at Shanghai, am I not familiar with their management tactics? When I first entered, I was naive and uncomprehending. My agent claimed that collecting phones for unified management was for everyone's benefit. Gradually, I realized it was merely a means to control us. Without preparation, how could one navigate? As Wen Ye registered an account on the new phone, he added, in fact, I have another phone hidden in the hotel where the crew is staying, hopefully unlocated by them. Lu Xiuming affectionately ruffled his hair, glancing at Wen Ye's new account ID. Wilderness fawn, which softened his heart, prompting him to embrace Wen Ye even tighter. Outside, the dying rays of the setting sun painted the clouds crimson, as if an unvoiced turmoil was brewing silently beneath the horizon. The following day, Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye returned to the filming location. Wen Ye, yawning and sprawled in the car, was playfully poked by Lu Xiuming, who teased, "Who kept you out so late last night? Now you look utterly drained. Isn't it because I have to face my formidable agent again today?" Wen Ye pouted. "How about you head in first?" Lu Xiuming replied indulgently, ruffling Wen Ye's hair as he exited the vehicle. As Lu Xiuming made his way towards the director's tent, he spotted Chen Siyuan sitting in the rest area. Looking haggard, she occasionally pinched the bridge of her nose, which struck him as amusing. Upon catching sight of Lu Xiuming passing by, she called out, "Mr. Lu." Chen Siyuan fixed her gaze on him. "Where's Wen Ye?" Lu Xiuming smirked. "It's quite puzzling to hear you say that, Miss Chen. You keep such a close watch on Wen Ye. Surely you know where he is?" Chen Siyuan remained silent, her stare unwavering. At that moment, Wen Ye approached, yawning with his hands clasped behind his head. "Good morning, Sister Siyuan." He turned to Lu Xiuming. Don't forget to tally up the expenses from yesterday, SKTV, and dinner. We agreed to split it among the four of us. He shot a grin at the visibly displeased Chen Siyuan. Chen Siyuan scrutinized the relaxed and rosy-cheeked Wen Ye. What on earth were you two up to yesterday afternoon and evening? Wen Ye squinted slightly. Director Xiao said the equipment broke down, so we couldn't film in the afternoon. Brother Xiuming, Xiaoxing, and I thought we should celebrate wrapping up soon, since we might not see each other for ages. We ended up staying out too late and drinking too much. I didn't have my phone, so I asked Brother Xiuming to help me book a hotel for some rest. Oh, and don't forget about the hotel expenses from yesterday, Brother Xiuming. Chen Siyuan fixed her gaze on Wen Ye's face. Did you two share a room? Wen Ye replied with a serious demeanor, of course not. Lu Xiuming nodded in affirmation. While Wen Ye scratched his head, I finally had a good night's sleep last night. He glanced at Chen Siyuan, who was seething silently, thinking, you may have slept well. But I spent the entire night awake. Reluctantly, Chen Siyuan handed Wen Ye his phone. Make sure to report where you go from now on. Wen Ye smiled as he accepted the phone. Thank you, Sister Siyuan. He looked at her retreating figure, clearly dissatisfied, and chuckled. Lu Xiuming wrapped an arm around Wen Ye. Indeed, they are quite manageable. I've told you, they have only one tactic, to direct their efforts towards generating profits for me. They won't dare to mistreat me. Besides, I won't let them bully me. He tousled Wen Ye's hair and tightened his embrace. Suddenly, Shen Mingyi appeared from nowhere, wearing a mischievous grin. You're here. You won't believe it, but this morning as soon as Xingxing and I arrived at the set, Chen Siyuan interrogated us as if we were criminals. The way she looked, her eyes nearly shot fire. When he stuck out his tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thanks for your hard work, Mingyi. I'm sorry you both had to endure that. Lu Xiuming chuckled lightly, wearing an expression that implied disbelief. Can you imagine someone daring to interrogate Teacher Shen? How audacious! Shen Mingyi rolled his eyes. That was only to cover for your whereabouts. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Shen. Let us go to Huadu. I'll treat you to a meal. Sure. Don't forget. Shen Mingyi turned to leave. If you do forget, I'll expose the both of you. Chapter 26. The joy of wrapping up the final scene for Wen Ye unfolded after Gu Chun and Xia Yuan had resolutely decided to be together. Clad in a silk loungewear, Gu Chun held a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, leaning against the window as he finished a phone call. The soft glow of the setting sun cascaded over him, bestowing a faint golden hue. Xia Yuan, grasping a paintbrush, meticulously traced his silhouette on the canvas. Gu Chun turned around, enveloping Xia Yuan from behind, resting his chin atop his head, whispering softly, I wish time could linger in this moment. His sweet words flowed like honey, and under the camera's gaze, their figures intertwined, the twilight light outlining their embrace, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and beauty. Cut! With Xiao Yi's command, the set erupted in excitement. The lighting crew, stagehands, and assistants rushed forward, applauding and cheering. Congratulations, Teacher Wen Ye. On wrapping up, flowers and ribbons showered down, yet Wen Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He tightened his grip on Lu Xiuming's hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. Lu Xiuming pulled him into an embrace, whispering, Congratulations on finishing, my little Ye. Amidst the cacophony of well-wishes, this phrase resonated clearly, striking a chord deep within Wen Ye's heart. Chen Siyuan had already conferred with Xiao Yi, requesting that Wen Ye leave immediately after filming his last scene and forego the wrap party. She waited outside the villa area. From the zenith of the sun until dusk enveloped the sky, yet he remained elusive. After several attempts, when she finally reached him on the phone, Wen Ye's voice, slightly tipsy and hoarse, replied, Siyuan Jie, I'm on my way to the wrap party. In the background, the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter echoed, and he casually remarked, all right, I'm coming, before hastily disconnecting. Chen Siyuan's expression darkened, and after some inquiries, she learned the location of the wrap party. Upon her arrival outside the private room, she caught sight of Wen Ye being supported by Lu Xiuming, toasting at table after table. The young man's cheeks were flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he raised his glass, his wrists swaying, spilling some liquid onto Lu Xiuming's sleeve. Lu Xiuming shielded him, gently coaxing, that's enough. Let us head back to the room. Blocking their path, Chen Siyuan coldly stated, Wen Ye, come with me. Wen Ye stumbled slightly, placing a hand on Lu Xiuming's shoulder. Squinting to assess her, grinning. Isn't this Siyuan? What a coincidence to see you here. Before he could finish, Chun Siyuan reached out to pull him, but was stopped by Lu Xiuming, who grasped her wrist, saying, Manager Chun, Xiao Yi is drunk now. It wouldn't be proper to force him. With clenched teeth, Chun Siyuan glared at Lu Xiuming. No need for teacher Lu to worry. We have assistants to take care of him. No sooner had she spoken, Wen Ye suddenly covered his mouth and staggered towards the restroom, exclaiming, Xiuming, I feel sick. Lu Xiuming frowned, half supporting, half carrying him, while Chun Siyuan was just about to follow when they entered the men's restroom. Xiao Yi, passing by with a drink in hand, greeted Chun Siyuan with a smile. Oh, Xiao Chun, you're here for our rap party too? Why are you waiting here? Glancing at the sign nearby, and then back at Chun Siyuan, he continued, Are you waiting for Xiao Yi or... Director Xiao, have you forgotten what I told you? We agreed not to attend the rap party, yet you still brought Wen Ye along. I hope you consider the future of Wen Ye and the other leads. Don't let them narrow their paths. Chun Siyuan adjusted her glasses and spoke coldly. What are you saying? Afraid he'll narrow his path? Did Xinghai even agree to let him act in this play? After performing in this play, I fear others might say that Chen's agent is both too involved and too aloof, which is rather inappropriate. I am considering Wen Ye's situation. Is that so? Xiao, he set down his glass, retrieved a cigarette, and lit it. Truly contemplating his interests, would that lead to him skipping the rap party? If word gets out, would it reflect poorly on Wen Ye's ability to get along with others in the crew? Or imply that he has secured a new contract and can now act like a diva? Chun Siyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Since Chen's agent has arrived, why not step into a private room and greet everyone? Those inside are all from the film industry, each holding some project. You wouldn't want to narrow Wen Ye's opportunities, would you? As his agent, it would be prudent to make acquaintances, thus paving a path for Wen Ye. No need. Chun Siyuan declined outright. Very well. Xiao Yi waved his hand, commenting that if Chen's agent held herself in such high regard, he wished her a successful evening. Inside the restroom, Wen Ye leaned against the sink, smiling mischievously. I learned this act of feigning inebriation from you. He pulled a cigarette from Lu Xiuming's pocket. Placing one in his mouth, Lu Xiuming produced a lighter to ignite it, revealing a blueberry flavor. Wen Ye exhaled a ring of smoke, frowning at the unexpected taste. Not to your liking? Lu Xiuming caressed his face, explaining that the previous flavor was too strong and overwhelming, which he feared you might not appreciate. Suddenly, Wen Ye wrapped his arms around Lu Xiuming's neck, his fingertips playfully brushing the nape, his voice languid with the effects of alcohol. I adore everything about you, brother. Lu Xiuming caught a glimpse of clarity in Wen Ye's eyes reflected in the mirror, devoid of any drunkenness. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Ye kissed him fiercely, their lips intertwining. Lu Xiuming deepened the kiss, his grip on Wen Ye's waist tightening as if to meld their very beings. Wen Ye perched atop the sink while Lu Xiuming supported himself against the mirror, one hand on Wen Ye's waist. Unable to contain his desire, Lu Xiuming bit into Wen Ye's lip. Wen Ye gazed up with wide, shimmering eyes, realizing that Lu Xiuming was also looking back at him. A wave of sweetness and shyness surged within Wen Ye, while Lu Xiuming continued to savor the faint minty aroma emanating from him. Wen Ye instinctively wrapped his legs around Lu Xiuming's waist, and at that moment, his heart raced as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Outside, the night enveloped the city like ink, leaving only the heat of their intertwined breaths, potent enough to ignite the entire darkness. Chun Siyuan, growing increasingly anxious while waiting outside, finally heard footsteps. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Wen Ye draped over Lu Xiuming, his legs wrapped around Lu Xiuming's waist, who was supporting him with one hand on his backside. Their tousled hair and flushed lips painted a strikingly intimate picture. Chun Siyuan clenched her fists, warning, Wen Ye, I have cautioned you to distinguish between reality and performance. Wen Ye looked up, his drunken demeanor charmingly playful, and blinked. Sister Siyuan, are we in a dream or a play? With that, he rested his head on Lu Xiuming's shoulder, tightening his embrace around his neck, and closed his eyes once more. Chun Siyuan attempted to pry him away from Lu Xiuming, but upon noticing her actions, Lu Xiuming took a step back, addressing her in a cool tone. Chen's agent, Wen Ye, is inebriated. I apologize on his behalf for any impropriety. He spoke with an icy detachment, yet held Wen Ye even closer. Look at him. He is in such a state of drunkenness that if you attempt to forcibly take him away tonight, it would certainly not be feasible. Rest assured, Director Chiao has arranged resting accommodations in a nearby hotel for everyone's safety. I will take Wen Ye there to rest first. Chen Siyuan's face turned pale as she watched them depart, clutching her phone tightly. She captured this scene and swiftly sent it to Song Yuanyang. Wen Ye may be slipping out of our control. Song Yuanyang replied, nonchalantly, understood. Let us leave it for now and discuss it when he returns. As night deepened, Lu Xiuming carried Wen Ye back to the hotel suite. He gently placed Wen Ye on the sofa and turned to pour him some water. Wen Ye glanced at his phone, where Chen Siyuan had sent him the flight information for their return to Huadu the following morning, along with a warning to be cautious. Wen Ye tossed his phone aside and pulled out another, only to find multiple messages from Yao Xing. A little star, wow. Brother Lu is incredible. One-handed carry. At over 1.8 meters, you look like a little accessory hanging on him. Image. Lu Xiuming holding Wen Ye up with one hand. When you draped over him, a little star. You're quite fortunate, hee. A little star. Your manager looks furious, ha. Photo. Chen Siyuan with a grim expression. Making a phone call outside the private room, a little star. Let me share something delightful, hee. A little star. Web link, a little star. Have a nice night, hee. Wen Ye. Hee. Sending love. Wen Ye saved the photo Yao Xing took of them, and then clicked on the link. Upon understanding its content, he shyly covered his face. When Lu Xiuming returned with a glass of water, he found Wen Ye in this state, and, thinking he felt unwell, asked anxiously, What is wrong, Xiao Yi? Do you have a headache? Looking down, he noticed the content displayed on Wen Ye's phone screen. Lu Xiuming licked his lips, chuckling, Xiao Yi, are you preparing to learn something new? No, I'm not. Wen Ye hastily denied. It was sent by Xiao Xing. I had no idea it contained this. Oh my goodness. Lu Xiuming laughed, recalling the message he received earlier from Shen Mingyi, who mentioned that a delightful gift awaited him in a room. Combining that with Yao Xing's message to Wen Ye, Lu Xiuming, though not particularly astute, grasped the implications. He embraced Wen Ye, reassuringly saying, These two are truly considerate. He pulled out his phone and messaged Shen Mingyi. Thanks, brother. Lu Xiuming patted Wen Ye's back, lightly laughing. I'll 1T pressure you. We'll discuss it when you're ready. Chapter 27. The blossoming spring night, Wen Ye went to take a shower, while Lu Xiuming retrieved an exquisite black gift box from beneath the coffee table. Labeled as a gift from Shen Mingyi. Lu Xiuming raised an eyebrow and opened the lid, revealing an orderly arrangement of various tools and lubricants, even in different sizes. He chuckled, shaking his head in amazement at Shen Mingyi's excessive thoughtfulness. Just as he was about to put it away, he heard the bathroom door open. Wen Ye emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, droplets of water clinging to the ends of his hair, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural crimson. He caught sight of Lu Xiuming hastily trying to conceal the gift box and curiously approached. Brother, what are you hiding? Lu Xiuming's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly shoved the box beneath the sofa cushion, only for Wen Ye to deftly retrieve it. Upon discerning the contents, Wen Ye instinctively covered his face, his ears flushed crimson as if they could bleed. Is this prepared by Brother Shin? Lu Xiuming's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a hushed tone. Yes, he mentioned it was a gift. He drew Wen Ye closer, who sat between his legs, and took the towel from Wen Ye's hands to dry his hair. Wen Ye picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart. He opened his phone, the screen still displaying a knowledge web page shared by Yao Xing, and in a flurry. He tried to close it, but failed, inadvertently clicking on a video that filled the room with suggestive gasps. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, restraining Wen Ye's frantic hands, his fingertips gliding over the images and text, a tempest brewing in his gaze. Little Yi, have you looked at these? Wen Ye felt an overwhelming sense of shame, almost wishing to disappear into the floor. He recalled the flushed face he had seen in the bathroom mirror while studying in secret and Yao Xing's teasing remark. Have a nice night, now exposed by Lu Xiuming. Stammering, he managed to say, I just wanted to understand. Before he could finish, Lu Xiuming had him pinned against the back of the sofa, capturing his trembling lips with his own. As their breaths intertwined, Lu Xiuming murmured with a low laugh. It seems little Yi is ready. Wen Ye's heart raced like a drum, his fingers clutching at Lu Xiuming's collar, his voice quaking. I'm not sure. Lu Xiuming brushed his fingertips against Wen Ye's flushed eyelids. Gentle yet resolute. No need to rush. I will wait for you. I'll go take a shower first. Just as Lu Xiuming attempted to rise, Wen Ye suddenly embraced him, his heated breath brushing against Lu Xiuming's neck. Don't go, brother. I am ready. Lu Xiuming gazed intently at Wen Ye, extending his hand to gently press Wen Ye between the sofa and his chest. Wen Ye's body quivered slightly as he felt Lu Xiuming's warmth seep through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, igniting a blush across his cheeks. Desire surged in Lu Xiuming's eyes, a longing to possess and consume Wen Ye entirely. He slowly leaned closer to Wen Ye's ear, his breath soft and warm, akin to a gentle breeze caressing Wen Ye's ear. When his lips finally brushed against Wen Ye's ear, Wen Ye's body jolted. A current of electricity coursing from his earlobe throughout his being, prompting an involuntary low moan to escape his lips. Lu Xiuming's voice, gravelly and husky, reached Wen Ye's ear. Little Yi, this is your first time. It may hurt. His words carried a hint of concern and tenderness, yet the underlying desire was undeniable. However, when you would not allow Lu Xiuming to finish, he suddenly grasped Lu Xiuming's collar tightly and pulled him in, pressing his lips fervently against Lu Xiuming's. This kiss was filled with determination and recklessness, as if to convey that he was unafraid of pain, willing to endure anything for the intimacy of this moment. Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback by Wen Ye's boldness, but he quickly regained his composure, his hands beginning to wander restlessly over Wen Ye's body. His fingertips traced Wen Ye's trembling waist, savoring the delicate skin and the subtle shivers, intensifying his desire even further. As their kisses grew increasingly fervent, their garments gradually fell away. Lu Xiuming deftly unfastened the buttons of Wen Ye's shirt, gently peeling the soft fabric from his form. Wen Ye's body was fully revealed before Lu Xiuming, the porcelain skin and lithe figure causing Lu Xiuming's breath to quicken. In the depths of their passion, Lu Xiuming, panting, embraced Wen Ye tightly, striving to temper his impulses. He did not wish for Wen Ye to act on a fleeting whim, fearing that he might regret it later. He was apprehensive that under the influence of alcohol, he might lose control and inadvertently cause Wen Ye harm. He pressed tender kisses to Wen Ye's eyes, whispering, "Let us pause. I need to attend to something." Yet, Wen Ye clung to his neck, his voice tinged with a sob. "How can you say that? I am suffering too. Can't you feel it?" He captured Lu Xiuming's lips with a fierce determination, as if pouring all his anxiety and affection into that kiss. The last vestige of rationality within Lu Xiuming sparked to life, and they succumbed entirely to the waves of desire. Wen Ye's hand glided softly along Lu Xiuming's back, fingertips trembling, as if seeking and confirming. In response, Lu Xiuming encircled his waist, drawing them ever closer, whispering in Wen Ye's ear, "You are mine, now and forever." This declaration was like a warm breath, melting into their kiss. The air around them thickened with ambiguity, as if time itself had come to a halt. A night of springtime intimacy intertwined until dawn. As the first light of morning broke, the jarring sound of an alarm clock startled them awake. When he struggled to silence it, his body aching as if crushed, his throat dry and sore. Lu Xiuming wrapped his arms around him from behind, kissing his hair and the flushed contours of his ears, his fingertips lingering on the love bites adorning Wen Ye's neck. When he furrowed his brow, laboriously propping himself up, "Their essay flight at 10, it's nearly 8 now. The manager is still waiting." Lu Xiuming, reluctant to release him, tightened his embrace, murmuring softly, "Let her wait. Let's linger a while longer. Xiao Zhou will take you later." When Yi felt Lu Xiuming's warm breath against his neck, a tantalizing sensation that stirred his heart, yet he still mustered the strength to push him away, knowing it was time to rise. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Xiuming's eyes, but he complied, sitting up as he watched Wen Ye slowly make his way to the bathroom, supporting his waist. Lu Xiuming followed him inside, observing Wen Ye's slightly flushed cheeks and the bare skin of his upper body, from neck to collarbone to abdomen. marked with the kisses and bites Lu Xiuming had left the night before. Lu Xiuming wrapped his arms around Wen Ye from behind, resting his chin on Wen Ye's shoulder. Gazing at their reflections in the mirror, he chuckled softly, planting kisses along Wen Ye's shoulder, trailing up to his neck and ears. Wen Ye Snubbed, feeling both ticklish and bashful, prompting Lu Xiuming to turn him around, gently pecking at his lips. As Wen Ye gently pushed him away, Lu Xiuming could only halt his movements, helping him don his garments. His fingers inadvertently brushed against Wen Ye's skin, eliciting a shiver. Observing the unhidden love bites, Wen Ye covered his face, casting an embarrassed glare at him, yet his ears flushed crimson as he inquired how he could possibly step outside under such circumstances. Lu Xiuming affectionately ruffled his hair, retrieving his sports jacket to envelop Wen Ye, zipping it up to the highest point. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Xiuming smiled knowingly. Little Ye is simply too alluring. I couldn't help myself. Xiao Zhou escorted Wen Ye to the airport, where Wen Ye donned a mask, hat, and sunglasses, wrapping himself tightly. Lu Xiuming had expressed his desire to see him off that morning, but Wen Ye firmly declined. Not only out of shyness, but also from the fear of parting with Lu Xiuming. Chen Siyuan, having waited impatiently, caught sight of Wen Ye's unusual attire and frowned, sneering. Dressed like that in this heat? Surely, you've been up to some unspeakable deeds. Wen Ye's heart skipped a beat, forcing a calm facade, just suffering from a hangover. Looking rather unwell. Yet, Chen Siyuan's gaze was sharp, slicing through his concealed neck, her eyes cold as ice. While waiting, several fans recognized Wen Ye and expressed concern. Is Lu Ye unwell? Why the mask? Wen Ye scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. Just drank a bit too much yesterday, trying to hide my embarrassment. Observing his peculiar gait, the fans jested, why are you walking so unsteadily today? Instantly, Wen Ye's face beneath the mask flushed crimson, hastily shifting the topic. Haha. Perhaps I overexerted myself yesterday. My muscles are a bit sore. I'll take my leave now. Make sure to stay safe on your way back. His hurried retreat left the fans bewildered, unaware that each unsteady step concealed the fervent passion of the previous night and the morning's embarrassment. As the plane ascended, Wen Ye gazed out at the sea of clouds, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the blueberry-flavored cigarette case Lu Xiuming had given him the night before. Chen Siyuan's warnings, the surveillance of the agency, and the pressures of the future were momentarily cast aside. He closed his eyes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Once certain taboos are crossed, it becomes nearly impossible to turn back. Yet, he found himself reveling in it. Shen Mingyi knocked on Lu Xiuming's door. Finding him with a cigarette between his lips, clad only in a shirt with its collar unbuttoned, hair tousled, and a faint stubble adorning his chin. Observing Lu Xiuming's disheveled appearance and the bite marks on his chest, Shen Mingyi smirked. It seems last night was quite passionate. Lu Xiuming ignored him, striding directly to the sofa. Shen Mingyi surveyed the room and inquired, did Lu Ye leave? Yes, came Lu Xiuming's response, his demeanor akin to a defeated lion, visibly despondent. TSK, 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 how ungrateful of little Ye, using you and then discarding you, Shen Mingyi teased, raising an eyebrow. Lu Xiuming flicked the ash from his cigarette. Get to the point. Shen Mingyi pulled out his phone, stating, I've received news that Song Yuanyang intends to take Wen Ye to an event hosted by Qixing next week. It appears he plans to exchange Wen Ye's resources for a collaboration with Qixing. Isn't that a good thing? Lu Xiuming paused, extinguishing his cigarette. Good? Shen Mingyi, what kind of person is Song Yuanyang? You must be aware of his methods for resource exchange, right? What? Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback. He still holds a favorable view of his little wildflower, but the one overseeing this event from the Morning Star is a notorious lecher. Song Yuanyang is cunning beyond measure, and it seems that Wen Ye is once again destined to fall into their trap. Lu Xiuming felt a weight in his heart before he could voice his thoughts. He heard another remark from Shen Mingyi. By the way, your ex-girlfriend, the illustrious Baiwa film queen, is preparing to get married. I've heard she plans to retire post-marriage and dedicate herself to homemaking and child-rearing. What? Lu Xiuming felt as if struck by lightning, the one who was so proud, so exceptional, the very person who claimed that marriage would never bind her for a lifetime, his former girlfriend Sushina. is getting married and intends to focus on domestic life. Chapter 28. Longing for you. As the plane descended upon Huadu, Wen Ye inhaled deeply and opened his phone to message Lu Xiuming. Brother, I have arrived. The almost instantaneous video call request made his heart skip a beat. Once connected, Lu Xiuming's slightly fatigued visage filled the screen, his voice laced with concern. Are you still feeling unwell? Do you need me to buy some ointment? Wen Ye's cheeks flushed instantly, and after a prolonged silence, he softly replied, I'm fine now. No discomfort remains. Then make sure to rest well. The weather is hot, and Huadu is quite dry. Remember to drink plenty of water. Understood, you too. Chun Si-Yuan, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but curl her lips into a sardonic smile. Her eyes rife with disdain. She thrust a document before Wen Ye, her tone unyielding. You should rest in the apartment for the next few days. It's best if you don't go anywhere. Today, return to the team apartment to gather your belongings. Shanghai has already arranged a new residence for you, conveniently close to the company. Wen Ye lowered his gaze to peruse the document, but Chun Si-Yuan's voice continued to echo in his ears. President Song values you highly, and there will be more significant resource allocations ahead. You'd best clear your mind of any romantic entanglements. Your time for playful antics is over. Now that filming is wrapped, it's time to step out of the role, lest others think you cannot distinguish between reality and character. Wen Ye's fingers tightened slightly as he lifted his gaze to his manager. Chun Si-Yuan raised an eyebrow, her stare sharp as a blade. What? Do you find the company's regulations too stringent? The last artist who disregarded company directives is still in cold storage. Her tone sharpened. President Song has instructed me to keep a close watch on you, particularly regarding your interactions with Lu Xiuming. Do not let me catch you meeting him privately. When he felt a lump in his throat and lowered his gaze, replying understood. Chun Si-Yuan rolled her eyes, believing he was not taking her words seriously. Her irritation flaring as she reiterated, consider your circumstances carefully. When Ye met her gaze and replied calmly, I understand. Rest assured, I am aware of my boundaries. Upon returning to the shared apartment, the afternoon sun beat down, rendering the room stifling. Although there were 4 rooms, Huang Yong, He Mingming, and Wu Luan rarely stayed here. It was predominantly his space. His room faced west, resembling a steamer in the summer, yet he was alone, methodically sorting through his belongings. Clothes, books, and scripts were few in number, yet each item held a memory. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again. Another video request from Lu Xiuming appeared. Wen Ye accepted the call, and on the screen, Lu Xiuming reclined in the back seat of a business vehicle, his jacket draped casually over the chair, fatigue evident in his brow. Are you in the midst of packing? Lu Xiuming's voice conveyed a gentle weariness. Wen Ye directed the camera towards a bed piled high with cardboard boxes. His voice tinged with an unacknowledged sense of grievance. The company arranged for a new apartment close to the office. Lu Xiuming's fingers caressed his face on the screen, his concern palpable. Once you've moved, send me the address. I'll finish my business in Huzhou in a couple of days, and come keep you company. When he curled up at the foot of the bed, hugging his knees, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Okay, I miss you so much. Lu Xiuming gazed at him, wishing he could instantly fly to his side. Just hold on, Xiao Yi, I'll be there as soon as possible. In the video, he hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh. Wait for me. After hanging up, the room was left with only the hum of the air conditioning. When he stared out at the bustling traffic beyond the window, a hollow feeling settling in his heart. He recalled Chun Si-Yuan's warning and Lu Xiuming's promise of swift arrival, suddenly clenching his fists in anxiety. Would their future be torn apart by the mundane realities of society and interests, much like Gu Chun and Xia Yu in the drama? He tightened his grip on the blueberry-flavored cigarette box he had taken from Lu Xiuming's sports jacket, his fingertips trembling slightly. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang, and the new assistant, Xiao Wang, appeared at the threshold, panting and carrying a cardboard box. The fresh graduate beamed brightly. Brother Wen, Sister Chen said I'm here to help you move. When he forced a faint smile, and the two began packing up the items. Upon arriving at the new apartment, Xiao Wang marveled at the prime location of the room. Even though the decor was modest, the company is so generous. This location is worth its weight in gold. However, Wen Ye was too preoccupied to respond. immediately arranging the space to his liking, placing an array of peculiar plush toys from a claw machine on the back of the sofa, lined up like a silent battalion of guardians. He dared not allow himself to pause, as if his busyness could dispel the disquiet in his heart. Once he finished arranging, he snapped photos to send to Lu Xiuming. The collection of toys on the sofa, the greenery by the window, and the empty wardrobe. Each image felt like a fragment of his soul, yearning for Lu Xiuming's response. In the last photo, the wardrobe door was slightly ajar, and he captioned it, "The wardrobe is also waiting for its new owner." Lu Xiuming quickly replied with a selfie. He wore a deep gray satin loungewear. Lazily leaning against the sofa in his Huzhou home, the shadows on the carpet dancing. The text beneath the photo was brief yet fervent. "I'm also waiting for my little master." An indescribable warmth enveloped him, as if Lu Xiuming were right there beside him. When he stared at the screen, his fingertips repeatedly brushing over the words "little master," his heartbeat echoing like a drum. As the night deepened outside, he hesitated to turn off the lights, fearing the darkness would engulf all hope. He closed his eyes, setting Lu Xiuming's photo as a screensaver, inhaling deeply, just like Gu Chun and Xia Yuan, who were torn apart by societal pressures. Would he and Lu Xiuming also become victims of capitalistic games? Yet at this moment, they still had each other's photos, transmitting warmth across the screen. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuming was engrossed in managing affairs in Huzhou. When Zhang Ruoxiao opened Lu Xiuming's door, she found him with a cigarette between his lips, lost in thought, gripping his phone, his face displaying an unusual weariness and worry. Zhang Ruoxiao carefully placed the organized contract documents for Lu Xiuming and Zhou Qi on the coffee table before him. Lu Xiuming gazed at them for a moment, though he seemed unable to focus on any of the text within the contracts. "Brother, your contract with Zhou Qi has been finalized." Mu did not elaborate much, merely inquired whether the presence of newcomers around you was the reason, or if you simply wished to avoid any further entanglements. Zhang Ruoxiao adjusted her glasses. "And I conveyed to Mu that Lu Gu prefers to be unbound and seeks to pursue his development earnestly." Lu Xiuming nodded in acknowledgement. "Ruoxiao, you have worked hard during this period. Additionally, I've heard from Mu that Qixing has tentatively agreed to collaborate with us. There may be 1 or 2 scripts under discussion, and Mu plans to visit Huadu next week for a face-to-face meeting with the executives there. He hopes you can attend, although it may not involve leading roles." "Understood," I replied. Lu Xiuming extinguished his cigarette, his voice low. "If there are no significant projects in the coming days, take a few days off. And please arrange my flight to Huadu for tomorrow. There is a magazine shoot scheduled for tomorrow, already organized, expected to conclude in the afternoon. If you're going to Huadu, you might have to take the 10 p.m. flight, arriving in Huadu around midnight." The agent's tone carried a hint of concern. "All right," Lu Xiuming replied resolutely, appearing determined as he lit another cigarette, the scent of dried tangerine peel and snow chrysanthemum filling his mouth. "Do you need Xiao Zhou to accompany you?" Lu Xiuming shook his head. "Xiao Zhou has also worked hard recently. He should rest well." He turned to Zhang Ruoxiao. "By the way, how has Zhou Qi been? She has caused some disturbances with the company. Mu is somewhat exasperated and has suspended her work for a while to allow her to cool off. Currently, her managing agent is with her. Furthermore, the financial compensation from our contract termination has been settled, and I have tried my best to soothe her feelings, but she still wishes to see you." Lu Xiuming shook his head, feeling there was nothing left to discuss with Zhou Qi. Meeting again would only lead to the same exhausting conversations. Zhang Ruoxiao continued to speak. But Lu Xiuming's thoughts had drifted far away, memories of his time with Wen Ye on set flooding his mind. The comforting embraces and tender kisses replaying like a film that refused to fade. Zhang Ruoxiao noticed his distraction, but tactfully refrained from probing further, quietly pouring him a glass of water before leaving the room with gentle steps. Lu Xiuming finally returned to his senses, letting out a soft sigh as he extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, his heart a tumult of emotions. A blend of anxiety for the future and nostalgia for the past. Chapter 29. Just want to see you immediately upon arriving at the studio. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall, illuminating the pure white set and enhancing the sharpness of his denim attire. His white shirt was casually unbuttoned at the collar, a simple Cuban chain layered with a snake bone necklace adorning his collarbone, exuding a sense of understated fashion. As the makeup artist styled his hair, he gazed at his reflection for a moment and couldn't resist taking a photo with his phone, sending it promptly to Wen Ye. The screen displayed no response, and Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, Xiao Yi is probably still asleep. He handed the phone to Xiao Zhou. If he wakes up, let me know immediately. The shooting process required almost no direction. Lu Xiuming once worked as a model, and the essence of being in front of the camera has long been ingrained in his very being. Leaning against a vintage motorcycle, his fingertips casually traced the handlebars. The collision of denim and metal creating a raw aesthetic. He turned to stand amidst the interplay of light and shadow, his Adam's apple subtly moving, while a necklace refracted a cold glimmer under the lights. The photographer exclaimed with admiration, Mr. Lu, you're in remarkable form. This is only the third set of shots, and you've already exceeded expectations. As the shoot concluded, Lu Xiuming was engaged in conversation with the photographer when Xiao Zhou approached briskly, a palpable excitement on his face. Brother Lu, teacher Wen just called with a video. Lu Xiuming's eyes suddenly sparkled as he hurried to the lounge, locking the door behind him, shutting out the clamor of the outside world, with Xiao Zhou waiting outside. As the video connected, Wen Ye's sleepy visage came into view, his hair tousled, a few strands rebelliously sticking up, and a faint blush gracing his nose. Did you finish shooting? His voice was soft and languid, laced with the remnants of sleep. Lu Xiuming raised an eyebrow, his fingertip gliding across the screen. Yes, just wrapped up. Do you think I look handsome today? He casually tugged at his collar, revealing a faint red mark just below his collarbone, a remnant of the previous days when Wen Ye had bitten him. Wen Ye se cheeks instantly flushet kurimsen, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, his ears burning. You did that on purpose. A low chuckle escaped Lu Xiuming's throat as he leaned closer to the camera. Who told you to bite so hard? It hurts so much that I thought about keeping you locked in my embrace, biting back every day. Wen Ye, nearly dropping his phone in embarrassment, couldn't help but glance back, muttering softly, I only bit you once. Suddenly realizing what he was saying, he hastily covered his face with a blanket. Lu Xiuming watched Wen Ye's crimson ears, his smile deepening, his voice taking on a husky tone. This is enough for me to remember for a lifetime. Xiao Yi, wait for me. I'll see you tomorrow. Wen Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and as he nodded, his eyelashes fluttered. Yes, I'll wait for you. The wardrobe in your new home is waiting for you as well. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, and Xiao Zhou's voice called out, Brother Lu, Editor Su from SA Magazine, is here for brand promotion discussions. Lu Xiuming quickly composed himself, reassuring, Don't hang up. I'll finish up shortly. He opened the door to reveal a young woman in a sharp professional outfit. Su Jingru, the editor from SA Magazine. Su Jingru presented the documents, methodically outlining the promotional plan. Lu Xiuming listened intently, his gaze drifting to her phone's wallpaper, which featured promotional stills from a campus short film titled Youth, starring Wen Ye, a young man with a bright smile, delicately holding a daisy, exuding purity and warmth. He suddenly looked up, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Editor Su, do you have a fondness for Wen Ye? Su Jingge pauset. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, yet she candidly nodded. Indeed, Wen Ye is truly remarkable. He made me cry for several days after his performance as a minor character. His resilience and gentleness are qualities I hope to interview one day. Her tone was sincere, eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Mr. Lu just finished collaborating with him. Do you also think our Xiao Yi is exceptional? Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, glancing at the back of his phone as if he could envision Wen Ye's bashful expression at that moment. He is indeed remarkable. I also hold great admiration for him. The sound of Wen Ye's shy protest echoed through the earphones. Brother, what are you saying? Lu Xiuming's eyes sparkled with amusement as he addressed Su Jingru. How about this? You leave your contact information with my assistant. I shall procure a signed photo for you and have it sent. Su Jingru's heart swelled with joy, and she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Lu Xiuming smiled gently and added, I hope you will continue to support and cherish him, regardless of what he may pursue in the future. Su Jingru was momentarily taken aback, but soon beamed with a radiant smile. Of course, Teacher Lu. I have adored him since he was a trainee at Shanghai. A hint of shyness washed over her as she continued. In fact, I owe him my thanks. During that time, when I had just joined SA, everything felt overwhelmingly unfamiliar. As a newcomer, I worked day and night under immense pressure, nearly spiraling into despair. It was then that I stumbled upon the continuous live broadcasts of trainees at Shanghai. I witnessed Wen Ye diligently striving for his dreams. What set him apart from others was his unwavering resilience. Despite any criticism or setbacks, he never cried or lost his temper. He would always rise again the next day, facing everything with a smile and continuing his training. His tenacity rekindled my spirit during those bleak times. Thus, whether in the past or in the future, regardless of whether he knows me, I will always regard him as a companion in our mutual growth. Lu Xiuming felt a wave of astonishment, a sentiment echoed by Wen Ye on the other end of the line. They had not anticipated that those seemingly inconsequential actions from years past would leave such a profound impact on another. Lu Xiuming smiled and conveyed, "When he expresses his gratitude for your unwavering support over the years, he promises to work even harder, not to disappoint friends like you who have grown alongside him." What? Su Jingru was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiuming's implication. "I will relay your words to Wen Ye, so I wanted to share what he wishes to convey." Su Jingru, feeling a bit bashful, added, "Please also tell Wen Ye to take care of himself, not to overexert, to eat well, and maintain his health." As she gathered her belongings, she respectfully bowed to Lu Xiuming, exclaiming, "I am truly grateful, Teacher Lu." Yet, as she turned to leave, she murmured to herself, "He is indeed too thin. I worry about him, especially after his recent pneumothorax recurrence." Though her voice was soft, Lu Xiuming heard her clearly. Wen Ye was indeed very slender, at a height of 183 meters. He felt almost weightless when embraced. After closing the door, Lu Xiuming returned to the video, only to find Wen Ye curled up on the sofa, unconsciously twisting the edges of a cushion, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Brother, how is it that they possess such unwavering resolve to stand by someone like me, who has no idea when he will find his breakthrough?" Lu Xiuming's heart softened, and he positioned the camera over his heart. "Shao Yi, because you are inherently a wonderful person." His voice was gentle as a feather, yet imbued with undeniable strength. "You all embody a resilient vitality and strive to grow. All the adversities you have encountered can be transformed into nourishment for your growth, allowing you to flourish healthily." By the way, what was that about pneumothorax she mentioned? Huh? When he felt somewhat dazed, suddenly recalling a moment from his previous production when exhaustion overwhelmed him, causing a sudden difficulty in breathing and a sharp pain in his chest. That day, a few fans had visited the set, and it just so happened that the crew took him to the hospital. Rubbing the back of his head, he feigned nonchalance, thinking to himself that it was nothing serious, as he had not experienced such issues since then. Lu Xiuming observed Wen Ye's forced demeanor and felt a surge of compassion for him, silently urging him to take better care of his health and not to overexert himself. After attending to all his affairs, evening descended. The flight ticket that Ruo Xiao had booked for him was for around 9 o'clock that night, leaving him 3 hours to pack. He glanced at a photo on his phone of him and Wen Ye, and an intense eagerness to see Wen Ye surged within him, making him wish time would hasten. Lu Xiuming handed his packed suitcase to Xiao Zhou, who accepted it with a nod. "Lu Gu, a car has already been arranged in Huadu. It's waiting at the airport parking lot." Lu Xiuming nodded, his fingertips caressing the screen of his phone, where Wen Ye's photo illuminated his eyes with a soft glow. He instructed Xiao Zhou, "You don't need to follow me these days. Focus on resting." Xiao Zhou hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Lu Gu, please take care of yourself." In the early hours, Lu Xiuming arrived at Huadu Airport, where a black SUV had been waiting for some time. The driver respectfully placed his luggage in the trunk and handed the car keys to Lu Xiuming. Once inside the vehicle, he headed straight to Wen Ye's new apartment. The night was thick and inky, and the underground parking lot was silent as a tomb. He called Wen Ye, and the phone rang only twice before being answered. Wen Ye, with disheveled hair, appeared on the screen. "Ye, why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, lowering his voice purposefully. "The takeout has arrived. It's in the underground parking lot. Come down quickly." Wen Ye paused, rubbing his eyes and mumbling, "What takeout could possibly arrive at this hour?" Lu Xiuming chuckled again. Hurry, or it will get cold. Despite his confusion, Wen Ye quickly slipped on his slippers and hurried downstairs. When the elevator doors opened with a chime, he stepped out and collided with a familiar embrace. He froze for a moment, then felt Lu Xiuming's presence envelop him, the warmth of his palm brushing against the nape of his neck as he spoke hoarsely. Xiao Yi, I've missed you terribly. Wen Ye stiffened for an instant, but then his eyes grew warm, and he tightly returned the embrace, surprised as he asked, What brings you here so suddenly? Lu Xiuming held him close, his grip firm, as if trying to fuse them together, leaning down to kiss the top of his head. His voice laced with the night and longing. I wanted to surprise you. I couldn't wait a moment longer after today's shoot. Wen Ye felt a pang in his heart, burying his face in Lu Xiuming's neck and murmuring, I missed you too, but you just finished shooting a magazine today. Lu Xiuming chuckled lightly, his fingertips grazing Wen Ye's ear. It's worth it. Xiao Yi, no matter how tired I am, the thought of seeing you instantly rejuvenates me. At that moment, Wen Ye's heart fluttered, and he realized that nothing else mattered. Having Lu Xiuming by his side made everything perfect. Chapter 30. I suddenly feel incredibly happy as the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Lu Xiuming had already been awake for a while. He turned his head to gaze at the person nestled in his arms, where Wen Ye curled contentedly, breathing softly. His disheveled hair scattered across the pillow, and a lingering blush from their embrace the previous night still gracing his cheeks. With his fingertips, he gently brushed against the arch of Wen Ye's brow, recalling the warmth of their close embrace in the basement, a tender sensation blossoming in his heart. As if sensing his attention, Wen Ye's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes, still clouded with sleep. What time is it, brother? Lu Xiuming leaned down to place a soft kiss on his forehead, his voice still tinged with the raspiness of morning. It's nearly noon, my little lazy cat. Wen Ye, still somewhat dazed, murmured, Are we out of food? As Lu Xiuming rose, he casually picked up the pajamas strewn across the floor and handed them to Wen Ye. Upon receiving them, Wen Ye's cheeks flushed. The pajamas were new, adorned with a childish cartoon pattern that made him feel a tad embarrassed. He hurriedly donned them, mumbling softly, There's not much to eat at home. I've been ordering takeout these past few days. Observing Wen Ye's demeanor, Lu Xiuming's heart softened, and he took his hand. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. After they freshened up, they drove into the city. Wen Ye expertly directed Lu Xiuming to an old street, stopping in front of an unassuming Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Though the eatery was not particularly eye-catching, Wen Ye held a special fondness for it. The establishment bore a somewhat antiquated facade, yet exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity. Upon entering, the familiar aromas of tea and food enveloped them instantly. The interior was simply yet warmly decorated, with vintage photographs of Hong Kong adorning the walls and classic Cantonese songs playing softly, as if narrating stories of bygone days. They settled into a window-side table, where Wen Ye excitedly recommended the restaurant's signature dishes to Lu Xiuming, as if unveiling a treasure trove. Witnessing the sparkle in Wen Ye's eyes filled Lu Xiuming with a comforting warmth. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Xiuming inquired, What makes this place so special? Wen Ye replied with a mysterious smile, You'll find out once you taste it. The restaurant buzzed with chatter, and upon recognizing Wen Ye, the proprietress exclaimed in delight, Little one, it's been ages. Are you bringing a friend today? Wen Ye's cheeks flushed slightly, and before he could respond, Lu Xiuming smiled at the proprietress, saying, Hello, Andy. He always raves about your shrimp dumplings and iced lemon tea. The proprietress, flustered by the handsome young man's smile, handed the menu to Wen Ye. Of course. Our handmade shrimp dumplings are a specialty. Little one orders them every time he visits. Blushing, Wen Ye eagerly ordered shrimp dumplings, pineapple buns, stir-fried beef ho fun, and also requested a cup of silk stocking milk tea and iced lemon tea for himself. Lu Xiuming felt a warm glow in his heart as he watched him. The proprietress beamed at the two handsome young men seated by her restaurant's window, feeling fortunate and believing her business had improved. The waiter promptly brought the dishes, and Wen Ye placed the iced lemon tea beside Lu Xiuming, while he eagerly sipped his milk tea, unable to resist the urge to sneak a photo. In the picture, the youth's eyes sparkled with joy, completely unaware of the camera, causing Lu Xiuming's lips to involuntarily curl into a smile as he saved the photo in a private collection. At that moment, Wen Ye looked up and caught Lu Xiuming taking a candid shot of him, and with a hint of bashfulness, he playfully chided, "You always take sneaky pictures of me." Lu Xiuming gazed at him, utterly captivated by his adorableness. Lu Xiuming savored the shrimp dumplings, their exquisite flavor delighting his palate, while Wen Ye was engaged in a fierce battle with the steaming hot stir-fried beef rice noodles, the piping hot rice noodles causing him to grimace slightly. As Wen Ye reached for a bite, he exclaimed, "Ouch, it's hot." Lu Xiuming offered him his iced lemon tea, advising him to take his time. Wen Ye took a generous sip of the refreshing drink, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Unable to resist, Lu Xiuming captured the moment of Wen Ye's indulgence with a photograph. After their satisfying meal, the two ventured to a nearby mall for some shopping. The supermarket's array of goods filled Wen Ye with excitement as he pushed the shopping cart, diligently selecting toiletries and ingredients. Holding up a piece of beef brisket, he earnestly inquired, "Brother, shall we make tomato beef brisket tonight?" Lu Xiuming smiled in response, his gaze unwaveringly following Wen Ye. Despite Wen Ye's aversion to fruits, Lu Xiuming attempted to add seasonal grapes, lychees, and watermelon to their cart. Upon noticing, Wen Ye shook his head in refusal. But Lu Xiuming's steadfast gaze left no room for dissent. Wen Ye rolled his eyes and remarked, "Brother, these fruits are high in sugar. Consuming too much will lead to weight gain and poor skin." Lu Xiuming nodded, yet still placed the fruits into the cart, teasing, "Teacher, Wen is right. We'll discuss it again when you gain some weight." Wen Ye sighed in exasperation, pouting slightly. Lu Xiuming chuckled and guided him towards the snack aisle, where Wen Ye's eyes brightened at the sight of chips, spicy strips, and nuts, eagerly tossing them into the cart. Suddenly, he paused, staring dreamily at the strawberry milk on the shelf. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, "If you like it, just buy it. You're not a child anymore." Wen Ye's ears flushed red as he quietly defended, "This was the best drink from the gifts we prepared for our fans at the birthday party." Lu Xiuming raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing him, "Oh? Did little Yi sneak a sip of the gifts meant for the fans? Should I try some too?" Wen Ye, embarrassed and annoyed, lightly punched Lu Xiuming's chest, who seized his wrist and pulled him into an embrace. As they passed the arcade, Wen Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he led Lu Xiuming to the claw machine. He inserted coins, skillfully maneuvering the controls, yet repeatedly failing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Leaning against the machine, Lu Xiuming recorded the scene with his phone, smiling at him. "Do you need your brother's help?" Wen Ye stubbornly shook his head. "I can do it." Finally, the claw descended, successfully grasping a plush bear. Wen Ye cheered as he received it, cradling it like a treasure, and turned to Lu Xiuming, boasting, "Look, impressive, right?" Lu Xiuming bent down and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Yes, my little Yi is the best." As they returned home, laden with their spoils, Wen Ye suddenly remembered something and handed the shopping bags and plush bear to Lu Xiuming, saying, "Brother, wait here for me. I'm going to get some coffee." Lu Xiuming nodded, watching him depart. Just then, he heard an excited voice behind him. "Teacher Lu, is that really you?" Turning around, he was met by a group of enthusiastic young girls, their phones raised in anticipation. Lu Xiuming smiled warmly. "Hello, are you here to watch a movie?" The girls eagerly affirmed, their faces glowing with excitement, and soon they requested a group photo, to which Lu Xiuming readily agreed. One attentive fan noticed the shopping bags in Lu Xiuming's hands, filled with vegetables and fruits, and curiously asked, "Teacher Lu, don't you live in Hezhou? Why are you suddenly in Huadu? Is there a new work arrangement?" Lu Xiuming smiled as he explained that he was currently on vacation and had come specifically to visit friends. While speaking, he gestured with the shopping bag in his hand. "So, will Teacher Lu be cooking dinner himself tonight?" Upon hearing this, a thought seemed to cross Lu Xiuming's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly as he chuckled softly to himself. Indeed, he was not adept at cooking, which meant that the task would fall to me. This revelation elicited a chorus of delighted gasps from the girls, who felt as though they were catching a glimpse of their beloved star's life, their excitement palpable. In the distance, Wen Ye quietly cradled his coffee, his gaze piercing through the bustling crowd to observe Lu Xiuming, who was surrounded by fans. Lu Xiuming stood tall, exuding warmth and approachability, engaging enthusiastically with his admirers. The excited whispers and the frequent flashes of cameras enveloped him. A ripple of emotion stirred within Wen Ye. He refrained from intruding, instead taking a few steps back to blend into the crowd. He watched patiently as Lu Xiuming bid farewell to each fan. When Lu Xiuming turned to seek him out, Wen Ye swiftly approached, offering him the coffee he held and softly saying, "Brother, your latte." Lu Xiuming accepted the drink and affectionately ruffled Wen Ye's hair. On their way home, silence enveloped the car for a considerable time. Lu Xiuming observed Wen Ye gazing out at the swiftly receding streets, pondering something unknown. He sensed a hint of melancholy in Wen Ye. Suddenly, Lu Xiuming grasped his hand, the pressure gentle yet firm. "Xiao Yi, what are you thinking? Are you uncomfortable with my interaction with the fans?" Wen Ye shook his head. "No, your fans are wonderful, a warm and considerate group of girls. I've seen the comments on your social media. I just have some concerns." "Do not worry. I shall protect what is ours," Lu Xiuming reassured him. When he turned to meet his profound gaze, where he saw his own reflection, clear as a mirror. As dusk deepened, the two returned to the apartment. In the kitchen, Lu Xiuming deftly prepared the ingredients, his movements exuding focus and tenderness. Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Ye watched him silently, his eyes brimming with affection. A classic line from youth spontaneously surfaced in his mind. Loving someone means feeling at ease just by watching them cook. At that moment, the sentiment resonated deeply within him. A smile involuntarily graced Wen Ye's lips as he gently placed a teddy bear on the cabinet, whispering, "Brother, I suddenly feel so happy." Though his voice was soft, Lu Xiuming heard him clearly, unable to suppress a smile. Witnessing Wen Ye's contentment filled Lu Xiuming with warmth. He reached out, tenderly tousling Wen Ye's hair, and softly said, "If it makes you happy, then I too feel joy." They exchanged smiles, and the warmth of the moment seemed to slow down time, enveloping them in tranquility. In the kitchen, the aroma of the ingredients mingled with the subtle emotional atmosphere between them, filling the small space with warmth and happiness. Chapter 31. A small gathering. Wen Ye had just risen when he received a call from Shen Mingi. On the other end, Shen Mingi's casual voice rang out, "Oh, Xiao Yi, you've just woken up." Wen Ye leaned against the kitchen doorframe. "Yes, Brother Shen. Let me guess, Lu Xiuming is with you, right?" Wen Ye cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xiuming, who was busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "Indeed, he is here as well." On the other end of the phone, Shen Mingi rolled his eyes, his tone laced with unreserved teasing. "Well, Lu Xiuming, you are truly in the throes of infatuation. Young lovers in the heat of romance simply cannot bear to be apart for even a moment. Ah, by the way, Yao Xing mentioned he has also arrived in Huadu. Since everyone is here, why not gather together? It would also give Yao Xing a chance to witness the charm of your infatuation, Brother Lu." His tone held a hint of mockery, seemingly filled with both exasperation and envy towards Lu Xiuming's state of affairs. Wen Ye accepted the invitation and turned to relay the message to Lu Xiuming, who, while wiping his hands dry, raised an eyebrow and smiled. With Shen Mingi's mouth, he really cannot utter a single good word. In the evening, the four friends arrived at a quaint little tavern as planned, beneath the warm yellow glow of the lights. The wooden table was adorned with an array of craft beers and specialty snacks, soothing music intertwined with the scent of malt enveloping everyone. As soon as Yao Xing settled in, he eagerly engaged Wen Ye in gossip about recent online buzz, animatedly mimicking an exaggerated expression of a certain star, causing Wen Ye to stifle laughter. "Oh, and did you know? It seems the renowned actress Su Xinhao is getting married to a wealthy businessman, although it appears there hasn't been an official announcement yet." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingi, cigarette in hand, cast a knowing glance at Lu Xiuming, his face betraying a smirk. Lu Xiuming maintained a composed demeanor, gently sipping from his glass, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, when he looked at Yao Xing with curiosity, eager to learn more. It is such a pity that the acclaimed actress plans to retire after marriage. Her acting skills are so exceptional, so powerful, and so beautiful. To think she would cease to participate in any productions thereafter. Yao Xing continued. The news of Su Xinhao's marriage has undoubtedly left many fans feeling disheartened. Her performance in the film Living was simply breathtaking, particularly that tearful scene in the rain. And her award-winning work Life's Long Journey truly brought a small character to life. Her acting is nothing short of textbook excellence. Alas, I never expected her to choose to retire at the peak of her career. Xiuming let out a soft hum, flicking off the ash from a cigarette, and remarked, "The entertainment industry is ever-changing. One can never predict what tomorrow may bring. Perhaps this illustrious actress has discovered a life she desires more." Lu Xiuming lowered his gaze and spoke softly. Everyone has different pursuits. For her, perhaps family holds more significance than career at this juncture. Wen Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, achieving success in a beloved field and then pursuing another form of happiness in life is quite fulfilling. Yao Xing still felt a twinge of regret, but she is only 27. To settle on one person so quickly and marry at such a young age seems premature. There feels like there are so many extraordinary experiences yet to be had. Lu Xiuming wore a smile, idly twirling his glass, lost in thought. Xiuming playfully patted Yao Xing on the head and half-jokingly said, "What if she has found true love? Why lament for her? You might as well consider your own situation. Who can predict matters of the heart? Perhaps one day, you will encounter that person who make your heart flutter." Yao Xing shrugged slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Xiuming shifted the topic with a teasing remark. "Just imagine the uproar if we were to announce our retirement one day." Yao Xing chuckled in response. "If Brother Mingyi were to retire, I reckon the fans would be in tears. You were their idol, after all." Wen Ye laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do, Brother Shun, for you aim to become a film emperor." The group continued their leisurely conversation, exchanging gossip from the entertainment industry and sharing snippets of their recent lives. Reclining against the back of the sofa, Xiuming swirled his wine glass playfully. "Look at our film emperor, thriving under teacher Lu's care. Your face has become quite cherubic." Lu Xiuming gazed at Wen Ye with affectionate eyes, while Wen Ye feigned annoyance, pouting and shooting a mock glare at Xiuming, though he could not suppress his laughter. With a slight blush on his cheeks, Wen Ye felt Lu Xiuming's arm comfortably drape over his shoulders as he chuckled lightly. "If Brother Shun is envious, perhaps you should find a companion soon?" With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Yao Xing, who was swaying to the music. Xiuming scoffed, shaking his head, and raised his glass to clink with Lu Xiuming's, the liquid within rippling at the contact. After a few drinks, Xiuming rose to take a call outside. As Lu Xiuming headed to the restroom, when he noticed Yao Xing's gaze instinctively following Xiuming's retreating figure and quietly inquired, "What brings you to Huadu all of a sudden?" Yao Xing withdrew his gaze, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "The Morning Star intends to exchange resources with several companies, so I came for an interview, hoping to secure some opportunities." He took a sip of his drink, playfully sticking out his tongue in self-deprecation. "This industry is truly challenging. So many matters are beyond my control, and one often finds oneself at the mercy of others." Outside the window, Xiuming was animatedly shouting into his phone, angrily hurling his cigarette to the ground, the orange-red sparks scattering. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "Resource exchange? It's merely trading people for resources. Keep a close watch on that old man. If he dares to act, he better not blame me for taking his paw." After hanging up, he returned to his seat with a dark expression, lighting another cigarette, his fingers angrily swiping across his phone screen, the glow illuminating the stormy depths of his eyes. When he glanced anxiously at Yao Xing, then turned to Lu Xiuming. Lu Xiuming subtly shook his head, signaling him not to probe further. The raucous ambience of the tavern seemed to fade away, leaving a heavy silence among the four. Xiuming continued to drink, while Lu Xiuming remained by his side, and Yao Xing engaged in casual conversation with Wen Ye, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Xiuming, who was clearly becoming intoxicated. Observing his state, Lu Xiuming patted Xiuming's shoulder. "Everyone will be in Huadu for some time. Let's call it a night for now. Mingyi, we shall gather again soon." Xiuming downed the contents of his glass and nodded. "Where do you stay, Xing?" "I'll see you home. I booked a hotel on Shichun Street," came the reply. Xiuming frowned. "Why such a remote location? Come, I'll arrange a luxury suite for you." Wen Ye scratched his nose. Is it really that far within the third ring? His new apartment was still in the fourth ring. Lu Xiuming, Wen Ye, found amusement in Shun Mingyi's drunken state. They called a designated driver to take them back to the apartment. In the elevator, upon noticing the absence of others, Wen Ye languidly leaned against Lu Xiuming like a lazy cat. Lu Xiuming's lips curled into a subtle smile as he embraced Wen Ye, leaning down to capture his lips in a deep, fervent kiss, exchanging the sweet scent of malt as if they were destined to melt into one another. Unable to contain his emotions, Wen Ye wrapped his arms tightly around Lu Xiuming's neck, responding with equal fervor. Suddenly, the elevator doors chimed open, revealing Wen Ye's assistant, Xiao Wang, standing outside with wide eyes, utterly shocked at the sight of the two entwined. Wen Ye froze, his cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood could drip from them. He stood there, at a loss, his gaze flickering, uncertain how to explain the unexpected situation. With an air of awkwardness, Wen Ye introduced Lu Xiuming to him, saying, "This is my assistant, Xiao Wang." Xiao Wang looked up at the significantly taller Lu Xiuming, to which Wen Ye added, "This is my friend, Lu Xiuming. You can call him Brother Lu." Regaining his composure, Xiao Wang awkwardly nodded and hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Brother Lu." Lu Xiuming nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes twinkling with amusement at Wen Ye's embarrassment. He gently tousled Wen Ye's hair before stepping out of the elevator, gesturing for Xiao Wang to enter for a discussion. Wen Ye followed behind, his heart a tumult of emotions. Seated on the sofa with his legs crossed, Lu Xiuming took a drag from a cigarette, while Xiao Wang sat across from him, visibly anxious, fidgeting with the faded fabric of his jeans. Lu Xiuming scrutinized Xiao Wang and slowly spoke, "Today I saw nothing." Xiao Wang hurriedly waved his hands, internally panicking, amused by Xiao Wang's reaction. Lu Xiuming lowered his head to hide a smile and continued, "Our Wen Ye will need your diligent care in the future. Rest assured, we shall not neglect you. In addition to your company remuneration, we will provide you with an extra sum." He paused to observe Xiao Wang's incredulous expression. "However, you must understand that this money is not easily obtained. We expect you to keep everything you see and hear about Wen Ye and me today and in the future confidential, including from Wen Ye's manager." He emphasized, "This is of utmost importance to us, and we will need your absolute discretion. Additionally, there may be times when we require your assistance in maintaining our cover. I hope you can comprehend this." Xiao Wang nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. Lu Xiuming, satisfied, acknowledged him with a nod, saying, "Excellent. I trust you are a wise individual who knows how to act in his best interest. In the future, I will regularly check in with you to stay informed about Wen Ye. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me." Xiao Wang eagerly nodded, patting his chest in assurance, "Brother Lu, you can rest easy. I will definitely keep it confidential and look after Wen Ye." Internally elated, Xiao Wang thought how easy it was to perform the same job for double the pay, as long as he kept his mouth shut. Lu Xiuming nodded, signaling that Xiao Wang could leave. Joyfully, Xiao Wang exited Wen Ye's home. Wen Ye, vexed, lightly punched Lu Xiuming's chest, exclaiming, "You were seen?" With a gentle laugh, Lu Xiuming grasped his hand and replied, "What is there to fear?" His fingertips gently caressed the palm of Wen Ye, a freshly graduated university student. Easily persuaded, how can you be certain he won't betray us both? Look at his attire and the expression he wore moments ago. Having only worked at Huadu for half a month, he wouldn't dare risk losing his job over a mere word from you. Do you think he would turn against you? Yes, this lad does seem quite decent. Although he's only been with me for a few days, he appears remarkably innocent. Your company likely won't offer him substantial compensation. I shall have Xiao Zhou give him some funds shortly. The boy is as thin as you, and I wouldn't want to find myself in a position where I must care for him instead." Lu Xiuming leaned back on the sofa, cradling his head. Chapter 32. Plans and Secrets. The following morning, Yao Xing awoke at dawn, drawing back the curtains. The breathtaking view of the Imperial City Museum from the expansive floor-to-ceiling window left him momentarily speechless. The sunlight cascaded upon the glazed tiles, refracting dazzling rays, and the intricate eaves of the ancient architecture were vividly visible. He had arrived the previous night when darkness had already descended, unaware of being in such a remarkable location. Hastily, he pulled out his phone to check information about the hotel, only to find that the booking app displayed merely the words Huadu, Ryu Terrace, devoid of any pricing or reviews. Shocked, he messaged Wen Ye, "Oh my goodness. Did you know? Mingy is amazing. The hotel suite actually contains several smaller suites, plus a massive reception room. Moreover, it was too dark last night for me to notice, and I've only just realized that the Imperial City Museum is visible right outside the window. The most astonishing part is, this place doesn't even display a price. There's no information whatsoever." Wen Ye was equally astonished upon receiving the message, nestled against Lu Xiuming as he handed the phone for him to see. Lu Xiuming wrapped his arms around him, his fingertips gliding across the screen as he examined the photos and screenshots sent by Yao Xing, raising an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, it seems that Shun Mingyi's background is likely more extraordinary than we initially presumed. His tone carried a hint of contemplation, as if he had glimpsed some deeply hidden connections through this message. Wen Ye quickly typed a response. "Brother Shun is incredible." Meanwhile, Shun Mingyi was jolted awake by a phone call. Pressing his throbbing forehead, he answered the call, where his sister Shun Mingqi's voice greeted him with affectionate laughter. "Mingyi, did you bring a little star home to the hotel last night?" She deliberately emphasized the word home, instantly awakening Shun Mingyi, his spine straightening. "Sister, it was merely a friend. Please don't overthink it." Shun Mingqi chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Yet her voice exuded a certainty that seemed to see through everything. "It's fine to have some fun now. After all, you're still young and your heart is uncertain. I understand that the boy is quite handsome." Pausing for a moment, she continued gently. "If you've had your fill of play, return home to take over the family business. Don't let our parents worry." Shun Mingyi remained silent, unconsciously fiddling with a cigarette box. The morning light outside, blinding, yet failing to penetrate the shadows in his eyes. Noticing his silence, Shun Mingqi asked, "When do you plan to return home?" Shun Mingyi merely smiled and replied, "Aren't I home right now? Ah, by the way, why did you agree to let that old man handle collaborations with other agencies? Do not mock me, for I am yet unfamiliar with your intentions." Shun Mingqi deftly shifted the conversation, delving into the crux of the matter. "Our company is inundated with mid-tier resources, and our artists are reluctant to engage with them. We cannot hold on to such an abundance for an extended period. The mid-tier market is indeed a substantial opportunity. It would be prudent to disseminate more resources to attract effective talent, fostering a path for mutual growth and success. Moreover, this may very well be an opportunity for me to discover the next breakout star or even to cultivate another illustrious artist." She chuckled lightly, adding, as for Ren Xian, he would hardly grant him the chance to falter, nor would he allow himself to be sidelined. The board members, those cunning old foxes, always require a pretext before they relent. Shun Mingyi comprehended the underlying implications. His sister intended to use resource exchange as a guise to purge the internal parasites plaguing the company. He extinguished his cigarette, stating, "I have heard that 2 of my friends' companies are also negotiating with Xiuming Star. Ensure they receive favorable resources. We cannot allow them to fall under Ren Qian's influence." Shun Mingqi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. "Returning home to inherit the family business, what resources would not be at your disposal?" Shun Mingyi, exasperated, ran his fingers through his hair and growled, "Sister." Shun Mingqi, sensing the moment to withdraw, concluded with a light laugh, "Come home for dinner tonight. Our parents miss you." As the call ended, Shun Mingyi gazed out at the bustling streets, his eyes dark and contemplative. He rubbed his face and exited the room, only to encounter Yao Xing, who sat cross-legged on the sofa, resembling a curious cat exploring its surroundings. Upon seeing him, Yao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Shun Mingyi took a seat beside him and pressed the intercom button, requesting, "Please bring up 2 breakfasts." Once the attendant departed, he turned his gaze firmly on Yao Xing, his voice steady. "I am aware of your inquiries, but there are certain matters I cannot disclose at this moment." Yao Xing pressed his lips together and nodded solemnly, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. Shun Mingyi reached out, ruffling the top of his hair with a comforting touch. "In the future, when you come to Huadu, do not book a hotel. Stay here. It is convenient and safe, and I will ensure everything is well arranged. His tone was resolute, as if he held dominion over this realm. A subtle tremor coursed through Yao Xing's heart, a secret warmth enveloping him. Meanwhile, Wen Ye was set to visit the SA magazine's photography base in Huadu for a photo shoot. Xiao Wang had sent him a message in advance, meticulously reminding him of the specific time and location for the shoot. Lu Xiuming lounged lazily in their room, his gaze tenderly fixed on Wen Ye. After a quick change of clothes, Wen Ye leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon Lu Xiuming's forehead, imbued with a blend of affection and urgency before departing. Upon arriving at the SA magazine's photography base, Wen Ye discovered Chen Siyuan already waiting, accompanied by the photography director, Su Ji. Su Ji was a man nearly obsessive about his craft, relentlessly pursuing perfection and refusing to compromise. As Wen Ye passed by, he vaguely overheard Chen Siyuan lamenting, "I truly cannot fathom what President Song sees in Wen Ye to regard him with such importance. I certainly do not perceive any potential for his rise." Su Ji paid her no heed, engrossed in adjusting his camera. Wen Ye, however, merely lifted the corners of his mouth in a polite smile directed at Chen Siyuan. Feigning ignorance to her remarks, "Sister Chen, Director Su, my apologies for the wait." "Director Su, thank you for your assistance today." Chen Siyuan cast him a sidelong glance, but offered no further commentary. Su Ji nodded, continuing to manipulate his camera. The makeup artist began to style Wen Ye, adorning him with a golden wig that exuded a wild and untamed spirit. He donned a grass-green gradient velvet trench coat, intricately layered with sheer fabric cascading from the right lapel, paired with black denim wide-leg trousers embellished with shimmering sequins. As he stepped into the studio, the flash of the cameras caused Su Ji's pupils to constrict sharply. When he casually positioned himself before the blank backdrop, the interplay of light and shadow dancing upon his contours, a captivating blend of chill and allure, as if he were born for the lens. The sound of the shutter clicked rapidly, with astonished exclamations from the crew. "Incredible. His face is a true work of art." Su Ji focused intently through the viewfinder, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, confidently assuring Chen Siyuan, "With a face like his, if you invest some effort, he will undoubtedly rise to fame." Chen Siyuan scoffed dismissively. The staff presented the unedited raw images to Wen Ye, who selected a profile shot of himself holding a pink rose and gazing directly into the camera. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, he sent the photograph to Lu Xiuming. Lu Xiuming stared at the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing, breath suddenly quickening. In the photograph, Wen Ye's eyelashes cast butterfly-like shadows beneath his eyes, the corners of his lips slightly upturned, the rose illuminating his skin like jade, exuding an enchanting charm. He felt parched, his fingertips grazing the screen, his voice low and laced with fervent desire. The ethereal morning light spills through the gaps in the curtains, igniting flames in his eyes, as if he yearns to draw that fleeting light into his embrace, melding it into his very essence. Chen Siyuan stood by the car, arms crossed, as she awaited Wen Ye, observing Xiao Wang carrying Wen Ye's bag, engrossed in his phone, furrowing his brow. "Xiao Wang, what are you doing with your phone?" "Oh, Sister Chen, my cousin just told me he has coming to Huadu next week, so I'm replying to him." Xiao Wang raised his phone to show Chen Siyuan a conversation with someone named Mr. Giant, discussing the weather and cuisine in Huadu, along with a reminder to eat well and a transfer of 8,000. Chen Siyuan glanced at it, noting the lack of any artist-related content, and said nothing further. As Wen Ye emerged and prepared to get into the car, Chen Siyuan handed him an audition notice. "There is an audition opportunity next week, arranged for you by Mr. Song. It's for the role of the second male lead in a period drama. The script isn't lengthy, so do prepare yourself. Aledikt, Van Yin Odit. Also, there's a dinner tomorrow night. Mr. Song will introduce you to the collaborators from Morning Star. Make sure you're well prepared. I'll bring the makeup artist to see you tomorrow. Whether you can connect with Morning Star will depend on your performance." A sense of foreboding settled in Wen Ye's heart. He was all too aware of the underlying rules that such gatherings concealed, where transactions of money, power, and desire were not uncommon in his circle. A blend of resistance and resignation surged within him. Yet for the sake of his career, He realized he had no choice but to continue nodding in agreement. Upon returning home, Lu Xiuming was on a phone call. Upon seeing Wen Ye enter, he pulled him onto the sofa. I understand. I'll heed what Mr. Mu said. If you and Xiao arrive tomorrow, send me the address, and I'll meet you at the hotel. Lu Xiuming squeezed Wen Ye's fingers. All right, let us leave it at that. He ended the call and planted a kiss on Wen Ye's forehead. Was the shoot successful? Wen Ye nodded, his enthusiasm waning as he replied. SA truly lives up to its reputation as one of the industry's top magazines. Director Su Ji is indeed impressive. Lu Ming smiled. Truly impressive. A raw, unedited photograph could transform him in such a manner. Tomorrow evening, I have a dinner engagement arranged by the company, and I suspect I will return rather late. Wen Ye sat up, surprised by the coincidence, stating that he too had a dinner arranged with the partners of Xiuming Star. Lu Xiuming frowned, inwardly reflecting that tomorrow, President Mu would also be meeting with the individuals from Xiuming Star. It seemed the intentions behind this large-scale collaboration were far from simple. Noticing Lu Xiuming's frown, Wen Ye inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Lu Xiuming shook his head, dismissing it as nothing more than a feeling that this collaboration appeared to involve several high-ranking officials, hoping that everything would proceed smoothly. The two then fell into a contemplative silence, each preoccupied with the events of the following day. Chapter 33. I disdained them. Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye lingered in bed until nearly 2 in the afternoon. Wen Ye lay nestled in Lu Xiuming's embrace, perusing the script provided by Chen Xiyuan, while Lu Xiuming held him with one arm and scrolled through his phone with the other. The notification sound chimed, prompting Lu Xiuming to glance at it. It was a message from Zhang Ruoxiao containing the hotel location information. He then kissed Wen Ye's cheek, saying, "I must be off. Please take care of yourself tonight, and feel free to call me or Shun Mingyi if anything arises." Wen Ye tightened his grip around his waist, his voice laced with a languid lilt, "Drink less alcohol." Lu Xiuming casually donned a t-shirt and jeans before heading out, while Wen Ye messaged Xiao Wang, informing him that he could come over now. When Xiao Wang and the makeup artist arrived, Wen Ye was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in the script. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating him, while his neatly styled hair accentuated his youthful demeanor. The makeup artist attended to his appearance, pairing a light blue shirt with white jeans, making him resemble a fresh-faced college student. As the makeup artist tidied up her tools, Xiao Wang lowered his voice. "I heard from Sister Chan that tonight, President Song is bringing along Chun Ingxian and Chiyu, as well as Si Rue. Vanyan nodded, Rijalink Jiyu." The impressive boy who had stood up against Huang Yonghui's bullying during their time as trainees at Shanghai, now exuding a calm and composed aura. He was also aware of the rumors surrounding Si Rue, a savvy individual. As for Chun Ingxian, she was still quite young. As night fell, the crystal chandelier cast dazzling reflections. Upon arriving at the hotel for the dinner, Wen Ye found Song Yuanyang already waiting in the private room, with the main seat still vacant. Chiyu, Si Rue, Chun Xiyuan, and a director responsible for operations at the company were already seated. Song Yuanyang glanced up at Wen Ye, beckoning him to sit beside Si Rue. Shortly thereafter, Chun Ingxian entered, cheerfully greeting everyone before taking a seat next to Wen Ye. "Wen Ge, your last project was a collaboration with teacher Lu Xiuming, right?" Chun Ingxian whispered in his ear. Wen Ye looked down at her. Her bright, sparkling eyes were filled with delight as they gazed at him. He smiled back, affirming, "Yes, it was with teacher Lu. Wow, I absolutely adore him. He is so handsome. Could you possibly get me an autograph photo from teacher Lu?" "Of course. I will reach out to him later." "Wen Ge, you are too kind." "Thank you." Chun Ingxian exclaimed, excitedly grasping his arm. Chiyu chuckled, observing Chun Ingxuan's admiration, clearly captivated by the charm of Lu Xiuming. Beside her, Sire looked at Chun Ingxian with evident disdain, finding her infatuation rather trivial. After all, what kind of handsome men were not present in their circle? Is he really that incredibly handsome, with such a superb physique and long legs? Don't you think so, Wen Ge? If it weren't for Chun Xiyuan collecting their phones upon entering the private room, Chun Ingxian would have eagerly shown them to the two. Wen Ye, pondering over something, managed a shy smile. Indeed, teacher Lu's physique was impressive, with strikingly defined abs and long, powerful legs. When he lay flat, His legs nearly extended beyond the confines of his bed, and during moments of rest, he found himself curling them slightly to accommodate. The thought made Wen Ye bashfully nibble on his finger. Song Yuanyang glanced at his watch, then turned to check his phone. He lifted his gaze slightly, scanning the crowd until it settled on Wen Ye. There was a scrutinizing glint in his eyes, causing Wen Ye to feel a twinge of unease. The door to the private room creaked open, and a hint of perplexity crossed Song Yuanyang's previously expectant face. The newcomer was not the expected Renqian. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chan Siyuan was seized by an unmistakable shock, instinctively turning to glance at Song Yuanyang. Immediately, he rose to greet the newcomer, grasping their hand firmly. Although he felt some confusion regarding the unexpected arrival of such an important figure from the Morning Star, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Chen Siyuan quickly stood behind him. "My apologies, Mr. Song. Our General Run has been unexpectedly dispatched on official business by Chairman Shun. On behalf of both Chairman Shun and General Run, I shall be your host today. I hope for your understanding." The newcomer appeared quite youthful and astute, with calculating glimmers hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses. A slight smile adorned his lips, exuding an air of confidence that brooked no refusal. "Mr. Yu, you jest. You should have informed me in advance. I would have personally come down to greet you," Song Yuanyang replied, warmly ushering him to a seat. During the banquet, Song Yuanyang and Yu Jun engaged in lively conversation, discussing recent industry developments with great enthusiasm. Yu Jun nodded frequently, seemingly impressed by Song Yuanyang's insights. As the drinks flowed, Song Yuanyang signaled to Si Rue, who approached Yu Jun, raising her glass. Leaning in, she brought her cup close to his, brushing against his arm ever so lightly. "Mr. Yu, I am Si Rue from Shanghai Media. It is truly a stroke of fortune to meet you." Yu Jun tilted his head slightly, his gaze lingering on Si Rue for a moment, a faint smile curving his lips. He subtly shifted his arm away, redirecting his attention back to Song Yuanyang. "Mr. Song certainly knows how to nurture talent, fostering such distinctive individuals among this group. Take Si Rue, for instance. My wife and I have watched several of your variety shows, and she truly displays a unique personality. Quite impressive." Si Rue quickly responded, "Mr. Yu, you flatter me. I tend to be rather straightforward, and I still have much to learn and refine." Yu Jun nodded, his tone imbued with a hint of admiration. It was commendable for such a young girl to possess such awareness. Si Rue, receiving the praise, felt a surge of joy within her, her face breaking into a smile. She believed her performance was commendable, and securing the collaboration with the Morningstar Resources seemed almost certain. Chen Yingxian cast a glance at Si Rue, who resembled a peacock, and scoffed softly, exchanging glances with Wen Ye. Chi Yu tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought, her fingers gently tapping on the table. Observing this, Chen Siyuan signaled to Chi Yu and Chen Yingxian, while Wen Ye stood up to propose a toast. Yu Jun waved his hand, saying, "Let us not engage in such frivolities." With a shift in tone, Yu Jun inquired, "Who is Wen Ye?" Song Yuanyang promptly gestured towards Wen Ye, who quickly rose and respectfully raised his glass in a toast, stating, "Mr. Yu, I am Wen Ye." Yu Jun nodded slightly and remarked, "I've heard Xiao Yi praise you consistently. It's a fortuitous opportunity to meet you today. You indeed possess excellent physical attributes. I hope we can collaborate in the future." Yu Jun appraised Wen Ye, his eyes revealing a profound interest as he continued, "Not only do you have an impressive appearance, but I've also heard commendable things regarding your performance skills." Wen Ye felt somewhat taken aback, but politely responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yu. All credit goes to Director Xiao's guidance. I have been diligently learning and hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you." Yu Jun smiled and nodded, "Excellent. I look forward to seeing more of your work. Should the opportunity arise, I will have my team contact you." Wen Ye's heart leaped with joy, and he expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Song Yuanyang keenly sensed Yu Jun's interest in Wen Ye and felt a surge of happiness, thinking it could be a promising opportunity. Though he remained somewhat puzzled, he had never heard of Yu Jun having any peculiar preferences. It was well known within the circle that Yu Jun and his wife shared a deep love, maintaining a stable relationship devoid of any negative rumors throughout their 7 years of courtship and marriage. Song Yuanyang nodded slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Siyuan. Chun Si-yuen immediately comprehended, smiling at Yu Jun. Mr. Yu, you flatter Wen Ye. We are all honored that he has garnered your attention. As a newcomer, he has much to learn, and we hope to seek your guidance in the future. Yu Jun nodded slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Wen Ye is indeed a young man of great potential. Our company has established a training program for new actors. I wonder if you would be interested. Wen Ye? Everyone present was taken aback, some in disbelief. Did Yu Jun truly hold Wen Ye in such high regard? Wen Ye glanced at Song Yuanyang and Chun Si-yuen, then at Yu Jun's expression, which did not seem to suggest jest. Song Yuanyang laughed heartily. For Wen Ye to have such an opportunity is indeed a privilege. He adjusted his glasses, maintaining his smile, though his eyes hinted at calculation. Wen Ye hurriedly replied, "It would be an honor to learn." "Thank you, Mr. Yu." He quickly raised his glass in a toast to Yu Jun. As the banquet concluded, the crowd gathered around Yu Jun as he made his way to the hotel entrance, coincidentally encountering Lu Xiuming and his group. They were engaged in lively conversation with Yi Yong-in from Morningstar at the entrance, and upon seeing Yu Jun, Yi Yong-in immediately approached with warmth, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Lu Xiuming stood to the side, his gaze intense as he observed Wen Ye, who was standing beside Yu Jun, his eyes betraying a hint of concern that was scarcely perceptible. It seemed that Wen Ye sensed Lu Xiuming's scrutiny. He slightly turned his head, and their eyes met, silently exchanging an understanding glance that only they could comprehend. Yi Yong-in hastily introduced, "This is Mu Zhen from Tian Entertainment." "Mr. Mu." "Mr. Yu, it is a pleasure to meet you." A woman of modest height and a slightly plump figure extended her hand. Yu Jun smiled in return. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Mu. This is Song Yuanyang from Shanghai Media, Mr. Song." Song Yuanyang reached out to shake hands with Mu Zhen, who responded with a faint smile, briefly returning the gesture before withdrawing her hand. Chun Ingxian, brimming with excitement, tugged at Chi Yu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, this is teacher Lu Xiuming. I never expected to encounter him here." Chi Yu and Si Rue turned to follow Chun Ingxian's gaze. Chi Yu paused for a moment, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, he is quite handsome. His mere presence brightens the atmosphere. Si Rue, equally astonished, scrutinized Lu Xiuming, captivated by his striking appearance. After exchanging a few words, the group dispersed. Song Yuanyang watched as Yu Jun's taillights disappeared into the night, then turned to Wen Ye, who was engaged in conversation with Chi Yu. His eyes drifted to the slightly distanced Lu Xiuming, who was intently focused on Wen Ye and Chi Yu. It was only when his manager tugged at his sleeve that he averted his gaze. Song Yuanyang felt a strong sense of possessiveness emanating from Lu Xiuming's stare, causing him to adjust his tie in irritation. "How will Xiao Yi return?" Song Yuanyang fixed his unwavering gaze on Wen Ye. Wen Ye was momentarily taken aback by Song Yuanyang's inquiry, while Chi Yu frowned. Just as Wen Ye was about to mention that he would take a taxi, Chi Yu interjected, "Mr. Song, Wen Ye and I reside in the same neighborhood. I can call for a designated driver, and we can leave together. Rest assured." Song Yuanyang frowned in displeasure, but refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of everyone. "Very well, but do take care." He turned to leave, prompting Chun Si-yuen to beckon Si Rue to follow, pulling along a reluctant Chun Ingxian. Chi Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. "You really are as oblivious as ever." When he smirked, "Thank you, brother." He glanced over at Lu Xiuming, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Let us go. My car is in the garage." "No need, brother. I wish to converse with Teacher Lu." Wen Ye gestured towards Lu Xiuming, who stood off to the side. "Very well, just be cautious. I shall take my leave now. Let us gather when there is an opportunity." Chi Yu waved goodbye, casting a final glance at Lu Xiuming, who was now tilting his head to listen to his manager. Once when Yi was alone, Lu Xiuming signaled to Zhang Ruoxiao to pause, swiftly approaching Wen Ye and enveloping him in an embrace. "Brother, we are in public." Wen Ye felt Lu Xiuming's grip was rather forceful, prompting him to struggle slightly. "Do not move." Lu Xiuming tightened his embrace. "I detest them." Chapter 34. She is my first love. Morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating the room. Wen Ye had awoken early but lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. He turned his head to glance at the empty side of the bed. Lu Xiuming had left early to meet a friend, leaving behind a faint scent of cedar, reminiscent of the gentle warmth from the night before. He let out a gentle sigh, turned over, and picked up his phone to check the time. It was only 9 o'clock. A message from Xiao Wang popped up. Brother Wen, the audition is at 11 at the Xinghua film base in the east of the city. We'll pick you up at 10. Wen Ye replied with a simple acknowledgement, propping himself up to sit, his bare feet touching the coolness of the floor. He approached the mirror, gazing at his slightly disheveled hair and bare torso, marked by the bite from Lu Xiuming from the previous night, causing him to shyly lower his head. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He had never auditioned for a period drama before. He was to portray the tragic character Yen Jingen, the second male lead, a prince endowed with both valor and intellect, yet ultimately succumbing to the machinations of power and taking his own life in remorse. He had meticulously studied the script for 3 days, yet the more he pondered, the more he found the character inscrutable. He feared he might not be able to embody such a heavy role. He recalled Lu Xiuming's word from last night as they practiced. You can do it. Don't overthink it. Just portray the authentic you, with both brilliance and vulnerability. Just slow down the delivery of your lines a bit. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ye began to practice his positioning in the living room. He closed his eyes, envisioning himself beneath the palace walls, surrounded by enemies, swords drawn, and there he stood, a prince who could have claimed the throne yet was ultimately betrayed. At 11 o'clock, he entered the audition room at the Xinghua film base, having prepared a simple appearance. The casting director, screenwriter, and assistant director sat in a row, the atmosphere heavy with intensity. Wen Ye, are you ready? The casting director inquired, lifting his gaze to meet his. I'm ready. We'll go directly to the climax scene where Yen Jingen faces defeat, learns of his mother's death, and prepares for his final monologue before taking his own life. Wen Ye nodded, taking a deep breath and slowly closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his expression had transformed into that of a prince crushed by fate, yet refusing to bow his head. He gradually raised his hand, fingertips trembling as they brushed over the dagger, his voice low and hoarse, as if emerging from the depths of despair. How did it come to this? Why? Why his voice quivered not from stage fright, but from immersion in the role. It was as if he could truly see the empty palace, feel the bloodied sword in his hand. He slowly drew the dagger and pressed it against his chest, a bitter smile playing on his lips, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, defiance against destiny, helplessness, and eventual acceptance of reality. He whispered softly, in the next life, may I never enter the imperial family again. This line seemed to encapsulate his final rebellion, laden with boundless regret and powerlessness, before he gently closed his eyes, the dagger piercing his chest, a single tear trailing down his cheek. That moment of resolve plunged the audition room into silence. 3 seconds later, the screenwriter suddenly sat up straight, murmuring, "It's him." The casting director nodded, a rare smile gracing his face. You performed beautifully, especially the sense of fragility, not weakness, but the collapse that follows strength. It's difficult to convey, yet you handled it with remarkable nuance. When he opened his eyes, breathing heavily, beads of sweat forming at his temples, he bowed slightly. Thank you, esteemed teachers. Please wait for the notification. Results will be forthcoming in the next few days. As he exited the audition room, Wen Ye realized his hands were still trembling. Leaning against the corridor wall, he looked up at the ceiling and smiled softly. He initially held little hope, yet at that moment, he felt as if he had truly become the unwilling yet resigned young Prince Yen Jingen. Meanwhile, in an old-fashioned tea house on the west side of the city, Lu Xiuming occupied a seat by the window, facing a beautiful woman with cascading curls, Jiang Yuka, the manager of Sushina and also his former classmate from university. It's been ages, Lu, the esteemed actor. Jiang Yuka laughed, raising her teacup. I never expected you would invite me for tea. Lu Xiuming chuckled lightly. What? Do I appear overly occupied? You seem even more burdened, she assessed, observing him. He was no longer the dazzling Lu Xiuming of yore. Instead, he now exuded a subtle aura of melancholy. Lu Xiuming merely smiled, pouring himself a cup of tea. The two reminisced about their university days, recalling how Jiang Yuka was always bustling about, orchestrating various club activities, while he often remained in the rehearsal room for an entire day. Jiang Yuka recalled a particular occasion when she nearly exhausted herself preparing for a gala, and it was Lu Xiuming and Su Xinhe who quietly assisted her in the background. In those times, they always supported each other. Now, Lu Xiuming felt a pang of nostalgia. Did you know that Xinhe met her fiancé, Chao Jinghe, at a charity gala? At that time, Xinhe was a guest, and Chao Jinghe watched her from afar. Later, when Xinhe suddenly expressed her desire to retire, we were all taken aback. Jiang Yuka sighed, but seeing her so happy now brings me joy. She truly deserves it. Lu Xiuming lowered his gaze, sipping his tea softly. What are your plans now that Xinhe is married and has retired? I suppose I will take a break, Jiang Yuka replied, pulling a box of wedding candies from her bag. Come, congratulate me, for I am getting married. Lu Xiuming accepted the candies, smiling, Congratulations, Ms. Jiang. Wishing you a joyful marriage. He took out his phone and sent her a generous red envelope. Thank you, Lu Xiuming. Jiang Yuka beamed at him. And what about you? I've heard there's a new person in your life. Lu Xiuming raised his eyes, a flicker of light in his gaze. Yes, Wen Ye. The boy who sat at the same table as you June last night? Your information network is quite impressive. Lu Xiuming took a sip of tea, the bitterness spreading across his palate before yielding to a lingering sweetness. He is indeed a boy. Jiang Yuka laughed. Who in the industry doesn't know that Yu Jun seldom praises anyone? Yet last night, he specifically requested to meet Wen Ye. Now there are rumors circulating that Qixing intends to promote him. Lu Xiuming did not respond, gently caressing the teacup. Jiang Yuka looked at him and suddenly said, If only you and Xinhe had each taken a step back then. That's impossible, Lu Xiuming interjected, shaking his head with conviction. We were both too young and too proud. She sought stability, which I could not provide. She yearned for an ordinary life, while I only aspired to stand at the pinnacle. Jiang Yuka fell silent, aware that there was more to it. The Lu Xiuming of that time was too radiant and too arrogant, akin to a kite that could not be tethered. Perhaps he had not even realized Xinhe's unease, which is why she longed for simplicity and security. Perhaps those who love too deeply are destined never to be together. And what of you now? She asked. Is it serious with Wen Ye? Lu Xiuming lifted his gaze to the clouds drifting by outside the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. When have I ever been anything less than serious? Jiang Yuka chuckled lightly, sensing the subtle sorrow concealed beneath the smile of the man before her. What if, you know how the current environment is intolerant of homosexuality. If your relationship were to be exposed, what would you do? Lu Xiuming shook his head, stating, I will earn more money and then take good care of Wen Ye. Will your partner agree? He's still so young. Can he really forsake the glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry? I don't know, but I will do my utmost for him. As for everything else beyond my control, I will respect his choices, Lu Xiuming replied earnestly, gazing intently at Jiang Yuka. That evening, upon returning to his apartment, Lu Xiuming found Wen Ye curled up on the sofa, asleep, clutching the script for Intrigues in the Palace. He tiptoed over, gently took the script away, covered him with a blanket, and lightly brushed his fingers across Wen Ye's brow. His phone buzzed with a message from Zhang Ruoxiao. The casting crew for Intrigues in the Palace just informed me that Wen Ye has passed the initial audition and is on the shortlist for the final selection. Lu Xiuming looked at the figure on the sofa, his eyes soft as water. He leaned down and placed a light kiss on Wen Ye's forehead. You did it, he whispered, my little prince. Wen Ye groggily opened his eyes and sat up. You're back, he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes, revealing faint red marks on his face. Lu Xiuming stroked his hair, asking, Have you had dinner? Not yet. I wanted to wait for you, Wen Ye replied. Are you starving? What do you want to eat? Or shall I take you out? The barbecue on Pangxi Road. All right, go change. Wen Ye joyfully sprang from the sofa and headed to the wardrobe to change. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuming moved to the window, lit a cigarette, and found himself mulling over Jiang Yuka's words, feeling a sense of unease. He pulled out his phone and messaged Jiang Yuka. Yuka, do you have plans to start a company? Kiki and Feiyu replied, No. How about I invest? Kiki and Feiyu, come on, that's not happening. I want to travel abroad and get married with my husband. I've finally found some peace. Don't mess with me. Then let's discuss it when you return. Enjoy your trip, he replied with a smile. On the other end, Jiang Yuka stared at the smiley face Lu Xiuming had sent, lost in thought, suspecting that he had ulterior motives. Suddenly, Wen Ye hugged Lu Xiuming from behind, presenting his phone for Lu Xiuming to see. Weibo trending. Actress Su Xinhao announces her relationship with Chao Jinghe. We are very happy. Su Xinhao and Chao Jinghe are getting married. Upon seeing these trending topics, Lu Xiuming's gaze flickered momentarily, memories flooding back, followed by a gentle wave of melancholy. Yet, he quickly composed himself, his expression returning to calm. He gently embraced Wen Ye, seeking solace in his warmth. Wen Ye returned the hug, smiling. Is teacher Lu also a fan of hers? You seem a bit unhappy. Lu Xiuming remained silent for a while, then murmured, Actually, she was my first love. Wen Ye's face registered shock upon hearing those words. Chapter 35. A profound fate as night deepened. The barbecue stall on Pongxi Road was alive with the aroma of smoke and fire. The charcoal crackled as skewers sizzled over the flames, releasing an enticing fragrance. When he bit into a skewer of grilled chicken wings, his eyes sparkling as he furtively glanced at Lu Xiuming across the table. Ever since the news of Su Xinha's marriage announcement had trended on Weibo, Lu Xiuming had become notably quiet. He sat upright on a small plastic stool, his posture reminiscent of a leading actor still living in the limelight. Yet his gaze was as heavy as the midnight sea. Lu Xiuming's thoughts drifted back to years past, when he and Su Xinhe shared their academic pursuits and labored together on set, filled with dreams and hopes. However, now she was on the verge of becoming someone else's wife, a reality that struck his heart like a heavy blow. He couldn't help but ponder whether the outcome would have been different had they possessed more understanding and compromise back then. Yet, all of this was merely a hypothetical. He took a deep breath, striving to anchor his thoughts in the present. She now belonged to Chao Jinghe, and he had Wen Ye by his side. Wen Ye sat quietly nearby, observing Lu Xiuming's contemplative expression, sensing the depths of his disappointment and helplessness. With a hint of concern, Wen Ye called out, "Brother." Lu Xiuming looked up, meeting Wen Ye's gaze, and gently patted his shoulder before feigning calmness as he picked up a skewer of grilled beef. Upon returning to their apartment, after completing their evening rituals, Wen Ye was about to burrow under the covers when he noticed Lu Xiuming sitting at the edge of the bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and in his hand, he held a yellowed photograph of himself alongside a girl in a white dress. Standing at the entrance of the Drama Academy, sunlight gracing their faces, their smiles radiant. With his other hand, he absent-mindedly fiddled with a lighter. Is that Su Xinhe? Wen Ye inquired softly. Lu Xiuming nodded, gently placing the photograph on the bedside table, as if laying to rest a long-buried past. We were together for 5 years. He began slowly, his voice low and calm, yet tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. We were so close to meeting each other's parents, so close to getting engaged. When he felt a jolt in her heart, silently taking a seat beside him, hesitant to speak. She wanted a home, a place where we could cook and shop together, a place she could proudly declare to the world was her beloved's home. Lu Xiuming gazed out at the moonlight filtering through the window, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he were conversing with himself. But I was too young, too proud, too arrogant. I yearned to stand in the spotlight, to receive various accolades, and never considered marriage. I believed love could conquer all. I thought we could wait. Yet, I forgot that she, too, needed security, needed protection, and could not remain in solitary anticipation. He paused, his throat constricting slightly. I couldn't provide her with the life she desired. She deserves better. When you looked at him, noticing the redness at the corners of Lu Xiuming's eyes, which he stubbornly refused to lower. She had never seen this side of Lu Xiuming. He was not the calm and confident actor on set, nor the gentle and resolute partner she could rely on in life, but rather an ordinary man wounded by memories, still striving to maintain his dignity. When he gently grasped his hand, understanding that Lu Xiuming's sorrow stemmed not from the inability to be with her until the end, but from lamenting the love he had once passionately given and had failed to cherish. When he fixed her gaze on his reddened eyes and said, "What you regret is not having been softer back then, not having bowed your head for her just once. It is not a lack of love, but rather an overwhelming pride in that love, a steadfast belief that the future will be brighter, while forgetting that some souls may never reach that day." Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, turning his head to gaze at him, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He closed them briefly, and a solitary tear cascaded silently down, swiftly brushed away by Wen Ye's hand. Lu Xiuming forced a smile, uttering, "It's all in the past." Yet, Wen Ye understood that certain pasts never truly fade. They merely settle in the depths of one's heart, transforming into silent rocks that, when washed by the tides, still evoke pain. He refrained from further words, gently enveloping Lu Xiuming in his embrace, as if attempting to pull him gradually from the weight of those burdensome memories. Leaning against his shoulder, Lu Xiuming finally shed all defenses, softly closing his eyes. The following morning, as dawn's first light began to break, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility of the morning. When Ye answered, it was the final audition notice for the court's conspiracy. Scheduled for 10 o'clock at the film base, a direct casting call. Such urgency? When Ye hung up, glancing at Lu Xiuming with a hint of anxiety. Lu Xiuming had already risen, fastening the buttons of his shirt. Upon hearing, he turned to him, saying, "I will drive you. But didn't you mention having business to discuss today?" "I will have Ruoxiao handle it," he replied calmly, yet with an undeniable firmness. "Your matters are of greater importance. Yet, what if your sudden absence leaves a poor impression on others?" When he expressed his concern, "It's fine. I never committed to attending. Ruoxiao is capable of managing these issues. Do not worry." As they traveled, silence enveloped the car. Lu Xiuming's hand gripped the steering wheel while the other held Wen Ye's tightly. The city outside raced by, reminiscent of an old film reel fast-forwarded. He uttered not a single word, yet the warmth of his palm remained ever fervent. When he lowered his gaze to the script, his fingers trembling slightly, he repeatedly recited the audition segment where Yen Jingyan, having succeeded in his schemes, stood before his elder brother, brazenly and morbidly declaring, "This was all my doing. But what can you do to me?" "Do not be nervous," Lu Xiuming suddenly interjected. "You have portrayed Yen Jingyan before. This time, it is not an audition. It is to convey to them that this role belongs solely to you." When Ye looked up, and Lu Xiuming finally revealed a faint smile, though subtle. It shone like a ray piercing through the clouds. At the Starry Sky film base audition room, when Wen Ye arrived, others were already waiting. Among them was Zhao Hong, a promising new talent signed by Qixing Star, possessing striking features and a composed demeanor. He had previously performed in 2 historical dramas, earning high praise for his solid acting skills. Is he auditioning for this role as well? Wen Ye's heart raced, his palms sweaty. Lu Xiuming gently patted his shoulder. "Do not concern yourself with others. Just focus on your performance." The audition commenced. Zhao Hong took the stage first. His portrayal of Yen Jingyan was sinister, composed, and strategic. His lines delivered with fluidity and precision, his gaze sharp as a blade. Upon concluding his performance, the casting director nodded approvingly, and the screenwriter displayed a look of appreciation. Very fitting for the script, the assistant director whispered in evaluation. It was now Wen Ye's turn. He inhaled deeply and stepped into the audition area. Aside from the casting director, screenwriter, and assistant director, a woman clad in a cream-colored knit sweater sat quietly behind the camera, observing him intently. He surveyed the room, suppressing his anxiety, closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he was no longer Wen Ye, but Yen Jingyan. He strolled slowly, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice laced with a morbid delight. "Did you ever imagine it would be me?" With each step, he approached the actor opposite him, his gaze coiling like a venomous serpent. "Everything is in my making. Yet, what can you do about it now?" As he delivered the final line, he suddenly paused, his expression turning icy, a hint of cruel satisfaction flickering in his eyes as he slowly uttered, "Brother, this time, perhaps, it is I who has triumphed." Silence enveloped the room. He did not conclude immediately. Instead, after finishing his lines, he turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the actor, a smirk gracing his lips, leaving behind a smile that was both ostentatious and enigmatic before he gradually exited the stage. In that moment, the audition room seemed ignited by his presence. The casting director nodded vigorously. "This is it. This date is perfect." The screenwriter and assistant director whispered among themselves. "He has embodied Yen Jingyan's pathology. It is not mere malevolence, but an eruption after prolonged suppression." The 3 turned their attention to the woman behind camera. She stood slowly, her face adorned with minimal makeup and framed by black-rimmed glasses. It was Su Xinhao. Wen Ye was taken aback by her unexpected presence, particularly by the manner in which she appeared. Su Xinhao approached Wen Ye, her gaze filled with admiration, mixed with a tinge of complexity. Wen Ye, right? She smiled. Your portrayal of Yen Jingen is more complete than I had imagined. You possess both brilliance and undercurrents, ferocity and sorrow. You are Yen Jingen. After a pause, she turned to the crew. I believe Wen Ye is more suited for the role of the second male lead. As for Zhao Heng, he might try for the third male lead. That composed and reserved general role may suit him better. The others nodded in agreement. Su Xinhao glanced past Wen Ye toward the figure behind him. Wen Ye, feeling uncertain, followed her gaze to Lu Xiuming. Lu Xiuming stood frozen, and upon seeing Su Xinhao, his heart skipped a beat. She remained as radiant as ever, effortlessly capturing the attention of everyone around her, even amidst a crowd. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, and a myriad of memories flooded his mind, the moments they had shared replaying like a film. Su Xinhao beamed. Long time no see, Teacher Lu. Lu Xiuming, standing at a distance, merely nodded. Long time no see, Teacher Su. As the audition concluded and the sun dipped low, Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye walked side by side out of the film studio. Still nervous? Lu Xiuming grasped Wen Ye's hand, which was slightly damp with sweat. Don't you want to catch up? Wen Ye asked softly, shaking his head. We? Lu Xiuming turned to him, laughing lightly. It's unnecessary. She has her life now, and I have people I care about. To reminisce at this juncture would only burden us all with unnecessary troubles. Wen Ye chuckled, leaning into him, while Lu Xiuming bent down to kiss the top of his head, guiding him into the car. In the distance, Su Xinhao stood beside her vehicle, reflecting on her earlier encounter with Lu Xiuming, letting out a soft sigh before turning to leave. She understood that some people were destined never to reunite on familiar paths. Yet, knowing each was the best outcome. At that moment, Wen Ye was unaware that the intersection of his life with Su Xinhao was only just beginning. In the grand narrative of Intrigues of the Palace, the protagonist is none other than Su Xinhao, who also shares the stage with Wen Ye, her counterpart. The threads of fate have long been intricately woven together. Chapter 36. The two of them, Wen Ye found himself drowsy in the car. As Lu Xiuming adjusted the air conditioning to a slightly higher setting and lowered the volume of the music. Today marked the occasion of Wen Ye's costume fitting, and the child had hardly slept a wink due to his excitement the previous night. Lu Xiuming sighed softly, reaching across the armrest to grasp Wen Ye's hand firmly. Intrigues of the Palace was indeed a significant production, with the renowned costume designer Qin Tianhai at the helm, whose classic designs have graced many celebrated dramas. Wen Ye donned a white satin robe, its exquisite embroidery and meticulous tailoring accentuating his ethereal beauty and delicate demeanor. His second ensemble, a darker robe adorned with golden cloud patterns at the cuffs and hem, featured a majestic fire-breathing qilin, while a belt woven from gold and silver encircled his slender waist, exuding an air of nobility and depth. Lu Xiuming remained steadfastly by his side, attentively advising him on various matters, his gaze filled with concern. Due to the length of the cloak, Wen Ye nearly stumbled several times, prompting Lu Xiuming to assist him by lifting the hem while continuously communicating with the costume assistant to adjust the finer details. Su Xinhao observed them with curiosity, having never witnessed such a side of Lu Xiuming before. Unable to contain her intrigue, she pulled out her phone to message Jiang Yuka. Su Xinhao, what is going on with Lu Xiuming? P.S. accompanying him for the audition and now for the costume fitting? When did he become so caring towards his brother? Jiang Yuka. Haha, perhaps their relationship transcends mere brotherhood? Su Xinhao. Jiang Yuka. They previously starred in a Danmei drama together, and Lu Xiuming fell head over heels. Su Xinhao. No way? They're both men. Jiang Yuka. Shrugged Su Xinhao. Wait, are you saying Lu Xiuming is attracted to men? Jiang Yuka. Yes, he is currently interested in men. Su Xinhao stared at her phone screen for a long while, struggling to process this revelation. Lu Xiuming is now attracted to men? Jiang Yuka. Oh, I misspoke. He is actually interested in Wen Ye, which has nothing to do with gender. Jiang Yuka realized her previous comments might have led to a misunderstanding for Su Xinhao. Su Xinhao, by the way, do you think Xiuming could develop feelings due to the drama? Or perhaps our separation had a profound impact, influencing his current preferences? Jiang Yuka, how would I know? But it seems Lu Xiuming is serious. As for the idea that a traumatic experience could alter one's sexual orientation, I believe that to be implausible, considering he once dated a female model. Su Xinhao grew increasingly curious about Wen Ye, pondering what kind of person could inspire Lu Xiuming to disregard gender, societal norms, and future prospects in his affection. Days later, the official Weibo account for Intrigues of the Palace released the costume fittings for several lead actors, formally announcing the production, which swiftly climbed the trending charts, igniting a fervor across the internet. The topic of Su Xinhao's casting and the identity of Wen Ye remained a hot topic in discussions. Everyone is curious about the actor who portrays the resourceful yet ultimately doomed young Prince Yen Jing'an, a character that has sparked polarized opinions. Some netizens express skepticism. How can a newcomer without any notable work shoulder such a complex role? Can someone so young truly comprehend Yen Jing'an? Is this newcomer merely a product of connections? Some even unearthed clips from Wen Ye's early appearances in campus short dramas, highlighting his somewhat awkward performances, which were disseminated with titles implying he gained his position through favoritism, accompanied by sharp criticism. Conversely, many bystanders are captivated by Wen Ye's striking appearance. His looks are exceptional, and his historical costume undeniably fits the character. What's wrong with handsome individuals garnering attention? They urge others to watch his monologue from youth, declaring it gave them goosebumps. Although the support is modest, it gradually coalesces into a warm current. The most heated contention arises from Zhao Heng's fanbase. Originally a favored candidate for the role of the male lead, fans had already prepared a narrative for his ascension, eagerly anticipating that this character would elevate his career. Now, they feel deceived and betrayed by the sudden emergence of an obscure newcomer, igniting their fury. An organized online attack quietly unfolds. Wen Ye's social media accounts are inundated with malicious comments, with phrases like "get out of the cast," "don't ruin court" schemes proliferating. These zealous fans even resort to doxing, spreading false rumors in an attempt to manipulate the production's decision through negative publicity. Faced with such virtual hostility, Wen Ye feels unprecedented pressure, his fingers trembling as he watches the incessant notifications on his phone. He has never encountered such a tumultuous storm of public opinion, leaving him momentarily breathless. Lu Sun, perceiving his despondency, takes his phone away and wraps an arm around his shoulders as they nestle together on the sofa. Ignore those comments. You have already proven yourself through your talent. The rest is up to time. I understand, but their words are quite harsh. Wen Ye murmurs. Every individual in the spotlight has their actions magnified. Lu Sun gazes into the distance, his tone calm, yet resolute. Just remember that the young prince you portray, though unwilling to succumb, never bowed his head until the end. You should be the same. Don't let a few idle words bring you down. Wen Ye is taken aback, but eventually nods slowly. Chun Siyuan swiftly intervenes to manage the negative comments, mobilizing resources to suppress the trending negativity and arranging for his team to showcase Wen Ye's outstanding acting moments on various platforms. She also posts photos of Wen Ye attending an acting workshop at the Morning Star Academy on his account, captioning it, "I am working hard. I will give my all to portray Yen Jing'an and live up to everyone's expectations." Before long, Yao Xing sends a WeChat message. Wen Ye is curled up in the corner of the sofa while Lu Sun steps onto the balcony to take the call. "A little star, congratulations. You're the male lead in Court Schemes, and with the support of an award-winning actress. That's impressive, but don't pay attention to those online comments. Being chosen by such a prestigious production, especially for the final work of an acclaimed actress, speaks volumes about your talent. Wishing for the wilderness. What if I actually am riding on connections?" Sly grin, a little star. "Huh. Whose connections are you riding on? Lu Ye." Let's set aside such thoughts. Just look at the caliber of this production team. He has never been involved in a project of this magnitude. How could he possibly bring you into this ensemble? One who yearns for the wilderness. Perhaps there is a chance. A little star. I remain skeptical. One who yearns for the wilderness. Your brother Lu is the ex-boyfriend of the esteemed actress. A little star. I'm taken aback. One who yearns for the wilderness. Mischief aside, we only discovered the esteemed actress was present after our audition. Oh, by the way, she was also there during the recent costume fitting. A little star, wait. You three encountered each other during the audition? What was Brother Lu's reaction? What about the esteemed actress? Was it not a scene of fierce competition? One who yearns for the wilderness. Not at all. They merely exchanged greetings before Lu Xiuming pulled me away. A little star. Brother Lu is impressive. And so are you. A little star. Oh, speaking of good news. The Morning Star and my company have discussed securing me a fixed guest spot on a cultural reality show. It has a slow pace and steady exposure, which suits my current transitional phase well. Additionally, I have been in talks for several short dramas. I have read the scripts, and while the roles may not be substantial, they possess memorable qualities. Having work is indeed a positive development. One who yearns for the wilderness. I concur, being able to act is far better than anything else. A little star. Speaking of gossip, Wen Ye has been quite mysterious lately. Did you know? He has called me several times in the middle of the night. And when I answer, he bursts into laughter and asks where I am. Upon hearing that I am at the Sun and Moon platform, he simply says, "Oh," and hangs up. Once, I could hear background noise that was clearly from a bar. He sounded quite intoxicated. When I inquired if he was busy with a project, he remained elusive, speaking in riddles. Do you think he might be in a relationship? Or is something amiss? One who yearns for the wilderness. It does not seem to align with his usual demeanor. Have you inquired with his agent? A little star with a look of helplessness. I did, and they mentioned that he has turned down numerous roles lately, stating he needs to reflect. But who would believe that? Which good person spends their days in a bar while seeking introspection? When Ye felt uncertain about how to respond, he found Xiuming's enigma perplexing. Upon returning from the phone call, Lu Xiuming noticed Wen Ye fervently tapping on his phone. He leaned in to see that Wen Ye was gossiping with Yao Xing, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Wen Ye's hair. Are you upset that I shared your connection with Su Xinhao with Yao Xing? Why would I be upset? It is merely the truth. Wen Ye gazed at Lu Xiuming with a smile, realizing that he would soon be entering the production in 2 weeks, feeling reluctant to part from him. He tightened his embrace around Lu Xiuming's waist, burying his head into his shoulder. Lu Xiuming felt a similar reluctance, yet they both had numerous projects requiring their attention. With a sigh, Lu Xiuming held him tightly, gently stroking Wen Ye's hair, lowering his head to find his lips. Their passionate kiss ignited like sparks, causing Wen Ye to shiver in response, instinctively tightening his grip around Lu Xiuming's waist. Lu Xiuming's hand stealthily slipped beneath the hem of Wen Ye's nightwear, slowly caressing his soft waist. Wen Ye trembled slightly, feeling a ticklish sensation, instinctively wanting to pull away, but Lu Xiuming's strong arms held him firmly in place, enveloping him tightly in a warm embrace. The scent of Wen Ye became increasingly urgent as he was deeply kissed by Lu Xiuming, almost feeling a hint of suffocation. With his eyes half closed and misty, it was as if they were veiled by a layer of delicate gauze. Lu Xiuming observed him intently, his gaze reflecting the slight flush of desire on Wen Ye's cheeks. Wen Ye's hand gently clutched Lu Xiuming's collar, his fingertips trembling slightly with hesitation, yet resolutely unbuttoning Lu Xiuming's shirt. Noticing Wen Ye's subtle movements, Lu Xiuming let out a deep, resonant laugh that echoed magnetically in the stillness of the night. He swept Wen Ye into his arms, fervently kissing him as he steadily made his way towards the room. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a tender glow upon them, enhancing the tranquility and heat of the night. Wen Ye's arms instinctively wrapped around Lu Xiuming's neck, deepening their kiss. Lu Xiuming felt his response, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and longing surging within him. He gently laid Wen Ye on the bed, leaning down to continue their passionate embrace. As Wen Ye felt Lu Xiuming's hands wandering over him once more, waves of tingling sensations coursed through his body, igniting an even greater warmth. He closed his eyes, enveloped in the love-laden atmosphere of the night. Everything around them seemed to fade away, leaving only their existence. When he bit his lips softly, whispering Lu Xiuming's name, as if pleading for more affection, Lu Xiuming responded tenderly, every action revealing his endless adoration and cherishment for Wen Ye. Chapter 37. The warmth of parting the morning carried a hint of coolness, with the sky displaying a soft, pale light. The airport highway was sparsely populated with vehicles. Inside the car, Lu Xiuming held the steering wheel, glancing at the silent Wen Ye in the passenger seat. He reached over to take Wen Ye's hand and placed a kiss upon it. The streetlights outside flickered by like a silent countdown. "Do you not want me to go?" he asked with a gentle smile, his tone soft enough to avoid disturbing the morning's tranquility. Wen Ye nodded, his lips pressing downwards in a suppressed frown. "I don't want you to leave." Lu Xiuming chuckled, ruffling his hair. "It's just a few days. Once I finish filming, I will go straight to Huzhou to find you. Didn't you say you wanted me to have breakfast with you on the first day of shooting? I will definitely be there." Wen Ye pursed his lips, remaining silent, but quietly reached out to grasp Lu Xiuming's hand. The warmth of his palm was the most familiar support for him. Upon arriving at the airport, they stopped in the parking lot. Lu Xiuming unbuckled his seatbelt, but did not immediately exit the car. Instead, he turned and gently embraced Wen Ye. Wen Ye leaned against his shoulder, much like a fledgling bird reluctant to leave its nest. "After I leave, remember to eat on time and don't stay up late studying the script," Lu Xiuming chattered, his tone reminiscent of a parent preparing to depart. "Don't set the air conditioning too low, you might catch a cold. And don't scroll through Weibo too much. Time will reveal everything." Wen Ye murmured a low acknowledgement, his nose feeling a bit sore. Lu Xiuming lowered his head, lightly kissing his forehead, then cupping his face. Speaking earnestly, "I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself. You will surely excel in the role of Yen Jingen. Don't be afraid of anything. I will be there for you." Finally, Wen Ye lifted his gaze to meet Lu Xiuming's, his eyes sparkling like they contained the morning light. He did not speak, but stood on tiptoe and pressed his lips against Lu Xiuming's. It was a kiss laden with both reluctance and promise, gentle yet profound, as if it sought to encapsulate all the unspoken words within. Moments later, Lu Xiuming sighed, resting his forehead against his. "We must depart soon, or we shall miss the flight." Only then did Wen Ye release his hold, rummaging through his bag to retrieve a chubby little doll pendant they had drawn together from a blind box the day before. The toy, adorned with a pair of delicate antlers atop its round face and slightly upturned fox-like eyes, was a miniature version of Wen Ye himself. He took hold of Lu Xiuming's backpack, meticulously fastening the pendant on, his voice slightly hoarse. "When you miss me, just glance at it. Think of it as me always being by your side." Lu Xiuming gazed at the little deer pendant and chuckled softly, recalling how he had held the pendant beside Wen Ye's face during their unboxing, comparing them as he quipped, "Isn't this just a diminutive version of you?" Observing his expression, Wen Ye murmured, "That's why I wanted you to take it with you. It's as if I'm accompanying you." Lu Xiuming smiled, deliberately adjusting the angle to make the antlers more pronounced. He reached out to gently pat Wen Ye's head, his gaze imbued with such tenderness it could almost weep. "All right, I will look at it every day, at all times." As time pressed on, Wen Ye could only escort him to the security checkpoint. Lu Xiuming turned back for a moment, gesturing as if to make a phone call, before stepping through the gate. Wen Ye remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fervently following that retreating figure. Lu Xiuming's face and stature were striking enough to stand out anywhere. When he noticed the security lady fixated on Lu Xiuming, her eyes practically sparkling, which struck him as amusing. He pulled out his phone and texted Lu Xiuming, "Teacher Lu, you ought to temper your beauty a bit. Wherever you go, you seem to captivate everyone." The security lady is nearly enchanted. He lingered there for a while, until that tall silhouette vanished completely around the corner of the security passage, before slowly turning to leave. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Xiuming, initially sending 2 question marks, followed by, "That's only because she hasn't seen Teacher Wen. Otherwise, my jealousy might just flood Huadu Airport. I will report my safety as soon as I land. Do not worry." When he lowered his gaze to the screen, feeling a warmth in his eyes, replying with a simple good and adding an embrace emoji. At Hangzhou Airport, Lu Xiuming emerged from the arrivals hall, where Xiao Zhou awaited at the entrance. Observing Lu Xiuming in his denim short-sleeve shirt over a white printed t-shirt and simple jeans, Xiao Zhou was well acquainted with that denim shirt, having often seen Wen Ye wear it on the set of You Are My Light, though it hung loosely on Wen Ye. "Mr. Mu has secured a new script for you, a supporting role but with striking scenes. The director is an emerging talent whose style suits you well. Xiao Zhou reported as he drove. The contract is to be signed today, with a filming period of 1 week, conveniently set in Hangzhou. Additionally, there are 2 brand events arranged in accordance with your preferences to be held in Hangzhou. Furthermore, if Xiao Xiao inquires next month, Qixing plans to commence a historical drama. Would you be interested in auditioning? The filming period may extend considerably. Lu Xiuming nodded slightly. Last night, Ruo Xiao had already sent him the script for the historical drama. The script was quite impressive, and it was the only serious work he had access to at the moment. He decided to give it a try, knowing that the competition for this role was fierce and uncertain. As he gazed out at the swiftly passing street scenes, Lu Xiuming unconsciously fiddled with the little deer charm on his backpack. Once they finished shooting here, Wen Ye would also be entering the set. He murmured, "I plan to drive directly to Huozhou to keep him company." Xiao Zhou glanced at him through the rearview mirror and smiled. "Your work rhythm seems to treat romance like a business trip." Lu Xiuming chuckled, not denying it. "It's not a business trip, it's a journey." Upon arriving at the company, Lu Xiuming quickly glanced over the contract, signed it, and leaned against the conference room window. He opened WeChat and sent Wen Ye a voice message. "Arrived safely. To sign a play, wrapping it up in a week. Then I'll head to Huozhou to find you. Wait for me." He deliberately placed his backpack on the table by the window, adjusting the little deer charm. Outside, the blue sky and white clouds framed a backdrop of tall buildings, resembling the charm itself. He snapped a photo and sent it over. Wen Ye replied almost instantly, "Got it. It will supervise you to eat well." Lu Xiuming smiled at the message for quite a while. He suddenly felt that, regardless of the storms, doubts, or separations ahead, as long as the destination was that person, everything would be worthwhile. Lu Xiuming began to miss him a bit. After Wen Ye replied to Lu Xiuming's message, a call from Qin Siyuan came in, accompanied by flight ticket information. All contracts for palace schemes have been finalized, and the production team required early entry for etiquette and martial arts training. I've booked you a flight for tomorrow morning. Xiao Wang will accompany you to the set and take care of you. Perform well and don't disappoint President Song. Qin Siyuan's tone was cold. Understood. Wen Ye responded simply, fiddling with the little dog figurine Lu Xiuming had bought him yesterday. And resolve your personal matters cleanly. This time, we're dealing with powerful figures that we cannot afford to offend. Don't let your issues hold everyone back. You can't pay for this. And neither can we afford the penalty for breach of contract. Qin Siyuan's voice carried a stern warning. Wen Ye frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless about such demands. Yet there was no room for rebuttal. He gently caressed the photo Lu Xiuming had sent him, capturing moments they had once shared, stirring a conflict within him. After hanging up, Wen Ye stood in the empty room, his gaze resting on the pillow Lu Xiuming had slept on, still marked by his imprint. The entire room seemed to linger with Lu Xiuming's essence, evoking a subtle sadness within Wen Ye. He slowly leaned down and hugged Lu Xiuming's pillow, as if it could convey his warmth and companionship. Whispering softly, "Lu Xiuming, you must come back soon." This sentence concealed Wen Ye's deep yearning and anticipation for Lu Xiuming, while also revealing his inner loneliness and unease. Having grown accustomed to Lu Xiuming's presence beside him, now, suddenly sleeping alone made Wen Ye restless. He had always feared the dark, needing a small light left on while sleeping, as the faint glow provided him with a semblance of security. However, ever since Lu Xiuming arrived, that little lamp had been left unattended. Lu Xiuming would gently whisper sweet nothings into his ear, cradling him softly to sleep. Even during midnight awakenings, Lu Xiuming would first embrace him, turn on the little lamp, allowing him to adjust the light before loosening his hold to let him rise. This meticulous care enveloped Wen Ye in an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. Now that Lu Xiuming was absent, Wen Ye felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something vital had vanished from the room. He tossed and turned, unable to drift into slumber. His mind flooded with images of Lu Xiuming's smiling face and the myriad moments they had shared together. Those delightful memories replayed in his mind like snippets from a film, invoking both sweetness and melancholy. When he took out his phone, noting that Lu Xiuming had team messaged him in 3 hours. The last message was a brief report from Lu Xiuming. informing him that he was dining with the creative team and producers of his newly signed drama and would be late, urging him to sleep first. His fingers hovered over the screen, hesitating for a long while before ultimately deleting the words he had typed. Just then, a message from Lu Xiuming popped up. Still awake? Wen Ye was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be with the producers? How could he find time to message him? After a moment's hesitation, contemplating Lu Xiuming's busy figure, he replied, I can't sleep without you. Lu Xiuming quickly responded, Hug. Go check the wardrobe. Wen Ye sprang out of bed, slipping on no slippers, and opened the wardrobe door to reveal a gigantic white bear plush, clad in Lu Xiuming's pajamas. Surprised, Wen Ye wondered when Lu Xiuming had prepared this. He dove into the bear's embrace, finding it soft and infused with the familiar scent of Lu Xiuming's perfume. He took a photo of himself sitting on the floor, leaning against the bear, and sent it to Lu Xiuming. Then he exerted himself to lift the bear, which was as tall as he was, onto the bed. A notification chimed. It was Lu Xiuming, frowning again without shoes. You can finally sleep well now. At that moment, the moonlight poured through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on the floor. Nestled in the bear's embrace, Wen Ye felt a rare tranquility wash over him, his heart warming. He replied with a simple then set his phone aside, inhaling the familiar scent as he gradually drifted into dreams. Chapter 38. Each strives as dawn lightened the sky. With mist still lingering, the training room at Huzhou Chongqing Film Base buzzed with activity as the cast of political intrigue in the palace commenced their week-long training in etiquette, physical movement, and combat choreography. When he stood at the center of the group, his posture upright, damp strands of hair clinging to his brow from the morning dew. Clad in the standard issue pale azure training attire, it was his third day officially on set, and his body was still acclimating to the rigorous training pace. Keep your head up, chest out, shoulders down. The etiquette instructor's voice rang clear and stern as she paced with a bamboo ruler in hand. You are portraying individuals of the palace. Every gesture and movement must adhere to protocol. A mere glance or turn must reflect your character's identity. Remember, this is not a modern drama. It is a tale of political intrigue within the depths of the palace, where every step is fraught with tension. Wen Ye inhaled deeply, following the command to slowly raise his arms, embodying the pose of welcoming the sacred. His movements initially appeared somewhat stiff, yet after 2 days of acclimatization, they gradually exuded a certain elegance. He portrayed Yen Jing'an, the youngest son of the emperor, outwardly gentle, yet harboring a sharp intellect within. The character demanded meticulous control over his demeanor, requiring both subtlety and an inherent nobility. When Ye demonstrate the act of kneeling and bowing, the teacher suddenly called out. Stepping forward, he knelt gracefully, executing the entire ceremonial process with fluidity, bowing, knocking his head, lifting it, and stepping back, all in one seamless motion, embodying humility without sacrificing dignity. Well done, the teacher acknowledged with a slight nod, but your gaze is too direct, lacking in concealment. Remember, Yen Jing'an's respect is merely a facade. There must be substance in his eyes, yet it should remain hidden. Wen Ye lowered his head in response, mentally taking note of this lesson. During the lunch break, he sat in the corridor, sipping water, sunlight cascading over his shoulders, beads of sweat still glistening. At that moment, a cheerful voice called out from behind, Hey, Wen Ye, care to join me for lunch? He turned to see Zhao Hong striding towards him, a radiant smile adorning his face, casually dressed in his training attire with a collar unbuttoned, holding 2 bottles of chilled sour plum juice. I brought you this to cool off, Zhao Hong said, handing 1 bottle over before plopping down beside him. I heard you practiced until 10 last night. You're really dedicated. When he accepted the drink, murmuring his thanks, he had always held a favorable impression of Zhao Hong. Despite his prestigious company background, he exhibited no pretentiousness. On the first day of training, Zhao Hong had proactively greeted him and corrected a mistake in his gestures. You are playing a prince, so your presence must be formidable, yet not overly ostentatious, Zhao Hong observed earnestly. This role may seem glamorous at first glance, but in reality, it is fraught with constraints. When you raised an eyebrow and smiled, indeed, indeed, they exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere lightening. Zhao Heng popped the cap off his bottle and took a hearty swig. To be honest, I admire you quite a bit. The company initially intended for me to play Yen Jing'an, but after seeing your audition, the director insisted on casting you. A newcomer. I was somewhat disgruntled at first, but then Sister Xinhe had me watch the playback and meticulously analyze your performance. That's when I realized where I fell short. You truly possess a depth akin to still waters. Wen Ye paused, reflecting on the sour plum juice in his hand. My previous co-star taught me a great deal about conveying emotion through gestures and expressions. He meticulously analyzed the script segments I received. He continued. When the negative comments surfaced online, he even comforted me. Those irrational fans are merely causing a ruckus. Zhao Heng shrugged. I understand that this drama calls for authenticity, not mere popularity. Your ability to secure this role speaks volumes about your talent. Wen Ye felt a surge of warmth in his heart, whispering, "Thank you. Don't mention it." Zhao Heng clapped him on the shoulder. We are comrades on this journey, and we must support each other on set. He added, by the way, be cautious during the afternoon's martial arts class. The instructor is notoriously demanding. Indeed, the afternoon's martial arts training proved to be nothing short of hellish. The martial arts director, the renowned Master Zhang, had been involved in the action design of numerous epic period dramas. His expectations were exceedingly high. Every punch, kick, and roll had to be executed with precision, emphasizing the unity of form, spirit, and force. Yen Jing'an, being a man of restraint, would showcase a fighting style that is not flamboyant, but rather an explosive force contained within. Master Zhang demonstrated while explaining, instructing that one should embody a concealed blade, remaining unassuming in daily life, yet striking decisively when the moment arises. When he listened attentively, diligently practicing the core movements. In the initial attempts, he was lightly struck on the elbow by the training stick due to improper force, wincing in pain, yet he remained silent, rising to practice again. Master Zhang cast a glance at him, nodding in rare approval. This child possesses tenacity. During a break in training, Wen Ye sat on the steps, catching his breath when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Xiuming, accompanied by a photo of him in the kitchen on the set of Living Well, wearing an apron and holding a plate of fried eggs, his smile gentle. Today, he was filming a domestic scene with limited lines, but the director remarked that his performance felt very natural. How is on your side? Are you tired? Wen Ye gazed at the photo, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He replied with an emoji, a fawn leaning against a bear, captioned, I am training diligently, waiting for your return. Soon, Lu Xiuming responded, video. Upon opening it, Wen Ye saw Lu Xiuming's smiling face against the backdrop of the set kitchen. Sitting on a break chair, he toyed with his hair while addressing the camera, saying, I just finished a scene and the director said it was good. Let me tell you, this character is unlike any I've played before. He is an ordinary man, buying groceries, cooking, and helping his child with homework every day. Yet as I acted, it felt remarkably genuine, imbued with warmth. He paused, his voice softening. I miss you. I know your training is tough. Don't push yourself too hard. Remember to apply heat to your knees tonight. I had Xiao Wang bring some ointment. I will finish here as soon as possible and come find you in Huzhou. I will keep my word. When he felt a warmth in his eyes, typing on the screen for a long time before finally replying, all right, I will wait for you. He tucked his phone away and looked up at the sky, where the clouds drifted, reminiscent of the future they had once envisioned. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuming continued filming Living Well. He portrayed Lin Yuan, a gentle and family-oriented husband who, after facing setbacks in his career, returns home to rediscover the meaning of life. Though his scenes were few, he poured his heart into each one. For a morning scene where he cooked porridge for his wife, he filmed 3 takes, striving to capture the most natural essence. During breaks, he habitually opened Weibo to check on topics related to Wen Ye. Trending were phrases such as training for the palace conspiracy and Zhao Heng and Wen Ye training together, sparking polarized comments. Some praised Wen Ye's cool demeanor, deeming him suitable for Yen Jing'an. Others questioned whether a newcomer could bear the weight of a major production. Lu Xiuming said nothing, silently taking a screenshot and sending it to Wen Ye. Look, you are already shining. Ignore the noise. I only see you. Wen Ye smiled at the message, slipped his phone into his pocket, and rejoined the training group. Meanwhile, on the set in Huzhou, Lu Xiuming, dressed in comfortable loungewear, tenderly covered a child with a blanket, gazing lovingly at the sleeping figure beside him, his face illuminated with satisfaction and happiness. This scene was warm and natural, earning the director's high praise for his exceptional portrayal of the character. After the filming concluded, Lu Xiuming stood by the roadside, indulging in a cigarette while Xiao Zhou organized his personal belongings. He glanced at the photographs sent by Xiao Wang and in the training room. Wen Ye was engaged in a vigorous bout, revealing her delicate arms and bruised legs in the images. Lu Xiuming felt a pang of sympathy, furrowing his brow as he contemplated calling Wen Ye via video. However, he was interrupted by a video invitation from his rival actress, Xu Fan. Reluctantly, he accepted the call. Teacher Xu, he greeted. Xiuming, several of the leading actors are going out for drinks tonight. Why not join us? Xu Fan playfully tossed her hair, using the video as a mirror to showcase her lovely visage. Regrettably, I have an early shoot tomorrow and must retire early. Enjoy yourselves, he replied. Come on. Everyone else is here. You're the only one missing. I have an early shoot as well. I could wake you up. Truly sorry. But I hope you all have a wonderful time. Though slightly disappointed, Xu Fan teased. Teacher Lu is quite the enigmatic individual. Lu Xiuming offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate as his thoughts remained with Wen Ye. After ending the call, he immediately initiated a video call with Wen Ye. Brother? Wen Ye, with damp hair and sparkling eyes, appeared on screen. Show me your arm, he requested. Huh? Wen Ye was taken aback, but quickly deduced that Xiao Wang had betrayed her. She swiftly raised her arm. I'm fine. These are just minor bumps I accidentally sustained. They'll heal in a few days. And what about those on your legs? Lu Xiuming's expression darkened. Well, it's just practice for the action scenes. Bumps and bruises are inevitable. The other cast members don't complain, so why should I? Wen Ye pouted. Does it hurt? Not really. I'm a big man. These minor injuries are nothing. Big? Lu Xiuming smirked, teasing her. Where exactly is the bigness? Let me see. Wen Ye rolled her eyes, about to scold Lu Xiuming for his frivolity when a delicate female voice interrupted from his end. Oh, Xiuming, there you are. We were looking for you. Who are you on the phone with? Your girlfriend? The camera suddenly jolted, followed by the sound of the phone hitting the ground. A beautiful face filled the screen, prompting Wen Ye to sit up straight and adjust her slightly open clothing. She was taken aback upon seeing Wen Ye, while Lu Xiuming, ignoring his dark expression, smiled and said, Xiuming was just on the phone with a friend. I thought you were talking to your girlfriend. Hello, handsome. I'm Xiuming's co-star in this production. We're going out for drinks, so I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation. Wen Ye felt a wave of embarrassment. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll hang up now. Lu Xiuming watched as Wen Ye ended the call, feeling a surge of frustration. He spoke sternly, Teacher Xu, I believe your actions have crossed a line. Oh, Xiuming, I merely wish for you to join us. Please don't be upset. You know how I am, sometimes a bit too carefree. Before Lu Xiuming could respond, Wen Ye's designated notification chimed. Brother, drink less. I'm heading to bed now, kisses. Lu Xiuming tapped a few buttons on his phone. Good night. Remember to apply your medicine and cover yourself with a blanket. I miss you dearly. Having sent the message, he cast a fleeting glance at Xu Fan standing nearby, raised his gaze ahead, and said, Let us depart. In the stillness of the night, Wen Ye reclined on the hotel bed, unlocking his phone to take one last look at the message from Lu Xiuming. A gentle smile graced his face as he softly murmured, Lu Xiuming, I hope you arrive soon. His heart brimmed with longing and anticipation for Lu Xiuming. Chapter 39. At last, I see you. Lu Xiuming sat in a corner of the private room, his posture upright, yet he refrained from lifting his glass. The table was alive with clinking glasses and boisterous laughter, as several lead actors reveled in merriment. Xu Fan, adorned in a red dress, her eyes sparkling with joy, shook the dice cup, frequently glancing in Lu Xiuming's direction. Xiuming, come on, just one round. The loser drinks a glass, she urged, leaning closer, her voice soft and laced with a hint of playful coaxing. Everyone is playing. It must be dull for you to sit there alone. Lu Xiuming offered a faint smile, his tone calm, yet resolute. I am not particularly skilled at this game, nor do I drink much. Please enjoy yourselves. Xu Fan pouted slightly, unwilling to relent, and turned to the male lead, Yang Jing. Brother Yang, what do you think? How can he shoot a film being so reserved? Yang Jing laugid heartily. giving Lu Xiuming a friendly pat on the shoulder. All right, Shu Fan, our Xiuming is a serious person. Do not tease him. He then regarded Lu Xiuming with a look of understanding. Come, let us step outside for a smoke. As the two stepped out of the private room, the cool night breeze dispersed the lingering scent of alcohol and noise. Yang Jing lit a cigarette, offering one to Lu Xiuming, who accepted it but did not ignite it, merely holding it delicately between his fingers. That girl, Shu Fan, seems to have a liking for you. Do you truly feel nothing? Lu Xiuming gazed into the distance, his voice barely above a whisper. I have a beloved. Yang Jing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I see. No wonder you've been so reserved these past few days, keeping to yourself after work and hardly engaging in meals. I thought you were just naturally aloof. But it appears your heart belongs to someone. Pausing, he teased, though Shu Fan may be a bit forward, her intentions are pure. If you truly have no interest, I could subtly convey that message for you. Thank you. Lu Xiuming turned to him, his gaze sincere. After they finished their cigarettes and returned to the private room, Lu Xiuming soon excused himself, citing an early call time for the next day. Shu Fan attempted to persuade him to stay, but Yang Jing interjected. Let him rest. He has an early morning ahead. Lu Xiuming nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, his figure slender yet resolute. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the hotel room. Just as Lu Xiuming finished his morning routine, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Shu Fan standing there, holding a beautifully arranged breakfast, her smile radiant. I guess you hadn't eaten breakfast, so I brought you some. Shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, and red date porridge. Everything you said you liked. Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, then politely replied, Thank you, but it is not necessary. What? Afraid I might poison you? Shu Fan stepped forward playfully, her tone teasing. Lu Xiuming took a half step back, his expression earnest. No, it is simply that I have a beloved. Our relationship is quite stable. I do not wish for any misunderstandings, nor do I want to cause you any hurt. Shu Fan's smile faltered for a brief moment, but soon her lips curled upward again. Oh, I understand. But in the midst of filming, a little flirtation is quite normal. Once the shoot concludes, we part ways. We could be companions in bed, or perhaps a couple from the crew, which isn't too bad, is it? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiuming's expression turned abruptly cold. His gaze darkened, and though his tone remained steady, it was imbued with an unmistakable distance. I apologize, but I have no interest in such a relationship. With that, he gently closed the door, his movements decisive and without hesitation. Inside, he leaned against the door, closing his eyes momentarily. He was aware that his words might sting, yet he feared that ambiguous tenderness could lead to far greater pain. He opened his phone and sent a message to Wen Ye. Today we wrap up. I will head to Huzhou shortly, at 3 in the afternoon. Lu Xiuming officially concluded the shoot. The crew held a simple wrap-up ceremony, with the director and main creators offering their well wishes. Shu Fan was also present, her makeup impeccable and her smile gracious. She approached Lu Xiuming and handed him a small gift box. This is for you, a memento of our days fighting side by side. Lu Xiuming accepted it with a slight nod. Thank you. I wish you endless opportunities and a brilliant future. She gazed at him, her expression complex, and after a moment, she spoke softly. What I said this morning was presumptuous. I shouldn't have expressed my feelings in that manner. You are a serious person, and I respect you. Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. Thank you for your understanding. She reached out and embraced him lightly, her gesture as fleeting as a breeze. Take care, and I hope that the next time we meet, you stand beside me as the leading man. He smiled but did not respond. Xiao Zhou had long been waiting outside the set, his luggage already packed. Lu Xiuming climbed into the car, gazing at the passing scenery outside the window, his thoughts already soaring 400 kilometers away to Huzhou. Brother Lu, shall we head directly to the Chongqing film base? Xiao Zhou inquired. Yes, he replied, leaning back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest, eager to arrive as swiftly as possible. As night descended, the training room at the Chongqing film base in Huzhou was ablaze with light. Wen Ye had just finished a day of training and had quickly freshened up in the washroom, his damp hair sticking to his forehead. Zhao Heng, carrying a backpack, patted him on the shoulder. You performed well today. Master Zhang praised your rapid progress. You too. Your movements are now fluid and graceful, Wen Ye retorted with a smile. Zhao Hong recognized the playful jab and burst into laughter as they exited the training room together. Upon reaching the door, Wen Ye suddenly halted. A familiar business vehicle was parked at the roadside, with Xiao Zhou standing beside it. The faint glow from the car's interior revealed the figure he had longed for. Xiao Zhou opened the car door, and Lu Xiuming, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and denim jacket, sat quietly inside. My friend has arrived. I must take my leave, Wen Ye said to Zhao Hong, excitement evident in his voice. Zhao Hong chuckled and waved him off. Go on. Just don't be late for training tomorrow. Wen Ye leapt into the car, and before Lu Xiuming could speak, he dove into his embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. Like a bird finally returning to its nest. You're here, he murmured, his voice muffled against Lu Xiuming's shoulder, filled with weariness and solace. Yes, I'm here, Lu Xiuming replied, lowering his head to kiss Wen Ye's hair, tightening his embrace. You've worked hard. The two embraced for an extended duration. Lu Xiuming, weary from the long journey, still radiated warmth. Wen Ye clung tightly to Lu Xiuming, resting his head against his neck, inhaling the familiar scent. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the collar of Lu Xiuming's white t-shirt, where, near the collarbone, there lingered a faint lipstick mark, a soft pink hue, as if inadvertently brushed against. His movements halted. Sensing the change, Lu Xiuming glanced down, his expression shifting slightly, and he explained, It was Shufan. She must have hugged me when we said goodbye today. She was made up, and I didn't have time to evade. I was unaware. Wen Ye remained silent, merely observing him intently. I turned her down. Lu Xiuming's voice deepened, his gaze unwavering. From the beginning, I made it clear that I have a partner. She offered breakfast, and I declined. She suggested a couple role in the crew, and I also refused. This mark was left when she hugged me for the last time. I truly couldn't escape it. He paused, taking Wen Ye's hand in his. Xiao Yi, please believe me. Wen Ye fixated on the lipstick stain, which was quite discreet. Had they not been close, or had Lu Xiuming not removed his outer coat, others would indeed struggle to notice it. Shufan had deliberately chosen this spot to leave a trace. Her intentions unmistakable. She aimed to incite misunderstandings regarding the partner Lu Xiuming spoke of. A flicker of coldness crossed Wen Ye's gaze as he licked his back teeth. Lu Xiuming's heart raced, anxiously observing the changes in Wen Ye's expression, fearful that he might doubt him. Suddenly, Wen Ye revealed a mischievous smile, letting out a soft hum before speaking. It's all the fault of Teacher Lu for being too handsome, attracting such unwarranted thoughts. Wen Ye understood Lu Xiuming well. He could be gentle, humorous, and warm towards the world, yet once his boundaries were crossed, he stood immovable as a fortress. Lu Xiuming was taken aback by this remark, its familiarity striking him. Wasn't that a line from the intrigues of the palace? It's all because the imperial power is so enticing that it draws in those with inappropriate thoughts. Lu Xiuming longed to embrace Wen Ye, but was instead pushed away. Wen Ye's gaze fixated on his t-shirt, then lifted to meet Lu Xiuming's eyes. Teacher Lu, do you intend to wear this shirt, marked by someone else, while holding me? With a mix of helplessness and affection, Lu Xiuming smiled and promptly removed his t-shirt, leaving only a denim jacket. Wen Ye observed him fastening each button with meticulous attention. Can I hug you now, Teacher Wen? Lu Xiuming opened his arms, and Wen Ye nestled into his embrace, his voice soft as a sigh. What shall I do? Teacher Lu is so handsome and such a brilliant actor. I truly fear that every time he steps out to film, others will take notice. Wen Ye raised their clasped hands, illuminated by the car's dim light. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly. I fear that too. Xiao Yi, you have no idea how charming you are. Wen Ye found his words puzzling, and Lu Xiuming retrieved his phone, showing him a video sent by Xiao Wang. In the video, Wen Ye was singing along with another actor during a meal in the restaurant. The footage captured Wen Ye in loose, light gray shorts that hung casually, accentuating his long, slender legs. The oversized t-shirt he wore belonged to Lu Xiuming, while the actor singing alongside him seemed utterly captivated by Wen Ye's legs. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Ye continued to sing, his face adorned with a relaxed and joyful smile. Lu Xiuming's gaze was fixated on the very pants Wen Ye wore today, the same ones from the video. A wave of inexplicable jealousy and possessiveness surged within him. He raised his hand, gently tracing up Wen Ye's calf to the top of his thigh, halting his movement and whispering, "You're not allowed to wear these pants outside anymore." Wen Ye was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossing his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, Lu Xiuming swiftly leaned in, assertively capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. The kiss was passionate and overwhelming, as if it sought to consume Wen Ye's very essence, leaving him breathless. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Xiuming reluctantly released him, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with an undeniable dominance. "You can only wear them for me." These words lingered in the air, imbued with a fervent warmth that left Wen Ye feeling both shy and helpless. The car slowly began its journey toward the hotel, the night deepening around them, the stars twinkling above. Chapter 40. A vigil hidden among the crowds in the early morning of Huzhou. The mist had yet to disperse, and the gates of the Chongqing film and television base were already adorned with festive decorations. A red carpet unfurled, and a grand banner reading "The Palace Conspiracy" proclaimed the auspicious commencement of filming. Incense wafted through the air, curling in fragrant tendrils, drawing one into the intricate world of ancient court intrigues and formidable palaces. Today marked the filming ceremony for The Palace Conspiracy, with media representatives, creative team members, and investors gathered in anticipation. The atmosphere was vibrant, punctuated by the incessant clicks of cameras. Wen Ye stood backstage, taking several deep breaths in an attempt to quell the tumult within him. This was his first time participating in such a grand production, especially alongside the esteemed actress Su Xinhao, with the meticulous director Chen Pinggan at the helm, a revered figure in the industry. Although he had attended numerous filming ceremonies before, the significance of this occasion made him undeniably nervous. "Don't be anxious, just slow your breathing," came a clear and soothing voice from beside him. Su Xinhao, dressed in an elegant long gown with her hair elegantly styled, looked at him with a gentle smile. She appeared even more composed in person than on camera, her eyes sparkling with keen insight. "Ms. Su," Wen Ye awkwardly began. "Just call me Sister Xinhao," she replied, lightly patting his shoulder. "It's normal to feel this way on your first filming. I once hid in the makeup room and cried during mine." She winked playfully, instantly bridging the distance between them. Wen Ye couldn't help but chuckle, the tension within him easing slightly. Just then, the host announced the commencement of the ceremony. On the red carpet, director Chen Pinggan stepped onto the stage first, his demeanor solemn and his gaze intense. He delivered a brief yet impactful speech, exuding professionalism and composure. The Palace Conspiracy is a narrative exploring power, humanity, and choice. We strive for authenticity, restraint, and strength. Each actor has been meticulously selected, and we hope to meet the audience's expectations. Following this, the lead actors took turns to address the audience. Wen Ye followed closely behind Su Xinhao, his steps faltering momentarily as he spotted a familiar figure at the edge of the crowd, Lu Xiuming. Wasn't he supposed to stay at the hotel? The host then invited Su Xinhao and the male lead, Lin Wansheng, to share their thoughts on the project. With a smile gracing her lips, Su Xinhao shared her profound understanding of her character and the preparation she undertook to embody it more authentically. She elaborated on her extensive emotional analysis, striving to portray the character's inner world through meticulous attention to detail. After concluding her thoughts, she passed the microphone to Lin Wansheng, only to catch sight of an inconspicuous figure in the audience. Clad in a black mask and a baseball cap, he was tall, and despite his deliberate attempt at anonymity, he could not conceal his impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, nor the handsome features obscured beneath his disguise. Standing at the outer edge of the media area with his hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, his gaze was firmly fixed on the stage, more specifically, on Wen Ye. Su Xinhao was all too familiar with his silhouette, the sunlight casting a gentle glow that highlighted his sharply defined profile. He neither took photographs nor engaged in conversation, simply observing quietly, like a silent guardian. Suddenly, Su Xinhao let out a light laugh, leaning closer to Wen Ye to whisper, "That tail is certainly well hidden." Wen Ye, taken aback, responded, "What?" "Stop pretending." She rolled her eyes teasingly. "Isn't that Lu Xiuming wearing the hat?" He has been staring at you since you took the stage, his eyes practically glued to you. And with that hat and mask, he is trying too hard to remain inconspicuous. With his height, he stands out no matter where he is. Wen Ye's ears turn a shade of crimson as he hastily averted his gaze, muttering, "I didn't know." "You didn't know?" Su Xinho's expression was knowing. "Has Lu Xiuming been out of work lately?" Yes. He just wrapped up filming For Good Life in Huching and should have a couple of business collaborations coming up in a few days. Wen Ye nodded vigorously. Su Xinho's eyebrows arched in amusement. Huching isn't far from here. When he gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. "It seems you two have a good relationship. He drove for hours just to attend your launch ceremony?" When he paused for a moment, meeting Su Xinho's beautiful gaze and hesitated, "We're just ordinary friends." Observing his anxious demeanor, Su Xinho's laughter grew more vibrant. "Ordinary friends traveling such a distance just to see your debut?" He never treated ordinary friends that way before. Wen Ye's heart began to race, surprised by Su Xinho's insinuations regarding their relationship. He glanced towards the crowd, where Lu Xiuming was indeed looking in their direction, and a ripple of anxiety washed over him. He knew Lu Xiuming had just finished filming and should have returned to Huching for rest. Yet he had come to Huzhou without delay, solely to witness the inception of Wen Ye's first major production. Su Xinho observed Wen Ye's flustered expression with a glint of mischief in her eyes, prompting him to feel even more embarrassed. "Wen Ye, you may deceive everyone else, but not me." Left speechless, Wen Ye could only lower his head in bashful silence. Su Xinho gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't be nervous. I was just joking. It's evident that he cares for you, so cherish it well." Wen Ye nodded, feeling a slight alleviation of his inner turmoil. At that moment, director Qin Pingan was introducing the cast one by one. When it was Wen Ye's turn, he offered a slight nod. His tone as serious as ever. "Wen Ye will portray the third prince, Yin Jingen. We are all eagerly anticipating his performance." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. With a respectful bow, Wen Ye cast a glance back toward the crowd. Lu Xiuming remained steadfast in his position, his eyes, sheltered beneath the brim of his hat, quietly conveyed a sense of unwavering determination and gentleness. "Relax," Su Xinho whispered softly, her fingertips gently brushing against the back of his hand. "You are portraying a prince, not a prisoner. Don't be too tense. A performance is not only acted out, but also lived." Her words, akin to a refreshing breeze, dispelled the weight upon his heart. When he took a deep breath, finally allowing a genuine smile to surface. As the ceremony drew to a close, the host invited all members of the creative team to offer incense and reverence, while the director distributed red envelopes to each lead actor, symbolizing auspiciousness and smooth sailing. When it was Wen Ye's turn, Chun Pingan unusually offered a few encouraging words. "Perform well. I have faith in you." Wen Ye solemnly accepted the envelope, warmth blooming in his eyes. That evening, a launch banquet awaited. "Don't let that tail follow you," Su Xinho remarked, taking the envelope and suddenly turning to whisper to Wen Ye with a playful smile, "We take care of our own. I will look after you, so he can rest easy." After saying this, she deliberately cast a glance toward Lu Xiuming in the crowd, the corners of her mouth lifting in a teasing smile. Upon sensing her gaze, Lu Xiuming paused momentarily before smiling resignedly and lightly pressing down his hat in acknowledgement. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Just as when he stepped off the stage, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Xiuming. "I'm waiting for you at the East Gate. The car is ready." He replied affirmatively and turned to Su Xinho, saying, "I'm leaving now." "Go ahead." She waved her hand, her smile radiant. "See you tonight." Outside the East Gate, Lu Xiuming had already removed his mask, leaning against the car. The morning light enveloped him, accentuating his gentle features. Yet he retained an air of ethereal coolness. As when he approached, he straightened up, his expression softening instantly. "What brings you here?" When he drew near, his tone laced with playful reproach, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. "I wanted to surprise you," Lu Xiuming replied, taking Wen Ye's bag and opening the back door. "Besides, if I didn't come, how would I know someone was up on stage, nervously sweating?" Wen Ye was momentarily taken aback. "How do you know? When you were on stage, your fingers kept fiddling with your cuffs, Lu Xiuming chuckled lightly. I know you too well. The car began to move, making its way toward the hotel. When Ye leaned back in his seat, exhaling deeply, allowing himself to relax. Su Shina spoke with me, he suddenly said, his tone tinged with disbelief. She even teased you, saying you couldn't hide at all, standing at 1.93 meters. You were more conspicuous than the camera. Lu Xiuming laughed at this. She's quite straightforward. She is a wonderful person, vibrant and lively, unlike the distant image I had of an actress, when Ye mused, gazing out at the fleeting cityscape. She mentioned the launch banquet tonight and told me not to bring you. She would take care of me. Lu Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Oh, did she say how she would take care of you? Wen Ye hesitated, his ears turning slightly red. She told me to relax and not be nervous, assuring me I wouldn't embarrass myself. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, ruffling Wen Ye's hair affectionately. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Shen Mingi. Hello, Mingi. I heard you wrapped up filming. Congratulations. Shen Mingi's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. I've been working like a dog these past few days. How about you and Xiaoyi? How does it feel to start your new drama? Quite good, Wen Ye replied. Lu Xiuming gazed at Wen Ye nestled in his embrace, gently tousling his hair, his tone unconsciously softening. The young man appeared to be in good spirits, and the director had given his approval. You know, your tone changes completely whenever you mention him, Shen Mingi teased. I heard you rushed to Huzhou right after wrapping up, without even taking a break. I wanted to be there on his first day of filming, Lu Xiuming replied nonchalantly. Ah, in the past, you wouldn't even bother with dinner gatherings during shoots. Now it seems you're playing bodyguard as well. Shen Mingi quipped. Are you worried he might be bullied on set? Yes, Lu Xiuming admitted without hesitation. It's his first time acting in such a role, and the pressure is immense. I fear he might struggle to adapt. A brief silence enveloped the conversation, followed by a soft sigh. Your earnestness is truly enviable. In a couple of days, I must return to Hucheng, Lu Xiuming stated. I have 2 business events to attend. Go ahead. After all, your partner has Su Xinha to look after him, Shen Mingi chuckled. But do not linger too long. I worry someone might whisk him away. No one can take him from me, Lu Xiuming asserted firmly, his gaze fixed on Wen Ye, as if declaring an unshakable bond. Shall we have a drink tonight? Are you in Huzhou? No, but I can fly over right now. All right, see you tonight. As the call ended, silence resumed in the car. Wen Ye stared out the window and suddenly spoke softly. Why do you think Sister Xinha is so good to me? Lu Xiuming pondered for a moment. Perhaps she sees your purity. There are not many who remain so untainted in this industry. But I always feel that her gaze towards me is somewhat different. That is admiration, Lu Xiuming replied. She was once like you, innocent and focused, though time has softened her edges. Seeing you is like witnessing a reflection of her former self. Wen Ye fell silent, yet warmth blossomed within him. He suddenly realized how endearing and approachable this star he had once idolized truly was. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lu Xiuming escorted him to his room. Once the door closed, Wen Ye found himself pressed against it, engulfed by a fervent kiss. His body quivered slightly, and his hands instinctively climbed around Lu Xiuming's neck, as if trying to merge this warmth into his very essence. Lu Xiuming's hands roamed gently across Wen Ye's back, each touch quickening his heartbeat. He closed his eyes, surrendering to this prolonged and passionate kiss, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with only their breaths and heartbeats echoing in the air. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss gradually subsided. Wen Ye breathed heavily, his cheeks flushed, his eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and contentment. Lu Xiuming beheld his expression, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, his eyes brimming with affection. He tenderly caressed Wen Ye's cheek, speaking in a low, gentle voice, "You are utterly adorable." Wen Ye's heart fluttered, his face growing even warmer. He lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Xiuming's gaze, yet unable to suppress a blissful smile. In that moment, he was filled with sweetness and joy, as though all his worries had dissipated like mist. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, seemingly blessing this pair of lovers. Inside the room, the atmosphere was warm and romantic, their hearts brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. Chapter 41. thoughts like stars as dusk descended and the city lights began to twinkle. The launch banquet for the palace conspiracy unfolded in a quaint, traditional garden venue in Huzhou. The pavilions and towers were illuminated, with red lanterns hanging in the corridors, casting a warm and inviting glow. The banquet was set beside the water, where a gentle breeze caressed the skin and the fragrance of lotus wafted through the air, evoking the essence of the imperial garden depicted in the play. Wen Ye donned a simple yet elegant Chinese-style shirt with a standing collar, adorned with bamboo embroidery, a selection made by Lu Xiuming. His hair was neatly combed back, his features bright and clear, exuding a warm and refined aura. Upon entering, he was immediately spotted by Su Xinha. "Over here, Xiao Yi." She beckoned with a radiant smile, akin to the most brilliant ray of sunshine on a spring day. She had changed into a dark red velvet qipao, impeccably tailored, complemented by diamond jewelry that accentuated her graceful figure and commanding presence, yet she remained approachable. She took Wen Ye's hand and introduced him to the directors, producers, screenwriters, and esteemed actors present. "This is my brother, Wen Ye. Although this is his first foray into a historical drama, he is earnest and dedicated. I hope you will all look after him." Her tone was natural, her gaze sincere, and the attendees nodded in acknowledgement, sensing her care and regard for Wen Ye, as if he were truly a member of her family. "Inheji, Wen Ye murmured, slightly taken aback, his ears flushing with warmth. "Do not be nervous." She gently squeezed his hand. "With me here, no one would dare to bully you." As the evening progressed, laughter and toasts filled the air. Su Xinha remained by Wen Ye's side, a devoted guardian. She skillfully deflected rounds of toasts aimed at him, rising with a smile to gracefully diffuse the situation with just the right reasoning, as if constructing a solid barrier around him. Whenever the director discussed the intricacies of the script, she would lean in closer to Wen Ye, quietly clarifying any confusion he had, her soft voice clear and articulate. Her speech was measured yet impactful, each glance and gesture revealing her confidence and poise, embodying grace and responsibility in every movement. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere became increasingly lively, Su Xinha's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled even brighter. She suddenly turned to Wen Ye and asked softly, "Are you tired?" Wen Ye shook his head. "Not at all. Everyone is very considerate of me." "That's good," she replied with a smile, her gaze distant. "I am genuinely happy." "Huh?" Wen Ye was taken aback. She raised her glass and lightly clinked it against his. "I am truly glad that you can be with Lu Xiuming." Wen Ye's heart fluttered, and he looked up at her. Su Xinha drained her glass, her expression gentle. "You two, one calm as the sea and the other pure as a stream, yet both so resolute. I see it and think it's wonderful." When Ye paused in silence before suddenly asking, "You don't think it's wrong for two men to be together?" Su Xinha shook her head. "I do not think so. Love is already rare. Why impose such rigid constraints based on gender?" She then burst into laughter, wrapping her arm around Wen Ye's shoulders and playfully patting his back like an older sister. "You don't dwell on those nonsensical thoughts. Just trust in Lu Xiuming." She gazed at the distant lights, her tone suddenly softening. "In my youth, I loved with such fervor, but reality has dulled my edges. It is truly wonderful to see that you two can still walk together so resolutely. Indeed, it is extraordinarily good." When you looked at her, suddenly perceiving that this once unattainable film queen was now so genuine, so tender. She was not merely a dazzling star, but an ordinary person who could feel nostalgia, weariness, and be moved by the happiness of others. "Sister Xin," he said softly, "thank you." She blinked playfully and smiled. "For what? I still have to toast you tonight, so don't think you can escape." Meanwhile, in an unassuming tavern in the west of the city, the light was dim and jazz flowed softly. Shen Mingyi and Lu Xiuming sat across from each other in a corner booth, 2 glasses of whiskey resting on the table, ice slowly melting in the amber liquid. "You look exhausted," Lu Xiuming observed, his brow slightly furrowed. Shen Mingyi leaned back in his chair, tugging at his tie, and offered a bitter smile. "My family is pushing me to go on blind dates again. They arrange meetings every few days. It's either a female PhD returning from abroad or the daughter of a wealthy entrepreneur, each one more impressive than the last, making me feel utterly inadequate. Do you not wish to meet them?" Lu Xiuming inquired. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I lack interest, he replied with a wry smile. I don't even have the energy to meet them. Every time I sit opposite one, I can't help but wonder if she would call the police if she knew I preferred men. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly. Surely not. But I am truly weary. Shen Mingyi said, downing the contents of his glass, his voice low. I no longer wish to play the part of the dutiful son or the normal person. I just want to be myself. He looked at Lu Xiuming, his gaze complex. I really envy you. You dare to love and to protect that love, unlike me, who cannot even voice my affections. Yao Xing? Lu Xiuming asked. Shen Mingyi fell silent for a long moment, then nodded. Yes. His eyes suddenly softened as he continued. During university, Huaidi University held a national Western music competition, and I happened to attend that performance. At that time, Yao Xing was still in high school, and he was the most radiant one on stage. After he performed Liang Zhu, the audience fell silent, followed by thunderous applause. I sat in the front row, watching him bow, the light illuminating his face like an angel descending. He smiled faintly, continuing, Interestingly, fate is quite remarkable. After his performance, I encountered him on campus. He was lost. His school's transport had left, and he was unhurried, standing beneath a sycamore tree, asking if I could show him around. He smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped like a little kitten, radiating a certain purity. That day, the sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft glow upon his face. And then we wandered around the campus, circling a time and again. He was curious, looking around with delight at every blade of grass and every tree. We walked from the library to the sports field, then meandered from the teaching building to the lakeside. As dusk approached, his teacher frantically called around searching for him. When they finally found him, he coyly said to the teacher, Teacher, I met a good person. He showed me so many places. As Shen Mingyi recounted this, a smile involuntarily crept to his lips, and in that moment I knew I was doomed. And now? Lu Xiuming asked. Now? He smiled wryly. He no longer remembers me. During our time on set, he has always treated me with politeness. Yet he fails to recognize that I am the one who once guided him through the campus. Lu Xiuming listened quietly, suddenly bursting into laughter. Isn't this akin to abducting someone while they were still a minor? Shen Mingyi was taken aback for a moment, then joined in the laughter. Indeed. I was already a junior while he was merely a sophomore. In hindsight, I truly resembled a trafficker. I still vividly recall the expression on their teacher's face. Hearing this, Lu Xiuming couldn't help but chuckle as well. Shen Mingyi continued, but truth be told, Yao Xing was truly remarkable back then. His smile was so pure that it could make one forget their troubles. Even now, despite him not remembering me, I cannot forget him. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter together, the sound reverberating in the small tavern, alleviating some of the fatigue and heaviness. Do you still have feelings for him? Lu Xiuming inquired. Shen Mingyi nodded. Yes, my feelings have never changed over the years. Then go tell him, Lu Xiuming urged like I would. Don't wait. Shen Mingyi hesitated, but I'm afraid I fear I might scare him away. I too harbor fears. My family worries he might get hurt. You haven't even tried. How can you know Yao Xing's feelings? How can you be sure he doesn't like you? Even if you scare him away, it is better than never trying and leaving yourself with regrets. Lu Xiuming fixed his gaze on Shen Mingyi's eyes. If one day you see him holding someone else's hand and telling you, this is my beloved, can you accept it? Would you regret not telling him how you feel? Shen Mingyi stared at Lu Xiuming for a long time before slowly nodding. Perhaps it's time to give it a try. As the gathering dispersed, the night had grown deep. Wen Ye, slightly tipsy, had a faint blush on his cheeks. Su Xinhe personally saw him to the car, and before parting, she suddenly embraced him, softly saying, Xiao Yi, perform well and love wholeheartedly. You deserve all the beauty life has to offer. After saying this, a glimmer of tears sparkled in her eyes as she gently patted his back. Wen Ye felt the warmth and care from Su Xinhe, his eyes growing slightly misty as he nodded vigorously. I will, Xinhe Jie. Thank you. The car slowly pulled away, and he gazed at the figure standing under the lights in the rearview mirror, lost in thought. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Xiuming. Let me know when you arrive at the hotel. I want to talk to Mingyi. Wen Ye smiled and replied, Okay. A moment later, Lu Xiuming responded, I heard Yao Xing is collaborating with the Huzhou Zaihongwa Orchestra for a concert next week. Mingyi invited us to go along. I noticed you have no filming schedule for those days. When you looked at the message, a smile spreading across his lips. The night breeze brushed past, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. On either end of the city, some were shedding their defenses at a banquet, while others were regaining their courage from old dreams. And love, in its myriad forms, was quietly blossoming. Chapter 42. Our wishes. On the third day of the formal shooting of Conspiracy in the Palace, the morning light began to break, and the set was already a flurry of activity. At the Dongyuan outdoor filming location of the Huzhou film base, the Tang Dynasty-style palace complex loomed majestically, its flying eaves and upturned corners partially shrouded in morning mist, resembling a painting unfurling through a millennium of time. Crew members darted about, with props, lighting, and the cinematography team each fulfilling their roles, as a sense of tense yet orderly rhythm filled the air. Wen Ye arrived at the set early, where the stylist meticulously affixed a wig upon his head, adorned with a golden crown, while long strands of beads cascaded elegantly from either side. Clad in a white satin robe, a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes. This marked his inaugural role as the lead in a historical drama. With each line and glance magnified by the camera, any misstep could jeopardize the entire scene's integrity. He stood in a corner, softly rehearsing his lines, his fingers unconsciously tracing the embroidered patterns on his sleeve. Xiaoye, a bright voice pierced through the morning mist as Su Xinhe approached briskly in her embroidered flats. Today, she wore minimal makeup, merely accentuating her brows, draped in a beige knitted cardigan paired with a long skirt, yet she emanated warmth and grace, like a gentle spring breeze. "Why are you here so early? Did you not sleep well last night?" As she neared, she gently patted Wen Ye's shoulder, her gaze filled with concern. Wen Ye lifted his eyes and forced a smile. "I'm a bit nervous about my first scene today. The lines are somewhat convoluted." "Do not fret," she replied with unwavering assurance, her voice laced with kindness. "You are not alone in this. I am here with you." With that, she took his hand and led him directly towards the director's team. Along the way, she introduced him to everyone she encountered, saying, "This is my brother Wen Ye. Please be patient with him, as it is his first time acting in a historical drama." Her tone was so natural that it seemed as if they were truly siblings. The crew nodded in agreement, some smilingly assuring, "Don't worry, Sister Su, we will take good care of him." Before the shooting commenced, the director approached to offer words of comfort. "For this scene, do not overplay your emotions. Simply convey a harmless disposition. Now, let us walk through the positions." Wen Ye nodded, yet when the cameras rolled and dozens of eyes bore down upon him, his palms began to sweat with apprehension. On the first take, his voice quivered. The second take saw him forget his blocking, and during the third, he stumbled over a crucial line, his face turning crimson as he bowed deeply, saying, "I'm sorry. Director, I will try again." Director Chen Pingyan did not express anger. Instead, he approached with a smile. "It's all right, Xiaoyi. This is your first historical drama, and the lines are quite lengthy. It's natural to feel nervous. Let us try again. Just relax and speak as you normally would." A fellow actress, playing his counterpart, chimed in cheerfully, "Wen Ye, don't think of it as acting. Treat it as a conversation with us. In this crew, we are never afraid of doing it over." Veteran actor Wang Yuhan, portraying the Chancellor, also came over to pat his shoulder. "Do not fear mistakes. When I filmed my first project, I missed a scene over 20 times, and the director almost cast me as an extra. Take your time. Acting is refined through practice." Susineproit, offering a cup of warm water. "Have a sip and take a deep breath. You know, when I filmed my first scene, I misheard action as Cupid due to the director's accent. And I asked him, 'Where is Cupid?'" The entire crew burst into laughter. She winked. "Feeling nervous is normal. I just saw your performance. Your emotions were spot on, but the desire for perfection may have constrained you. Just relax." When he chuckled at her lightheartedness, and the tension within him gradually dissipated. In the following takes, he found his rhythm, and by the fifth take, the director clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Excellent. This one is good." Applause erupted throughout the set, and when he exhaled deeply, his eyes glistening with warmth, Su Xinhe approached and gently embraced him, saying, "I knew you could do it." Just then, A subtle commotion stirred at the entrance of the set. A sleek black business vehicle glided to a halt. Its door swung open, and a tall man clad in a light gray suit stepped out. With a warm demeanor and holding a bouquet of pale pink peonies, he strolled leisurely towards Su Xinhe. Gao Zhang? Su Xinhe exclaimed in delight as she rushed to greet him. Chao Jinghe smiled faintly and handed the flowers to her, saying, I happened to be passing by and thought I'd come to see you. I heard you were filming an important scene today and was concerned you might tire yourself. The two stood together, resembling figures from a painting. Chao Jinghe exuded an air of elegance. Every gesture reflected his cultivated demeanor, and his eyes radiated unreserved tenderness towards Su Xinhe. He inquired softly, Have you eaten? I had the kitchen prepare your favorite lotus root and pork rib soup, along with some bird's nest. I'll have someone bring it to you shortly. Su Xinhe nodded with a smile. You're always so considerate. At that moment, Wen Ye observed from a distance, feeling somewhat awkward, Su Xinhe promptly dashed over, took his hand, and brought him before Chao Jinghe. This is Wen Ye, she introduced. Turning to Wen Ye, she gently added, This is my fiancé, Chao Jinghe. He is quite a busy individual, but he made time to see me today. Wen Ye quickly bowed, Hello, Mr. Chao. Chao Jinghe assessed him with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, then smiled more broadly. Indeed, a fine young man. Xinhe often speaks highly of you, mentioning your diligence and dedication, much like her younger brother. Upon meeting you today, I see not only your talent, but also a rare sincerity. His tone was genuine and unpretentious, easing Wen Ye's discomfort. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chao. Please, just call me Jinghe Ge. Chao Jinghe replied kindly. Should you need any assistance in Huzhou, do not hesitate to reach out. Xinhe's brother is my brother. A warmth blossomed in Wen Ye's heart as he nodded earnestly. After a brief conversation, Chao Jinghe had to depart early for a company meeting. Before leaving, he gently grasped Su Xinhe's hand. I'll come and pick you up after you finish work tonight. Su Xinhe smiled and nodded, watching him leave. Wen Ye gazed at his retreating figure and softly remarked, Sister Xinhe, Mr. Chao is truly wonderful. Indeed, she replied, her gaze softening as she looked into the distance. He always says that to love someone is to provide them with peace of mind. Having acted in so many dramas and witnessed countless displays of affection, the most moving is still his gentle, enduring warmth. When he pondered this, he suddenly felt that the most captivating performances might not unfold within the lens of a camera, but rather in the authenticity of real life. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Hucheng, nightfall began to descend. The launch event for the chocolate brand Cocoa Realm was just commencing. Lu Xiuming, dressed in a deep gray bespoke suit with a moon-white silk shirt underneath, exuded a cool and noble aura. The venue was adorned in deep brown and gold leaf, resembling a colossal piece of chocolate, exuding an atmosphere of luxury intertwined with sweetness. The audience comprised mostly of fans who had come for him, along with media personnel and special guests invited by the brand. Fans waved support banners, loudly calling out his name, while reporters vied to capture photographs, documenting this splendid moment. The entire event brimmed with a joyous and vibrant ambience, with Lu Xiuming's charisma undoubtedly serving as the highlight of the occasion. He stood at the center, cradling a limited edition chocolate named Summer Night Stars, and began to speak softly. The inspiration for this product is drawn from the starry summer night sky, with each piece of chocolate concealing a unique star within. Life, much like chocolate, may initially taste bittersweet, yet reveals a lingering sweetness upon deeper reflection. So it is with love, dreams, and growth. The audience erupted in applause. The brand representative took the stage to shake his hand, and the media flashes flickered incessantly. After the interview concluded, Lu Xiuming exited the venue. The night breeze was cool, prompting him to loosen his tie and retrieve his phone. He opened WeChat to find a message from Wen Ye. Today's shoot was so nerve-wracking. I stumbled over my lines, and they were so lengthy. I was so anxious that my clothes were completely soaked. However, the director and all the team members were incredibly supportive, continually urging me to take it easy and go slow. Sister Hengyi also offered me constant reassurance. Wen Ye continued, Mr. Chao Jinghe is truly gentle, like a refined gentleman stepping out of the pages of a book. His kindness towards Teacher Su is enviable. I felt much better today, Both the director and teacher Wang praised my rapid progress. What about you? Did the event in Hucheng go smoothly? Lu Xiuming smiled. Are you feeling better now? Wen Ye replied, much better. Brother, when are you coming back? It's only been a day since we parted, and I already miss you. Lu Xiuming glanced at the message, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he responded. All went well. Tomorrow, I have a brand collaboration interview. Focus on your acting. I'll be back the day after tomorrow to keep you company. I brought you a gift. Putting away his phone, he gazed at the night sky, his yearning intensifying. Meanwhile, in the executive suite of a five-star hotel in Hezhou, Shen Mingyi leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, a cup of tea in hand, admiring the distant lush mountains. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Yao Xing. Yao Xing wrote, Brother, I'm going to Hezhou next week. I heard Xiao Yi is also there. Perhaps we could arrange to meet. Shen Mingyi responded, Oh? What brings you to Hezhou? Yao Xing replied, I'm collaborating with the Little Red Flower Orchestra. I'll be playing the violin in a performance featuring a dialogue between children's voices and string instruments. I need to head there soon for rehearsals. Alas, I've become a frequent flyer again. There are no direct flights from Qing City to Hezhou, so I have to fly to Jiang City first and then transfer. Extreme layover. I might end up spending the night at the airport. Shen Mingyi chuckled softly, tapping the screen with his fingertips. Make a wish right now. Perhaps in a couple of days, there'll be a direct flight. Yao Xing responded, Stop teasing me. But I actually did make a wish. If there is indeed a direct flight, I'll treat you to a month's worth of chocolate with a different flavor every day. Shen Mingyi replied, Then I must hope for the swift establishment of that flight route, as I've been craving chocolate lately. After sending the message, he set down his phone and turned towards his desk. There lay an itinerary already marked with Yao Xing's details. Hezhou Star Wish Concert, October 12th. Collaboration with the Little Red Flower Orchestra. Unbeknownst to Yao Xing, Shen Mingyi was already aware of his plans, even more so than Yao Xing himself. Shen Mingyi opened the chat window with his assistant and sent a message. Please arrange a flight from Qing City to Hezhou for Yao Xing, departing before 3 p.m. on October 10th, ensuring he arrives directly in Hezhou. Prepare his favorite cold brew coffee, bass cake, and a fixed stand for his violin on board. A vehicle has been dispatched for transport, and I have been arranged to stay in the presidential suite of the Green Forest International Hotel. Ensure he remains unaware of the orchestrator behind this arrangement. Assistant, understood. Shall we disguise it as a temporary flight route established by the airline? Shen Mingyi, that would suffice. Present it as a trial operation, a limited time experience to make him believe his wish has come true. After sending the message, Shen Mingyi reclined against the chair's back, a light chuckle escaping his lips. He gazed out at the gradually brightening sky, envisioning the surprise and confusion on Yao Xing's face as he boarded the plane. He whispered, I should also make a wish. May you always take off and land safely, while I await your arrival at the destination. He lifted his teacup, savoring a delicate sip. The mornings in Hezhou are invariably gentle and filled with hope. Meanwhile, Wen Ye was preparing for the second scene on set. This time, he stood at the end of a palace corridor, adorned in a dark-hued prince's attire, with his back to the rising sun. At the director's cue, he slowly turned, his gaze resolute, reciting the line he had practiced repeatedly. This kingdom, perhaps I should contend for it. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the weight of conviction. The set fell silent, then erupted into fervent applause. Su Xinhe stood behind the monitor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She picked up the walkie-talkie and softly remarked, Director Li, this take needs no editing. We shall use it as is. Thus, the filming of the palace conspiracy officially commenced in earnest. The winds of Hezhou quietly stirred the threads of fate, intertwining several hearts. Chapter 43. The beauty of love's beginning on the 5th day of filming the palace conspiracy. The autumn air in Hezhou grew more pronounced. The evening breeze swept across the set, lifting a few golden ginkgo leaves that gently settled upon the glazed tiles of the Tang-style palace. As dawn broke, the set buzzed with lively activity. Today's shoot centered around a pivotal scene, the night banquet for power acquisition, an 8-minute sequence filmed in a single take, demanding exceptional precision in the actor's positioning, emotions, and dialogue timing. Wen Ye was the linchpin of this scene, clad in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragon motifs and crowned with a jade tiara. His meticulously styled hair could not conceal the fatigue in his eyes. The relentless filming schedule had deprived him of adequate rest, often allowing only 4 to 5 hours of sleep per night, with the remainder consumed by rehearsals and line memorization. At this moment, he stood off camera, repeatedly murmuring the crucial line, "Do you think I'm still that puppet at your beck and call?" His voice was low, laced with disdain yet tinged with long-suppressed anger. "Shall ye come? Have some hot tea?" Su Xinhao called as she approached with a thermos, gently blowing away the steam. "Don't push yourself too hard. You made significant progress." Wen Ye accepted the cup, his fingertips cool, and smiled. "Sister Xinhao, I'm fine. It's just that this scene is too important. I don't want to hold everyone back." "You want tea?" Su Xinhao replied firmly. "You work harder than anyone else. Believe in yourself." She gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and turned to discuss the next scene with the script supervisor. Just then, Xiao Wang hurried over, whispering in Wen Ye's ear. "Brother Wen, Teacher Lu just arrived at the set entrance. He wants to watch the filming." "Lu Xiuming?" Wen Ye's head snapped up, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Didn't he say he would return tomorrow?" "He rushed back overnight," Xiao Wang explained. "He drove directly from Huqing at 4 this afternoon, arriving in Hezhou without even checking into a hotel." Wen Ye felt a surge of warmth in his heart, nearly moved to tears. He was aware that Lu Xiuming still had a brand collaboration interview in Huqing, and there was no need for such haste to return. Yet he still came. Moments later, Lu Xiuming appeared near the resting area. Clad in a deep gray hoodie, he bore the dust of a night journey on his shoulders. And though a hint of weariness lingered in his eyes, his smile remained as gentle as ever. He walked straight toward Wen Ye, affectionately ruffling his hair. "I heard you were filming a major scene today. How could I not be here?" Wen Ye's voice quivered slightly. "How did you manage to rush back overnight?" "I wanted to see you as soon as possible," Lu Xiuming replied, his gaze steady and voice resolute. "I want to witness your journey from fumbling with lines to flawlessly executing an 8-minute-long take, to see you transform from nervousness to commanding the stage. How could I miss such an important moment?" He paused, softly adding, "I want to be there for every significant moment in your life." Wen Ye's eyes brimmed with emotion as he nodded earnestly. "Ah, you're quite the worrywart, keeping such a close watch on him. Are you afraid I might steal your precious gem?" Su Xinhao teased, her smile filled with mischief as she observed the two. Feeling the weight of Su Xinhao's gaze, Wen Ye's cheeks flushed and his eyes flickered, as though his thoughts had been laid bare. He lowered his head and murmured, "Sister Xinhao." Seeing his reaction, Su Xinhao could hardly contain her laughter, plopping down on a chair beside Wen Ye and adjusting her flowing gown. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Look at how nervous you've made him." With a bright smile, she waved her hand dismissively. "Come on, don't pretend to be polite with me. I consider Wen Ye like a brother, and seeing him adapt so well makes me truly happy." Her laughter was radiant, and she continued, "Besides, who would adore someone as charming as Wen Ye? Right, Lao Lu?" Su Xinhao deliberately elongated her words, playfully scrutinizing Lu Xiuming. Understanding the implication behind her words and realizing she was aware of his relationship with Wen Ye, Lu Xiuming pulled Wen Ye into his embrace, saying, "Thank you." Wen Ye was taken aback. Such intimate gestures in public could reveal their relationship. Yet, Lu Xiuming held him tightly. Wen Ye anxiously studied Su Xinhao's expression, only to find her simply smiling at them. As filming commenced, the camera gradually zoomed in on Wen Ye standing at the center of the night banquet, surrounded by clinking glasses and whispered intrigues among the powerful. His emotions evolved from silence to eruption, from restraint to rupture, building intensity until he ultimately unleashed his feelings with the line, "Do you think I'm still the puppet to be manipulated?" The audience fell into silence, before erupting into enthusiastic applause. "Cut! That essay rap! We got in one take!" The director exclaimed, rising in excitement. "Wen Ye, you were phenomenal." Standing at the back of the crowd, Lu Xiuming watched quietly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He took out his phone and captured the moment when Wen Ye was surrounded by admirers, posting a private update visible only to the two of them. "My young man," shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, at Qing City Tsangyan Airport, the terminal was sparsely populated. Yao Xing dragged his suitcase and carried a violin case. his face marked by fatigue as he approached the check-in counter. He had just wrapped up filming for the cultural reality show Wandering in Search of Clues. Rushing from the set, with plans to fly to Jiangcheng for a transfer. The check-in staff glanced at his ticket before lifting their gaze to scrutinize. Yao Xing, Mr. Yao. We currently have a trial operational flight from Qing City to Huzhou, available for a limited time. We can assist you in upgrading your ticket directly, thus sparing you the inconvenience of transferring in Jiang City. Yao Xing paused momentarily, astonished by his serendipity. Was it truly possible that the wish he had uttered just days ago had materialized so swiftly? This flight seemed rather peculiar, he murmured to himself as he walked. A direct route from Qing City to Huzhou was non-existent under normal circumstances. How had it suddenly become operational? At the check-in counter, the flight attendant smiled as she presented him with his boarding pass. Mr. Yao Xing, your upgrade has been processed. Your gate is TA10, and our staff will escort you there. We wish you a pleasant journey. This is automatically assigned by the system. You must be a fortunate passenger. The staff member winked. Yao Xing, perplexed yet undeterred, dismissed the thought as mere luck. Upon boarding, he was further astounded. The cabin's interior resembled that of a private jet, with deep gray velvet seats, golden armrests, and a ceiling adorned with starry lights. Remarkably, he was the sole passenger on the aircraft. After settling into his seat, the cabin crew promptly presented him with a handwritten welcome card. Mr. Yao Xing, welcome aboard this trial flight. We have prepared your favorite cold brew coffee, bass cake, and low-sugar tiramisu, specially adjusted to your sweetness preference. Yao Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know what I like? The flight attendant merely smiled, offering no response. Skeptically, he sampled the tiramisu and was instantly captivated. Its flavor was identical to that of the cherished old shop in Huadu. Throughout the flight, the cabin crew checked on him every 20 minutes, inquiring if he required water, a blanket, or adjustments to the lighting. Even as he dozed, they gently draped a light blanket over him, and his violin case was secured in a dedicated holder, completely immobile. This is exceedingly thoughtful, Yao Xing murmured to himself. This was no mere trial operation, but rather a royal treatment. The aircraft landed smoothly at Huzhou Airport. As Yao Xing exited the cabin, sunlight warmed his face, and he inhaled deeply, his spirits soaring. This journey felt miraculous. The staff assisted him with his luggage and violin, guiding him to a luxurious Maybach that awaited by the plane. Yao Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this standard for this flight? The staff simply smiled, placing his belongings inside. Mr. Yao, we have collaborated with the organizers of dialogue between voices and strings and were informed of your status as a guest. So we arranged for your transportation and accommodation in advance. As he settled into the vehicle, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery outside, he marveled at his extraordinary fortune today. His agent hadn't mentioned such extravagance from the organizers. Upon arriving at the Grand Green Forest International Hotel, Yao Xing stood momentarily entranced by its opulence. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. What a coincidence! Are you staying at this hotel too? Turning around, he spotted Shun Mingyi standing at the corridor's entrance. Clad in a light gray suit, hands in pockets, exuding a warm smile. Brother Mingyi, what a delightful surprise. How fortunate we are to meet here. Shun Mingyi chuckled softly. A couple of days ago, I had some work here and took the opportunity to meet Lu Xiuming for a drink. A friend invited me to watch the performance on October 12th, and to my surprise, it is indeed related to you. Yao Xing exclaimed excitedly, Really? Brother? Shun Mingyi smiled and nodded. Yao Xing, even more thrilled, gestured animatedly, I've been incredibly lucky lately. You know, brother, when we chatted that day, I mentioned how wonderful it would be if there were direct flights to Huzhou, and you encouraged me to make a wish. It actually happened. Moreover, the flight is extraordinary. I was the only passenger on board, and the interior was lavish beyond belief. The flight attendants pampered me, even preparing my favorite cake. Could it be that my wish truly came true? Yao Xing scratched his head. I also said that if there were a direct flight, I would treat you to a month of chocolate. You aren't behind this, are you? Shun Mingyi raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Me? Do I possess such remarkable power? The airline certainly doesn't heed my words. He paused, his gaze softening. However, your wish has been realized, and I am genuinely happy for you. Brother Mingyi, don't you think the world is wondrous? Sometimes you utter a wish casually and it materializes. Shin Mingyi turned his head to look at him, sunlight glimmering in his eyes as if holding an entire spring within. He whispered, "It is not that wishes come true, but rather that someone quietly transforms them into reality." Yao Xing did not catch his words clearly. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Shin Mingyi smiled. "The osmanthus rice cake in Huzhou is exceptionally delicious. Shall we go try it together?" "Absolutely. I'll drop off my luggage first." Shin Mingyi followed him, raising his hand to signal. The lobby manager quickly approached. "Mr. Yao, this way, please." The lobby manager guided Yao Xing towards the elevator. "Huh, aren't we checking in? The concert organizers have already taken care of everything for you. Here is your room key. Should you need anything further, you can contact us directly through the concierge system." The plump lobby manager opened the door for Yao Xing, introducing the amenities within the room one by one. "Then I won't disturb your rest any longer." Meanwhile, on set, Wen Ye had just finished a scene and was sitting in the break area sipping water. Lu Xiuming approached him, offering a thin blanket. "Tired?" "Not at all." Wen Ye looked up, his eyes sparkling. "Brother, how did I perform today?" "Our little Yi was simply magnificent." Lu Xiuming sat beside him. Wen Ye leaned against his shoulder as Lu Xiuming gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, listening intently as Wen Ye animatedly recounted amusing stories from the past few days. Su Xinhe observed their affectionate posture and the smile that illuminated Lu Xiuming's face as he listened to Wen Ye, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia. The beginning of love is always beautiful, but Su Xinhe lowered her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it was simply that she had failed to preserve that beauty in the past. Chapter 44. Their confusion in Huzhou. October brought a rich autumn ambience. The sky was a deep, clear blue, and a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, yet it could not disperse the vibrant and lively atmosphere within the rehearsal hall. The 12 children of the Little Red Flower Orchestra surrounded Yao Xing, resembling a flock of joyful birds, chirping incessantly. "Brother Xing, have you really played the violin on television? When you were our age, did you ever struggle to memorize your scores? What do you indulge in when feeling anxious?" "My mother claims that chocolate brings joy." Yao Xing sat at the edge of the stage, adorned in a light gray knit sweater with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing his slender, fair wrists. He responded to the children with a smile, occasionally mimicking animal sounds that elicited peals of laughter, and at other times, earnestly explaining music theory with a voice both gentle and patient. His initially tense demeanor gradually relaxed in the presence of these innocent, spirited children, and a soft glow emerged in his eyes. Shin Mingyi stood in the corner of the rehearsal hall, leaning against the doorframe, cradling a cup of warm coffee. Clad in a simple white shirt and dark trousers, his sleeves casually rolled to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms, he quietly observed the scene before him. Yao Xing, surrounded by a throng of children, had his hair tousled by the wind, and his smile radiated brightness, as if illuminating the entire autumn. Sunlight streamed through the high glass windows, casting a gentle golden outline around him. In that moment, Shin Mingyi felt as if his heart had been softly nudged. Melting with tenderness, he suddenly realized that happiness could be so simple, watching someone he cherished embraced by a group of children. That young man, merely 20 years old, retained an innocence as pure as the first encounter, akin to a nursery rhyme untouched by the world-As corruption. Shin Mingyi took a delicate sip of his coffee, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. He pondered that perhaps it was this purity that had captivated his gaze on Yao Xing from their very first meeting. "Xing Yi." Assistant Xiao Chun approached, handing over a performance schedule, confirming that everything was set for tomorrow's official show. The audience was fully seated, with additional arrangements made. The parents of the Little Red Flower Orchestra were particularly eager. Shin Mingyi accepted the document, yet his attention remained fixed on Yao Xing. How was he faring today? Remarkably well. His emotions were steady during rehearsal, and he is increasingly in sync with the children. There was a brief pause from Xiao Chun. He just asked me, "What if I hit the wrong note?" He even mentioned a dream where he broke his bow on stage, waking in fright in the middle of the night. Shin Mingyi chuckled softly. He still gets so easily anxious. Indeed, despite having performed numerous times, each significant show makes him feel as though it were his very first. This demonstrates his care. Xiuming gazed at Yao Xing with gentle eyes. He cherished every note, every child, every expectation. Xiaochen observed him and suddenly laughed. "Shunge, your expression when looking at teacher Yao is entirely different from how you regard others." Xiuming paused, then chuckled lightly. "Is it?" "Yes. It's as if you're gazing upon the most precious treasure in the world." Xiuming did not respond, redirecting his gaze to the stage. Yao Xing was leading the final rehearsal with the children, the melodies of the violins flowing softly like a clear brook, meandering through the autumn woods and gradually seeping into the heart. On October 12th, at 7 in the evening, at the Huizhou Grand Theater, the performance hall was ablaze with lights, and the audience was packed to capacity. The children of the Little Red Flower Orchestra donned matching light blue performance attire, resembling a tranquil lake, quietly awaiting the arrival of music. In the center of the stage, under the spotlight, Yao Xing stood with his violin in hand. Taking a deep breath, a sense of nervousness enveloped him, despite having rehearsed countless times, and every note etched into his muscle memory. The presence of an audience before him and the lights shining upon his face caused his heart to race uncontrollably. He instinctively brushed his fingers against the bow, feeling its coolness. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner of the front row. It was Lu Xiuming, clad in a deep gray suit, his expression calm as he nodded slightly at Yao Xing, a gentle smile adorning his lips. Beside him stood Wen Ye, dressed in a cream-colored trench coat, his eyes sparkling as he subtly gestured a thumbs up. Yao Xing paused for a moment, warmth flooding his heart. They had come. Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye were special guests arranged by Xiuming. Just then, Xiuming emerged from the side of the stage. He wore a sharply tailored white suit, paired with a light gray silk shirt, one button casually undone at the collar, exuding an air of both formality and ease. Approaching Yao Xing, he spoke softly, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "Xing, do not be afraid. After all this preparation, you will surely succeed." He paused, his gaze deep and assuring. "I have been watching you from the sidelines." Yao Xing looked up at him, his eyes glistening slightly. "And remember," Xiuming continued softly, "no matter what happens, we are here." Yao Xing smiled and nodded vigorously. "All right." As the music began, Yao Xing's first note trembled slightly, yet he quickly immersed himself in the melody. His violin sang like the gentle autumn breeze, tender and heartfelt, imbued with a restrained excitement. His synergy with the children's ensemble was both harmonious and moving, the violin's melody shimmering like starlight amidst their youthful voices. Below, Lu Xiuming listened intently, his eyes gently closed, while Wen Ye remained wide-eyed, almost holding his breath. It was his first time hearing Yao Xing play the violin, and every note seemed to weave a story of its own. As the performance progressed, Yao Xing's confidence grew. His body swayed gently with the rhythm, and his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. When he drew the final high note, the entire theater seemed to pause for a heartbeat before erupting in a thunderous applause. Yao Xing stood at the center, his eyes slightly reddened, bowing deeply alongside the children. As the lights brightened once more, the audience rose to their feet in applause. The side curtain of the stage slowly parted, and Xiuming stepped out, holding a large bouquet of deep red roses. Droplets of water glistening on the petals under the lights. Clad in his white suit, he walked steadily towards Yao Xing, his gaze resolute. A hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by murmurs. Yao Xing stared at him, his heart pounding like a drum. Xiuming reached Yao Xing, presenting the roses to him, and then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he gently embraced Yao Xing, whispering in his ear, "Xing, I like you, have liked you for a very long time." It is not a mere fondness typical of friends. Rather, it is a yearning to witness countless performances alongside you, to grasp your hand in moments of anxiety, to envelop you in a comforting embrace when weariness sets in, and to traverse through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter together. His voice, though soft, is imbued with clarity, akin to stars gently descending into Yao Xing's heart. Suddenly, Yao Xing lifts his gaze, astonishment illuminating his features, his pupils dilating slightly, and his lips trembling ever so slightly. He looks at Shun Mingi, whose eyes, perpetually twinkling with mirth, now brim with earnestness and tenderness, akin to the warmth of an autumn sun. Your voice is somewhat hoarse. Are you being serious? Shun Mingi chuckles, tenderly wiping away a tear from the corner of Yao Xing's eye. Of course I am serious. Otherwise, do you think my presence during your rehearsals, my attendance at your performances, my listening to your grievances about missed opportunities, and my bringing you warm coffee are merely acts of boredom? Yao Xing suddenly smiles, yet tears cascade down his cheeks more fiercely. Did you know that I have been waiting for you, for this day, for such an extended period? This statement encapsulates countless days and nights filled with longing and anticipation, causing Shun Mingi's heart to flutter. What? Shun Mingi stands in stunned silence, his gaze fixed intently on Yao Xing's eyes. Yao Xing's eyes shimmer with tears as he beams at him, though his expression soon turns somber and desolate. He raises the microphone and solemnly introduces, "Allow me to present the most important friend in my life, the esteemed actor Shun Mingi. I am immensely grateful for his presence at my performance today." "Thank you." Shun Mingi suddenly freezes, while Yao Xing's face is already drenched in tears. Shun Mingi is bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yao Xing is in such distress, especially after he just expressed that he had long awaited this moment, that he too harbors feelings for him. Below the stage, Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye watch the two on stage with astonished expressions. Noticing Shun Mingi's prolonged silence, the host, observing Yao Xing's tear-streaked face, attempts to lighten the atmosphere, remarking, "It seems that Mr. Shun holds great significance for teacher Yao, Mr." Shun's unexpected appearance has left teacher Yao overwhelmed with emotion. Yao Xing, bowing his head, quietly replies, "Indeed, he is an extraordinarily important friend. During my time in the troupe, Mr. Shun has always looked after me. We share everything, and whenever I have a performance, he is there to support me. We exchange tales of intriguing people and experiences. I have always regarded him as an elder brother." Shun Mingi gradually regains his composure, glancing at Yao Xing, seemingly trying to decipher something from the latter's calming demeanor. After the performance, Wen Ye sits on the sofa in the dressing room, observing the serene yet forlorn Yao Xing at the makeup mirror, where a rose gifted by Shun Mingi rests on the coffee table. Yao Xing remains motionless, sitting there for what feels like an eternity. "Xiao Xing, I know what you wish to ask." Yao Xing, with reddened eyes, stares into the mirror at his reflection, a solitary tear gliding down and disappearing into the collar of his shirt. I cannot promise him." Yao Xing blinked, a hint of sobs in his voice. "It's all my fault. If only I hadn't lost my way while performing at Huadu University, hadn't seen him on the honor wall, hadn't intentionally inquired about him from his alumni, hadn't waited for him on the path he frequented, pleading for him to show me around the campus. Wouldn't today be less painful for everyone?" When he lowered his head, fixated on the droplets of water on the rose petals, momentarily lost in thought. Lu Xiuming had once told him that Shun Mingi encountered Yao Xing years ago at university. Yet even then, they had both already succumbed to their feelings. "What are you worried about?" Yao Xing wiped his face and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "His identity, background, my gender, it all predetermined that we have no possibility whatsoever." With red-rimmed eyes, Yao Xing turned to Wen Ye, who was the legitimate eldest grandson of the Shun family in Huadu, with ties to Qixing Entertainment, the prestigious Ryu Hotel that only entertained dignitaries, and the real estate magnate. Lucen Real Estate, all part of their family's empire. Yao Xing observed the shock on Wen Ye's face and smiled, noting that this was merely a fraction of their holdings. Such a person could never be with another man. He was destined to be a qualified heir, fated to marry and bear children. When he stared at Yao Xing in disbelief, unaware of Shun Mingi's affluent background, his heart aching at the sight of Yao Xing's despondent expression. Outside the theater, Shun Mingi sat on the curb, smoking one cigarette after another, while Lu Xiuming stood beside him, gazing at the fallen leaves scattered around. "Xiuming, do you know? Well, I confess my feelings for him on stage. He told me he had been waiting for this day for so long. Yet, in the end, he cried out that we're just friends. That he saw me as a brother. I don't understand. Shen Mingyi's brows furrowed as he looked up at Lu Xiuming, frustration evident in his voice. He pulled out his phone, angrily tapping on the screen. Lu Xiuming slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, fixated on the burning tip of his cigarette. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by the sudden spotlight and emotional declarations. Don't be too hasty. Give him some time. He gently patted Shen Mingyi's shoulder in an attempt to console him. Shen Mingyi took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. I just hope he can understand my feelings. I don't want to lose him. Chapter 45. I will wait. The night enveloped Huzhou City like ink, slowly shrouding it in darkness. Within the hotel suite, the dim yellow light cast shadows on the floor-to-ceiling windows, intertwining with the distant neon lights of the city in a mesmerizing dance of illumination. Yao Xing sat on the carpet by the window, a half-open suitcase sprawled beside him, clothes meticulously folded, his movements slow and mechanical, as if each action bore the weight of 1,000 emotions. He refrained from turning on the main light, leaving only a solitary lamp in the corner, its feeble glow mirroring his current state of mind, his heart tumultuous with emotions, yet he could only suppress them in silence, afraid to make a sound. Outside, the city remained bustling. Traffic flowed like a river, lights flickered brightly, and people hurried along their respective paths. Yet he felt as though he had been extricated from this world, sitting alone on a silent island. He glanced down at the letter he had already penned, written on the hotel's notepaper, the handwriting somewhat hasty, yet each stroke was executed with utmost sincerity. He carefully folded the letter and placed it in an envelope, gently setting it on the bedside table, directly opposite the pillow. Then, he zipped up his suitcase and took a final glance at the room, where the roses sent by Shen Mingyi rested on the coffee table, accompanied by the coffee cup gifted to him, with faint brown stains lingering at the bottom. He softly turned off the light, dragging his suitcase as he exited the room. The elevator descended slowly, and through the glass curtain wall, he watched the city lights recede inch by inch, his heart sinking deeper into despair. He understood that this departure might be forever. He dare not look back, fearing that a glance would tether him to this place. Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming returned to the hotel where the cast of the palace plot was staying. Wen Ye sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of warm milk, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Lu Xiuming emerged from the bathroom, dressed in casual attire, and upon seeing Wen Ye's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you thinking about Yao Xing and Mingyi? When he lifted his head, his expression complex. Yes. He bit his lip, lowering his voice. Xing told me that during his second year of high school, he performed at Huadi University and fell in love with Brother Mingyi. Brother Mingyi is so exceptional that Xing worked hard to get into Huadu Central Conservatory of Music, hoping to be a little closer to him. Later, by chance, he joined the cast of You Are My Light and unexpectedly encountered Brother Mingyi again, even playing a couple with him. He was both excited and anxious, but it seemed Brother Mingyi had forgotten him. Lu Xiuming frowned, puzzled at how they could be so inept with words. When he blinked his large eyes at Lu Xiuming. Suddenly, Lu Xiuming chuckled. Mingyi told me that it was Yao Xing who forgot him. Wen Ye laughed in disbelief. What a pity. I truly wish to see their expressions upon discovering this. Lu Xiuming lit a cigarette and wrapped his arm around Wen Ye, leaning back on the sofa. They might never know. When he shook his head. Xing probably thinks if Brother Mingyi doesn't break this barrier, they can still consider each other friends. Once it's spoken aloud, given Brother Mingyi's background and the responsibilities he bears, they can no longer move forward. Lu Xiuming slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. When it comes to matters of the heart, outsiders find it difficult to intervene. Yao Xing is too intelligent, too perceptive. And so is Mingyi. When he sighed, I just messaged Yao Xing, but he hasn't replied. Later, Brother Shen called me, saying Yao Xing checked out overnight, leaving only a letter behind. Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow. He left? Yes. When Ye nodded, his voice trembling. They clearly have mutual feelings. Xing told me that in recent days, Brother Mingyi accompanied him during rehearsals, and he felt particularly at ease, as if someone finally understood him. He said that Brother Mingyi's gaze made him feel cherished. Even in the cast, one could sense Brother Mingyi's unique regard for Xing. When he looked down at the cup in his hands, confessing, I am enamored with everything Brother Mingyi offers, yet I feel unworthy. I fear Brother Ming Ye might find himself in a dilemma." Lu Xiuming fell silent. After a long pause, he softly remarked, "They love each other so deeply, to the point of doubting whether the other can overcome all obstacles for them, each considering the burdens the other must bear, afraid that their presence might bring even the slightest harm." When he raised his head, his eyes shimmering with moisture. "Why do people always behave this way? Despite mutual affection, they choose to part due to fear?" Lu Xiuming gazed at him, his expression gentle. "Because love is burdensome, so heavy that it instills fear of responsibility and loss. This is true for Yao Xing as well as for Ming He." Lu Xiuming sighed softly, drawing him into an embrace. "Do not overthink. Everyone has their own pace. Yao Xing needs time, and so does Shun Ming He." Leaning against him, Wen Ye murmured softly, yet within his heart, a wave of bitterness quietly arose. He pondered that Lu Xiuming was right, but in truth, he too harbored fears. He feared that one day, Lu Xiuming's family would urge him to marry, wishing for him to take a gentle and virtuous bride to lead a conventional life. He feared that his emotions would ultimately remain concealed, as with Yao Xing, buried beneath the guise of friendship, suppressing all feelings of longing. In the depths of night, at Huzhou Airport, Yao Xing dragged his suitcase, walking alone towards the security checkpoint. Clad in an oversized dark gray knit sweater, he appeared slender and solitary. He glanced back at the city behind him, its lights still radiant, yet they could no longer illuminate the depths of his heart. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a message from Shun Ming He. "Star, regardless of your reasons for hesitating to accept me, I will wait, striving to stand by your side. I love you." Yao Xing's fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. He wished to respond, yet found himself unable to type a single word. He feared that once he spoke, he would shatter. Ultimately, he simply powered off his phone and placed it in the compartment of his suitcase, as if to seal away this relationship as well. The boarding announcement echoed. He cast one last look at the city, then turned and walked towards the gate. The night breeze was cool, the airport lights fading behind him, reminiscent of the curtain falling on a grand performance, silent, yet heart-wrenching. The following morning, Lu Xiuming stood on the balcony, gazing at the rising sun. Wen Ye approached with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to him. "Shun Ge messaged," Wen Ye said quietly. "He mentioned he has returned to Huadu." "Returned?" "Yes. He said he will wait for the day when Star comes to terms with everything. Of course, he will also strive for their union." Lu Xiuming accepted the coffee, gently blowing on the steam. "He is a determined person, just like you," Wen Ye suddenly remarked. Lu Xiuming was taken aback, turning to look at him. Yet, Wen Ye merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the distant sunrise. At Huadu Airport, Shun Ming, he exited through the VIP passage. The driver respectfully opened the car door for him. To Qixing, "Shun Ming," he instructed, stepping into the vehicle and crossing his legs on the seat. The driver hesitated for a moment before responding respectfully. "Certainly, young master." Shun Ming, he stared out at the swiftly retreating scenery, his heart already at peace. His fingers kneading the letter Yao Xing had left in his coat pocket. "It's all right, I will wait. There are many stars. Yet, I will strive to be the only moon you can rely on." Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of his top-floor office, Shun Ming, he held an unlit cigarette, his gaze calmly surveying the ceaseless flow of the city below. Beside him, Shun Mingqi entered, holding a cup of coffee, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized him. "What brings you to the office today? And why did you take the initiative to discuss the transition?" Shun Mingyi slowly placed a cigarette between his lips, the lighter clicking softly as a flicker of flame ignited. Taking a deep drag, he finally spoke with a hint of detachment. "I've come to a realization. I can no longer postpone this." Shun Mingqi seated himself opposite, his smile tinged with curiosity. "Is the sun rising from the west? Weren't you always saying that the business world is akin to a prison, preferring to be a bystander in the entertainment industry? What has prompted this sudden enlightenment?" Shun Mingyi remained silent, gazing out the window as smoke slowly wafted from his lips, dispersing into a delicate veil in the light. His expression was tranquil, yet concealed an ineffable weariness and resoluteness. "Are you all right?" Shun Mingqi's tone softened, finally sensing his brother's unusual demeanor. "I'm fine," Shen Mingi responded, his voice low and steady, merely feeling that some matters could no longer be evaded. Shen Mingqi studied him, refraining from further inquiries. He understood that Shen Mingi was never a weak individual. He was simply deeply sentimental. He could endure sleepless nights for a performance or wait years for someone, but once his heart was shattered, he would encase himself in the coldest of exteriors. Now, his voluntary entry into this metaphorical prison was not a sudden epiphany. It likely stemmed from a sense of loss and ulterior motives. As evening fell, the Shun family's ancestral residence, Jinyuan, was ablaze with light. The courtyard was filled with the fragrance of blooming osmanthus. Upon their arrival, Shan Shuren sat at the head of the table, while Ruan Lin directed the servants in serving the dishes. Upon seeing the two siblings, she immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. What a rare occasion. Both of you returning home for dinner together. During the meal, Shen Mingqi deliberately broached the topic of the day. Dad, Mom, you won't believe it. Our artistic youth here actually took the initiative to discuss the takeover of Qixing today, even presenting a 3-year plan. I nearly thought he had been replaced. Ruan Lin turned to Shen Mingi with delight. Really? My son has finally seen the light? Shen Shuren also rarely displayed a smile, at last. He bears some resemblance to a Shun family member. Shen Mingi merely lowered his gaze, his expression indifferent, as if the discussion did not pertain to him. He picked up a piece of green vegetable and softly stated, I've played enough. It's time to return. A hush fell over the table. Ruan Lin and Shan Shuren exchanged glances, each seeing both relief and surprise reflected in the other's eyes. They had awaited this day for far too long. Shen Mingi had been rebellious since childhood, despising the family business, preferring to remain an anonymous figure in the entertainment industry. Now, his voluntary return was indeed unexpected. Has something happened? Ruan Lin inquired tentatively. No, Shen Mingi replied, raising his eyes with a calm tone, merely feeling that life must have a direction. The theater may be a dream, but reality must be grounded. As he spoke, his gaze remained stable, as though stating an unrelated fact. Yet, Shen Mingqi could clearly see that those eyes, once filled with starlight, now resembled a lake disturbed by the wind, concealing unfathomable ripples beneath a placid surface. After dinner, Shen Mingi stood up early. I'm full. I'll take my leave. His departing figure was tall, yet solitary, and when he vanished around the corner of the staircase, Shen Mingqi stared at the empty steps, lost in thought for a long while. Has this child been affected by something? Ruan Lin whispered. Shen Mingqi lifted her teacup and took a sip, softly remarking, Perhaps a sudden realization has dawned upon me. What she left unspoken was her near certainty that Shen Mingi's transformation was intertwined with a young man named Yao Xing, the one who had once ignited a spark in her eyes, whom she had waited for and cherished for 6 long years. The gentle night breeze in the Jean garden caressed her, as osmanthus flowers softly descended. Sitting beneath the tree, Shen Mingqi watched the flowers land on her dress, pinching one between her fingers, a faint smile gracing her lips. She suddenly felt a profound curiosity about Yao Xing, the individual who could evoke such a change in Shen Mingi. Chapter 46. Warmth on a cold night in December's Hu province. The chill pierced like needles, penetrating through the fabric. The filming of Court Conspiracy was nearing its conclusion, with the crew having erected an ancient-style garden at a film base on the outskirts of the city. The pond's water had long since frozen, taking on a grayish hue, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of ice crystals, resembling a shattered mirror reflecting the overcast sky. Today, Wen Ye was to perform a pivotal scene where his youthful character, Yan Jingyan, was betrayed by his brother and pushed into the pond, barely escaping drowning. The scene demanded he genuinely struggle in the icy water for authenticity. The director repeatedly stressed the importance of capturing the emotions. A stunt double would not suffice, as this moment marked a turning point in the character's fate. Standing at the pond's edge in his thin costume, Wen Ye shivered as the cold wind swept through him. He took a deep breath, striving for composure, yet his fingertips had already turned pale, and his lips bore a bluish tint. Are you ready? Called the assistant director. Xiao Yi, you don't look well. Should we let double take over? Wen Ye shook his head resolutely. I can do it, director. The director signaled for the cameras to prepare, while Lu Xiuming, standing nearby, frowned and whispered to Xiao Zhou and Xiao Wang, "Go fetch hot water, towels, heat packs, and ginger soup immediately. Wrap him up as soon as he comes out." "Understood, Brother Lu," they replied and hurried off. At that moment, Su Xinhe approached, cradling a cup of hot coffee, and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, Teacher Lu, taking on a paternal role, are we? So concerned." Lu Xiuming cast her a fleeting glance. "Do you have so much free time? Perhaps you should focus on your wedding instead of teasing us." Su Xinhe, "It's South, not my place to worry. My in-laws have their own expectations. I merely need to attend, and besides, Jinghe will handle everything." At the pond's edge, Wen Ye inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and, as his co-actor pushed him, he fell into the water. The biting cold immediately seeped into his bones, nearly stealing his breath away. The water felt like knives against his skin, and his legs lost sensation in an instant. He struggled according to the script, thrashing about as icy water flooded his mouth. His throat seemingly frozen, rendering him unable to cough. On the shore, Lu Xiuming watched intently, his expression taut, fingers unconsciously digging into his palm. He observed Wen Ye trembling in the water, saw his lips turn purple, and noted how he could barely maintain his footing, yet continued to persevere. "Cut that essay wrap," the director finally called. Staff rushed in, nearly dragging Wen Ye out of the water. He collapsed onto the ground, soaked to the skin, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a single word. Lu Xiuming immediately rushed over, shedding his coat and enveloping Wen Ye within its warm embrace, holding him tightly. He personally applied a heat pack to Wen Ye's back and chest, then placed a warm towel over his head, gently massaging his palms. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Wang hurriedly brought ginger soup, and when he managed to sip a few mouthfuls, slowly regaining his temperature. "Are you all right?" Lu Xiuming inquired softly, his voice laced with undeniable concern. When he looked up at him, his eyes slightly reddened, and quietly replied, "I'm fine. I didn't mean to worry you." The assistant director quickly called for staff to bring over a heater and turn on a warm air blower. He anxiously watched Wen Ye, praising him for his excellent emotional performance, urging him to return to the RV for some rest. Lu Xiuming remained silent, simply tightening his embrace. He wished to say, "Let us stop filming. We're done," but he knew Wen Ye would not agree. He pulled Wen Ye, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet and supported him back to the RV. Unbeknownst to them, in the distance on the hillside, a flash of light illuminated the scene. The assistant director scratched his head, recalling Lu Xiuming's unusual expression, and turned to Su Xinhe, saying, "What's the relationship between these two? It's just a water jump, yet that handsome fellow looks like he's about to commit murder." Listening to the assistant director's musings while observing the scene, Su Xinhe sighed softly and then smiled. "If your wife had to jump into such dirty water on a day this cold, would you be in a good mood?" Upon hearing this, the assistant director felt even more bewildered. The crew had prepared resting RVs for each lead actor, with the heating already turned on inside. Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming entered the vehicle, while Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhou discreetly waited outside. Lu Xiuming immediately removed Wen Ye's hood, stripped him of his soaked clothes, and turned on the hot water for his shower. He placed clean clothes by the heater to warm them, ensuring that Wen Ye would have dry, comfortable attire to wear once he emerged. Wen Ye poked his head out from the bathroom, smiling at Lu Xiuming. "Brother, where are my clothes?" Lu Xiuming, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, appraised Wen Ye from head to toe, instructing him to come out and dress. Wen Ye froze for a moment, his ears flushed crimson. Lu Xiuming lit a cigarette and chuckled. "I've seen every inch of you. Besides, it's just the two of us in here." Wen Ye covered his face, inwardly chastising Lu Xiuming for being a lecher. Nevertheless, he swiftly dashed over to grab the clothes resting on the sofa. The moment his fingers brushed the fabric, Lu Xiuming pulled Wen Ye into his embrace, wrapping a large bath towel around him, his lips teasingly grazing Wen Ye's ear, causing him to feel a ticklish sensation. The two held each other tightly, simultaneously, in a private room at the Marriott Hotel in Huadu, beneath a resplendent crystal chandelier. Laughter and chatter mingled amidst the clinking of glasses. Shun Mingyi occupied the main seat at a round table, flanked by several investors and Tang, the vice president of Ehai Entertainment, as they discussed a new variety show collaboration. Dressed in a finely tailored dark gray suit with a meticulously arranged tie, he wore an appropriate smile, exuding calmness and composure. No longer the carefree youth, he had transformed into the future helmsman of the Qixing Star Group. Mr. Shun, your discerning eye is commendable. We at Ehai Entertainment are eagerly looking forward to this collaboration, the vice president said, raising his glass with a beaming smile. Shun Mingyi lightly clinked his glass, his tone nonchalant. Collaboration is reciprocal. I solely regard the intrinsic value of the project. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, gesturing for a few to continue their conversation while he stepped out to take a call. Rising, he exited the private room and ascended to the scenic balcony, leaning against the glass railing, exhaling smoke. The burdens of recent months weighed heavily upon him, his nerves taut from the unrelenting social demands. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure reflected in the floor-to-ceiling glass window, and in that instant his gaze froze. Yao Xing, clad in a bespoke black suit, he sat amidst several middle-aged men, a professional smile adorning his face, a glass of red wine in hand. Yet his eyes appeared somewhat unfocused, a clear indication of intoxication. Beside him, one middle-aged man casually draped his hand over Yao Xing's shoulder, fingers sliding down to his nape. A greasy smile gracing his lips as he murmured something. Yao Xing subtly shifted away, attempting to evade the unwelcome touch, but constrained by the setting. He could only endure with a forced smile, his grip on the wine glass tightening until his knuckles turned white. Shen Mingyi's heart felt as if it were being slowly cleaved by a dull blade. He abruptly strode toward the private room, colliding with Tang Yi from Ehai Entertainment, who had come searching for him. Shen Xiao, Tang Yi called out, trying to halt Shen Mingyi's swift advance. Excuse me for a moment, he dismissed, striding purposefully onward. Each step felt as though he traversed an entire winter. He pushed open the door to the room and approached the table, seizing Yao Xing's wrist and yanking him up from his seat. Ming Ye! Yao Xing exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. The middle-aged man immediately frowned, ready to protest. But upon recognizing Shen Mingyi, his expression paled. Young Master Shen? Shen Mingyi did not spare him a glance, his focus solely on Yao Xing. His voice low and icy. You've had too much to drink. I'll take you home. I haven tea. Yao Xing attempted to break free. Come with me now. Shen Mingyi interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. The middle-aged man quickly forced a smile. Young Master Shun, this is merely a business discussion. Shun Xiao, Tang Yi, having hurried over, witnessed Shen Mingyi's actions and the cowering Yao Xing beside him, immediately grasping the trembling Chen Guang, his face turning ashen. Young Master Shun, our chairman Shun has indeed had too much to drink today. I will arrange for his return at once. Chen Guang quickly bobbed his head, eager to appease. Yes. I'll leave right away. Tang Zong, I believe that in our partnership, clarity is paramount, yet it appears you may not grasp my meaning. Shen Mingyi said through clenched teeth, his tone colder than the December air. If you fail to comprehend my intentions, I will instruct my secretary to elucidate them point by point once more. He glared at Tang Yi, his expression reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Young Master Shun, understand. I understand. I will resolve everything immediately, ensuring your satisfaction. Shen Mingyi ignored them, firmly grasping Yao Xing's arm as he strode out of the room. In the corridor, Yao Xing finally shook off his grip. What are you doing? Yem me fine. Fine. Shen Mingyi turned, his eyes sharp as blades. Did you not see where his hand was placed? Did you not notice the way he looked at you? Yao Xing, are you truly oblivious? Yao Xing paused, then sighed with a rueful smile. I'm an artist. Such situations are inevitable. Inevitable? Shen Mingyi's voice suddenly rose. So you intend to continue like this? To be treated as a plaything, to endure with a smile, sacrificing yourself for resources and a future? I don't. Yao Xing abruptly looked up, his eyes glistening with tears. I am merely striving to survive. The two locked eyes, and the air seemed to solidify. After a long pause, Shen Mingyi slowly closed his eyes, his voice softening. I realize I arrived too late and failed to consider everything. Yao Xing turned his face away, unwilling to reveal the vulnerability in his gaze. Shen Mingyi took a deep breath, retrieving a business card from his pocket, and handed it to Su Ting, Yao Xing's ever-present manager beside him. This is my contact information. From now on, any work arrangements for Yao Xing must pass through me. If he does not wish to attend a banquet, there is no need to force him. Su Ting accepted it with trepidation, nodding repeatedly. Only then did Shen Mingyi turn his attention back to Yao Xing. You need not compromise yourself for anyone. If you are unwilling, you need never say yes. Yao Xing gazed at him, his lips quivering, yet he ultimately remained silent. Shen Mingyi reached out, gently adjusting his tie, his touch tender as if recalling a distant dream. Let us return to the hotel, he murmured. I will escort you. Yao Xing finally nodded, tears shimmering in his eyes. He allowed himself to indulge once more in Shen Mingyi's gentleness. The two walked side by side out of the hotel. The night wind was biting, but it could not dissipate the warmth of that moment. Chapter 47. Spring will come. The winter in Huzhou had finally settled in completely. A light snow quietly descended in the early morning, blanketing the ancient-style courtyard of the palace conspiracy production in a layer of pristine white. The icicles hanging from the eaves glimmered like blades of glass, reflecting the morning light, cold and sharp. The filming had entered its final stages, and the atmosphere of the entire production had gradually shifted from an initial intensity to a serene quietude, akin to a farewell. Everyone was aware that this shared endurance was nearing its conclusion. Although Wen Ye's water scene had already been completed, the image of him shivering in the frigid waters was etched in Lu Xiuming's mind as if it were a brand. Following that day, as per Lu Xiuming's instructions, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Wang remained almost inseparable from him, wrapping him in a thick blanket the moment his costume was removed, and his thermos was perpetually filled with ginger tea. That morning, the crew set up to film the final court meeting scene outside the main hall. Wen Ye, clad in heavy ceremonial robes and adorned with a jade crown, stood among the courtiers, his expression solemn. As soon as the scene was completed, he sighed in relief, and Lu Xiuming immediately handed him a warm drink. Draping a wool coat over his shoulders, the motion so familiar it seemed to have been repeated countless times. Wen Ye was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lu Xiuming's sudden appearance. If you keep this up, I might start to feel like fragile porcelain, he jested, warmth evident in his eyes. Lu Xiuming smiled lightly, raising his hand to adjust Wen Ye's collar. You are inherently delicate and prone to cold. If I do not watch over you, who will? At that moment, Su Xinhe approached, carrying a thermos, teasing, Oh dear, could you two refrain from sweetening the air at every turn? This is a production, and what about all the single souls still here? She handed the thermos to Wen Ye. This is red date and longan porridge my assistant just made, great for replenishing energy. Drink it quickly. We wouldn't want your teacher Lu to fuss. Wen Ye accepted it with a smile of gratitude. Lu Xiuming looked at Su Xinhe and smiled. Thank you, Teacher Su. Su Xinhe rolled her eyes, remarking that she had been earnestly caring for her current love interest on the set. I truly believe I am an exceptionally good ex. Lu Xiuming chuckled, responding, Indeed, no one can compare to Teacher Su. Wen Ye, feeling shy, covered her face. In a secluded corner, a few silhouettes were discreetly captured in a photograph. Meanwhile, far away in Huadu, the winds of change were subtly stirring. Since the day Shen Mingyi took Yao Xing away from the dinner, they had not met again. That very evening, Yao Xing canceled all his engagements, citing health issues, and shut himself away from the world. In the conference room of the Qixing Star Group, Shen Mingyi sat at one side of the long table, his posture erect and expression austere. Before him lay the strategic plan for the next 3 years, each word brimming with ambition and sharpness. Shen Mingyi was perusing the documents, his brow slightly furrowed, and after a moment, he looked up. Xiaolang, are you sure you want to move against Ehai Entertainment so swiftly? Doesn't that seem a bit too aggressive? He called out Shen Mingyi's nickname. Shen Mingyi took a sip of his coffee, his tone steady. Ehai has incurred losses for 6 consecutive months, and with shareholder instability, this is the perfect moment. If we can invest capital, or even acquire their film division, it would not only expand Qixing's territory, but also... Shen Mingyi stared at him and suddenly smiled. I see. You're not only acting for the group, but for that person as well. Shen Mingyi paused, a fleeting softness glimmering in his eyes before being overshadowed by coldness. No, He gazed out the window, where the skyline of Huadu gradually lit up in the twilight, resembling countless stars descending to earth. Shun Mingqi continued to observe him, knowing his brother all too well. Perhaps it was indeed time to meet the one who could provoke such fervor in his brother. Shun Mingyi, feeling the weight of Shun Mingqi's gaze, sighed softly. I have waited 6 years. Having missed one chance, I shall not miss another. If he is unwilling, then I shall bring the world to him. Shun Mingqi regarded him with a mix of sentiment and resolve. I have told you before, you are young, and I want to interfere with your whims, but you will ultimately need to marry and have children. Yao Xing cannot provide you with a normal family. Shun Mingyi frowned. Slamming the folder, he held onto the table with a resounding thud. Am I merely a tool for marriage, or for continuing the family line in your eyes? Shun Mingqi regarded him silently, her expression stern. Do you have any idea how many are watching the Shun family from the outside? So what? Shun Mingyi retorted, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Am I to conform to being a normal person? Sister, you are also a child of the Shun family, and your children will carry the Shun blood. The matter of heirs is not solely your burden. Besides, there is Ming Yao, who is already 16. He exhaled slowly. You knew 6 years ago that I am not attracted to women. I only love Yao Xing. Shun Mingqi frowned at him, her eyes beneath her glasses flashing with intensity. Is Yao Xing that important? Is he worth sacrificing the Shun family's reputation and disregarding our parents? Shun Mingyi hesitated before finally responding. Yes. I don't care, Shun Mingqi declared. Tomorrow afternoon, Mother has already arranged for you to have tea with the Lin family's young lady. Whether you like it or not, you must go. Shun Mingqi retrieved a slender cigarette and held it between his lips, warning, otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your Yao Xing. Shun Mingyi closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Meanwhile, Yao Xing sat alone on the balcony of Qingzhou apartment, the winter night wind biting, yet he wore only a thin coat. Clutching a cup of cold tea, his gaze wandered among the distant neon lights. His phone lay silently on his lap, the screen flickering to life and then dimming again with a message from the vice president of Ehai Entertainment, urging him to sign the contract renewal. The tone was a blend of softness and firmness, subtly alluding to Shun Mingyi, implying that he should firmly grasp Shun Mingyi's support and acknowledge the efforts he had expended on his behalf. Yao Xing closed his eyes briefly, his fingertips lingering on the screen for a considerable time, ultimately choosing not to respond. He was uncertain of what he awaited, whether it was time to dilute all things or for someone to truly appear before him, ready to bear the storms together. On the top floor of the corporate building, Shun Mingyi gazed at the city lights. Clutching a freshly signed document titled Letter of Intent for Qixing Group's acquisition of Ehai Entertainment's film and television assets, he dialed a number, his voice low and resolute. Inform Ehai to respond within 3 days. Additionally, arrange a meeting with Yao Xing. I wish to see him. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end. He has been secluded, writing new songs, and may not be available to meet with you. Shun Mingyi chuckled softly, looking out at the snowflakes falling like feathers. That is quite all right. I shall wait. As I have said before, there are many stars, but I will be the sole moon he can rely on. Days later, at the wrap party for the intrigues of the palace, the entire crew gathered, laughter mingling with the bittersweet pang of parting. The director raised a toast, expressing gratitude to every actor and staff member. When Wen Ye was mentioned, thunderous applause erupted. The entire crew witnessed the growth of this young talent. Zhao Heng embraced Wen Ye's shoulders, exclaiming, next time, if we have the chance, we must collaborate again. It has been a true pleasure to meet you. Su Xinhao leaned toward Wen Ye, winking as she inquired. I heard you and old Lu are set to take on a new drama together? How do you know such insider news? Wen Ye chuckled. We're still in discussions. It's a dual-male lead modern drama that tells the story of 2 musicians growing together. Oh, musicians? Su Xinhao raised an eyebrow, with Lu Xiuming's lack of musical talent. I sense trouble. We must keep the outtakes well hidden, or his fans might just flee. Wen Ye laughed at her words, recalling the only time he had heard Lu Xiuming sing, back when they first moved in together. That night, unable to sleep, Lu Xiuming sang 2 tigers to lull him. Afterward, Wen Ye jokingly remarked, Teacher Lu, after hearing you sing, I find myself even more awake. At present, it remains uncertain the dual male lead drama they previously filmed. You Are My Light is likely to air soon, and he would have to return to try voiceovers, expecting to be busy for a while. The new script may not be finalized quickly. Su Xinhao ruffled Wen Ye's hair. Remember to call your sister whenever you encounter anything. Sister, you also have your wedding preparations to attend to. There are plenty of people to worry about that. Su Xinhao replied with a playful tongue out. I truly will miss the days of filming. Who would have thought it would end so swiftly? Indeed, Wen Ye gazed at Su Xinhao with a smile, saying, Sister, you must find happiness. Rest assured, Jinghe treats your sister exceedingly well. You witnessed it last time. He is a truly warm-hearted individual. Suin he genti patit Wen Ye se shoulder. Replying, Lu Yi, you too. Although Lu Xiuming can be a bit temperamental at times and tends to be overly serious in his endeavors, he is also a wonderful person. You both deserve happiness. Wen Ye nodded with a smile. As the gathering dispersed, Lu Xiuming stood quietly outside the hotel, holding an umbrella. Snowflakes began to fall softly from the sky, settling gracefully upon the umbrella and Lu Xiuming's dark coat, adding an air of tranquility and beauty to the scene. Slightly tipsy, Wen Ye bid farewell to each guest, then turned to catch a glimpse of Lu Xiuming standing alone in the snowy expanse. At that moment, his enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, as if the colors of the world had faded away, leaving only the presence of this one person. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, leaping into Lu Xiuming's embrace like a bird returning to its nest, his arms tightly encircling him, greedily savoring the warmth they shared. Lu Xiuming tenderly caressed his back, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. In that instant, their hearts drew closer together. Everything around them seemed to pause, save for the gentle descent of snowflakes, which added a touch of romance to the pair. Some were drawing near, while others remained in anticipation. Yet, everyone was aware that spring would inevitably arrive. Chapter 48. Not losing one's way. The winter in Huadu was even more vibrant than that in Huzhou. The cold wind wove through the towering buildings, stirring the fallen leaves of the street-side sycamores. Wen Ye had just returned from the wrap party of inside the palace, and, barely catching his breath, hurriedly immersed himself in the rhythm of his new project. He was to record a special single for his upcoming birthday, titled Mystical Deer. This song was personally composed by Song Yuanyang, with lyrics penned by a well-known independent musician in the industry. Song Yuanyang held high expectations for Wen Ye, not only because of his clear voice and delicate emotions, but also due to the purity and fragility that resonated within him, perfectly aligning with the essence of Mystical Deer. It depicted a solitary deer running across the snowfield, pursued by the world, yet refusing to bow its head. The recording studio was situated in the creative park of the Eastern District of Huadu, the entire building rented by a music company, equipped with soundproof walls, top-notch mixing equipment, and surround sound systems. With headphones on, Wen Ye sang repeatedly, his voice echoing in the spacious studio like the wind traversing through a valley. As he reached the chorus, his voice trembled slightly. I am but a little deer, unable to escape this snowy field. Who ignites the flame behind me, claiming that love is fulfillment? At that moment, he closed his eyes, envisioning himself amidst an endless expanse of snow, surrounded by countless outstretched hands, some tugging, some tender, yet few truly understanding. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dampening the furrowed brow, as if each drop bore the weight of his inner pressure and anticipation. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then immersed himself once more into the rendition of the song. In the ocean of music, he felt as if he were enveloped in the scenes depicted by the lyrics, with each repetition serving as an opportunity to unearth deeper layers of emotion, capturing the rhythmic pulse behind every note. The producer remained intently focused in the control room, his expression occasionally reflecting a blend of concentration and meticulousness as he communicated through his headphones with Wen Ye, diligently adjusting every detail in pursuit of perfection for the song. During a brief intermission, Chun Siyuan entered. President Song has said that once you finish recording the enigmatic deer, you'll be required to accompany him to a banquet. It's a gathering of several prominent figures in the industry, and he specifically requested your presence. Wen Ye, holding the headphones with slightly cool fingertips, inquired softly, Is it absolutely necessary? Chun Si-yuan raised an eyebrow. Don't you desire to seize opportunities? President Song seeks obedient artists. You understand, the entertainment industry is not solely a realm where talent guarantees success. Wen Ye fell silent, fully aware of the truth. From the moment he chose to enter this world, he recognized that mere talent was insufficient. Yet, he struggled with his aspirations to sing and act, rather than merely serve as an accessory at a banquet or a pawn in the eyes of the powerful. However, he also understood that to advance further, certain thresholds must inevitably be crossed. Days later, at the opulent banquet hall atop a five-star hotel in Huadu, adorned with golden splendor and crystal chandeliers cascading like the Milky Way, Song Yuanyang stood at the entrance in a tailored suit, welcoming guests with a graceful smile. Wen Ye, dressed in a custom black velvet suit, with slightly curled hair and striking features, resembled a portrait come to life. His presence inevitably drew numerous gazes. You're here. Song Yuanyang approached, affectionately patting his shoulder. Make a good impression today. I'll introduce you to several key figures. He leaned closer, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Remember to behave well. Accompany me closely, and opportunities will surely come your way. Wen Ye nodded, a practiced smile gracing his lips, yet deep within, he felt an oppressive weight, heavy and burdensome. As the banquet progressed, Song Yuanyang guided him toward a distinguished middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, a renowned producer in the industry, known for his successful variety shows. The man squinted as he assessed Wen Ye, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This child possesses talent, but I wonder if he can truly let go. Song Yuanyang remained silent, merely giving Wen Ye a gentle push forward. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ye was about to speak when his phone vibrated. He glanced down to find a message from Lu Xiuming. I've arrived in Luzhou for the white liquor event. It concludes tomorrow. How are things on your end? In that instant, he felt as if he heard the distant wind, crisp and free. He replied with 2 words, not bad. Meanwhile, in Luzhou, another silent contest unfolded. Luzhou, a picturesque water town in the Jiangnan region, was damp and chilly in winter, yet retained its elegance. Lu Xiuming attended a high-end white liquor business event as a guest, hosted by a powerful local liquor group with a guest list of business elites. Dressed in a deep gray tailored suit, he stood tall and poised amidst the crowd, exuding a cool demeanor akin to a solitary pine standing proud. When the banquet commenced, a middle-aged woman clad in a Chanel suit, renowned in Luzhou as one of the controlling figures of the liquor group, frequently raised her glass to Lu Xiuming. Over 40, she appeared impeccably maintained, her gaze sharp and assertive. Mr. Lu, your youth and exceptional poise are indeed rare. She approached with a smile, her fingertips intentionally brushing against Lu Xiuming's hand. Our group is currently seeking to create a high-end cultural liquor series, and we are in need of a spokesperson like you. I wonder if Mr. Lu would be interested in a deeper collaboration? Her tone was suggestive, the final syllable elongated, particularly emphasizing the word deeper. Lu Xiuming's expression remained unchanged. He simply withdrew his hand gently and replied with a smile, You flatter me, Ms. Zhou. However, our company currently has no plans for endorsement collaborations, especially those involving personal image exposure, as the approval process is exceedingly stringent. Standing beside him, his manager, Zhang Ruoxiao, immediately interjected with a graceful smile. Indeed, Ms. Zhou. Teacher Lu has always adhered to a path of genuine talent. Our company positions him as an actor, not as a commercial spokesperson. We do not engage in such business. Ms. Zhou's countenance darkened, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She set down her wine glass, her tone suddenly icy. Miss Zhang, do not underestimate my influence. My words carry weight in Luzhou, and many would vie for even a single utterance. To have my eye on Lu Xiuming is a stroke of fortune for him. If you do not learn to appreciate this, do not expect to secure any respectable opportunities in Jiangnan in the future. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Yet, Zhang Ruoxiao maintained her smile, though her tone turned sharp as ice. Ms. Zhou, fortune is a matter of personal definition. Our teacher, Lu, lets his work speak for itself, not relying on anyone's patronage. As for the Jiangnan market, she gently adjusted Lu Xiuming's suit collar. We have never depended on sycophancy for survival. If he were truly blacklisted, it would only indicate that this industry cannot accommodate individuals of integrity. As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the surroundings. Joseon's face turned ashen. Yet she ultimately refrained from speaking further. She shot Lu Xiuming a fierce glare before turning to leave. Lu Xiuming watched her retreating figure and softly remarked, "Aren't you afraid she might actually blacklist us?" Zhang Ruoxiao chuckled lightly and handed him a glass of warm water. "I am indeed concerned, but I fear even more that you might compromise yourself for the sake of resources." She paused, her tone softening. "When we left, Mr. Mu specifically instructed that artists must not engage in private dealings, regardless of the benefactor. This industry is quite murky, but there must be those willing to live with integrity." Lu Xiuming glanced down at his watch and smiled. This was precisely why he had remained at Tiana Media for so many years. At least Mu genuinely respected each artist's thoughts and developmental plans without bartering integrity for resources. That night, a gentle rain fell over Luzhou. Lu Xiuming stood on the hotel balcony, gazing at the water town in the rain, and dialed Wen Ye's number. "Have you finished over there?" Wen Ye's voice came through, tinged with fatigue. "Yes. And you? How was the banquet?" When he paused for a moment before softly replying, "Song Yuanyang asked me to drink with the producer, but I made an excuse about not feeling well and left early. I didn't drink with him, nor did I agree to anything." Lu Xiuming smiled, his voice tender. "Well done. You do not need to curry favor with anyone to validate your worth. But I'm afraid," Wen Ye said quietly, "that I won't be able to go far." "What happened?" Song Yuanyang should be quite upset. "I turned down that producer's invitation." Wen Ye pondered how to articulate it. The producer's face darkened, and I suspect that soon, Chun Siyuan or Song Yuanyang will call to reprimand me. Wen Ye chuckled lightly. Lu Xiuming gazed at the curtain of rain, let out a sigh, and reassured Xiaoya, "Do not worry, I will not compromise." Wen Ye chuckled softly, "Brother, shall I sing for you my new song recorded today?" Clearing his throat, Wen Ye began to hum softly. "In this misty forest, I search for your silhouette." His voice resonated with magnetism and rich emotion, as if narrating a poignant tale. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiuming listened quietly, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky of Huadu, Wen Ye stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, gazing at the city lights, holding the unfinished lyrics of the enigmatic deer. He suddenly felt that the little deer on the snowy plains might not be alone after all. It would eventually meet someone willing to shield it from the storm and accompany it through the long winter. Chapter 49. When the wind rises, the night in Huadu was vibrant with neon lights illuminating the streets, yet casting shadows over some dim corners. After escaping the wine gathering, Wen Ye found no solace. He believed he had merely declined a social obligation, unaware that he had already crossed Song Yuanyang's line. The following morning, before the sunlight fully graced the world, Wen Ye received a call from Chun Siyuan, her tone icy. "Come to the company. President Song wants to see you immediately." A weight settled in his heart, sensing trouble. As he entered the headquarters of Shanghai Entertainment, the air felt stagnant. People flowed through the corridor, yet no one dared meet his gaze. He was led directly into the conference room, where Song Yuanyang sat at the head of the table, his fingers tapping ominously on the surface, his expression dark as the sky before a tempest. "You certainly have backbone," Song Yuanyang sneered, declining to drink. "Refusing social interactions. Do you think you're noble or merely naive?" When he lowered his gaze, "President Song, I just wish to sing and act well." "Sing?" Song Yuanyang suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. "Do you think this industry is one where mere singing and acting can lead to success? Resources, connections, relationships, each one is acquired at a price. If you refuse to play along, there are plenty eager to take your place." Chun Siyuan stood to the side, arms crossed, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Wen Ye, you are utterly ignorant of the rules. Do you think you are someone special? It is President Song who elevates you. Without his support, you would be less than a passerby." Wen Ye clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I can strive and fight, but there are some things I cannot do." "Cannot?" Song Yuanyang suddenly laughed, a cruel edge to his mirth. "Do you think I am unaware of your relationship with Lu Xiuming? I have ample evidence of your intimate dealings. Should I choose, Tomorrow, the entire internet will know about the budding Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming of Tiana Media entangled together. Do you think fans will accept that? Will the public tolerate it? Can you both survive in this circle? Wen Ye felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils dilating. He abruptly lifted his head. You cannot touch him. Cannot. Song Yuanyang slowly rose, circling in front of him, looking down with an air of superiority. Not only can I touch him, I have already acted. Do you know why Lu Xiuming has been unable to secure roles recently? One of the two dramas he was negotiating for was given to Chiyu, and the other has been shelved. The liquor endorsement that was originally his is now taken by a newcomer from Shanghai. Even Mu Jun cannot suppress it. Do you know why? Because I have orchestrated a complete ban on him throughout the industry. Chen Xiyuan let out a cold laugh, her disdain evident as she remarked, Wen Ye, you truly are foolish. President Song has already begun to seize Lu Xiuming's resources. He can't even secure a supporting role now. If you were wise, you would know how to choose. A chill coursed through Wen Ye, as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. He had not anticipated that his refusal would implicate Lu Xiuming. The one who had always claimed to be there for him was now being dragged down by his actions. Cornered step by step into a dire situation. Song Yuanyang observed the wavering look in his eyes and suddenly softened his tone, feigning sympathy. I understand that those producers can be unscrupulous, and I feel for you. However, the resources lie in their hands, and I am powerless unless you are willing to assist me. He slowly retrieved a room card from the inner pocket of his suit, delicately placing it on the conference table and pushing it towards Wen Ye. Tonight at 8 o'clock, room 2799 at Shanghai International Hotel. The choice is yours, he said, fixing his gaze on Wen Ye, enunciating each word. But remember, if you do not come tonight, I will immediately expose evidence of your connection with Lu Xiuming, and I will ensure that both you and Lu Xiuming vanish from this industry. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wen Ye alone in the vast conference room, akin to a prisoner nailed to a crossroads. Before leaving, Chen Xiyuan scoffed, Fool, do you think you have any choice? If you obediently entertain President Song today, perhaps he will be in a good mood and spare Lu Xiuming. As the door closed, Wen Ye collapsed into a chair, his hands trembling so violently he could barely hold his phone. He contemplated calling Lu Xiuming, but feared dragging him deeper into trouble. He shut his eyes, his mind flooded with Lu Xiuming's gentle smile and the words, You need not curry favor with anyone to prove your worth. Yet now, he found himself compelled to appease the most despicable of individuals. Meanwhile, far away in Huzhou, Lu Xiuming sat in Mu Jun's office, watching a series of retracted business collaboration notifications on his phone. Another from Shanghai? He chuckled lightly, flipping his phone face down on the table. Mu Jun frowned. Song Yuanyang is comprehensively intercepting your resources. Even Tianhe cannot suppress this. Shanghai has suddenly intensified its efforts, overriding all your pending projects. However, Lu Xiuming remained unperturbed, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. It's just as well. I could use a break. My fans are few, and they won't collapse. Zhang Ruoxiao stood beside him, shaking her head in resignation. You seem so unfazed. But this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Song Yuanyang is asserting his dominance and suppressing rivals. Suppressing? Lu Xiuming raised his eyes, his gaze icy. He is merely acting out of fear. Fear that we can acquire resources without resorting to his means. That we can progress further without dependency on him. He rose and gazed out the window. Manager Mu, Ruoxiao, do not worry. If he dares to act decisively, I will not hesitate to overturn the table. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Wen Ye stood at the precipice of an abyss beyond his reach. As night fell, at the Huadu, Shanghai International Hotel, Wen Ye donned a deep gray turtleneck sweater beneath a black long coat, standing at the door of room 2799, his palms slick with cold sweat. He glanced up at the room number, took a deep breath, and finally pressed the doorbell. The door opened. Song Yuanyang, clad in a black silk bathrobe and holding a glass of red wine, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wore a smile that radiated determination. I knew you were an intelligent person. He stepped aside, allowing Wen Ye to enter the room, where the dim, yellow light cast an unsettling ambience, and the air was laced with a faint scent of incense. Please sit. Song Yuanyang gestured toward the sofa. I'll pour you a drink. Relax a little. Wen Ye sat stiffly, watching him pour the wine, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Song, I'm here. I beg you, spare Lu Xiuming. I will be obedient, cooperate fully, and engage properly. I only ask that you do not harm him." Song Yuanyang handed him the glass, his hand resting on Wen Ye's shoulder, a suggestive smile gracing his lips. "It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Now, take a sip. Don't be so tense." Wen Ye accepted the glass and took a tentative sip. The liquid was slightly sweet, yet it carried an unusual bitterness. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision began to blur. "Did you drug me?" he gasped in terror. Looking up, Song Yuanyang sneered coldly. "Did you think I would give you a chance to reconsider? You should have realized that the moment you rejected me, your choices were gone." He reached for Wen Ye, who struggled desperately, but the drug's effects swiftly took hold, rendering his limbs weak. Song Yuanyang, seemingly prepared, retrieved a small vial from the drawer, swallowed a pill, and his gaze instantly ignited with fervor and madness. "Tonight, you cannot escape." He forcefully threw Wen Ye onto the bed, beginning to rip at his clothing with brutality. Wen Ye fought with every ounce of strength he had left, his consciousness fading, until his fingers brushed against a crystal ashtray on the bedside table. Survival instincts kicked in as he seized it and, summoning his last bit of energy, struck Song Yuanyang's head with all his might. With a dull thud, Song Yuanyang staggered back, a pained expression on his face as blood trickled from his temple. Seizing the opportunity, when he tumbled off the bed, his legs weak but desperate as he crawled toward the door. He flung it open, but before he could take a step, a powerful force surged from behind. Song Yuanyang lunged at him, gripping his ankle tightly. "You can't run," he roared, his visage twisted with rage. "You must stay today." Meanwhile, Shun Mingi listened impassively as his assistant reported, walking towards his room, when he suddenly heard commotion from the end of the hotel corridor. Turning to investigate, he spotted the familiar figure of Wen Ye, hastening over to find him disheveled, flushed, and clearly drugged. Song Yuanyang, in disarray, clutched him, his bathrobe ajar and blood staining his forehead, the scene utterly grotesque. With a cold scoff, Shun Mingi raised his leg and delivered a precise kick to Song Yuanyang's chest. Song Yuanyang emitted a muffled grunt, falling backward and crashing into the coffee table, losing consciousness completely. Wen Ye collapsed to the ground, his strength waning as his awareness faded. Shun Mingi hurried to his side, supporting him and feeling his feverish body and erratic breathing, his brow furrowing with concern. He had been compromised. Swiftly, he lifted Wen Ye into his arms, shouting to his assistant, "Take him to the hospital, quickly." As he turned, he cast a chilling glance at the unconscious Song Yuanyang, a smirk of derision curling his lips. To his assistant, he commanded, "Since he enjoys playing so much, let us indulge him. Bring in the young prince prepared for tonight's collaboration and gather a few reporters. By 8 tomorrow morning, I want to see trending news titled Song Yuanyang's secret meeting with a mysterious man-and scandal in Star C Entertainment's executive level. Not a single detail omitted." The assistant acknowledged the command, and they proceeded to the hospital, to the emergency room. After being administered the antidote, Wen Ye gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Shun Mingi seated by the bedside, holding a document. "You're awake?" he remarked coolly. "The effects of the drug have worn off. You're fine now." Wen Ye's lips were pale, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Thank you, Mingi. Hey, what kind of relationship do we have that you need to thank me? Luckily, I happen to be in Shanghai for business today. Otherwise, that beast would have taken advantage of you." Shun Mingi set the document aside and poured a glass of water for Wen Ye. Accepting the water, Wen Ye's face remained ashen. They had already taken action against Su Ming. He couldn't afford to burden him. "Huh?" Shun Mingi paused. "Are you foolish? Do you think Mu really is that easy to manipulate? Can Song Yuanyang truly control him? Knowing there are tigers ahead, yet willingly walking into their den, he'll have you do whatever he wants." Shun Mingi sighed. Wen Ye reached for his coat, extracting a miniature camera from the button, then pulled out his phone to show Shun Mingi the cloud-stored footage. "I was prepared as well. I'm not entirely foolish. I know to preserve evidence." Shun Mingi transferred the footage to his own phone. "I've already informed Su Ming about today's events. He is on his way to Huadu now." Wen Ye lowered his head, biting his finger, wondering if Su Ming was angry. Shenmingi nodded reassuringly. He employs unscrupulous methods to control artists: sexual harassment, drugging, threats, and silencing. He has enough charges to keep him incarcerated for a decade. Shenmingi stood, his tone icy. And let us not forget the previous incidents. They need to be settled as well. Wen Ye's eyes grew warm with tears, and he nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mingi. Don't thank me. He handed over the document. This is the lawsuit. I had the legal team at Morningstar draft for you. You can proceed with the termination of the contract at any time. Shenmingi held a cigarette, unlit. What I desire extends beyond just the downfall of Song Yuanyang. I aim to seize the resources controlled by Shanghai. I have long been eyeing them. I merely needed a breakthrough. By chance, you have become that opportunity. Outside the window, dawn began to break. A storm was brewing, and some individuals were finally learning to fight for themselves amidst the tumult of life. Chapter 50. Just want to protect you. In the early morning of Huadu, the mist lingered, and the lights in the hospital corridor appeared particularly cold in the morning light. Lu Xiuming rushed into the emergency building, his eyes bloodshot and his expression dark as if it could drip water. He had not slept all night. Having flown from Huzhou to Huadu, replaying every word from Shenmingi's phone call in his mind, when he was drugged, Song Yuanyang attempted to assault him, and he nearly plunged himself into hell to prevent you from being silenced. He could hardly fathom the outcome had Shenmingi not fortuitously been present. Bursting into the ward, he found Wen Ye leaning against the head of the bed, his complexion pale, yet his eyes astonishingly bright. Upon seeing Lu Xiuming, it was as if he had finally found solace. His eyes welled with tears, and he opened his arms, voice trembling, Xiuming Ge. But Lu Xiuming did not embrace him. He stood at the bedside, his gaze piercing as it swept over Wen Ye's face, his disheveled collar, the bruises on his wrist that had yet to fade. Finally, he averted his gaze coldly, his voice low yet laced with suppressed fury. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Wen Ye's hand froze in midair, slowly descending, his fingertips trembling slightly. I do not wish for you to be implicated, he murmured, his voice as soft as a whispering breeze. I cannot bear to see you left with nothing. So you choose to shoulder it alone? Lu Xiuming abruptly turned, his voice rising sharply. Do you think that by leaving, I will be safe? Do you believe that if you are harmed, I can live with a clear conscience? Wen Ye, you are exceedingly selfish. Wen Ye was taken aback, tears glistening in his eyes. I merely wish to protect you. Protect? Lu Xiuming scoffed. You cannot even protect yourself. How can you speak of protecting me? The ward fell into an eerie silence. When he lowered his head, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. He had never witnessed Lu Xiuming so furious, so disillusioned. Those eyes, once always gentle in their gaze upon him, were now filled with pain and reproach, piercing his heart like a dagger. Xiaoyi, I have told you. I can resolve everything. Lu Xiuming's voice suddenly softened, laced with fatigue. I thought you would trust me, that you would face this together with me, rather than sneak away to face death alone. I fear for you, Wen Ye, he continued, his shoulders trembling with emotion. I fear your future will be ruined. Fear that you will be scorned. Fear that you will be abandoned by the capital. I have nothing, only myself. But you are different. You are Lu Xiuming, an actor, with dreams and a future. I cannot allow you to suffer because of me. He was inconsolable, like a cornered cub, helpless and despondent. Lu Xiuming gazed at him, and in that instant, the fire of his anger was extinguished by tears. He closed his eyes, ultimately yielding to compassion. He stepped forward, gently enveloping Wen Ye in his embrace, his voice hoarse. Fool, you're my future. Wen Ye wept openly in his arms, as if seeking to release all the fear, injustice, and guilt that had consumed him. Lu Xiuming tenderly patted his back, though his eyes reflected an icy resolve. Song Yuanyang, if you lay a finger on him, I shall ensure your utter ruin. After a while, as Wen Ye's emotions calmed, Lu Xiuming released him, wiping away his tears, his tone now gentle yet firm. From this moment on, do not make decisions alone. We are each other's support, not a burden. With reddened eyes, Wen Ye nodded. I will heed your words. Lu Xiuming reiterated a few more reminders before stepping out of the ward. Shenmingi leaned against the window in the corridor, smoking, upon seeing Lu Xiuming emerge. He raised his chin slightly. Finished? Yes. Lu Xiuming leaned against the wall, weariness etched on his face. Thank you for saving him. No need for formality. Shen Mingyi flicked the ash from his cigarette. We are friends, and besides, I do not wish to see someone like Song Yuanyang succeed. He paused, studying Lu Xiuming. However, weren't you afraid that shouting at him would only exacerbate his guilt? Lu Xiuming offered a bitter smile. Without such confrontation, he will never learn to rely on others. He is too stubborn, much like I was in my youth. Shen Mingyi chuckled lightly, offering him a cigarette. Care for a smoke? Lu Xiuming accepted the cigarette, igniting it with Shen Mingyi's lighter, inhaling deeply, letting the nicotine stimulate his weary mind, keeping himself alert. Some matters must be addressed by my own hand. He fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, I wish to meet Jiang Yuka. Shen Mingyi raised an eyebrow. The manager of Su Xinhe? Lu Xiuming nodded. Xinhe's personal studio and company have disbanded. I wish for her to manage Wen Ye. She has just returned from Iceland and arrived at Huadu this afternoon. It is said that she possesses a rather haughty demeanor coupled with formidable abilities. Numerous companies have offered exorbitant sums to entice her, all of which she has declined. Shen Mingyi, with a cigarette between his lips, glanced sideways at Lu Xiuming and remarked that even though they were university classmates, she might not be inclined to meet him, especially considering his intentions to seek her out for Wen Ye. Lu Xiuming gazed out at the brightening sky and expressed his desire to establish a talent agency, not only for their future livelihoods, but also to ensure that Wen Ye has a clean path and a voice of his own. Shen Mingyi's eyes flickered with interest. Are you serious? I'm absolutely earnest, Lu Xiuming affirmed with a nod. I do not wish for Wen Ye to rely on companionship, whether through drinking, sleeping, or laughter, to gain resources while being subjected to threats and the whims of others. Shen Mingyi scrutinized him for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. All right, I support you. If you need anything, the Morning Star is always here. I know. Thank you, he replied. By the way, when you have a moment, remember to check the trending topics. Lu Xiuming pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, and found that the trending topics were dominated by Star C Entertainment, with phrases like companionship and Song Yuanyang appearing, followed by an array of explosive headlines. He clicked on the trending topic regarding Song Yuanyang's clandestine meeting with a mysterious man and was met with a shocking image, a fully naked Song Yuanyang lying on a bed. His expression one of terror as journalists surged through the door. In a panic, he clutched the blanket to shield his body, while beside him, an alluring young man was frantically shouting, Don't take pictures. I was just called here by President Song. Please don't film me. Song Yuanyang furiously demanded everyone leave. Lu Xiuming stared in astonishment at Shen Mingyi, who merely chuckled while holding his cigarette. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, in a Huadu listening to Rain Tea House, Jiang Yuka, dressed in an elegant qipao and draped in a cream cashmere shawl, was leisurely brewing tea. She lifted her gaze to the disheveled Lu Xiuming as he entered, a smirk playing on her lips. Well, it's been a while since I've seen you in such disarray. Lu Xiuming sat across from her, offering a wry smile. I just came from the hospital and didn't have time to change. The hospital? What happened? Are you unwell? Jiang Yuka paused in her tea preparation. Lu Xiuming lowered his gaze and shook his head. It's about Wen Ye. Jiang Yuka pushed a cup of tea towards him. The rich aroma of green tangerine mingled with the scent of pu'er, rising delicately. With reddened eyes, Lu Xiuming looked up at Jiang Yuka, unsure if it was the steaming tea or the emotional turmoil that caused his discomfort. This was the first time Jiang Yuka had seen Lu Xiuming in such a state. Last night, Song Yuanyang threatened Wen Ye with my future, compelling him to provide companionship, and even drugged him. Fortunately, Shen Mingyi rescued him. Otherwise, Jiang Yuka nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Given the involvement of Song Yuanyang and Shen Mingyi, she could surmise the events surrounding the trending topics today. Xin he has mentioned Wen Ye, saying he possesses a certain spirit and resilience, making him a promising talent. She also stated that if anyone dares to harm him, she would be the first to object. Lu Xiuming was taken aback. Xin he knows? Such matters in our circle are rarely kept in the dark, Jiang Yuka replied. Taking a delicate sip of her tea, Song Yuanyang has committed numerous transgressions over the years, yet most remain silent out of respect for Star C. Now that Wen Ye has encountered trouble, It has become an opportunity for a breakthrough, especially with the morning star stepping in. It presents a chance for everyone to express their grievances. Lu Xiuming tightened his grip on the teacup, his voice steady. Yuka, regarding the company we discussed earlier, I am entirely serious. He fixed his earnest gaze upon Jiang Yuka. I plan to establish a talent agency with a portion of the funding contributed by myself, recorded under Wen Ye's name to grant him genuine autonomy. Another portion will be financed by you, but my shares will remain undisclosed to Wen Ye. You must not know that I have invested. Jiang Yuka raised her eyes to meet his. Why? He is too proud. If he learns of my contributions, he will feel compelled to repay me, which would only add to his suffering. Lu Xiuming's eyes were resolute. I wish for him to perceive that he has extricated himself from his predicament and earned his respect through his own efforts. Only then can he truly rise. Jiang Yuka regarded him quietly before breaking into a smile. Lu Xiuming, you are quite the madman. Is it worth it to invest money, create enemies, and start afresh for a newcomer? It is worth it, he replied without hesitation. He deserves my efforts. Moreover, this endeavor is not solely for him. It is for all artists who refuse to earn a living on their knees. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yuka finally nodded with a smile. All right, I will partner with you. I will handle the company registration, legal affairs, and resource connections. Lu Xiuming smiled back. Thank you, Yuka. Initially, he had thought that with XIN he's stepping away from the industry, after working tirelessly for so many years and earning enough. It was time to spend quality moments with family. Yet, upon reflection, one could never truly have enough money, and now that someone was willing to invest, he should be delighted to accept. Jiang Yuka raised her teacup. Then, let us toast to our new company. Lu Xiuming lifted his cup as well, gently clinking it against hers. Here, as to a bright future. Jiang Yuka tossed her hair playfully, saying, Now, let us go meet our company as soul artist. Some matters must commence laying the groundwork immediately. As night deepened, in the hospital corridor, Wen Ye stood at the door of a patient room, observing a slender woman with cascading curls, laughing and chatting with Lu Xiuming, who wore a tender expression. Wen Ye furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of discomfort at this warm scene. Indeed, he was better off when she was by his side. Lu Xiuming noticed Wen Ye standing at the door and approached him, taking his hand. Xiao Yi, this is Jiang Yuka, XIN's former manager. Wen Ye gazed at Jiang Yuka, momentarily stunned. She smiled sweetly and extended her hand. Hello, Xiao Yi. Wen Ye reached out to shake her hand, feeling the warmth of her grip. Yuka intends to establish a talent agency. I believe, once you terminate your contract with Shanghai, you will need, I do not require. Wen Ye lowered his head, making it difficult for Lu Xiuming to discern his emotions. Brother, thank you for considering all of this for me, but I do not need it. Jiang Yuka observed the awkward interaction between the two and gently took Wen Ye's hand. Xiao Yi, let us have a conversation. She guided him into the patient room, gesturing for Lu Xiuming to wait outside. Lu Xiuming wished to enter, but Jiang Yuka stopped him, whispering, You stay here. I need to discuss some business matters with my artist. No outsiders allowed. But I am an investor as well. I am not an outsider, Lu Xiuming replied, his face darkening as he looked down at Jiang Yuka. Is your name on the company documents? Is your name on the equity agreement? Jiang Yuka raised an eyebrow at him. Rest assured, I have it all under control. Lu Xiuming could only retreat, watching the hospital room door close before him. Chapter 51. The Storm of Termination. The door of the ward slowly shut, isolating Lu Xiuming from the world within. He stood in the corridor, leaning against the cold wall, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the edge of his phone. The night had deepened, and the hospital's lights shone with an eerie chill in the silence, like a thin layer of frost settling over his heart. He gazed at the closed door, his mind swirling with unease and anxiety. Jiang Yuka and Wen Ye had been inside for nearly 3 hours, with not a whisper of movement. He was uncertain whether Wen Ye would accept the proposal, whether he was still engulfed in guilt and fear. He understood Wen Ye all too well, sensitive, stubborn, and habitually burying all his pain deep within. If he believed himself to be a burden, he would desperately push away anyone who approached him, even Lu Xiuming, the one he relied on the most. Lu Xiuming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Images of Wen Ye, when they first met in the hospital, flashed through his mind, pale yet with an astonishing brightness in his eyes. Like a flickering lamp swaying in the storm, faint yet resolute. At that moment, he felt nearly out of control. He wanted to question, to shout, to hold him close, but he knew that would only suffocate him further. Wen Ye was not a fragile being in need of protection. He required understanding, respect, and a companion to fight alongside him. Yet, fear consumed him. He feared Wen Ye would reject Jiang Yuka's proposal, stubbornly believing he must shoulder everything alone. He feared that even if he verbally agreed, he would carry deeper guilt and pressure internally. He recalled the day in the tea house when Jiang Yuka, after listening to his plan, had looked at him meaningfully and said, "Xiuming, you love him, but you cannot live his life for him. You must grant him the right to choose, rather than making decisions on his behalf." He had remained silent then. Indeed, he always sought to clear every obstacle for Wen Ye. Yet true protection did not lie in bearing everything alone, but in facing challenges together. Showing him he was not alone. "Xiao Yi," he whispered softly, his words dissolving into the corridor's breeze. He loved him, not as family, nor as friends, but with a desire to share a lifetime together, weathering storms side by side. Yet, he dared not speak those words, fearing they would frighten him away, causing him to evade or perceive this love as a burden. Thus, he could only wait for the right moment for Wen Ye to grow stronger, for him to believe they could walk a long journey together. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Yuka. "Don't worry. He is listening and contemplating. There will be a result soon." Lu Xiuming stared at the words, motionless for a long while. He replied, "Thank you." Then, he leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, and softly murmured, "Xiao Yi, this time, please don't push me away. I am truly weary and no longer wish to chase after you." Inside the ward, Jiang Yuka sat calmly on the chair by the bed, exuding the ease of an old friend rather than a manager. "Xiao Yi," she began gently, her fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the bed. "Did you think I had something going on with Xiuming when you were at the door?" Wen Ye froze, instinctively avoiding her gaze, his fingers nervously twisting the corner of the blanket. Jiang Yuka smiled, her expression warm and transparent, like the snowmelt of early spring. "I am married. My husband is a university professor, and we have just wed with a strong bond. As for my relationship with Lu Xiuming, you have acted alongside Xin, so you must be aware that Xin and Su Ming are university classmates, and I, too, am merely a peer of theirs." She blinked playfully, her tone lighthearted. "Now, look at him. He remains as withdrawn as ever, yet in a manner that is deeply unsettling." When he abruptly lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a disbelieving relaxation. She continued. Jiang Yuku took a sip from her cup. Even back in school, he was a stubborn individual. Once he set his mind to something, not even a herd of cattle could sway him. Back then, he went so far as to send a junior, who had been coerced by the director, to the hospital, resulting in himself receiving a reprimand from the school. Now, for your sake, begging me to be your agent, pleading for me to establish a company. I am not at all surprised. She paused, her expression turning serious. But you must understand, he is not doing this out of pity, nor is he seeking redemption. He genuinely believes in you, in your worthiness of a clean path, and that you need not grovel to obtain resources. When you felt his eyes well up, his lips quivering slightly. But I've caused him trouble. I've jeopardized his resources. That is not your fault, Jiang Yuku asserted firmly. It is Song Yuanyang who is in the wrong, and Xinghai who is complicit. You are merely a child cornered, seeking to exchange your only asset for security. This is not your issue. It is merely a mismanagement of the situation. She gently grasped Wen Ye's hand. Now, we offer you a proper choice. Join our soon-to-be established agency. You will no longer be anyone's appendage, not a supporting role in a group, nor a pawn of Xinghai. You are Wen Ye, and that is all. Wen Ye stared at her, as if to confirm the reality of her words. Can I? He whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Of course you can, Jiang Yuku replied with a smile. Su Xin, he believes you possess talent. Shenming, he sees your integrity. Lu Xiuming deems you worthy, and I see great potential for your breakout. When he lowered his head, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. He recalled the nights of forced socializing, the threats from Song Yuanyang, the ridicule from Chen Siyuan. And the moment Xiuming, he rescued him from the hotel. He thought he could only compromise, sacrifice, and remain silent. But now, someone was telling him, you need not. He slowly lifted his head, and a spark finally ignited in his gaze. I agree. Jiang Yu chuckled, retrieving a tablet from her bag and pulling up a document. Then let us commence. The first order of business is to terminate your contract. When you express concern, Shanghai will not let go easily. They hold my contract and several ambiguous clauses. We have already scrutinized the contract, Jiang Yu replied, her tone light yet resolute. The penalties for breach, non-compete clauses, and rights to image all contain loopholes. Our legal team is prepared with countermeasures. Rest assured, not only can we win this battle, but we shall also make them feel the sting. She paused, a mischievous smile appearing. Moreover, have you forgotten that you possess evidence against Song Yuanyang? Wen Ye was taken aback, then quickly recalled the tiny camera hidden within his clothing, which had recorded Song Yuanyang's drugging, threats, and even admissions of resource manipulation. Jiang Yu accepted the storage card he offered, a glimmer of sharpness in her eyes. This is not merely leverage for termination. It is the fuse to ignite the entire decaying system. She swiftly operated her tablet, and 10 minutes later, a brand new Weibo account under the name Wen Ye was registered. It bore no Blue V certification from Shanghai Entertainment, nor any suffix indicating a group name. It was simply 2 characters, clean and decisive, akin to a proclamation. Jiang Yu handed her phone to him. Go ahead, post your first update. When he took a deep breath, his fingertips trembling slightly, yet he resolutely typed, click to publish. In an instant, the server trembled. Wen Ye announced his termination of the contract with Shanghai, soaring to trending topics. Shortly thereafter, the media matrix that Jiang Yu had meticulously arranged began to operate. Shanghai Entertainment coerced artists into drinking. Song Yuanyang forced artists into compromising situations. The entire ordeal of Wen Ye being drugged was exposed, accompanied by vague yet suggestive audio snippets. Each trending topic detonated like cannonballs, igniting public discourse. In the corridor, Lu Xiuming's phone vibrated incessantly. He glanced down to see a Weibo notification. Wen Ye posted a new update. Hello everyone, I am Wen Ye. Since joining Shanghai Entertainment, I have strived to become an outstanding artist. However, recent events have inflicted severe damage on my physical and mental well-being. Therefore, I have decided to terminate my contract with Shanghai Entertainment at any cost, along with a signed termination statement and hazy footage of him being drugged and bullied. He clicked on it, observing the simple account avatar against a pitch-black background, with a beam of light breaking through the crevice. There was no Shanghai insignia, no shadow of a group, only the 2 characters Wen Ye, resembling a star that had finally broken free from its constraints. He smiled, tears glimmering in his eyes. He understood that Jiang Yu had persuaded him. He realized that Wen Ye was finally willing to fight for himself. Leaning against the wall, he covered his face with his hands, his shoulders trembling slightly. In that moment, he was not the poised and composed actor in front of the camera, but an ordinary person witnessing his beloved emerge from the shadows. He murmured to himself, Xiao Yi, you have finally stepped out. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shanghai Entertainment, Chen Siyuan stared at her phone screen, her complexion pale. On the trending topics list, Shanghai's name was nailed to the pillar of shame, with the comment section flooded with denunciations of the vile company demanding an investigation into Song Yuanyang. She frantically dialed Wen Ye's number, once, twice, 10 times, all met with disconnection. Finally, a text message popped up. Chen Siyuan's hand trembled, and her phone fell to the ground. She looked up towards the depths of the office. Song Yuanyang's door was tightly shut, and sounds of objects being smashed emerged from within. She knew the storm was coming, and they could no longer contain it. In the hospital room, Jiang Yu closed her tablet, smiling at Wen Ye. All right, the first shot has been fired. We will gradually settle the scores with Shanghai. Wen Ye gazed out at the night sky, softly asking, will he see it? Who? Lu Xiuming? Jiang Yu chuckled. He's right outside, waiting for 3 hours. Probably hasn't even taken a sip of water. Wen Ye was taken aback, abruptly looking towards the door. Jiang Yu stood up and opened it. Lu Xiuming leaned against the wall, looking up at him, his eyes reflecting exhaustion, concern, and an unmistakable tenderness. Their gazes met, silence conveying more than words ever could. Wen Ye felt a warmth in his eyes, gently nodding. Lu Xiuming rose and approached him, wordlessly extending his arms to envelop him in a gentle embrace. This time, he did not pull away. Jiang Yuka stood nearby, a smile gracing her lips as she observed the scene, softly remarking, "You too, cease the mutual torment. The future is long. Walk it well." Outside the window, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. A storm was brewing in the entertainment industry of Huadu, and at last, someone had secured a glimmer of hope for themselves and their beloved amidst the chaos of the world. Chapter 52. Resistance as the morning light broke. The headquarters of Shanghai Entertainment lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Song Yuanyang had been taken away by the police, prompting the board to convene an emergency closed-door meeting in an attempt to regain control before public opinion spiraled out of hand. However, they soon recognized that Wen Ye was no longer the easily manipulated newcomer he once was. By midday, the senior executives of Shanghai, through their legal counsel, extended a formal offer of reconciliation to Wen Ye, proposing the withdrawal of all accusations, the payment of a hush fee, the preservation of his status as a Shanghai artist with access to premium resources, and a 3-year silence on internal company matters. In the entertainment industry, this was deemed the most dignified exit strategy. Many exploited artists ultimately chose to bow their heads and accept. Their intention was never to reconcile. As long as I sign, they will all be safe. He sat in the apartment that Lu Xiuming had rented for him anew, his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve, stating, "I will not sign their settlement agreement." Xiao Wang was busy unpacking items sent by the moving company. He looked up at Wen Ye, exclaiming, "Brother Ye is right. We cannot reconcile with them." Jiang Yuka perused the settlement document handed to her by Xiao Wang, adjusting her glasses as she regarded Wen Ye, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing her eyes. She understood that this youth had finally found his footing. "Very well," she concluded, closing the folder. "Then we shall meet them not as victims, but as plaintiffs." At the conference room of Shanghai headquarters, a colossal table stood between two sides. On one side were the high-ranking executives of Shanghai, the legal director, the public relations director, and representatives from the board, all clad in formal attire and bearing solemn expressions. On the opposite side sat only 3 individuals, Jiang Yuka, Wen Ye, and their attorney, Li Han. Wen Ye, dressed in a simple white shirt, sat there as still as a statue, not uttering a single word throughout the proceedings. Jiang Yuka and Li Han spoke on his behalf. "The so-called reconciliation you propose is predicated upon the concealment of criminal acts." Li Han's voice was icy and incisive. "Mr. One has amassed substantial evidence proving that Huang Yonghui subjected him to sexual harassment and psychological oppression, while Song Yuanyang repeatedly coerced him into drinking, with the most recent incident involving drugging him in an attempt at sexual assault. Furthermore, Huang Yonghui, Wu Luan, He Mingming, and former agent He Jiaolong have long engaged in workplace bullying, psychological manipulation, and personal threats against him." She paused, pushing a stack of documents across the table. "This is a preliminary list of evidence, including recordings, videos, medical records, and witness testimonies. We have submitted a lawsuit to the court demanding, first, the immediate termination of the management contract with Shanghai Entertainment, second, public apologies from all aforementioned individuals, and third, compensation for emotional distress and economic losses. Moreover, following the conclusion of the civil lawsuit, we will pursue the criminal liability of Huang Yonghui, Song Yuanyang, and others." Shanghai's representative wore a grim expression. "Ms. Jiang, are you aware that your actions are leading to the demise of company? A company that has nurtured dreams for countless young individuals." "Dreams?" Jiang Yuka scoffed. "I dare say they should express gratitude to us, to Mr. Wen Ye. If he hadn't endured such unjust treatment and torment, how could they witness the decay rooted in Shanghai? We are salvaging it from its putrid core, excising the malignant growth." The meeting extended for 2 hours, culminating in the silence of the Shanghai representatives as they exited. As when he stepped out of the conference room, sunlight bathed his face. He inhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. Subsequently, Li Heian adjusted her delicate gold-rimmed glasses and stated, "We will compile the evidence and prepare for the trial." Wen Ye nodded, glancing at Jiang Yuka, who was engrossed in a phone call. "Sister Li, I appreciate your efforts ahead. Li Yan smiled radiantly. This is my duty. You focus on preparing your evidence. Leave the rest to me. Rest assured, I have never lost a case of this nature." 3 days later, in a makeshift office of the new company, Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming sat before a cluttered desk filled with folders, recording devices, USB drives, and printed photographs, each piece a testament to the suffering he had endured over the past 2 years. Lu Xiuming flipped through the pages while video materials played on the computer. When he noticed Lu Xiuming's hand trembling slightly, he witnessed a video clip of Huang Yonghui humiliating Wen Ye on set, the slap echoing harshly. He heard the recording of Wu Luan and He Mingming berating him in the rehearsal room, belittling him with cruel words. He read a threatening message from He Mingming on WeChat, warning him of eternal disappearance from the industry should he dare to sue. He saw the medical report revealing the substances detected in Wen Ye's system after he had been drugged, and he caught a glimpse of the blurry video where Song Yuanyang pressed Wen Ye onto a hotel room bed, reaching for his belt. "Xiao Yi, stop looking." Lu Xiuming abruptly closed the folder, his voice hoarse and his eyes reddened. He turned to Wen Ye. "How can you remain so composed?" Wen Ye, engrossed in organizing another piece of evidence, did not lift his gaze. "Because I have wept, felt pain, and shattered over these matters during the night. Now, I refuse to cry any longer. All I desire is for them to face the consequences." Lu Xiuming was taken aback. He had always assumed Wen Ye's calmness stemmed from repression, but in that moment, he understood it was a clarity forged through suffering. It was not the absence of pain, but rather a choice to fight after reaching the pinnacle of agony. He extended his hand, gently grasping Wen Ye's. "I will stand by you." When he finally looked up, smiling. "I know." That evening, Jiang Yuka organized a dinner for the original team, individuals who had once worked with Su Xinho, as well as Wen Ye's assistant, Xiao Wang. The venue was a discreet private dining establishment. The room was modest yet filled with an array of dishes and drinks, and the atmosphere buzzed with lively conversation about recent events. In an unusual turn, Lu Xiuming exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm. He took the initiative to pour drinks for everyone, raising a toast with a resonant voice. "Brotherly, moving forward, please take great care of Xiao Yi's editing, videos, and photography. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. Sister Zhang, we must rely on you for Xiao Yi's styling. Your efforts are much appreciated. Sister Shu, please invest your thoughts into Xiao Yi's business matters. Thank you for your hard work. Yuku, I entrust Xiao Yi to you from now on. I truly appreciate your dedication." He continued to drink, alternating between white wine, beer, and red wine, his smile unwavering, yet his eyes concealed an unfathomable depth of emotion. When Yi sat beside him, puzzled. He had never seen Lu Xiuming so unrestrained. Xiao Wang raised his glass. "Brother Lu, I have also resigned. From today onward, I will officially follow Brother Yi. Rest assured, I will protect him." Lu Xiuming suddenly embraced his shoulders. "Good. Cheers." He tilted his head back and downed the drink, the liquid trickling down his chin like tears. Jiang Yuka sat across from him, quietly observing Lu Xiuming, a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, quickly replaced by resignation. She sighed softly and remarked, "He is truly in deep." Turning to Wen Ye, she patted his shoulder. "Take good care of Lu. He has endured so much these past few years." Wen Ye was taken aback. What happened to him? Jiang Yuka shook her head with a smile. "Lu hasn't had an easy time these past few years. Finally encountering you in matters of the heart, this must be the happiest moment for him in quite a while." When he felt a jolt in his heart, Lu Xiuming lifted his gaze, his eyes hazy with intoxication, then suddenly smiled. Raising his glass, his voice seemed tinged with drunkenness. He said, "From now on, I entrust everything to you all. Our Xiao Yi is still young. I hope you will help him with certain matters." With that, he downed another glass. That night, Lu Xiuming became utterly incapacitated. Wen Ye and Xiao Wang supported him out of the restaurant, his mumbling words echoing. "Xiao Yi, you must shine, be free, and live like a person." Wen Ye listened, his eyes welling with tears. He had never imagined someone would suffer so deeply for his freedom. In the late hours of the night, in a hotel room, Wen Ye laid Lu Xiuming on the bed, using a warm towel to cleanse his body, changing him into sleepwear and tucking him in, gently wiping away the sweat from his face. He sat at the bedside, gazing at this familiar visage. Lu Xiuming had always stood ahead, shielding him from storms. He had believed Lu Xiuming to be invincible. Yet in this moment, he perceived the fragility behind that strength. A common man, fearful of losing his beloved brother, he whispered, "Thank you." He clasped Lu Xiuming's hand, as if holding a beam of light. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like water. The following morning, the new company was officially established. Company name, Lu Entertainment. At the entrance hung a logo depicting a leaping deer, surrounded by twinkling stars. When he stood at the door, gazing silently for a long while, Xiao Wang approached. "Brother, do you think we can really do this?" When he smiled, "Of course, because we are no longer pleading for survival. We are standing to fight." Jiang Yuko approached, handing him a document. "The court has accepted your lawsuit, and the hearing is scheduled for next month. Huang Yonghui, Song Yuanyang, He Jiao, and others will appear in court." When he accepted the document, his gaze resolute. "Very well. We shall fight to the end." In the distance, a car slowly approached. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Xiuming's face. He wore sunglasses, his complexion still pale, yet he smiled and waved. "Get in, I'll take you somewhere." When he entered the car, they drove towards the seaside. Lu Xiuming paused, and the two stood side by side on the beach, gazing at the sunset. "Xiaoye," Lu Xiuming softly murmured. "I dreamt last night that you had departed to a distant place, one I could not reach." When he turned his head to look at him, "But I am right here." "Indeed," Lu Xiuming smiled, taking his hand. "Then I shall not chase after you. I will walk alongside you." The sea breeze swept by, dispersing the lingering shadows of the past. The starry sea had collapsed, wildfires were ablaze, and at last, they could walk side by side toward their own light. Chapter 53. Rebirth. On the day the court's verdict was issued, sunlight pierced through the persistent gloom, casting a silent coronation over the city. In the case of Wen Ye versus Shanghai Entertainment, the first instance judgment ruled in favor of the plaintiff, ordering Shanghai Entertainment to immediately terminate its contract with Wen Ye, issue a public apology, and compensate him for emotional damages and economic losses totaling 8.6 million yuan. Li Heian stood at the courthouse entrance, holding the judgment in her hands, her face revealing little excitement, only a trace of relieved tranquility. Beside her, Wen Ye tilted his head slightly, gazing at the azure sky, his eyes shimmering with light, yet unclouded by tears. This lawsuit was not about money or fame. It was about dignity, the fundamental respect owed to an artist as a human being. "Thank you, Lawyer Li." Wen Ye's voice was soft yet resolute. "You fought brilliantly." Li Heian smiled, patting his shoulder. "It wasn't my brilliance, it was your endurance. From being bullied, controlled, drugged, and threatened, to standing here today, triumphantly winning a battle that belongs to you. You are the bravest of all." The media swarmed, flashes of cameras resembling a torrential downpour. Reporters shouted questions. "Mr. Wen Ye, what are your next plans? Will you file criminal lawsuits against Huang Yonghui and Song Yuanyang? Will you continue to develop your career in the entertainment industry?" Wen Ye did not respond immediately. He turned to see Lu Xiuming standing at the back of the crowd, clad in a deep gray coat, quietly watching him, his eyes brimming with pride and tenderness. Wen Ye smiled slightly and addressed the camera. "I am back." The following day, Lu Entertainment officially announced, signing artist Wen Ye. Upon the release of this news, the internet erupted in astonishment. Wen Ye's signing with Lu Entertainment soared to the top of trending topics, and the comment section exploded. "Lu Entertainment? What sort of small company is that? I've never even heard of it," they exclaimed. To leave a major company like Shanghai and sign with this obscure little workshop. Has Wen Ye been abandoned? Perhaps he has been blacklisted by the big firms. Otherwise, why would he choose such a place? Voices of pity and skepticism surged like a tidal wave. Many in the industry scoffed. Wen Ye has merely jumped from one pit into another. Though Shanghai is flawed, it offers resources, connections, and a platform. What does Lu Yi have to offer? A newly established company with no artist to its name? What can they provide him? Even some former supporters couldn't help but worry. Xiao Yi, are you being too hasty? You should at least wait for the storm to pass and find a more stable opportunity. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Yi Entertainment was, in fact, created for Wen Ye. This company was the result of 2 months of meticulous planning by Jiang Yuke and Lu Xiuming, a labor of love. They did not make a grand display, yet they had already established a professional production team, a legal team, and a promotional system. They do not rely on capital accumulation, but rather on the cohesion of respect and trust. The addition of Wen Ye is not an act of submission, but a collaborative endeavor. A week later, the Doushire platform officially announced that the brand new talk show, You Say, was in production, with Wen Ye as the first guest. The program is positioned as lighthearted and healing, centering on listening to authentic voices, inviting a public figure each episode to discuss their unseen struggles, growth, and beliefs. Upon the release of this news, public opinion shifted once more. Goodness, this talk show is produced by Xiuming, and they dare to allocate resources to Wen Ye at such a time, especially as the first episode. Is this production team truly unafraid of offending Shanghai? Xiuming has a knack for seizing on hot topics, and with the recent turmoil surrounding Shanghai, leading to several arrests and financial losses, do they not consider Wen Ye a figure to reckon with? On the day of filming, the studio was softly lit, resembling a cozy living room. Wen Ye donned a light beige knitted sweater, seated comfortably on the sofa, his demeanor relaxed and his gaze clear, reviewing the script and process with the resident guest. Lu Xiuming accompanied Wen Ye to the recording, standing behind the camera, watching him with a gentle expression. Shen Mingyi approached him, arms crossed, chuckling at the sight of the two. Old Lu, you can't seem to take your eyes off your little Yi for even a second. Indeed, so many are watching him. I fear he might be whisked away. Shen Mingyi scoffed lightly. Let us go. They're about to start recording. We can chat in the makeup room. Shen Mingyi, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuded a poised demeanor, though he could not conceal the fatigue etched on his brow. With his long legs crossed, he lounged on the sofa in the makeup room. You don't look well, Lu Xiuming remarked, handing him a cup of hot tea. Did you stay up late again? Or has some enchantress drained your energy? Shen Mingyi offered a wry smile. If only it were an enchantress, he said, lighting a cigarette and slowly continuing. Next month, I am to be engaged. Lu Xiuming was taken aback. Engaged? To whom? Song Yunxia. Shen Mingyi's voice dropped. She is the younger sister of Song Yuanyang. The Song family is pressing hard. My parents called daily, insisting this is a family alliance that cannot falter. The atmosphere grew tense. Shen Mingyi smiled while observing the shock and complexity in Lu Xiuming's eyes. I met her at a banquet shortly after Song Yuanyang's arrest. I merely exchanged a few words with her before the Song family set their sights on me. Everyone knows what the Song family intends. Do you wish for this? Lu Xiuming inquired softly. Shen Mingyi paused for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. Wish? Old Lu, you know whom I favor. Moreover, I have only met her once. Despite Song Yuanyang's investigation, the Song family remains influential. This union is merely a signal from the Song family to the outside world that we still hold sway. Lu Xiuming frowned. So, you're being coerced? Not entirely, Shen Mingyi sighed. Yunxia is a good girl. She understands that we are both trapped by circumstances. I cannot let go of Yao Xing. Perhaps this engagement is a means to protect him. He paused, his voice barely audible. Yao Xing, is he well? Lu Xiuming felt a tightening in his chest. He still refuses to see you? Shen Mingyi nodded. I had someone convey my message and even visited his residence. Yet he deliberately avoided me. He returned everything I'd sent him, including the performance opportunities, business prospects, and scripts I had arranged. He rejected them all. Shen Mingyi took a deep drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. Since that last intergathering, he had not uttered a single word to me. At this point, a glimmer of tears welled in Shen Mingyi's eyes, but he forced a smile. Isn't it absurd? I have desperately strived to ascend, to gain a voice, to protect those I cherish, yet in the end, I cannot even manage to see him once. Lu Xiuming remained silent for a long while before gently patting his shoulder. You have done more than enough. Some individuals do not refrain from love, but rather love too deeply, caring too much to dare to approach. Shen Mingyi closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. I understand. But all I can do now is protect Yao Xing from the shadows. I have arranged for his discreet protection and resources, even if he refuses them. I must ensure his safety and that he attains his desires. As for the Song family, I can only take one step at a time. You say, the recording commenced. The host, a seasoned media figure, exuded a gentle yet incisive demeanor. Xiao Yi, you have just undergone a highly publicized lawsuit. Many claim you have won the case, but lost your future. What is your perspective? Wen Ye smiled slightly. I do not believe I have lost. I have shed an environment rife with control and harm, and in return, I have gained freedom. Freedom is not the culmination of a future, but rather the inception of all possibilities. Moreover, my new company is quite promising. We are merely new. What are your upcoming plans? I will continue making music and will also venture into acting. More importantly, I wish to share my experiences with others. Being hurt is not your fault, and silence is not the only path forward. If you're willing to step forward, there will always be someone standing behind you. A hush enveloped the audience, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. After the recording concluded, senior executives from Qixing came personally to congratulate. Wen Ye, your performance today was outstanding. We have decided to transform You Say into a seasonal program, with you as the permanent host. Wen Ye was taken aback. Me? A host? Yes. The other party affirmed earnestly, for you possess a story and, more importantly, strength. In this era, what is most lacking is authentic strength. That evening, at the internal celebration of Lu Entertainment, Jiang Yu raised a toast. Today, we do not celebrate contracts or programs. We celebrate that someone can finally be their true self. Glasses were raised, laughter mingling with applause. Lu Xiuming sat beside Wen Ye, softly stating, seeing you on stage today, I suddenly felt that all the trials of these past years were worth it. When you turned to him, next, it will be my turn to protect you. Lu Xiuming smiled, a glimmer in his eyes. Good. I will be waiting. In the distance, Shen Mingyi stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the city lights. His phone illuminated with a message. Mr. Yao was hospitalized today, his emotions unstable, and our people are watching over him discreetly. He stared at the message, motionless for a long time, before finally responding softly. Take good care of him, and do not let him know it is me. After receiving a response, Mr. Shen learned that there was another matter to address. Mr. Yao had become aware of the union between them. The production team of the program Roaming Search reported that Mr. Yao discovered this while conversing with the brand representatives. Recently, during the filming of the last 2 episodes, Mr. Yao's demeanor had been exceedingly poor, prompting some criticism from the directing team, who had remarked on it several times on set. Irritated, Shen Mingyi ran his fingers through his hair, expressing his displeasure. Remove that meddlesome brand representative and replace them with a new one. We shall never collaborate with them again. Warn them against speaking out of turn. As for the production team, let us send gifts and desserts to them under the name of Mr. Yao's fan club. Additionally, for those directors, inform them that if they perform well, they will receive another project. If not, this will be the end of it. Ensure that a nutritionist and a doctor are arranged to look after him. Shen Mingyi stared at his message interface, which remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Sir, everything has been arranged. Mr. Yao has returned from the hospital to the production team. A nutritionist has been dispatched to cater to Mr. Yao's dietary needs, and the doctor is already on site. As Shen Mingyi lit a cigarette, gazing out at the towering buildings and twinkling lights, a sense of frustration and discomfort enveloped him. Chapter 54. The fond mornings in December in Huadu are always imbued with a chill. In the recording studio, the sound of the piano flowed gently as Wen Ye stood before the microphone, eyes closed, tirelessly refining the final high note of his new song. This was his first true birthday single, Wildfire, penned entirely by him, narrating the journey from captivity to liberation, from silence to a fervent outcry. Wildfire never extinguishes. Even when buried deep in the snow, sparks will eventually ignite the wilderness. He sang with fervor, his voice trembling with restrained emotion, yet unwavering in its determination. As the song concluded, the sound engineer softly applauded. Wen Ye, that was magnificent. Your emotions were perfectly conveyed. He removed his headphones, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, yet a smile graced his lips. Over the past fortnight, He had devoted nearly all his time to vocal training, dance lessons, and acting classes, rising at 6 each morning to practice and leaving the studio only at 10 each night. He was no longer the idol being pushed forward. He had transformed into a creator, actively seizing control of his destiny. "You've been working too hard lately," Jiang Yuka remarked, entering with a cup of hot milk. "If Lu Xiuming sees you like this, he will surely worry." Wen Ye accepted the milk, chuckling softly. He has been so busy himself that he has hardly seen. Indeed, Lu Xiuming had recently landed a significant role in a historical drama titled 4Cs, directed by a nationally acclaimed filmmaker. This epic narrative recounts the grand tale of unification across the realms. Lu Xiuming portrayed a righteous and wise minister, Lu Qingji, with his role spanning the entire series, which would be filmed over 8 months, encompassing all 4 seasons. "This role suits him perfectly," Jiang Yuka commented, flipping through the script. "He is composed, reserved, yet possesses a strong character, mirroring his own essence." When he gazed at Lu Xiuming's name on the script, his fingertips lightly tracing the page, he felt joy for him, but couldn't help but wonder how long it would be before they could meet again, given the extensive filming schedule. Just then, his phone vibrated. A message arrived from Lu Xiuming, accompanied by a single photograph, bathed in the morning light of the set. He stood upon the riverbank clad in a deep azure traditional robe, his silhouette strikingly solitary, yet resolute. The accompanying text read, "Lu Qingji, I have arrived." When you gaze at the image for an extended period before finally responding, "When you have free time, I'll come to see you." Simultaneously, the short drama Living Well, featuring Lu Xiuming, was officially launched. On the evening of its premiere, several lead actors engaged in a live stream to promote the series. Wen Ye remained stationed before his computer, his eyes fixated on the screen. After 2 weeks apart, Lu Xiuming appeared slightly thinner, his jawline more defined, yet his gaze remained warm. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt, he sat before the camera, occasionally teased by Xu Fan, eliciting a reluctant smile tinged with shyness. Wen Ye chuckled as he observed Lu Xiuming's face and the barrage of comments, a can of cola cradled in his hands, with skewers of grilled meat before him. He sent Lu Xiuming a small gift adorned with antlers. Upon seeing the gift, Lu Xiuming instinctively glanced at the ID of the sender and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you to this little deer who wishes for the wilderness," inwardly recognizing it was Wen Ye, his head bowed in bashful laughter. As the live stream commenced, the comments section exploded. "Ah, Lu Xiuming is so handsome. That gaze, that shy expression is simply killing me." The chemistry between Xu Fan and Lu Xiuming is palpable. Their interactions are so natural. Are they truly together? Xu Fan evidently relished the atmosphere, frequently steering the conversation towards Lu Xiuming. "Xiuming, be honest. That scene where you stared at me after covering our baby with a blanket, was that an impromptu addition? Your gaze was so heartfelt. Do you have feelings for me?" Lu Xiuming, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "That was a detail requested by the director. It has nothing to do with you." "Liar," Xu Fan playfully retorted. "Every time you look at me, your gaze is different." The comments section erupted with excitement, and even the host joined in the teasing. However, after laughing, Lu Xiuming discreetly glanced at his phone, noticing a message from Wen Ye. "She is quite lively." His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, "She is merely cheerful. Don't overthink it." While continuing the live stream, he hastily sent another message to Wen Ye, explaining, "Xu Fan just loves to joke around. It's for the show. Don't take it seriously. I only have feelings for you. Truly." Wen Ye observed the flurry of incoming messages, unable to suppress a smile, yet deliberately refrained from replying. The live stream continued. Yang Jing, as the male lead, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hurried to defuse it. "Everyone, let us not get carried away. Xiuming is famously a workaholic, even thinking about his scenes while eating. Where would he find time for romance?" Yet Xu Fan was relentless, posing a provocative question. "Xiuming, if someone like me were to pursue you in real life, would you accept?" A hush fell over the room. Lu Xiuming paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled, his voice remarkably gentle. "If she is the right person for me, I would not wait for her to pursue me. I would directly approach her and say, 'Don T, run away. I have arrived.' the comment section erupted once more. Meanwhile, Wen Ye, upon hearing those words, felt a warmth welling in his eyes. The live broadcast continues, with Wen Ye fixated on the small screen displaying Xu Fan. Undeniably beautiful, yet Wen Ye, having scrolled through Xu Fan's various social media platforms, noticed that the majority of her posts consisted of promotional photographs and videos. The latest one, from yesterday, featured a commonplace gesture dance with garish makeup and alluring expressions, while the movements were rather mundane. It seemed that Wen Ye hadn't been active on her own platforms for quite some time. Coincidentally, her dance instructor had recently taught her new techniques, prompting her to set aside her phone, carefully choose an outfit, and apply her makeup and style her hair with utmost seriousness. Once the live session concluded, Lu Xiuming promptly initiated a video call to Wen Ye, only to have it declined. A twinge of anxiety washed over him. Shortly thereafter, Wen Ye returned the call, and Lu Xiuming answered without hesitation. "Why didn't you respond to my messages?" he inquired, his voice laced with urgency. "Are you upset?" He gazed in surprise at Wen Ye, who had clearly put effort into her appearance. Leaning back in her chair, Wen Ye feigned a stern expression. "Why would I be upset? Xu Fan is exquisite and charming, and your interactions with her are quite affectionate. Yet, there is nothing between her and me." Lu Xiuming hastily clarified, "She is merely a colleague, and my heart belongs solely to you." A smile finally broke across Wen Ye's face. "I know. You know that and still tease me? I want to see how flustered you would get," she teased, blinking playfully. "Moreover, I was curious to see how far you would go in your explanations." Lu Xiuming exhaled, a mix of frustration and amusement evident in his demeanor. "You truly are a little enchantress." Wen Ye, however, did not respond, but instead sat up straight, pouting her lips, seemingly engrossed in her own thoughts. Lu Xiuming found himself captivated by her luscious, rosy lips and swallowed hard. Just then, a notification sound chimed from his phone, drawing his attention to an update from Wen Ye's short video platform. He clicked on it, and the music, a recent electronic track with a strong rhythm, began to play. Wen Ye appeared in a loose black top, the neckline slightly revealing, her collarbones peeking out in a tantalizing manner, her gaze captivating. Her movements lacked the flamboyance of Xu Fan's but embodied a youthful provocation and brightness, akin to a fledgling bird just discovering its wings, exuding both curiosity and pride. The caption read, "I have arrived." In the comment section, fans eagerly chimed in, "Wow, Yezi is back, and her aura is simply mesmerizing. Ah, darling. The black top paired with exposed collarbones. Who can resist that? Absolutely brilliant. Her youthful energy in every movement and glance. Killing me softly. The rhythm is infectious. And Yezi dances with such flair. Love it." Lu Xiuming found himself momentarily entranced, scrolling through the comments, a twinge of jealousy and possessiveness creeping in. "When did you learn this?" he asked. "Just recently," Wen Ye replied with a smile, to respond to someone who said, "Don't run away. I'm here." As Lu Xiuming watched the shining boy in the video, an unexpected flutter in his heart struck him. He softly murmured, "You are the true enchantress, the one who knows how to captivate." Days later, Wen Ye shared the dance video on her social platform, captioning it, "New skill acquired, happy birthday to me." In the video, she radiated youthful exuberance. Her graceful movements seemed to carry the gentle breeze of early summer, delicately touching the hearts of every viewer. Her smile was bright and sincere, reminiscent of the warm, dazzling sunlight on a summer afternoon. The fans were profoundly captivated by his performance, flooding the comment section with praises for his dance steps, which were as light as the wind, and expressing their admiration for his youthful charm. "Happy birthday, darling," they exclaimed. "Oh my, is Wen Ye making a comeback to the stage?" His recent hand gesture dance was simply stunning. His energy is extraordinary. There's a radiant light in his eyes. Who was it that claimed he lacked professional ability? Step forward now. Are you ready to face the music? Meanwhile, Lu Xiuming, who was on the set of 4Cs, was scrolling through his phone during his lunch break. As a particular notification lit up, he immediately clicked on it. The moment the video began to play, a smile spread across his face, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. A fellow actor leaned over curiously and asked, "Teacher Lu, what has you so delighted?" Lu Xiuming quickly tucked his phone away, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just my little dear having a wild time." Yet, His gaze remained fixated on the screen for an extended period. Xiao Zhou chuckled in resignation, knowing exactly what Lu Xiuming was referring to. Just then, his phone chimed. It was Xiao Wang. Zhou Gu, Yigu is heading to the hotel now. I'm counting on you for today as surprise. Xiao Zhou replied, understood. He leaned in closer to Lu Xiuming and whispered, Brother, I just received news that the company has arranged a dinner gathering tonight. If everything goes smoothly here on set, we should wrap up around 4 o'clock. It will take us about 40 minutes to get to the hotel. Lu Xiuming rubbed his temples and said, All right, by the way, today is Xiao Ye's birthday. Has the gift arrived? Please also order a bouquet. I regret not being able to celebrate his birthday with him. Xiao Zhou cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh. Don't worry, everything is arranged. The gift and flowers are likely en route. Chapter 55, Birthday Surprise in December. The chill in Yin City deepened. The sycamore trees lining the streets had shed their leaves, leaving only bare branches swaying gently in the cold breeze. As night descended, the city was adorned with a veil of fog, casting a dreamy haze over its streets. Lu Xiuming finally wrapped up his work, changed out of his costume, and tidied himself up before asking Xiao Zhou to drive him to a local hotel, Jiangnan Banquet. In the car, Lu Xiuming leaned back in the rear seat, his fingers gently massaging his temples. The continuous filming had left him utterly exhausted, particularly with 4Cs demanding heavy emotional performances that drained his energy with each scene. He lowered his gaze to his phone, the screen illuminated with a chat interface with Wen Ye. He typed, Xiao Yi, happy birthday. There's a business dinner tonight, and I'm unsure when it will wrap up. I'm truly sorry for not being able to celebrate with you. After sending the message, he stared at it for a long while, as if trying to glimpse the expression of the young man on the other side of the screen. He knew Wen Ye would respond with it's all right, but that only deepened his sense of guilt. The boy, who always concealed his emotions behind a smile, never complained about Lu Xiuming's absences, yet the more he remained silent, the heavier Lu Xiuming's heart felt. Fortunately, he had already instructed Jiang Yuka to ensure that Wen Ye would go out and celebrate properly, enjoy a good meal, and have fun while preparing plenty of surprises for him. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured, took a deep breath, opened the car door, and stepped into the hotel. The hotel lobby was aglow, with staff impeccably attired, smiling as they approached. Mr. Lu, this way, please. Lu Xiuming nodded, following her through the long corridor. His steps were steady, yet a sense of agitation stirred within him. He was not fond of such social gatherings, and today was Wen Ye's birthday. Yet he found himself here, attending to supposed business partners. The attendant led him to the door of a private room and gently pushed it open. Your room has arrived. As Lu Xiuming stepped inside, he halted abruptly. The room was softly illuminated, shimmering with brilliance. Strings of fairy lights adorned the ceiling, resembling a piece of the night sky brought indoors. The walls were decorated with a grand balloon flower wall, where the words Happy Birthday sparkled in silver sequins. Surrounded by pink and champagne balloons, a delicately lace-covered table showcased a 2-tiered cake and a magnificent bouquet of manna roses. Lu Xiuming stood in shock, his brows furrowing, and instinctively glanced back at the attendant. Did I take a wrong turn? Before he could finish his sentence, a pair of slender, cool hands gently covered his eyes, playfully nudging his glasses upward. A familiar voice echoed softly, laced with laughter. Guess who I am? Lu Xiuming was taken aback, a smile blossoming on his lips as the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by an undeniable warmth and surprise. He did not turn around, but instead gently grasped the hand, whispering, Who else would dare be so bold? Slowly, he turned, and indeed, Wen Ye stood right behind him, clad in a light gray turtleneck sweater under a long black coat, his hair slightly curled, fluffy and soft, his eyes sparkling like they were filled with starlight. He smiled, his lips curving with a hint of pride and a touch of shyness. You how? Before Lu Xiuming could finish, he enveloped Wen Ye in a hug. The embrace, so tight it felt as though he wished to meld him into his very being. At that moment, a loud bang resonated above, and fireworks erupted. Colorful confetti cascading like snowflakes, accompanied by the cheerful shouts of Jiang Yuka and Shu Yu. Happy birthday. Li Qinghai documented the moment with a handheld camera. Lu Xiuming was momentarily dazed by the unexpected spectacle. Looking around, he realized the room was already filled with people: Jiang Yuka, Shu Yu, Zhang Lele, Xiao Zhou, Xiao Wang, and several of Wen Ye's trainee friends, all smiling, champagne glasses raised, their eyes brimming with blessings. What is this? Lu Xiuming finally grasped the situation, disbelief tinging his voice. When you released him, stepping back slightly, and blinked. Otherwise, would you really let me celebrate my birthday alone? Lu Xiuming chuckled, reaching up to gently brush his fingertip against Wen Ye's nose. Today is your birthday, yet you've given me such a grand surprise. I know. Wen Ye tilted his head, playfully smiling, but my birthday wish was simply to see you. Those words, light and airy, ignited a fire in Lu Xiuming's heart. He gazed at the young man before him, merely 22 years old, like a child who could quietly orchestrate everything for a single meeting, sacrificing sleep, canceling all plans, just to appear before him on this day. Lu Xiuming suddenly turned around, gazing at the woman beside him, who wore a sly smile. Didn't you promise to surprise Wen Ye, to take him out for exquisite meals and delightful experiences? How did this turn into a surprise for me? Jiang Yuka shrugged her hands, feigning innocence. I wanted to, but your little ancestor has been insisting for the past 2 weeks that he must see you on his birthday. He skipped classes, finished all his work yesterday, and even postponed the birthday live stream we arranged. How could I possibly stop him? I ask you. Exactly. Shu Yu chimed in with a smile. Little Yu was still filming birthday materials and a birthday vlog at 2 in the morning yesterday, saying he wanted to release them before today, just so he wouldn't miss seeing you. Listening to this, Lu Xiuming felt warmth flooding his heart. He turned to look at Wen Ye, who was focused on the cake on the table, his ears slightly flushed. He sighed gently, pulling the young man into his embrace, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish the next moment. At that moment, Xiao Zhou stepped forward, presenting a heavy gift box, exquisitely wrapped and adorned with a deep blue ribbon. Lu Xiuming accepted it, glancing at Xiao Zhou with a smile. He sighed, realizing it was the gift he had prepared for Wen Ye, which he had instructed Xiao Zhou to send to Wen Ye earlier. Its appearance here indicated that Xiao Zhou had anticipated Wen Ye's plans. Even you have betrayed me? Lu Xiuming chuckled helplessly. Xiao Zhou shrugged, grinning. Bro, you told me to listen to teacher Wen Ye. How could I dare to disobey? Wen Ye opened the gift box to reveal a custom microphone, shimmering in a silver-white gradient to pale yellow, adorned with tiny rhinestones that sparkled under the light. At the base of the microphone was engraved Wen Ye's signature. Wen Ye abruptly looked up at Lu Xiuming. Is this the brand I have always wanted? Lu Xiuming nodded. I told you, you'll have a concert in the future. Your dreams will come true. Although you are still striving now, I thought it best to prepare this for you as motivation. Wen Ye understood the significance of this microphone. It was from a top-tier audio brand, and the custom version came at a hefty price, with a long waiting period. He recalled a few months prior when they had stumbled upon it at an exhibition. He had stood in front of the glass case for a long time, only to smile and say, it's too expensive, I can't use it. He had even joked, when you hold a concert, I'll gift you one. He never expected that Lu Xiuming had remembered all along. You had planned this long ago? Wen Ye's voice quivered slightly. Yes, Lu Xiuming replied, his gaze fixed on him. I want you to know that I wish to walk alongside you until the day we are worthy of it. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Jiang Yuka raised her champagne glass. Come on, come on. Don't just be moved. Let us toast. Here us to our little Ye. Happy birthday. May your flames spread wide and the stars shine bright. Everyone raised their glasses, laughter echoing throughout. During the celebration, Jiang Yuka discreetly pulled Lu Xiuming aside. Actually, little Ye has been working really hard these past few days. He completed all his tasks ahead of schedule for today, and even his vocal coach said he's in impressive form. Lu Xiuming nodded, his gaze never leaving Wen Ye. The young man who once stood nervously on stage, forgetting his lines, now confidently stood in the spotlight, telling his story through song and dance. After dinner, the guests discreetly began to depart one by one. Just before leaving, Jiang Yuka deliberately winked at Lu Xiuming, saying, we've arranged a hotel room for you tonight. Don't stay out too late, or perhaps it's entirely up to you, but take it easy. Shu Yu also chuckled as she patted Wen Ye's shoulder, advising, take it easy. We have an itinerary the day after tomorrow. Zhang Lele laughed, saying, no worries, I've discovered a new concealer that's perfect for a trial run. Wen Ye, Lu nodded but was swiftly pulled in by Lu Xiuming, who whispered, "Ignore them. Let us go." The two made their way directly to the car, and Xiao Zhou, perceptively, drove them to the hotel garage that Wen Ye had reserved in advance. "Take your time," Xiao Zhou said as he got out of the car, deliberately elongating his tone, which earned him a fierce glare from Wen Ye. In the elevator, Lu Xiuming held Wen Ye's hand, his fingertips gently caressing the skin on the back of his hand. Wen Ye lowered his gaze, unable to meet his eyes, fixated instead on the rose he held, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. "Thank you." Lu Xiuming suddenly spoke. "I truly enjoyed today, as surprise." Wen Ye looked up and smiled. "I also adore what you prepared for me. What you give me is never merely a surprise." Lu Xiuming lowered his head to kiss the crown of his hair. As soon as the door closed behind them, all restraint vanished. Lu Xiuming pressed Wen Ye against the door, kisses cascading down like a tide, filled with longing and pent-up emotions from the days gone by. Wen Ye responded, clutching his collar tightly, as if fearing abandonment. Garments gradually slipped away, their body heat intertwining. Lu Xiuming's kisses traveled from the corners of Wen Ye's lips to the side of his neck, landing on the delicate collarbone, eliciting a soft gasp from him. He raised his eyes to meet Lu Xiuming's, his gaze tinged with red, breaths quickening like a startled fawn. "Does it hurt?" Lu Xiuming asked softly. Wen Ye shook his head, wrapping his arms around his neck. "Don't stop." That night was devoid of words. Only the mingling of breaths and heartbeats composing the most intimate of symphonies. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet within, it felt as warm as a spring day. They burned like two flames, warming each other, merging all unspoken longing, grievances, and affection into each touch and kiss. It was not until the first light of dawn graced the horizon that they finally drifted into slumber, entwined in each other's embrace. Lu Xiuming held Wen Ye close, resting his chin atop his head, inhaling the faint fragrance that clung to him, finally allowing himself to close his eyes in peace. The following noon, Jiang Yuka, Shu Yu, and Zhang Lei had just returned from outside, intending to head upstairs to rest before continuing their exploration of Yin City's attractions in the afternoon. However, as the elevator doors opened, Lu Xiuming stepped out. He wore a white cashmere zip-up sweater, the sleeves rolled to his elbows, the collar slightly open, revealing a deep crimson mark on his neck, his face adorned with a long-awaited contented smile, though his eyes hinted at a trace of fatigue, yet gleamed brilliantly. Well, Jiang Yuka raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating her tone. "Mr. Lu, did you have a satisfying meal last night?" Shu Yu and Zhang Lei stifled their laughter nearby, pretending to be engrossed in their phones, feigning ignorance. Lu Xiuming, unfazed, responded with an easy smile. "Yes, I ate quite well." "And what about Xiao Yi? Is he still asleep?" Jiang Yuka teased mischievously. "He's still sleeping," Lu Xiuming replied with a tone of affection. "Don't disturb him. Let him rest a little longer." "Understood." Jiang Yuka waved her hand. We get it. Let him wake up naturally." Lu Xiuming nodded slightly, then seated himself on a nearby sofa, glancing at his phone before lifting his gaze towards the elevator, as though awaiting someone's arrival. Sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping him in a gentle and serene embrace. Chapter 56. Coercion morning rays filtered through the hotel lobby's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden sheen upon the marble floor. Lu Xiuming occupied a corner of the lobby lounge, cradling a cup of coffee that had long since cooled, his expression tranquil, yet betraying a subtle undercurrent of agitation. Sleep had eluded him the previous night, not due to insomnia, but rather because Wen Ye lay beside him, breathing softly, akin to a contented kitten lost in slumber. He gazed at that familiar face, his fingertips brushing lightly over Wen Ye's brow and eyes, his heart brimming with tenderness. He could not bear to sleep, fearing that upon opening his eyes, Wen Ye would vanish. Just before drifting off, his phone screen illuminated abruptly, revealing a new message from Shu Fan. Lu Xiuming's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers tightening involuntarily. The screen displayed a photograph from the previous night, where he had embraced Wen Ye as they approached the elevator in the underground garage. Wen Ye cradled a bouquet of manta roses, smiling with a gentle curve of his eyes, while Lu Xiuming's expression was tender. He recalled Wen Ye's joyful words, "Brother, I'm so very happy today." The message from Shu Fan ignited a fire of rage within him. "So, teacher Lu has this kind of taste. No wonder you disregarded my previous advances. Let us meet at this hotel. If you refuse to see me, I know a few prominent media outlets that might be able to assist this young man." At this thought, his grip on the coffee cup tightened, slightly warping its shape. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the lobby like a hawk's, until at last he spotted the figure at the elevator. Shu Fan stepped out, clad in a sharply tailored plaid coat, her figure elegant and her steps light. Her makeup was exquisite, her lips painted in a perfectly balanced shade of muted rose. Yet her eyes held an unmistakable sharpness. She approached Lu Xiuming directly, settling onto the sofa beside him with a natural ease, as if their meeting had been preordained. "Have you had lunch, Xiuming?" she inquired, her voice sweet as honey, yet tinged with an intentional familiarity as she leaned slightly towards him. Lu Xiuming shifted away, his movements subtle yet resolute. He turned his phone screen down on the table, fixing her with a weighty gaze. "What do you truly want?" Rather than showing annoyance, Shu Fan chuckled lightly, adjusting her sleeves before responding leisurely. "I don't want anything in particular, merely to suggest that there exists greater potential for collaboration between us." Pausing, her tone became coaxing. "Your current situation is well understood by all. Sihai is a national key project, directed by a renowned national figure, with investors and promoters closely monitoring. You portray Lu Qingji, an incorruptible and upright civil servant. The audience expects a figure of integrity, not one entangled in scandal. Tell me, what would be the consequences if those photos and videos of you embracing a young boy and returning to the hotel late at night were to leak?" Lu Xiuming remained silent. Shu Fan continued, "As for me, I stand in stark contrast. I hail from a television station and have had the honor of hosting national-level events, which has allowed me to cultivate an extensive network and a wealth of resources. In terms of promotion, I can open numerous channels for you, providing greater exposure opportunities. Being with me not only enhances your career, but also garners you more recognition and acclaim. It is indeed a situation that only adds to your standing, never detracts from it." She leaned slightly forward, her voice lowered yet distinctly clear. "But what about that boy named Wen Ye? What can he offer you? A recently released young artist, lacking background, resources, and even a representative work. He will only embroil you in controversy and expose you to risks. Your career is currently on the rise. Can you truly withstand such turbulence?" Lu Xiuming finally spoke, his voice low but resolute. "The relationship between Wen Ye and me is not what you envision." "Oh." Shu Fan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing her lips. "What kind of relationship is it? The way you embraced him into the elevator last night hardly resembles that of mere friends." Lu Xiuming's gaze darkened, and he did not deny it. Seeing this, Shu Fan's smile deepened. "I know you value loyalty, but sometimes one must choose between love and career. I will give you a few days to contemplate. There is no rush. However, you must consider what you truly desire, fleeting tenderness or enduring stability." With that, she gently patted his shoulder as if everything were within her control, then picked up her handbag, stood up, and sweetly bid farewell. "I shall take my leave now. I await your news." As she turned, the corner of her subtly glanced at the corner of the hotel lobby, smiling as she departed. Her high heels tapping a crisp rhythm on the marble floor, echoing like the beats striking against Lu Xiuming's heart. Only after her silhouette vanished beyond the revolving door did Lu Xiuming slowly release his tightly clenched fist, ruffling his hair in frustration, a flicker of anxiety crossing his gaze. He retrieved his phone and swiftly messaged Jiang Yuka. "Yuka, please keep an eye on the movements of various media outlets in the coming days. Last night, when I returned to the hotel with Xiao Yi, Shu Fan caught us on camera, and she came to see me today." A moment later, Jiang Yuka replied, "Understood. I will monitor it closely. I will also pay attention to Shu Fan. She has indeed been quite active lately." Lu Xiuming stared at the reply for an extended period before finally shoving his phone back in his pocket, rising to his feet and striding towards the elevator. He needed to return to the set. Today, there were 2 pivotal scenes to shoot. He could not allow an unexpected threat to disrupt his focus. During a filming break, Lu Xiuming sat beneath the shade of a parasol on set, holding the script, yet unable to absorb a single word. He opened his phone and accessed the chat with Wen Ye. Wen Ye had just sent a selfie of himself sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window of his hotel room. Sunlight cascading over his face, a cup of hot milk in hand, with the morning view of Yin City in the background. The caption read, "I'm awake. How about you?" Lu Xiuming's lips involuntarily curled up as he swiftly typed a reply. Upon sending the message, he could almost envision Wen Ye's blushing face upon reading it, scolding him for being frivolous, yet secretly amused. Sure enough, within moments, Wen Ye's voice message arrived, infused with the laziness of just waking and a hint of embarrassment. Lu Xiuming, can you be serious for once? Who has feelings sore? It's you who has sore. Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, drawing a curious glance from Xiao Zhou beside him. He replied with a message. Oh, not feeling sore? I'll have to personally check on that tonight. After a considerable pause, when he finally responded, Don't come back. I'm afraid you'll dismantle me. Lu Xiuming's laughter deepened, the fatigue in his eyes seemingly brushed away by their playful banter. He understood that no matter the storms raging outside, the thought of that youth waiting for him provided the strength to endure. As evening descended, Lu Xiuming concluded his work. He chose not to return to the accommodations arranged by the production team, but instead requested Xiao Zhou to take him directly to the hotel where Wen Ye was staying. Upon opening the door, Wen Ye stood there in loose loungewear, his hair slightly tousled, yet his gaze sparkled with remarkable brightness. He looked at Lu Xiuming, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You're here. Without uttering a word, Lu Xiuming stepped forward, gently enveloping him in an embrace. Resting his chin on Wen Ye's shoulder as he inhaled deeply. I've missed you. Wen Ye chuckled softly. We've only been apart for a few hours. Yet every hour feels like a day, Lu Xiuming replied, releasing him and caressing his cheek. Are you tired? Not all. Wen Ye shook his head, just a bit reluctant. Lu Xiuming understood his sentiment. The very next morning, Wen Ye would hasten back to Huadu to continue preparing for the recording of new songs and his upcoming schedule, while he would remain in Yinshi to continue filming the 4 Cs. Seated at the edge of the bed, Lu Xiuming suddenly said, Come here. I need to check if your waist is sore. Wen Ye raised an eyebrow, blushing as he threw a pillow at him. Teacher Lu, be serious. Where's the lack of seriousness? Lu Xiuming feigned earnestness. I merely wish to conduct a thorough examination to ensure that teacher Wen is fit for tomorrow's agenda. Wen Ye laughed and playfully pushed him, but Lu Xiuming held him by the shoulder, gently applying pressure. His technique was remarkably professional, the pressure just right as he needed the tension from Wen Ye's shoulders to his back. As Wen Ye leaned into his embrace, he gradually relaxed, closing his eyes and murmuring, When did you learn this? For you, what is there that I cannot learn? Lu Xiuming chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding along Wen Ye's spine. From now on, every time I see you, I shall give you a massage. Wen Ye said nothing, simply burying his face in Lu Xiuming's chest, his breathing soft and gentle. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. There were no external disturbances, no pressures from public opinion, only the intertwining of their heartbeats and warmth, creating the coziest of havens. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the alarm clock in the hotel room gently chimed. When he opened his eyes and gazed at the sleeping Lu Xiuming beside him, his fingertips lightly brushing over his features as if to etch his image into memory. He rose quietly, changed his clothes, and left a note on the bedside. Remember to eat well and rest properly. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Lu Xiuming's lips before turning to open the door. In the airport's waiting lounge, Jiang Yuka and Shu Yu had already been waiting for him. What's the matter? Reluctant to part, Jiang Yuka asked with a smile, handing him a coffee. Wen Ye nodded, then shook his head. The separation is quite painful, sister. Jiang Yuka laughed at him. You've only been apart for half an hour, little brother. The infatuation phase can be quite overwhelming. Shu Yu observed the dejected expression on his face and chuckled. It's the honeymoon period. Feeling reluctant is perfectly normal. Zhang Lele joined in the laughter. Beside him, Xiao Wang gazed at his phone, cheerfully informing Wen Ye, Brother, it's all right. Teacher Lu's scenes are concluding soon. He can take a break for at least half a month. You'll be able to meet again then. Laughter erupted among everyone present, leaving only Wen Ye shyly covering his face. Unable to suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Lu Xiuming opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to reach for the empty space beside him. He sat up abruptly and noticed a note at his bedside, his fingertips gently brushing across the words, a smile gradually forming on his lips. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Wen Ye. "I'm on the plane now. Brother, I'll be waiting for you. Lu Xiuming ziplit anzai. Wait for me. This time, it's my turn to approach you." He pressed the phone against his chest, gazing out at the rising sun, his eyes resolute as iron. He understood that the road ahead would not be smooth. There would be storms, obstacles, temptations, and threats. Yet, as long as that person awaited him, he would never cease his journey. For love is not about evasion, but about rising to meet challenges head-on. Chapter 57. You do not understand what it means to run towards each other. The charity gala was held at a century-old mansion transformed into a hall in the eastern district of Huadu. The ancient courtyard was ablaze with lights, guests adorned in exquisite attire, engaging in lively conversation. Jiang Yuku had meticulously arranged for Wen Ye to attend this charity evening, aiming to enhance his public visibility and to facilitate his connections with influential figures in the industry, paving the way for future endeavors. "Tonight, just make an appearance. Say a few words, and don't be too reserved," Jiang Yuku advised while adjusting Wen Ye's bow tie. "Xiuming, he will be here too, so don't be nervous." As she adjusted his cufflinks, she looked down. "Several music producers have shown interest in you. Seize this opportunity, but don't stress too much." With that, she patted his shoulder. As Wen Ye stepped into the courtyard, he casually picked up a glass of wine. Xiuming, he spotted him instantly and greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Yi, long time no see. Brother Shun." When he noticed a hint of fatigue hidden in Xiuming, he smiled. "Xiao Yi, you look radiant lately. It seems old Lu has taken great care of you." Xiuming, he teased, to which Wen Ye could only respond with a bashful smile. In the center of the courtyard stood a black grand piano. The host stood beside the piano, introducing the evening as performers. When he announced Yao Xing's name, Wen Ye observed a fleeting moment of distraction on Xiuming, his previously smiling face, which quickly turned into a focused gaze fixed on Yao Xing, who walked into the courtyard. Yao Xing donned a black satin suit, his bow tie adorned with sparkling diamonds, and his soft, slightly curled hair neatly styled. He took out his cherished violin, its body glimmering softly, reflecting his concentrated yet slightly melancholic expression. As he tuned the strings, the moment he drew the bow, a melodious sound enveloped the air, as if narrating an ancient and captivating tale. However, when he noticed that the brilliance had faded from Yao Xing's large eyes, Yao Xing's condition was indeed not good. The clarity that once characterized his gaze was now veiled by a thin mist, though his fingers remained steady. They lacked their usual vibrancy. As the final note of the performance lingered in the air, thunderous applause erupted. He managed a feeble smile in acknowledgement before retreating to the sidelines. Xiuming's gaze remained fixed on Yao Xing until the latter disappeared behind a cluster of plum trees, rendering him invisible. Recently, Yao Xing seemed to be in a rather poor state. Wen Ye, observing the direction in which Yao Xing had departed, furrowed his brow and remarked, "His complexion is dreadful, and he has lost quite a bit of weight." Xiuming nodded. "Indeed, he appears even thinner than the last time we met." Just as she was about to pull out her phone to inquire about the situation, a representative from the organizers approached, inviting Xiuming for a photo opportunity. Reluctantly, she turned to Xiao Yi. "If he has anything to share, he would surely confide in you. Please find out what has been troubling him lately." Wen Ye nodded and made his way towards Yao Xing. Yao Xing sat alone behind the plum trees, gazing up at the delicate pink and white blossoms, absent-mindedly clutching a flower bud that had been blown from its branch by the wind, lost in thought. Wen Ye observed him and softly called out, "Xiao Xing, Xiao Yi." Yao Xing replied, offering a smile that struck Wen Ye as forced. "What's going on with you lately? You don't seem well." Yao Xing shook his head, but his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I just suddenly feel so utterly exhausted." "Is it because of Xinge?" Yao Xing stared at the flower bud in his hand, hesitating before nodding slightly, then shaking his head. "I just feel that this path I am on is so tiring. Despite giving it my all, no one seems to notice. Performance invitations are dwindling, and even my fans are fading away." Am I truly not good enough? He paused, adding, and then there's the fact that Mingy Ge is getting engaged right after the new year. Xiao Yi, I feel miserable, yet I cannot express it, for I have no right to. I cannot afford to feel this way, because I was the one who pushed him away, rejecting all his kindness, and have brought myself to this state. Wen Ye's heart ached for him. He understood Yao Xing's suffering and the reasons behind his rejection of Shen Mingy. Pressured by Shen Mingy's family background, his status, and societal expectations, Yao Xing feared that Shen Mingy would lose everything for his sake. I actually envy you and Lu Ge. Yao Xing confessed, his tone complex. At least he can choose you with conviction, and you can choose him just as steadfastly. Wen Ye said nothing, merely placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. You two deserve to be chosen with certainty. Don't give up, all right? Trust Shen Ge and trust yourself. Yao Xing managed a self-deprecating smile, nodding in agreement. What is there to believe in? Shen Mingy's sister was right. His family background dictates that he cannot love freely, cannot choose his own life or path. He bears responsibilities and obligations that weigh heavily upon him. At that moment, a striking figure cut through the crowd like a fluttering butterfly, stopping before them. You must be Wen Ye. How fortuitous! Xu Fan exclaimed, her smile sweet, yet her gaze sharp as a blade. I didn't expect to run into you here. Wen Ye furrowed his brow slightly. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Xu Fan extended her hand. Hello, I am Xu Fan. I previously collaborated with teacher Lu Xiuming on Live Well, where I portrayed his wife. Wen Ye nodded politely, Teacher Xu. Yao Xing, with reddened eyes, looked at Xu Fan with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Xu Fan seemed oblivious to his aloofness, standing firm as her gaze swept across Yao Xing before settling back on Wen Ye. I noticed you two were quite engrossed in conversation earlier. What was so touching? Just casual chatter among friends, Wen Ye replied calmly. Oh, Xu Fan chuckled lightly. I was under the impression you were advising him to let go. After all, some people are destined not to reach the end. Wen Ye's expression hardened. What do you mean by that? Xu Fan remained silent, leaning in closer. Her voice lowered, yet audible enough for Yao Xing beside them. I heard you've been getting quite close to teacher Su Ming lately, entering and exiting the set together, returning to the hotel late at night. And just the other day, he gifted you 99 roses? How romantic! Wen Ye's pupils constricted, abruptly lifting his gaze to her. Xu Fan's smile deepened, though her eyes were devoid of warmth. Surprised? Did you think you were hiding it well? Some things cannot be concealed if someone is determined to uncover the truth. She paused, suddenly reaching out as if to adjust Wen Ye's bow tie, only for him to subtly evade her touch. Don't be tense. Xu Fan retracted her hand with a playful tone. I merely wanted to remind you of Lu Xiuming's current status. He is Lu Chengji from the Four Seas, the face of a national project, a beacon for countless viewers. And you? Just a recently terminated artist, lacking resources and background, with no notable works to speak of, and a man at that. Do you truly believe you are worthy of him? Yao Xing's expression shifted, about to speak, but was gently restrained by Wen Ye. Wen Ye regarded Xu Fan, his initial shock giving way to calmness, ultimately revealing a hint of mockery. So what is your point? Did you come here today to prove something? To demonstrate that you are more deserving to stand by his side than I am? I understand him better than you do. Xu Fan met his gaze directly, and I am more aware of the kind of person he needs. Not someone like you, who merely drags him down with your novelty. Novelty? Wen Ye chuckled lightly. Do you honestly think he sees me as just a fleeting interest? Otherwise? Xu Fan retorted coldly. A person like him could never maintain a lasting relationship with someone like you. He will inevitably marry and settle down, returning to a conventional life. And you, she appraised Wen Ye, cannot even go public with your relationship, so what talk of longevity is there? Wen Ye fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. You know what? What I find most pitiable about you is not your yearning for him, but rather your complete misunderstanding of him. What he desires is never superficiality, but authenticity. He fears neither turmoil nor controversy. What he truly fears is having people around him who do not comprehend him, who lack conviction, and who might withdraw out of fear. Xu Fan's expression darkened. What do you know? In this industry, resources and connections are paramount. Oh, is that so? If that's the case, why didn't Su Ming choose you? When Ye stared at Shu Fan. You have known each other for quite some time now. Hasn't it been 4 months? Yet in these 4 months, Xiuming has either been with me or I with him on set. It seems Miss Shu had little to do with it. Wen Ye chuckled softly, his voice low yet clear. Miss Shu still fails to understand him, resorting only to threats and calculations to bind him. You claim to have his best interests at heart, yet every action you take pushes him closer to the abyss. When Ye smiled again, for instance, during your live stream, Shu Fan clenched her handbag tightly, her knuckles turning white. In that moment, she leaned in close, nearly pressing against Wen Ye's ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you know? He told me with his own lips that you are merely a fleeting plaything for him. Once the excitement fades, he will naturally let go. He also said he prefers women like me, who can assist him in his career. Do you believe it? Wen Ye say beat it, his heart feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. Yet, he quickly raised his head, meeting Shu Fan's gaze with unwavering intensity. Oh, if that were truly the case, he would not drive for 4 or 5 hours, rushing through the night to Huzhou, merely to accompany me to the opening ceremony. Nor would he endure the biting cold to stand by my side on set day after day. Do you know? The winds of Huzhou in early November are already bone-chilling, yet he stayed with me until filming concluded. He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips, and you will never understand what it means to truly commit to one another. Shu Fan's face turned ashen, her teeth clenched. We'll see. I will make you understand who his ultimate and best choice truly is. With that, she turned on her heel, her high heels striking the cobblestones in a hurried rhythm, reminiscent of a defeated retreat. Yao Xing watched her receding figure and scoffed. Is she out of her mind? Who does she think she is? Coming here to dictate to you? Wen Ye remained silent, gazing intently in the direction of Shu Fan's departure, his expression complicated. Don't pay her any mind, Yao Xing urged. She's simply envious. She cannot have what she desires, and now she is desperate. Wen Ye sighed softly. Yet, what she said was not entirely without merit. What merit? Yao Xing frowned. Does she claim you are unworthy? Nonsense. In matters of the heart, it is not about worthiness, but willingness. If he is willing to do anything for you, then you are deserving. When you look down at the silver cufflink on his sleeve, a gift from Lu Xiuming, inscribed with the words, "For my forever," a smile suddenly broke across his face. You are right. I should not doubt him, nor should I doubt us. His gaze shifted to Yao Xing. Xing, you advised me to trust Brother Xiuming, but what about you? Yao Xing hesitated, lowering her head. I'm different from you both. We cannot stand together. That evening, after the banquet concluded, Wen Ye returned to the hotel. Just as she pushed open the door to her room, her phone rang. It was Lu Xiuming. I heard someone is causing you trouble. Wen Ye paused. How did you know? Yao Xing told me. Lu Xiuming's voice was deep, laced with a hint of suppressed anger. Did Shu Fan come to see you? Yes. Wen Ye walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag as she gazed at the city lights. She said many things, all rather unpleasant. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Lu Xiuming's resolute voice. Do not believe her. She knows nothing. I understand. Wen Ye chuckled lightly. I trust you. Lu Xiuming's tone softened. Do not let her words sway you. She does not understand us, and she never will. Wen Ye leaned against the window, gazing into the night, smiling. Brother, she whispered, I miss you so much. I miss you too, Lu Xiuming murmured. Once I finish this scene, I will come to find you. As the call ended, silence enveloped the room once more. Wen Ye remained by the window, lost in thought for a long while. Chapter 58. What she offered. I did not desire. The morning fog of late winter in Yen City had yet to dissipate. Yet the lights on the film set had already been illuminated. The filming of 4Cs had entered its final sprint, and Lu Xiuming scenes were nearing completion. At 6 in the morning, as the crew had just finished setting up the interior, a black van slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the set. The door swung open, and Shu Fan, clad in a cream-colored cashmere coat and gracefully stepping down in high heels, emerged, holding a delicately wrapped gift box adorned with the emblem of a prestigious wellness brand. Her smile radiated warmth, resembling a girlfriend visiting on set, as she strode directly towards Lu Xiuming's resting tent. Xiuming, good morning, she called out, her voice bright and deliberately raised to ensure all surrounding staff could hear. I brought you some supplements. I've heard you've been filming night scenes frequently, and you need to take good care of yourself. Lu Xiuming, seated on a folding chair while reviewing his lines, lifted his gaze at her words, his brow slightly furrowing in subtle displeasure. What are you doing here? Unfazed, Xu Fan took a seat directly opposite him, placing the gift box on the small table. Is it not permissible for me to come see you? After all, we are screen spouses. I cannot allow you to wear yourself down. At that moment, Wang Yuhan approached with a cup of coffee, his mustache curling as he broke into a sly grin. Well, if it isn't Teacher Xu Fan, how considerate of you. Teacher Lu, you are quite fortunate to have such attention even on set. Lu Xiuming shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. But Wang Yuhan only laughed more heartily. I speak the truth. During your live broadcast with the Good Life crew, my wife noted the chemistry between you two. It seems you've come to fruition, haven't you? He winked. Lu Xiuming's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he retorted, Teacher Wang, if you continue with your nonsense, I shall inform your wife that you indulged in red bean soup and a bowl of white fungus dessert yesterday. Wang Yuhan immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right. I shall refrain from mentioning it. However, you must admit, the way Teacher Xu carries herself is not something an ordinary friend would do. He cast a meaningful glance at Xu Fan, teasingly whispering, You better handle this, or else if when he finds out, he might just weep. He turned away, humming a tune as he departed. Yet, Xu Fan appeared to be oblivious to his words, still smiling. See, everyone thinks we make a splendid pair. Why must you act so evasively? Finally, Lu Xiuming set down his script, his gaze growing cold. Xu Fan, we need to speak privately. The two retreated to a secluded corner at the edge of the set, where the wind swirled fallen leaves around their feet. What did you say to Wen Ye at the banquet that day? Lu Xiuming inquired directly, his voice low yet imbued with an air of intimidation. Xu Fan raised an eyebrow. What did I say? I merely chatted with him about you and shared some amusing anecdotes from the Good Life set. Is he truly so petty as to report me? You threatened him. Lu Xiuming's eyes were sharp. Do you think I am unaware? You took photos and used the media to intimidate him. Now you come to the set feigning intimacy. What is it that you truly desire? Xu Fan let out a light laugh, adjusting the collar of her coat. I did not intimidate him. Besides, judging by his demeanor, he certainly was not frightened. In fact, he seemed to lecture me instead. Her eyes shifted. As for me, I merely wish to strive for my own happiness. But of course, I also want you to see the reality. You and he cannot endure for long. I can assist you, and I can also fulfill your desires, provided you are willing. I do not require your assistance. Lu Xiuming spoke with unwavering resolve. My relationship with Wen Ye is none of your concern. From this day forward, do not seek me out, nor approach him. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my actions. Xu Fan's complexion shifted, yet she maintained a strained smile. Are you so certain he can provide the future you desire? Can he withstand public scrutiny? Can he accompany you on the path ahead? He need only be himself. The rest I shall manage. Lu Xiuming gazed at her, each word deliberate, and you only evoke my disgust. Xu Fan's smile finally froze upon her face. She stared at Lu Xiuming for a long while, then suddenly laughed. Very well, Lu Xiuming. You say I do not understand you. Then I shall observe how far you both can go. She turned and departed, her posture still erect, yet betraying a hint of distress. Meanwhile, Wen Ye was practicing in a dance studio in Huadu. During a break, Xiao Wang sat beside him, fiddling with his phone, inadvertently activating a voice message on speaker. Startled, Wen Ye paused mid-sip and fixed his gaze on Xiao Wang, who realized he had made a blunder and hurried to silence the phone, but the message had already played. Xiao Wang, feeling guilty, glanced at Wen Ye. That Xu Fan is truly bothersome. She actually came to visit today, bearing supplements, pretending to be a legitimate girlfriend. Several actors teasingly suggested they were about to announce their relationship. It was absurd. Xiao Zhou sent a voice message, sounding quite irate, stating that Lu Ge was furious. His face darkened, and he had ordered her to leave. Sitting on the studio floor, Wen Ye's mind echoed with Xiao Zhou's voice, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of his phone. He should have been focused on his practice, yet he felt restless throughout the day. Xu Fan's presence was like a tiny thorn lodged in his heart, painful, yet it rendered him uneasy. Wen Ye, A deep male voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up abruptly to see his dance instructor, AI Rue, frowning at him. What's wrong with you today? Your movements have been off all day. Your mind is elsewhere. AI Rue is a renowned choreographer in the industry, having won numerous national and international awards. Many artists seek his instruction and choreography. He was strict with Wen Ye, but also genuinely cared for him. He approached and squatted down. You have something on your mind. Tell me, what has happened? Wen Ye forced a smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Tired? AI Rue raised an eyebrow. You seem perfectly fine this morning. Wen Ye hesitated, then offered a bitter smile. Truly, it's nothing. AI sighed and sat beside him. Xiao Yi, you know I've always thought highly of you, but right now, your heart is not in it. When he lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. I know, I'm just a bit afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid he might be taken away by someone else. He whispered, afraid that I am not good enough and cannot help him at all. AI Rue looked at him, his gaze softening. You do not need to compare yourself to others. You only need to be the person he wishes to pursue and who is willing to pursue him in return. He stood up and patted Wen Ye's shoulder. Go on, no practice tonight. Go home and wait for him, or go find him. Wen Ye nodded, gathering his belongings to leave. However, after a brief turn, he did not return home, but instead went back to the dance studio, turning on the sound system and repeating the newly choreographed dance sequence over and over. He endeavors to infuse his emotions into every movement, intertwining anxiety, unease, love, and obsession into each rotation and extension. Until the late hours of the night, the dance studio remains illuminated. At this moment, Lu Xiuming has just completed the final scene of this segment and is granted a 2-week respite. His phone vibrates. It is a message from Xiao Zhou. Brother. Teacher Wen has learned about Shu Fan's visit to the set today. I apologize for not handling it properly. I just saw a post from Xiao Wang. Wen Ye's dance instructor mentioned that he is not in good form today and has been practicing incessantly. Lu Xiuming's expression darkens. He rises immediately to bid farewell to the director, crew, and fellow actors present. Hey, Teacher Lu, are you leaving already? The assistant director calls after him. Remember the time for the next scene? Don't worry, director. I will remember. Lu Xiuming responds as he puts on his coat. I have someone waiting for me at home. With this remark, he strides out. Xiao Zhou has long since packed his belongings, and a car awaits outside the set. The two hasten to the airport, flying directly to Huadu. At 3 in the morning, the streets of Huadu lie in serene silence. Lu Xiuming alights at the intersection, making his way toward the familiar dance center. The lights on the second floor remain aglow, casting the silhouette of a solitary figure in motion against the glass. He pushes the door open, the wooden floor creaking softly underfoot. Wen Ye, hearing the commotion, abruptly halts and turns to see Lu Xiuming, standing frozen in place. What brings you back? His voice is slightly breathless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I came to fetch you. Lu Xiuming approaches, draping his coat over Wen Ye's shoulders. Why are you practicing alone at this hour? Wen Ye looks down, kicking the floor. It's nothing. I just wanted to keep myself occupied. Lu Xiuming observes the redness around his eyes and suddenly smiles. Is it because of Shu Fan? Wen Ye is taken aback, not denying it. She came to visit the set today, bringing supplements, putting on an act. Even Wang Yuhan teased us about it. Lu Xiuming replies calmly, I know what you are thinking. I'm not thinking anything. Wen Ye turns his face away. I just feel she can offer you more than I can. Nonsense. Lu Xiuming interjects abruptly, his tone heavy enough to startle Wen Ye. He steps closer, grasping Wen Ye's shoulder. Listen carefully. What she offers, I have no desire for. What you provide me is something she could never give. Wen Ye remains silent. Lu Xiuming gazes intently at him. Does she believe she knows me well? She doesn't even know my favorite food. Yet you remember how many spoonfuls of sugar I take in my coffee. Wen Ye finally smiles, a hint of nasal tone in his laughter. You still recall the first coffee I made for you, with 2 spoonfuls of sugar? You said it was too sweet, and I didn't believe you, only to realize later you only take 1. So, Lu Xiuming lifts his hand gently to wipe away the moisture at the corner of Wen Ye's eye. Do not let her influence you. What we share is beyond her comprehension. Wen Ye nods, diving into his embrace, holding him tightly. I also heard, Lu Xiuming whispers, she secured a minor role in high through connections, and she'll report tomorrow. Wen Ye stiffens. She truly is relentless. It doesn't matter, Lu Xiuming scoffs coldly. She can act her part while I fill mine. As long as she doesn't trouble you again, I will regard her as mere background. But what if she seeks you out again? Then I shall make it clear. Lu Xiuming holds him close, his voice resolute. Who is the one person I, Lu Xiuming, unequivocally cherish? Outside the window, the morning light gently breaks, and the city is on the cusp of awakening. In each other's embrace, they have discovered the most stable haven. This night, though the storm remains unsettled, love persistently journeys towards them, never pausing. Chapter 59. A small reunion on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, after the minor new year. The streets and alleys of Huadu are infused with a rich festive atmosphere. Red lanterns hang high, the stalls selling candied fruits emit steam, and the supermarkets buzz with life as people carry bags of all sizes, making final preparations for the impending spring festival. The cast of Four Seas is finally granted an early holiday amidst great anticipation. The director announces, "You have all worked hard. Enjoy an early holiday and return home for reunion." Upon hearing the news, the set erupts in cheers. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Xiuming gazes at the distant lights, signaling the end of the workday, exhaling a long breath. He can finally cast aside the heavy fate of Lu Chengji and return to his own life, back to Wen Ye's side. Without waiting for dawn, that very night, he instructs Xiao Zhou to pack his bags and flies back to Huadu. By the time he lands, it is already the early hours, and the city lies asleep beneath a delicate layer of snow. The airport is vacant and tranquil. As Lu Xiuming drags his luggage out of the terminal, his eyes immediately catch sight of Wen Ye standing at the arrival gate, clad in a long black down coat, wearing a knitted hat and tightly wrapped in a scarf. Only his bright eyes are visible, glimmering like two stars in the cold night. "What brings you here?" Lu Xiuming strides forward, his voice laced with an irrepressible joy. Wen Ye smiles, taking his suitcase. "I missed you. Is that not enough reason?" Seeing his nose slightly reddened from the cold, Lu Xiuming pulls him into his embrace, whispering, "Are you foolish? It's freezing, and you came to pick me up alone without a car. And aren't you being foolish too? Wen Ye this. You flew back overnight just to spend a few days with me." They exchange smiles, and the biting wind seems to soften a little. Upon returning to their rented apartment, dawn is breaking. It is a modest two-bedroom unit, yet under Wen Ye's care, it exudes warmth and tidiness. Photos from their travels grace the walls. Plush pillows are piled on the sofa, and Lu Xiuming's script notes from his last visit rest on the coffee table. "Let us decorate a bit," Wen Ye suddenly suggests, his eyes sparkling. "It's the new year. We should have some festive spirit." Lu Xiuming raises an eyebrow. "Since when have you become so particular about rituals? You used to be indifferent when alone." With a soft laugh, Wen Ye replies, "Now, I want to share my life with you, to make it feel like a life." Lu Xiuming's heart warms. He reaches out to tousle his hair. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Thus, the two men, like children, busily engage in decorating under the morning sun. Wen Ye retrieves red paper cuttings, Chinese knots, and small lanterns previously purchased, while Lu Xiuming climbs and stretches to hang colorful ribbons. As Wen Ye tiptoes to affix a character for good fortune, Lu Xiuming wraps his arms around him from behind, steadying him and whispering in his ear, "It's crooked, is it?" Wen Ye struggles to turn back, only to have Lu Xiuming gently hold his chin, adjusting his angle. "This is right." They stand close, breaths intertwining, and Wen Ye's face gradually flushes. Lu Xiuming gazes at him, suddenly leaning down to plant a soft kiss on his lips. "Happy New Year, my little Ye." Wen Ye burrows into his embrace, murmuring, "But it's not New Year yet I can hardly wait." Lu Xiuming held him close and softly murmured, "I wish to celebrate all the festivals with you." Together, they adorned their home with couplets and lanterns, even stringing small colorful lights on the balcony. Wen Ye had specially purchased 2 rabbit lamps. Lu Xiuming teased him for being childish, yet dutifully helped him connect the wires. As night fell, the colorful lights illuminated the apartment, enveloping it in a warm, golden glow, resembling a petite lighthouse adrift in the city. It was truly beautiful. Leaning against the balcony railing, Wen Ye gazed at the sporadic fireworks in the distance, reminiscent of a dream. Lu Xiuming embraced him from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder, and whispered, "It's not a dream. This is our home." On the 27th day of the Lunar New Year, Wen Ye had a small fan meeting at the Huadu Art Center's Intimate Theater. Although modest in scale, it held profound significance for him as it marked his first public appearance as an independent artist after his contract termination. Lu Xiuming accompanied him early for rehearsals. Seated in the front row, quietly observing as Wen Ye practiced his movements, tested the microphone, and adjusted his choreography. The handheld microphone Wen Ye used was a gift from Lu Xiuming on his birthday, transitioning from silver to pale yellow, adorned with delicate rhinestones. With a heartfelt inscription on the back, "For my forever," beneath which was Wen Ye's signature. "Are you nervous?" Lu Xiuming inquired, handing him a bottle of warm water during a break. Wen Ye shook his head, "Not at all, because you're here." As the meeting commenced, over 100 fans gathered, their applause resounding warmly. Dressed simply in a white hoodie and denim jeans, Wen Ye stood at the center of the stage, the spotlight casting a gentle glow upon him. He sang a new song and performed a dance he had recently learned, his movements crisp and filled with emotion. Each step narrated his transformation and growth over the past year. "Thank you all for coming," he panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. "This year, I've experienced much and lost a great deal, but I've also discovered something far more significant: those who love me and those I love." The audience erupted in cheers. "Wen Ye, we love you." However, he did not gaze at them, but instead cast a soft glance towards the corner where Lu Xiuming sat, clad in a black coat, hands folded on his lap, watching him with a tenderness capable of thawing the entire winter. Wen Ye smiled and picked up the microphone, his voice gentle. "Actually, today I wish to make a secret confession." The venue fell instantly silent. He is not on stage, nor in the spotlight. He is simply the one who silently watches over me. Yet he is the courage behind every performance, the hand that pulls me back whenever I feel like giving up. Observing the expressions of the fans below, he raised his eyes to the corner where Lu Xiuming sat, offering a soft smile. "Thank you for being a part of my life. I mean, every one of you who loves me. Thank you all for accompanying me through each journey. Wishing everyone a happy new year." The fans erupted in cheers and applause, while Lu Xiuming watched from afar, smiling and gently clapping, his eyes filled with affection. On the morning of the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, before dawn had broken, the alarm clock rang. Lu Xiuming was to return to He City to celebrate the new year, while Wen Ye needed to head back to Haishu to reunite with his family. The two lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. Wen Ye tightly embraced Lu Xiuming's waist, his face pressed against his chest, his voice muffled. "Just 5 more minutes." Lu Xiuming sighed, gently patting his hand. "If you don't get up, we'll miss the flight." "Then let's not get up," Wen Ye pouted. "I'll go with you to Huqing, and you can return with me to Haishu. We could take turns. How about that?" "That works. If you're not afraid, I can manage." Lu Xiuming chuckled, placing a soft kiss on his forehead. In the next moment, Wen Ye hurriedly shook his head. No, my parents are already here. I have to go back. You too, your dad, your brother, and your sister are all waiting for you." Lu Xiuming smiled, ruffling his hair. Wen Ye mumbled, "But I can't bear to leave you." Lu Xiuming's heart softened, holding him even tighter. "I can't bear to leave either. But the Spring Festival is just these few days. After spending time with family, I will come find you. Is that all right?" Wen Ye nodded, finally loosening his grip, yet still nestled in his embrace, nuzzling. "Then promise me. We must video call every day." "Agreed." Lu Xiuming smiled. "I will only look at you, only keep you company, only love you." The two lingered until the very last moment before reluctantly rising. The airport bustled with people, the announcements echoing in succession. At the security check, Wen Ye suddenly hugged Lu Xiuming from behind, resting his head on his shoulder, his voice soft as a whisper. "You must take care of yourself during the new year. Eat well, don't think of me, but I hope you do." Lu Xiuming turned around, pulling him tightly into his embrace, closing his eyes. "I will think of you. Every minute, every second." They shared a farewell kiss at the security check, devoid of extravagant passion, yet imbued with a deep, flowing affection. Only when the announcement urged them did Lu Xiuming reluctantly release his hold, turning back multiple times as he walked into the security line. Wen Ye stood still, watching his figure vanish into the crowd before slowly turning around, his eyes slightly red. By the time Lu Xiuming arrived in Hucheng, it was already noon. The house he purchased was located in the eastern part of the city, a two-story building with a small yard. His parents had already moved in ahead of time, tidying the place up beautifully. As he stepped inside, Meng Yuejiao greeted him, taking his luggage. Finally back. You must be freezing. Come inside. Mom has made soup for you. Lu Ting sat on the sofa, wearing reading glasses as he studied a chess endgame. He looked up at Lu Xiuming, smiling. It's good to have you back. Don't always be so busy with work. Home is where your roots lie. Lu Xiuming changed his shoes, surveying the surroundings, feeling an immense sense of peace. This was the first time he had brought his parents to live in a house he had purchased, no longer a rented apartment from the company, nor a temporary place from the film crew. Dad, Mom, thank you for all your hard work, he said softly. Meng Yuejiao waved her hand dismissively. Don't say such silly things. We are here to enjoy life. Look how nice this place is, with ample sunlight and a spacious kitchen. I can cook for you every day. Just as she was speaking, the doorbell rang. Lu Xiuming went to open the door, and a delivery person stood outside, pushing a large fresh produce box, nearly half his height. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Xiuming? I have a package for you. Please sign here. Lu Xiuming was taken aback, signed his name, and struggled to bring the box inside. The box was heavy, still imbued with the chill of ice packs. What is this? Meng Yuejiao curiously leaned closer. Who sent you such a large item? Lu Xiuming opened the box, and a rich aroma of seafood wafted towards him. Inside were neatly arranged abalones, sea cucumbers, and several vacuum-sealed packages of deep-sea fish. Beneath them lay a layer of king crabs, flower crabs, and large lobsters, all still bubbling, each a premium delicacy. He stood in stunned silence. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Wen Ye. Bro, I just landed in Haishur. Did the delivery arrive? For the new year, I wasn't sure what to send you. Since Hucheng is not by the sea, and we had just started raising some small seafood at home this year, I sent a little something for you and your family to taste. Lu Xiuming gazed at the message, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with warmth. He snapped a photo and sent it to Wen Ye. Is this really just a little something? Thank you for the seafood. Xiao Yi. Meng Yuejiao leaned over to take a look. Who is it? Sending so much seafood? Lu Xiuming closed his phone and replied softly. A friend. A friend? Meng Yuejiao questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. Which friend is so generous as to send such expensive seafood? Lu Ting also approached, eyeing the overflowing box of seafood with approval. Your friend is truly thoughtful. Xiuming, you must reciprocate. You cannot let them give without return. Lu Xiuming nodded with a smile. I will, Dad. I will make sure to express my gratitude. He did not mention that it was Wen Ye who sent this, nor did he reveal that this friend was someone who held a special place in his heart. It was not that he wished to keep it a secret. Rather, he feared that his parents might not readily accept it, worried that this hard-earned tranquility might shatter. He wanted to wait. Wait for a more opportune moment. Wait until they truly understood Wen Ye, until they could see how wonderful this boy was. He quietly repackaged the seafood, placing part of it in the refrigerator and handing the rest to his mother. Mom, let us prepare this tonight so Dad can savor the taste of the sea. Meng Yuejiao chuckled as she accepted it. All right, I'll whip up a seafood feast for you all. Lu Xiuming stood at the kitchen door, watching his parents bustling about, and suddenly felt that this new year was indeed different. He was no longer the solitary actor eating boxed lunches on set, nor the wanderer adrift in a foreign land. He had a family, a sense of belonging, and people he wished to protect. And the warmth of this home flowed gently from a box of seafood, a message, and a hug. Meanwhile, in Haishur, Wen Ye had just disembarked from the plane and spotted his father, Wen Qingyan, along with his younger brother, Wen Yi, and sister, Wen Shui, waiting at the arrival gate. He hurried over, and Wen Yi immediately rushed to him. Bro, I miss you so much. Wen Shui smiled and handed him a thermos. Dad made ginger tea, afraid you might catch a chill. Standing beside them, Wen Qingyan remained silent, simply patting his son's shoulder. His eyes filled with pride. His hair had gained a few more strands of silver since last year, and his back had slightly hunched, yet his smile remained warm. Dad, you stayed up fishing again, didn't you? Wen Ye asked with a grin as he accepted the thermos. Not at all, Wen Qingyan chuckled. Once you're back, I have no heart for fishing. The family piled into the car. With a radio, played the old songs that Wen Ye had cherished in his childhood. Wen Ye chattered excitedly about school, while Wen Shui shared amusing tales from her classes, and when Qingyan occasionally chimed in, his tone calm but filled with concern. Leaning against the car window, Wen Ye gazed at the fleeting streets outside, and an unexpected pang of nostalgia surged within him. He recalled Lu Xiuming's words about family being one's roots, and suddenly it all made sense. No matter how far he travels or how high he soars, this land and these people will forever occupy his deepest thoughts. "Brother, you've lost weight," Wen Ye suddenly remarked. "Is filming too exhausting?" Wen Ye shook his head. "Not at all. Don't you think I've become more handsome? Full of yourself." Wen Shui chided with a laugh. Yet, when Qingyan softly said, "If you're tired, come back. There will always be a place for you at home." A wave of emotion washed over Wen Ye, and he lowered his head to sip some ginger tea, feeling the warmth cascade from his throat to his stomach, enveloping his heart. He knew that this year he would truly enjoy life. He would accompany his younger siblings in setting off fireworks and play chess with his father. He would also, late at night, secretly open a video call, exchanging goodnights with Lu Xiuming across the miles. Chapter 60. New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, the sky over Haishur was clear and bright, the sunlight bathing the eaves of the blue-tiled, white-walled homes in a gentle glow. The Wen family's modest three-story house stood quietly near the sea, accompanied by a sizable courtyard, home to an ancient banyan tree whose lush branches spread wide, like a great umbrella sheltering this little haven. Early in the morning, when Shui dragged her brother Wen Ye out of bed. "Brother, today is New Year's Eve. It's time for the family cleanup. You can't stay in bed." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Wen Ye sat up. The sounds of his father when Qingyan bustling in the kitchen reached him, the sizzle of the spatula mingling with the rich aroma of food. His younger brother, Wen Ye, was busy sweeping the living room while humming a popular tune, the rhythm delightfully offbeat yet somehow festive. "Here we go." Wen Ye chuckled in response, getting dressed and joining the cleaning crew. He and Wen Ye were tasked with tidying up the upstairs rooms, washing windows, mopping floors, and organizing the wardrobe. As he rummaged through old high school albums, he came across faded photographs depicting him and his classmates running on the playground, alongside a snapshot of him standing at the school gate with Lu. He gazed at that picture, a soft smile gracing his lips, and tucked it away deep in the drawer. "Brother, did you have a girlfriend in high school?" When he suddenly leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Who told you that?" When you raised an eyebrow and said you were always at school just to see someone. When he blinked playfully, "Was it Lu? I heard she's quite beautiful," the school bell. When he did not deny it, merely smiling. That was in the past. And now, when he persisted, "Is there someone new? Perhaps from the industry? I've noticed you've been acting differently lately. Are you in love?" Just as Wen Ye was about to respond, when Shui's voice called from downstairs, "Brother, come quickly. I bought new couplets. Help me put them up high." Seizing the opportunity to escape, he descended the stairs, where Wen Shui was tiptoeing to affix a character for good fortune on the doorframe, the red paper edged in gold, exuding cheerfulness. "I'll do it," Wen Ye said, taking the couplets and skillfully placing them, then assisting her in hanging a Chinese knot and small lanterns. "Brother," Wen Shui suddenly leaned close, lowering her voice. "Are you dating anyone?" Wen Ye was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "Why? Are you interested in that?" "Of course." Wen Shui clung to his arm, swaying it playfully. "You're my brother. I naturally want you to be happy. Besides, I heard that Lu came by the other day to see you." She asked when you would return. A frown creased Wen Ye's brow. "She came by?" "Yes, just the day before yesterday. She even brought some snacks and said she wanted to talk to you." Wen Shui fixed her gaze upon him. "Do you still keep in touch?" "No." When he shook his head, his tone serene, "We severed ties long ago." "And what about now?" When Shui blinked, "Is there someone you fancy?" When he gazed at the ancient banyan tree in the courtyard, sunlight filtering through its leaves, casting dappled shadows, he spoke softly, "Yes, there is." "Really?" When Shui's eyes sparkled instantaneously. "Who is it? Are they beautiful? Are they a celebrity?" When he chuckled, playfully pinching Wen Shui's nose, "You are quite the gossip. You should consider becoming a paparazzo. You would excel." "Whoa!" When Shui squealed, pulling Wen Ye into the fray. "Brother is in love. Brother is in love." When Qingyan poked his head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, "What is happening? What is the commotion about?" "Father." Wen Shuyi rushed over, wrapping her arms around her father's arm. Brother says he has someone he likes. We asked him when he would bring her home. Wen Qingyan paused for a moment, then smiled, looking at Wen Ye. Is that true? That's wonderful. When will you bring her home for me to meet? Wen Ye approached, taking the spatula from his father's hand, and replied gently, It depends on her willingness. There will be a chance. Wen Qingyan patted his shoulder. All right, I will wait. The family continued their harmonious bustle. Wen Qingyan took charge of the cooking, preparing a sumptuous New Year's Eve feast: steamed grouper, braised sea cucumber, garlic vermicelli, steamed scallops, and Wen Ye's favorite coconut chicken soup. Wen Ye and his brother set the table while their sister hung colorful lights in the courtyard, adding a string of red lanterns that illuminated the space, making it sparkle like a starlit sky. Just as everyone gathered to partake in the New Year's dinner, the doorbell rang. I'll get the door, Wen Shuyi exclaimed, bouncing towards it. Upon opening the door, a girl clad in a beige coat stood at the threshold. Her long hair, slightly curled, features delicate, holding a box of pastries. Wen Shuyi paused. Hello, I am Li Luoli, Wen Ye's high school classmate. I've visited your home before, she smiled. I happened to pass by today and wanted to see him. In the courtyard, Wen Ye was assisting his father with the dishes. Upon hearing the voice, he looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Luoli. You're here, he said, setting down the plate and walking toward her. May I come in? Li Luoli's tone was gentle. Of course, when you stepped aside, please. Come in and have a seat. Li Luoli entered the courtyard and greeted Wen Qingyan. Hello, uncle. I apologize for the intrusion. I just wanted to speak with Wen Ye for a moment. Wen Qingyan nodded with a smile. No problem, you young people chat. Wen Ye led her to a stone bench in the corner of the courtyard, distant from the bustling family and close to the enticing aroma of the dishes. You didn't have to come, Wen Ye stated directly. Li Luoli lowered her gaze, her fingertips tracing the teacup. I know I hurt you deeply back then. After graduating from high school, I went abroad. I only returned to Haishur last year, and later I heard that you had terminated your contract and were striving alone. She raised her eyes, sincerity shining through. Wen Ye, I regret it. Can we start anew? A gentle breeze swept by, causing the courtyard lights to sway slightly. Wen Ye regarded her quietly, devoid of regret, his demeanor calm. He spoke softly. We were both too young then. The future we envisioned was merely a figment of our imagination. It is all in the past now. Wen Ye paused for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I have someone I cherish now. He is wonderful, tender, and embraces me when I am weary. He remembers all my preferences and adjusts his own rhythm of life for me. Together, we strive toward the future. Li Luoli's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is he truly that remarkable? Indeed. When he nodded, he has taught me that love is about companionship every single day. As for you, you are but a chapter of my past, now turned. Li Luoli remained silent for a considerable time. I understand. I wish you happiness. And I wish you the same, he replied. When you rose, it's time to go back. It's chilly outside. She nodded and turned to leave, her silhouette elongated by the setting sun. When Ye stood there, watching her figure vanish at the alley's end, and sighed softly. Brother, when Shuyi approached, having appeared unnoticed. She has left? Yes. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a video call from Lu Xiuming. When Ye stepped into a corner of the yard, away from his family, and answered the call. On the screen, Lu Xiuming stood in his garden, adorned with twinkling lights, the ground blanketed in light snow. He wore a thick down jacket, his nose slightly reddened from the cold, yet he smiled warmly. Where you up to? He inquired. I just bid farewell to an old acquaintance, When Ye replied with a smile. And you? My father just bought some little koi and insists I help him place them in the pond. Lu Xiuming shifted the camera to reveal a small pond where several gold and red koi gracefully swam. Koi symbolize good fortune. I hope this year brings me smooth sailing. He said, How adorable. When Ye leaned closer to the screen. I wish the same for you. But what I truly hope for, Lu Xiuming said softly, is to be with you. A warmth surged in Wen Ye's heart as he replied quietly, I feel the same. As they conversed, Wen Shuyi suddenly leaned into the frame. Brother, who are you video chatting with? Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Hello. This is someone very important to me. Wen Ye embraced Wen Shuyi, introducing her earnestly. This is Lu Xiuming, my best friend, who has helped me immensely. Brother, this is Shuyi, my sister. When Shuyi gazed at the screen, then back at Wen Ye, and suddenly grinned. Oh, Brother Lu, hello. Happy New Year. Lu Xiuming returned her smile. Hello, Shuyi. Happy New Year. Shuyi merely blinked and then dashed away. Wen Ye exhaled in relief. But Lu Xiuming chuckled. It seems your sister has guessed our relationship. Perhaps. When you leaned against the wall, it's quite nice. So does this mean I have indirectly met your family? Lu Xiuming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Wen Ye smiled. Next year, I will bring you home for a formal introduction. Looking forward to it, Lu Xiuming's gaze was gentle. They conversed for an extended period, discussing the dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner, childhood memories of the holiday, and their hopes for the new year. It was only when Wen Qingyan called them to dinner that Wen Ye reluctantly ended the call. Brother. When Shuyi handed him a bowl of soup, that Lu Xiuming is your boyfriend, right? Wen Ye was taken aback, then smiled. Yes. He seems really great. When Shuyi said earnestly, much better than Li Luoli. Wen Ye ruffled her hair. When has your brother ever had poor taste? The family gathered around the table, raising their glasses to celebrate the new year together. Wen Ye gazed at the table laden with delicacies, at his father's graying temples, and at the cheerful faces of his younger siblings, feeling an unexpected sense of tranquility envelop him. Meanwhile, in the resplendent garden of Huadu, Shen Mingyi sat alone in a wrought-tan chair, watching the servants busily adorn the courtyard with red lanterns, golden tassels, couplets, and the character for fortune. A scene of festivity that failed to penetrate his heart. He toyed with a silver lighter in his hand, his fingers deftly maneuvering it with a sense of futility. His phone lit up with a message from one of his subordinates, Mr. Shun, over the past few days after Mr. Yao Xing returned to Qing City to reunite with his family. He has scarcely ventured outside, only visiting his former high school yesterday, where he spent the entire afternoon alone. The attached image showed Yao Xing clad in a heavy down jacket, his scarf obscuring most of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes lost in thought as he stared at the treetops. He appeared even thinner than before, his shoulders slightly hunched, resembling a fragile piece of paper swaying precariously in the wind. Shen Mingyi's fingers trembled slightly as he stared at the photograph. He opened the chat window, intending to wish him a happy new year, but hesitated, fearing it might intrude. Ultimately, he exited silently. In the garden, Shen Mingqi and Shen Mingyan were merrily hanging lanterns while their mother arranged flowers nearby, and their father sat on the porch reading, occasionally looking up to offer kind words. The family was united, exuding warmth and joy. Yet, Shen Mingyi felt as though he were isolated in another realm. It wasn't that he did not wish to join their warmth. Rather, his heart had long been taken by another. He recalled Yao Xing's words, Mingyi, do you think people like us can ever attain the happiness of ordinary folk? How had he responded back then? He had said, as long as you desire it, I can provide it. But now, he cannot even manage to see him once. His phone vibrated again, this time a message from his grandfather, steward. Shen Mingyi closed his eyes momentarily. He understood that the significant family matter, the impending union between the Shun and Lin families, had been brought to the forefront. As the sole heir of the Shun family, he had no right to refuse. He raised his eyes to the sky. On New Year's Eve, fireworks erupted, bursting into vibrant displays against the night. Yet he felt that their brilliance could not illuminate the darkness within his heart. He gently pressed down on the lighter, the flame igniting with a crackle, flickering defiantly in the cold wind, much like his stubborn obsession that refused to extinguish. Chapter 61. I wish to officially bring you home on the 6th day of the new year, while the festive atmosphere lingered. The early morning in Yen City bore a hint of a biting spring chill. The crew of Sihai resumed filming at the film base on the outskirts of the city. With the crew bustling about early, prop trucks darting back and forth, the lighting team adjusting the setup for the next scene, and the directing team huddled around the monitor discussing positioning. Firecrackers exploded at the entrance of the set, red paper scraps fluttering like snow, symbolizing a propitious start to the new year. Lu Xiuming arrived at the set early, clad in a deep gray coat with a loosely wrapped scarf around his neck. His features striking and demeanor serene. He had just returned from his city, still bearing traces of travel fatigue on his face, yet his gaze held an undeniable tenderness. He knew that when Yi had quietly arrived in Yen City, currently hiding in a nearby hotel, awaiting his completion of work. As customary, the director distributed red envelopes to each actor, the envelopes embossed with auspicious golden characters denoting good fortune. As Lu Xiuming took the envelope, his gaze swept across the crowd. And indeed, he spotted Xu Fan approaching him, a radiant smile gracing her face as she held a red envelope. "Xiuming, Happy New Year." Her voice was clear and bright, laced with a hint of deliberate intimacy. "I wish you a successful year ahead in filming. May your popularity soar to new heights." Lu Xiuming nodded slightly, his tone polite yet distant. "Thank you, and Happy New Year to you as well." A flicker of displeasure crossed Xu Fan's eyes, yet she maintained her smile. "Today marks your pivotal scene. I came specially to cheer you on. I heard you have underwater shots to film, so I had my assistant prepare hand warmers and ginger tea for you. You might need them later." "No need," Lu Xiuming replied calmly. "I am adequately prepared." Xu Fan was momentarily taken aback, her smile faltering. "Why do you always keep people at arm's length?" "I'm simply accustomed to managing on my own." He raised his gaze, serene. "Furthermore, I already have someone attending to me, so there's no need for your concern, Miss Xu." Xu Fan's expression shifted, about to respond when Wang Yuhan sauntered over, stroking the small mustache he had just begun to grow, casually placing a hand on Lu Xiuming's shoulder. "Oh dear, during this festive season, are you two standing here performing a melodrama?" Lu Xiuming glanced at him, responding coolly, "Teacher Wang, is the osmanthus cake delicious?" Wang Yuhan was taken aback, thinking about how he had just stolen a piece. How did Lu Xiuming notice? Feeling guilty, he touched the corner of his mouth, and upon seeing something on his fingers, he burst into laughter. "Xiao Lu, you always know how to joke with me." Xu Fan pursed her lips, her gaze at Lu Xiuming filled with complexity. "Xiuming, but Lu Xiuming ignored her, turning to head towards the makeup room. Wang Yuhan observed his retreating figure, shaking his head as he addressed Xu Fan. "Enough of this. You know he has someone in his heart. Why make a fool of yourself?" "How do you know?" Xu Fan frowned. "I worked with Wen Ye on the set of Schemes in the palace." Wang Yuhan raised an eyebrow. "That boy has a sincere gaze. His affection for Lu Xiuming is evident and unmasked. They are each other's light. You cannot insert yourself into that." Xu Fan said nothing, merely gazing in the direction Lu Xiuming had departed, her fingers gradually tightening. To evade Xu Fan, Lu Xiuming deliberately altered his schedule from that day forth. He no longer stayed at the accommodations arranged by the crew, but left the set immediately after work, heading straight to the secluded hotel reserved by Wen Ye. Xiao Zhou had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him emerge, he promptly drove him away. "Bro, you're being overly obvious in your evasion." Xiao Zhou chuckled as he drove. "Xu Fan asked me 3 times today where you went. If she asks, just say you don't know." Lu Xiuming leaned back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. "I have nothing to discuss with her, but she has been spreading word around the crew, claiming you are particularly attentive towards her and saying you often dine together privately." Xiao Zhou sighed. "Now everyone is talking about how you two might have something going on." Lu Xiuming opened his eyes, his gaze darkening. "Is she trying to stir up controversy?" "Not just that." Xiao Zhou handed him his phone. "Take a look at this." The screen displayed a screenshot of trending topics on Weibo. Lu Xiuming and Xu Fan on set together. Overwhelming chemistry as a couple. Below were several candid photos of Lu Xiuming and Xu Fan conversing, her smiling as she offered him water, which he did not accept, the angle suggesting an intimacy that was misleading. Lu Xiuming let out a cold laugh. Her eagerness for attention was truly boundless, resorting to all means, even utilizing heavily edited, candid photographs. Director who must be furious. After all, this is a historical drama, not a mere idle show, and such gossip should not be entertained. Xiao Zhou nodded, mentioning that the crew had heard director who was extremely agitated, having erupted in a considerable rage. Indeed, that afternoon, director Hu Qinghe summoned Xu Fan to the workspace. Once the door closed, the voices could not be muffled. "Xu Fan, do you believe 4Cs is your personal promotional platform?" Hu Qinghe's tone was stern. "We are capturing the essence of national sentiment and the tides of our era. This is not a venue for your idle drama antics. I merely wish to draw more attention to the production." Xu Fan countered. "In this era, traffic is king. Without trending topics, how can the drama break out? Breaking out is not about distorting the truth. Hu Qinghe slammed the table. If you continue this way, I will immediately find someone else. The door opened, and Xu Fan emerged, her complexion pale, and her gaze fell upon Lu Xiuming standing at the end of the corridor. Biting her lip, she hastily departed. Lu Xiuming ignored her and entered the workspace directly. Director, if she continues to make a scene, I can request to adjust the filming order for our scenes to minimize our interactions. The director rubbed his temples. Do not concern yourself with her. Focus on your performance. If she persists, I have my own methods. Meanwhile, in Huadu, Jiang Yuka sat in her office, perusing the new quarter's business itinerary when her phone vibrated unexpectedly. Opening WeChat, she found a message from Wen Ye. His tone as frigid as ice. What is Xu Fan doing in the Four Seas crew? Raising an eyebrow. She opened Weibo and quickly understood the situation. A cold smile escaped her lips as she dialed the phone. Oh dear, is our little Yi feeling jealous? Who is jealous? Wen Ye's voice was low. I simply do not wish for her to use Lu Xiuming to stir up topics. Rest assured, if she continues such antics, Hu Qinghe will not let her off the hook, especially with those heavily edited photos. Hu Qinghe places utmost importance on the crew's confidentiality. Aside from essential staff, even artist assistants can only access specific areas of the set during breaks and after filming. This is why I advised you not to visit the set. Hu Qinghe's temper is not to be trifled with. Jiang Yuka crossed her legs, bemused. That girl is utterly thoughtless. She has stepped right onto Hu Qinghe's proverbial landmine. Does she truly believe that by stirring up a CP, she can gain fame? She ought to consider the nature of this drama and whether Lu Xiuming will cooperate. Wen Ye remained silent. Jiang Yuka's tone softened. Do not be upset. You must return to Huadu next week for a new drama audition and the recording of You Say. Do not forget, you are a permanent guest on that show. I'm aware, Wen Ye replied, yet still felt a heaviness in his chest. After ending the call, Jiang Yuka shook her head with a smile and turned to her assistant. Quickly order a bouquet for Xiao Yi with a card that reads, Do not let a fool provoke you, and also order him some of his favorite food. The poor child must be on the verge of exploding today. Her assistant chuckled, silently opening a food delivery app to order a meal for Wen Ye. As night fell, Lu Xiuming finally finished his work. He almost jogged to his car, and Xiao Zhou, glancing through the rearview mirror, quipped, Brother, at this speed, you might as well be competing with Bolt. Shut up and drive. Lu Xiuming replied urgently, though he could not conceal the anticipation in his eyes. The hotel room was on the 17th floor. As the door swung open, Wen Ye was found seated on the sofa, his back turned towards the entrance. Fingers wrapped around his phone, the screen aglow with Weibo. You're back? He remarked coldly without turning his head. Lu Xiuming, having shed his coat and draped it gently over the chair, approached and embraced him from behind. Are you upset? No, a lie. Lu Xiuming buried his face in the crook of Wen Ye's neck, his breath warm. I haven't spoken to her all day. I came to find you right after work. Isn't that proof enough? Finally, Wen Ye turned to face him, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Do you have any idea what people are saying online? They claim you're very close to her, suggesting that you might be together. Reading those comments felt like having his voice stifled, rendering him speechless. A pang of concern gripped Lu Xiuming as he cupped Wen Ye's face. So you believe them? I don't. Wen Ye bit his lip, but I still feel uncomfortable. I know you are mine, yet seeing those photos and comments makes me anxious, irritable. What do you fear? I fear losing you, he whispered softly. I fear that one day you might find her more appealing. Lu Xiuming remained silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed, his voice low and tender. How foolish. If a few rumors and photographs could shake my feelings, then I wouldn't deserve to love you at all. He cradled Wen Ye's face, his expression earnest. From the moment we were on the set of You Are My Light, I knew you were the one I wished to protect for the rest of my life. As for Xu Fan, she cannot compare to even a single strand of your hair. When he felt warmth in his eyes, Lu Xiuming kissed him from forehead to nose, finally landing softly on his lips. Trust me, will you? I love only you. I will accompany only you. I belong solely to you. At last, Wen Ye smiled, burying himself in Lu Xiuming's embrace, murmuring, Then you must tell me every day that you love me. All right. Lu Xiuming held him closely, replying softly, I will say it 100 times each day. Meanwhile, at the Shun residence in Huadu, Shun Mingyi sat alone in his study, his glass empty and refilled repeatedly. Outside, the Grand Shun mansion was ablaze with light as family members continued their celebration. Yet he felt as if he were isolated in another realm. His phone vibrated with a message from his sister, Shun Mingqi. Mingyi, stop drinking. Grandpa wants to see you tomorrow. He closed his eyes and replied, I understand. Another message arrived. If you continue like this, I will ensure Yao Xing disappears from the circle entirely. Shun Mingyi gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. He was not devoid of fear. He was utterly terrified. Terrified that his stubbornness would ruin Yao Xing's future. Terrified that his obsession would become a burden for the other. But what frightened him more was the thought that he might no longer even have the right to glance at him furtively. He opened his photo album and scrolled to the picture of Yao Xing sitting beneath the locust tree in high school. His fingertips gently traced the outline on the screen as he whispered, Happy New Year, Yao Xing. Even if we can no longer meet, I wish for your peace and joy. Simultaneously, in a hotel in Yen City, Lu Xiuming reclined on the sofa, peeling an orange and feeding the segments one by one to Wen Ye, who lay languidly in his embrace, eyes fixed on his phone. Suddenly, Wen Ye spoke. Sister Yuka told me this afternoon that I should return to Huadu next week for an audition for a new drama and to prepare for the recording of You Said, Then You Must Perform Well. Lu Xiuming smiled, declaring himself your foremost admirer. As we prepare to part ways once more, Wen Ye lifted his gaze from his embrace, his bright eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiuming. For the time being, I believe I shall be filming until the 16th day of the first lunar month. By then, I will return to Huadu to be with you. He leaned closer, whispering softly, I wish to formally take you home. Wen Ye was momentarily taken aback. So soon? Not too soon, Lu Xiuming replied, kissing him gently. We have waited far too long. This time, I want the entire world to know that Lu Xiuming's beloved is Wen Ye. Wen Ye laughed, leaning into his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, and softly replied, All right. Outside, the winds of the first lunar month blew gently, carrying whispers of spring. Chapter 62, regardless of what transpires in the future, I shall remain steadfast. On the 18th of the first lunar month, the sky over Huadu was shrouded in a gray haze, as though veiled by a delicate gossamer, hinting at an impending rain. The old Shun residence, Rongyuan, was adorned with festive decorations. Red silk banners hung high, and the courtyard was filled with exquisite flowers, their fragrances wafting through the air. Old Master Shun Zhizhong, donned a dark tang suit, sat solemnly in the main seat of Rongyuan's hall, peering through his reading glasses at the newspaper in his hands, his demeanor commanding. He nodded in satisfaction at the announcement of Shun Mingyi and Song Yunxia's engagement. Shun Mingyi lounged languidly in his chair, engrossed in his phone, while Song Yunxia sat gracefully beside him. Approaching 80 years of age, Shun Zhizhong's gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through to the depths of one's soul. Observing Shun Mingyi and Song Yunxia across from him, he spoke slowly. In a couple of days, you shall be engaged. This is a significant matter for both the Shun and Song families. From now on, you must understand the delicate balance between career and family. Do not let the greater picture falter. Clad in a custom-made dark gray suit with a silver brooch adorning his collar, Shun Mingyi appeared distant, as if this ceremony bore no relevance to him. He rubbed his temple and replied nonchalantly, Understood, grandfather. Rest assured, I will strive to be a good husband and a worthy heir. Shun Zhizhong frowned, clearly displeased with his demeanor, yet he refrained from further admonishment and turned his attention to Song Yunxia. Yunxia, you have always been understanding. I hope you can guide Mingyi after the marriage. The burden of the Shun family is not light, and if he continues in this carefree manner, trouble is inevitable. Song Yunxia offered a gentle smile, poised and dignified. Do not worry, grandfather, I will. She turned her gaze toward Shun Mingyi, her eyes soft yet subtly ingratiating. I will always be by Mingyi's side. Shun Mingyi did not meet her gaze. Instead, he focused on the lighter in his hand, flicking it on and off repeatedly, the flame igniting and extinguishing in a monotonous rhythm. At that moment, Shun Zhizhong suddenly broached the topic of the Song family's recent circumstances. Speaking of which, The situation with Yuan Yang has been resolved. The Song family took certain measures to adjust his mental evaluation report, and the court has approved his release for outpatient treatment. He is now abroad and no longer within the country. Shen Mingyi's fingers paused, the flame extinguished, and his expression turned icy. You forge a history of mental illness? This is merely a temporary measure, Shen Zhizhong replied calmly. The Song family has its own challenges. If Yuan Yang had not left, it would have only led to greater troubles. Now that he is settled abroad, he will no longer affect anyone. Shen Mingyi scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, you simply send him away without a second thought? Quite the clever tactic. Mingyi, Shen Zhizhong admonished sternly. This is also for the sake of both the Shen and Song families. Shen Mingyi raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. So what? The misdeeds he committed are simply brushed aside? Song Yunxia gently grasped his hand, saying, Mingyi, the past is behind us. We must look forward. Besides, those individuals have received their due recompense, have they not? He withdrew his hand, replying coolly, look forward? Yet some individuals are utterly unqualified to speak of moving ahead. Shen Zhizhong forcefully slammed the table, exclaiming, enough. I refuse to listen to your grievances. Should you continue to lack discernment, I would not hesitate to let you take over the group affairs prematurely, allowing you to truly comprehend what responsibility entails. Shen Mingyi closed his eyes, finally falling silent. He leaned back against the sofa, resembling a statue stripped of its soul, subject to others' whims. On the 20th day of the first lunar month, the engagement ceremony of Shen Mingyi, the eldest son of the Shen family, and Song Yunxia, the daughter of the Song family, was held. Guests gathered, media converged, and it seemed as though the entire high society of Huadu paused for this momentous occasion. At noon, the ceremony commenced. The back garden of the Rongyuan was transformed into a temporary hall, draped in white silk that fluttered in the breeze, with a sea of roses and lilies intertwined. Guests donned elegant attire, engaging in hushed conversations while flashes of cameras erupted intermittently. Shen Mingyi stood at the end of the red carpet, clad in a custom pure white suit, tall and handsome, yet with hollow eyes, resembling a puppet driven by the ceremony. He had invited Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming. The two stood in a corner of the guest area, dressed in well-tailored dark suits, their postures in sync, shoulders touching. Wen Ye observed Shen Mingyi's silhouette and whispered, "He appears as if he is walking toward death." Lu Xiuming grasped his hand, replying, "He is trapped." As the ceremony progressed, the host announced with a clear voice, "Today, Mr. Shen Mingyi and Miss Song Yunxia formally enter into a marriage contract." Song Yunxia, adorned in an ivory satin qipao embellished with layers of lace and a pearl hairpin, gracefully approached. Her smile was gentle, her eyes filled with affection, as she advanced toward Shen Mingyi, as if walking toward her dream of happiness. Yet, just as she was about to reach him, Shen Mingyi's phone rang unexpectedly. The sound pierced the tranquility of the garden. Frowning, he retrieved his phone, the screen illuminating with a number he had specially marked as Yao Xing's companion. His pupils contracted, and without hesitation he answered, "Mr. Shen, there has been an incident." While Yao Xing was recording Wander and Seek at the Tian City set, the temporary structure suddenly caught fire, spreading rapidly. Many were injured, and we have yet to locate Mr. Yao. Shen Mingyi's complexion turned ashen, nearly dropping the phone. "Where are you? What is the exact location? Has the fire department arrived? What about Yao Xing's assistant? Has anyone seen him? We are at Area B of the Tian City film base. The fire has been contained, but the internal structure has collapsed. The search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and we still cannot find Yao Xing." The voice on the other end trembled, laced with a sob. Shen Mingyi could not bear to listen any longer. He abruptly hung up and turned to leave. "Mingyi!" Song Yunxia exclaimed, reaching out to grasp him. He, however, appeared deaf to her call, striding purposefully down the red carpet, parting the crowd, heading toward the exit. A wave of astonishment swept through the venue. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, while media reporters swiftly redirected their cameras, flashes erupting wildly. Shen Zhizhong's face turned a shade of iron, and he stood abruptly, shouting, "Shen Mingyi, stop right there." Yet, Shen Mingyi did not pause. As Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming exchanged a glance, he immediately sprinted after them. "Wait for us," Wen Ye shouted while running. The three dashed out of the banyan garden, where Xiuming had already settled into his car, the engine roaring to life. When he opened the rear door, and Lu Xiuming restrained Xiuming, who was in the driver's seat, stating firmly, "I will drive." Xiuming did not oppose, shifting to the passenger seat. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forth from the Shun residence, racing towards Tian City. At the Tian City film base, an Area B's period drama set, Xiuming's voice was hoarse, his fingers gripping the seatbelt tightly, knuckles turning white. "Xiaoxing was just chatting with me an hour ago. Today he is filming Wandering Pursuit in Tian City." Wen Ye's voice trembled as he spoke of the hastily constructed ancient palace set, predominantly made of wood and decor. Such structures are perilously prone to collapse in the event of a fire. Lu Xiuming maintained a steady yet urgent pace in his speech. "I have already contacted local friends and urged them to assess the situation immediately, while also assisting in locating people." Wen Ye, seated in the back, turned to Xiuming. "Xiaoxing will be fine. He is intelligent and surely knows how to save himself." Xiuming remained silent, simply closing his eyes, his throat constricting. Outside the car window, a dreary sky began to drizzle, raindrops striking the glass like tears. At the Tian City film base, the flames had been contained, but the scene remained in disarray. Charred beams lay scattered on the ground, props reduced to ashes, and thick smoke lingered, filling the air with a pungent, acrid scent. Ambulances blared as medical personnel hurriedly transported the injured on stretchers, cries and wails echoing throughout the chaos. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiuming disregarded all caution and dashed past the security line. "Sir, you cannot enter here." A guard attempted to intervene. Xiuming's voice was hoarse. "Let me in." Lu Xiuming presented his phone, displaying his collaboration with the local production company. The guard hesitated momentarily before granting access. The three plunged into the ruins. Xiuming navigated through the scorched earth, his gaze frantically searching. He spotted the injured being carried away, one after another, but none were Yaoxing. He seized a staff member. "Yaoxing? Where is Yaoxing?" We haven't found him. He was last seen in the eastern side hall." "But that area has collapsed," the staff member stammered. Xiuming staggered towards the debris. Charred columns lay haphazardly, fragments of tiles and bricks scattered everywhere. The thick smoke stinging his eyes. He knelt on the ground, using his hands to sift through the rubble, oblivious to the cuts on his fingers. "Yaoxing, Yaoxing, answer me." There was no response. Lu Xiuming and Wen Ye followed closely behind, assisting in the search while attempting to calm him. "Mingyi, stay calm. The fire brigade is still searching. We cannot act recklessly. I cannot wait." Xiuming yelled, his voice breaking with emotion. "If something happens to him, I will never forgive myself." He pressed on, his steps unsteady, his white suit now marred by dust and grime. He resembled a mere shell of a person, mechanically searching through the ruins. At last he spotted it. In the distance, a body covered with a white sheet lay quietly on a stretcher, being gently lifted by two medical personnel. Xiuming's breath hitched abruptly. The world seemed to freeze. He trembled as he approached, each step feeling as if he were walking on the edge of a knife. He extended his hand, fingers trembling, on the brink of touching the white cloth when a faint yet familiar voice called from behind. "Mingyi?" Startled, Xiuming turned abruptly. On the other side of the ruins, Yaoxing was being supported by two firefighters. His face was smeared with soot. A crimson streak marred his fair cheek, his hair disheveled. And a corner of his outfit was singed, still emitting smoke. Yet his eyes remained bright, reflecting a dazed joy of surviving calamity. "Mingyi, what are you doing here?" "Isn't today?" Xiuming's pupils constricted sharply, and tears cascaded down his face like a breached dam. He rushed forward, enveloping Yaoxing in a tight embrace, nearly merging him into his very being. "You scare me to death. Do you know that? I thought I would never see you again." Yaoxing struggled for breath, yet gently patted his back. "I'm fine." I hid behind a prop box. The flames outside were too fierce to escape. Just as I tucked in, the side hall collapsed, shielding me from the fire. "The firefighters just found me. I'm all right." Xiuming refused to heed his words, clutching him tightly as if holding onto the entirety of the world. Wen Ye and Lu Xiuming stood quietly by, observing with red-rimmed eyes. The rain gradually ceased, and sunlight broke through the gaps in the clouds, casting mottled light upon the ruins. Yao Xing lay on the hospital bed, a forge rip in his arm, his facial abrasions treated. Shen Mingyi sat beside him, clasping his hand in silence. Mingyi, Yao Xing murmured softly. Yes? I'm sorry for making you worry. Shen Mingyi shook his head. It's not your fault. I failed to protect you. Yao Xing smiled, his grin pure and warm. Shen Mingyi lowered his head and kissed the back of his hand. Xing, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be here. Outside the window, the night deepened, yet some lights had already pierced through the darkness, illuminating their hearts. Chapter 63. One must strive to have a chance. Shen Mingyi stood at the end of the hospital corridor, his phone still pressed to his ear, his face ashen. The voice on the other end had just reported that the elder had fallen ill, urging him to return swiftly. After hanging up, he approached the door to the ward, just as he heard a sharp reprimand from within. You are nothing but a disaster. A scourge. My brother was perfectly fine until you appeared. Now he seems as if he's lost his soul, sacrificing our family's dignity for you. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon him? It was Shen Mingqi's voice. Shen Mingyi's heart sank, and he forcefully pushed the door open. Inside the ward, Yao Xing sat on the bed, his complexion pale, his right arm encased in plaster, and traces of blood still visible on his forehead. With wide eyes, his lashes quivered slightly as he looked at Shen Mingqi in trepidation. Shen Mingqi stood at the bedside, clad in a sharply tailored dark gray coat, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, her expression as frosty as ice. Sister, Shen Mingyi's voice was low, laced with suppressed anger. What are you doing? Shen Mingqi turned, her gaze cutting like a knife. What am I doing? I'm here to clean up your mess. Do you have any idea how the media portrayed your abrupt departure from the engagement ceremony? What did the guests say? Father's blood pressure surged in anger, and grandfather fainted on the spot. You, on the other hand, have brought disgrace upon our entire family for the sake of an outsider. Outsider? Shen Mingyi's expression hardened. Yao Xing is not an outsider. He is the most significant person in my life. Most significant? Shen Mingqi scoffed. You don't even know who he truly is. He hails from an ordinary family. His background is vague. Even his education is from a dubious institution, and he entered the entertainment industry merely due to his looks. Now he has created this scandal. Was it an accident, or a calculated ploy to elicit sympathy? You've been deceived without even realizing it. Silence. Shen Mingyi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively before the hospital bed, like a fierce beast guarding its cubs. You have no right to speak of him. His family background was beyond his control, just as our fortunate birth into a wealthy family was mere luck. As for the variety show incident, it was due to the crew's mismanagement. And Yao Xing is also a victim. So what? Shen Mingqi advanced a step closer. Does this not further prove that he is simply unlucky? He will only bring you harm. Shen Mingyi, you're no longer a child. You would forsake your engagement for him? Abandon your familial responsibilities? Love cannot be consumed as sustenance. The foundations of your family are what you should cherish. Enough. Yao Xing's voice was weak yet resolute. Miss Shen, I apologize. It is my fault. I will handle this. Grant me a little time, and I shall completely exit his life. Shen Mingyi abruptly turned around. Yao Xing? What did you just say? Yao Xing forced a smile. Mingyi, do not fight for me any longer. Miss Shen is correct. We should never have intersected. I should not be a burden to you. What nonsense are you uttering? Shen Mingyi grasped his hand tightly. Yao Xing shook his head. Mingyi, it is not worth it. To sacrifice everything you possess for me is truly not worth it. Tears welled in Yao Xing's eyes. Shen Mingqi observed coldly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Now you can feign deep feelings? I warned you before to keep your distance from my brother, and you agreed to handle it. What has come of it? Yesterday, he fled his wedding in front of everyone for you. Tell me, what have you resolved? Shen Mingyi trembled, suddenly gazing at her sister. Last time? You mentioned a previous encounter? You sought him out behind my back. Shen Mingqi met his gaze unabashedly. Yes. I personally met him and told him that if he truly cared for you, he should leave voluntarily. I also warned him that if he continued to entangle himself, the Shen family would not spare him and would not allow him to live peacefully. He promised me he would disappear. And yet, you, Shun Mingyi's pupils constricted. Turning to Yao Xing. Is what she said true? Have you met her? Did you promise her you would leave me? So that was why you spoke the way you did in Huzhou. Why you rejected all the resources I arranged for you. Yao Xing did not deny it. He simply closed his eyes, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye, saying nothing. Shun Mingyi felt as if struck by lightning, staggering back a step. He looked at the frail, yet stubborn figure on the hospital bed, suddenly comprehending why Yao Xing had abruptly severed contact with him. Why he consistently claimed he could not burden him. He had been silently enduring pressure from his family all along. Shun Mingyi's voice was hoarse. You could have told me, said Yao Xing with a bitter smile. Miss Shun is right. We are worlds apart. I am merely an ordinary person, while you are the heir of the Shun family. You bear responsibilities and obligations that I cannot fulfill, nor can I provide you with a conventional family. Enough. Shun Mingyi shouted in anger. Calm down. Shun Mingqi admonished sharply. Do you think you can act as you please? The Shun family does not belong solely to you. You are well aware of how much your father and grandfather have invested in this family. Should I then be obedient, dutifully accept an engagement, and spend my life at your beck and call? Shun Mingyi retorted with a cold laugh. Sister, did you not once rebel for love? Your marriage to brother-in-law faced far more opposition from grandfather than I do now, yet you still wed him. What gives you the right to demand that I relinquish my love? Shun Mingqi paused, her expression shifting. That is different. In what way is it different? Shun Mingyi stepped closer. You love brother-in-law. I love Yao Xing. You fought for love, so why can't I? Just because my surname is Shun, I must become an emotionless machine? You are exceedingly naive. Shun Mingqi responded, a bitter smile crossing her face. Do you believe the family would tolerate you bringing in someone of unknown background, someone deemed worthless? Do you think grandfather would accept a man into the Shun household? You underestimate the rules of this family. Then I shall break the rules. Shun Mingyi turned, grasping Yao Xing's hand firmly. From this day forth, I am no longer the Shun Mingyi you can manipulate. I will determine whom I wish to be with and the path I choose to walk. If the Shun family cannot accept him, then I would rather renounce this surname. A profound silence enveloped the hospital room. Yao Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. Mingyi, you cannot. I can, Shun Mingyi replied, looking down at him with a gentle yet resolute gaze. You have borne so much for me. Now it is my turn to protect you. Shun Mingqi trembled with rage, pointing at Shun Mingyi. Very well. You have truly grown bold. Just wait. Father and grandfather will not let this go. If you dare to bring him into the Shun family, I will personally expel him. With that, she turned and strode away, the sound of her heels echoing down the corridor like a heavy warning bell. Once the door closed, only Shun Mingyi and Yao Xing remained in the room. Yao Xing's eyes were red, his voice trembling. Why are you doing this? You could what? Shun Mingyi sat beside him, gently stroking his hair. I cannot be that noble. I simply want to tell you that I will never give up on you. Never. Yao Xing finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. He wanted to say it was not worth it, to tell her she deserved a better life. But the words caught in his throat, leaving only a choked sound. Shun Mingyi embraced him tenderly, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Sleep now, she whispered. I will watch over you. Meanwhile, at Huadu, the recording side of you said, the lights shone brightly, and the audience was fully seated. This was a deep interview variety show known for its authentic dialogues, inviting a guest each episode, where 3 permanent hosts would engage in conversation to uncover the stories behind them. Today's guest was Xu Fan. Wen Ye, a regular participant, attended wearing a light gray sweatshirt, reminiscent of a recent college graduate stepping into society. Lu Xiuming sat in the audience, clad in a simple, deep blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves that revealed his muscular forearms. He noticed that Wen Ye, standing before him, seemed somewhat dejected, and gently grasped his hand. Nervous? Or just tired? He whispered. Wen Ye shook his head, replying neither. I simply feel that some matters are ultimately inescapable. Lu Xiuming understood he was alluding to the guest of today's interview. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xu Fan approached, her high heels clicking against the floor. Lu Xiuming furrowed his brow, preparing to rise, but when Ye pressed his hand down gently, shaking his head. Ignore her, he murmured. With a cold snort, Lu Xiuming reluctantly settled back into his seat. As Xu Fan was about to greet Lu Xiuming, the production crew signaled the start of the recording, prompting him to rise and head directly to Wen Ye's private dressing room. The program began, and Xu Fan took the stage, adorned in a sparkling gown, her smile radiant. Her gaze swept across the audience before lingering deliberately for a few seconds on Wen Ye, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. After the host, Yi Qianni, opened the session, she quickly transitioned into the question segment, cheerfully inquiring, "We all know that Xu Fan has been busy filming recently. Would you share some insights with us?" The interactions between you and Mr. Lu Xiuming on the set of Se have garnered considerable attention, with some netizens suggesting you are promoting a romantic pairing. What are your thoughts? Xu Fan chuckled lightly. "I have recently participated in the filming of a major television series, where I encountered many talented actors, learning quite a bit from them." I glanced at Wen Ye, who was seated beside Yi Qianni, and continued, "I also reunited with Mr. Lu Xiuming, with whom I previously portrayed his wife. This time, I play his apprentice, and we feel quite in sync. As for the notion of us promoting a romantic pairing online, that is for the audience to judge. Nevertheless, Xiuming is a dedicated actor, and our collaboration has been very enjoyable." Before she could finish, her gaze drifted back to Wen Ye, laden with meaning. Yi Qianni then asked, "Do you believe that the emotions between actors can impact their relationships off-screen?" Xu Fan smiled slightly. At times, the sentiments portrayed in a drama can indeed create misunderstandings. However, genuine feelings require time to develop. Upon hearing this, Wen Ye lowered his head and smiled, recognizing that her words were clearly directed at him. In the subsequent questions, Xu Fan repeatedly mentioned Lu Xiuming, even recounting amusing anecdotes from their filming. Once, during an underwater scene, I offered him ginger tea, but he declined, saying he had someone to take care of him. I was curious about who that might be, only to find out it was his assistant. The audience chuckled, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged. Xu Fan then turned her attention to Wen Ye, asking, "You have also worked with Mr. Lu. Do you find him to be somewhat aloof at times?" Wen Ye merely smiled, his tone calm. "Miss Xu has a remarkable memory. However, my experience with Mr. Lu has not revealed any aloofness. He is quite considerate on set. Sometimes, when I share snacks with him, he happily accepts them. I have not perceived him as distant." His gentle words, however, cut deeply, striking the core of the matter. Xu Fan's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her facade, forcing a smile. "Mr. Wen certainly has a way with words. It is no jest," Wen Ye replied, his gaze clear. "I have never witnessed Mr. Lu displaying a cold demeanor on set. He greets everyone with warmth and often engages in conversations with the crew." Xu Fan's smile froze upon her face. After feebly addressing a few questions, the program finally came to an end. Once the recording concluded, Wen Ye and Jiang Yu could walk side by side towards the parking lot. The words exchanged earlier were quite eloquent. Jiang Yu chuckled as she patted his shoulder, noting how Xu Fan's expression resembled one who had swallowed a fly. Wen Ye chuckled lightly, remarking that she must realize that some matters cannot be forced. Before he could finish, he spotted a red sports car ahead, where Xu Fan leaned against it, arms crossed, her gaze frosty. "Wen Ye," she began, her tone dripping with sarcasm, "you certainly know how to act. But do you truly believe that Lu Xiuming will remain by your side indefinitely? In the entertainment industry, relationships lasting 3 months is a rarity, and half a year is considered long." Wen Ye halted, gazing at her, merely smiling. As Xu Fan prepared to continue her tirade, Lu Xiuming emerged from a nearby business vehicle, his stride steady, his demeanor austere. He approached Wen Ye, casually draping his arm over his shoulder. Wen Ye looked up at him and, in a sudden gesture, gently wrapped his arm around Lu Xiuming's neck, kissing him in plain view of the onlookers. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Xu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. Lu Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, then closed his eyes, deepening the kiss as if proclaiming to the world, "This person is mine." After a prolonged moment, they parted. When he looked at him, chuckling softly, "Let's head home. I'm weary." Lu Xiuming nodded, grasping his hand. "Indeed, let us return home." They exchanged a knowing smile before getting into the car. As Jiang Yuka passed by Xu Fan, she paused, a knowing smile on her lips. Miss Shu, should you wish to stir trouble next time, consider your own weight first. Wen Ye is no soft target, and Lu Xiuming is not someone you can meddle with. Save your little tricks. If you invest that energy into acting, you might find success without having to resort to hosting banquets. With that, she entered her vehicle and drove away. Inside the car, Wen Ye reclined in his seat, exhaling deeply. Tired was he? Lu Xiuming inquired. A little, he replied with a smile, but witnessing your kiss makes everything worthwhile. Lu Xiuming tenderly stroked his hair. In the future, I shall kiss you before everyone, without reservation. Then I shall eagerly await that day, Wen Ye said, closing his eyes, a smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 64. Love is a gentle and enduring companionship. The day after the recording of You Said, Xu Fan discreetly contacted several entertainment media outlets, armed with meticulously edited video clips. One featuring her handing Lu Xiuming a bottle of water, his head slightly bowed. Another showing Lu Xiuming's car slowly departing the parking lot behind hers after work. And a final one, a selfie capturing the moment Lu Xiuming, in the background, gazed at his phone screen, chuckling lightly. This would suffice. She coldly smirked into the phone, instructing the reporter to headline the story. Xu Fan and Lu Xiuming's intimate interaction on set exposed. Suspected romantic feelings emerge. Upon hanging up, a triumphant smile graced her lips. She could not believe that Lu Xiuming could continue to evade her, nor that Wen Ye could remain unshaken. Unbeknownst to her, as she completed her scheme, Jian Yuku received the news and promptly dialed Lu Xiuming's number. Xiuming, Xu Fan is about to make her move. She purchased a press release, preparing to disseminate it across the internet in the coming days. The content included candid photographs and edited videos of her ambiguous interactions with you, intending to fabricate the illusion that you harbor feelings for her. Lu Xiuming sat by the floor-to-ceiling window of the Huadu apartment, cradling a cup of warm water, while Wen Ye leaned against his shoulder, both admiring the cityscape of Huadu at night. Upon hearing this, his expression turned icy, yet he remained composed. I understand, he murmured. I will contact Ruoxiao immediately. Upon listening to Lu Xiuming's account, Zhang Ruoxiao let out a cold laugh. Xu Fan? Is this her strategy? Rest assured, we have collaborations with several media outlets. I guarantee she won't be able to release any of this material in the coming days. If necessary, I can even provide them with some real dirt on Xu Fan. Zhang Ruoxiao's tone was calm. By the way, you haven't been active for quite some time. Remember to take a moment to post updates and maintain your fan base. Understood, Lu Xiuming replied, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. After ending the call, Lu Xiuming opened his phone's photo gallery, retrieving a few cherished snapshots. One captured him smiling in the snow last winter, snowflakes resting on his lashes. Another depicted him gripping a game controller, seated on the carpet, the television displaying a victorious conclusion as he beamed at the camera. The last showed him painting in the snow, the dim street lamp casting shadows as he created a hasty depiction of a deer, accompanied by a crooked heart and indistinct English letters that vaguely resembled LXM. When he observed the selected photos and couldn't help but chuckle, all were taken by him. And in the final image, adjacent to LXM, there were actually two more letters. WI Mr. Lu, your fans will scrutinize your photos with magnifying glasses. If it gets out that I'm the one next to you, will we still be able to navigate this circle? Wen Ye's sparkling eyes were fixed on Lu Xiuming. If it gets out, we will no longer be part of this circle, Lu Xiuming replied, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead and rubbing noses with Wen Ye. Regardless, I can take care of you. Wen Ye giggled shyly, playfully tussling with Lu Xiuming, their laughter intertwining. Subsequently, Lu Xiuming posted these photographs on Weibo, captioned as some amusing stock photos. The comments from fans flooded in almost instantly, with some praising, Mr. Lu, you look extraordinarily handsome in this photo. Others teased, your painting skills could use some improvement, Mr. Lu, but your looks are enough to make us overlook those details. Additionally, a group of fans fervently debated whether the animal depicted in Lu Xiuming's painting was a deer or a horse, resulting in a lively array of opinions, filling the comments section with merriment. Lu Xiuming, glancing at the comments, felt a touch of grievance and held his phone up to Wen Ye, sincerely asking, Little Ye, can't you really tell it's a little deer? Wen Ye stifled a laugh, noting Lu Xiuming's expression resembled that of a wronged puppy. In truth, he hadn't initially recognized it as a deer either, rather than some other creature. Recalling the moment, Lu Xiuming's concentrated yet bewildered gaze struck him as amusing. He could only comfort Lu Xiuming. Mr. Lu, there's still room for improvement. Meanwhile, the press release preemptively orchestrated by Xu Fan was overshadowed by Zhang Ruoxiao's advanced buyout with mainstream media, only sporadically appearing on a few minor accounts. Swiftly drowned out by other gossip. The spring in Yin City has arrived somewhat early, and Lu Xiuming scenes in the production of the 4Cs are nearing completion. This afternoon, when he had already pushed his suitcase into the airport when his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lu Xiuming. Accompanied by a selfie from the set, clad in costume, he sat within a tent, the backdrop being the scenery board of the 4Cs, with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Wen Ye, the rap is approaching. Teacher Lu, you look so handsome. Lu Xiuming, there are about 5 or 6 days of filming left, then I can return to be with you. Wen Ye, feeling shy. Wen Ye, a bear is waiting for a hug. Lu Xiuming, it's getting chilly in Huadu today. Dress warmly when you go out. I heard from you that you've been a bit under the weather lately. Take care of your health. With such a busy work schedule, don't forget to rest well. Lu Xiuming got it. At Yin City Airport, Xiao Zhou was already waiting at the exit, taking Wen Ye's suitcase and chuckling softly. Teacher Lu doesn't know you're here. He would surely be surprised if he found out. Wen Ye similait silently. And according to the requirements of the 4C's crew, changed into a black hoodie, donned a black mask and hat, and stealthily followed Xiao Zhou into the set. It was lunchtime, and the set was bustling with activity. Lu Xiuming and Wang Yuhan sat outside the tent in folding chairs, discussing the afternoon scenes. You seem to be in good spirits today, Wang Yuhan remarked with a smile. Is it because the rap is near? Lu Xiuming nodded. Yes. It's finally coming to an end. Before he could finish, an assistant approached with 2 boxes of lunch, handing one to Lu Xiuming. Upon receiving it and expressing his gratitude, Lu Xiuming's gaze froze as he looked up. The person, wearing a hat and mask, revealed only a pair of clear, smiling eyes, reminiscent of the gentle thaw of spring waters. He gazed intently for a long moment before suddenly laughing. What brings you here? The assistant removed the mask, revealing Wen Ye's handsome face, and blinked playfully. Surprised? Wang Yuhan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Oh, it's Xiao Yi. Your disguise skills are rather poor. I recognized you at a glance.